Off in the corner, three-pointer, Strother. Yeah! Jamal Murray doing it all for Denver. 88-88 the tie. Takes him to the hole, spin move, jump pass, Brown three. Yes! Denver ties the ball game up at 93. 5 minutes left to go in the game. Tatum working against Watson. Goes to the left hand, stops, takes a jumper in the paint. Good, right at the horn. And there's Denver's last time out as they are down by 12 on a 12-0 run. This thing was tied up at 93 points apiece. Now it's 105-93. Saved by Porter. Front court, Westbrook. Alley-oop, dunk, missed, but then goes in by Strother. Ties his season high at 19.
That was out and in, wasn't it?
It's the best missed dunk I've ever seen. There's the horn in Denver. Well, the Nuggets fight hard, had the thing tied up at 93 points apiece, and then a 12-0 run by the defending world champions did the Nuggets in. Final tonight from Denver, 118-106.
Wait for the transition. I'm not upset with how they played yesterday. I thought that they played actually a good, scrappy game. And here's what happens when you lose one of the greatest players who's ever lived in Nikola Jokic right before the game starts. And you don't have Aaron Gordon, and you play against the defending champions. It comes down to late game execution. It was tied at 93 with about 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And then, all right, here comes a transition.
Took a bit longer than I remembered.
Yep,
a lot of
me too.
foreplay.
There you go. That's what happens, though, right? Is you're out your best player, the best player in the world. You're out Aaron Gordon. You're trying to scrap together some guys who haven't gotten playing time in forever. I mean, they started Dario Saric. Dario wasn't good. 17 minutes is what he played. He didn't have a single point. Barely attempted any shots. Zeke played for 5 minutes, and they said that's about enough of that. And so it was Porter, Westbrook, Murray, and Christian Brown mixed in with Peyton Watson, DeAndre Jordan, and Julian Strother. Like, that was your lineup for the night, essentially. And when you have that, going against the defending champions who are healthy, this is the result you get. And early in that game, the Nuggets were kind of like out-Celticing the Celtics. Like, they were knocking down threes at a super high rate. I think Boston just kind of realized our three-point game isn't working tonight. We got to find other ways to score, and they started to knock down some mid-range shots and get to the rim. But you held them to 118. And again, like, I'm not super upset with how the game played out yesterday because I don't know what you were supposed to expect. When you got that sort of lineup in the game, it's going to be incredibly difficult to win. I continue to be really impressed by Russell Westbrook and how he sort of like revived what felt like a dead career after being at multiple places over the last 3 years. Every time he left one of those organizations, people were glad to see him go. Because I don't think that they understood what Russell Westbrook is, which is he's a guy who's going to have a good night and then a bad night. He's been like that his entire career. But he's been mostly good for the Nuggets, and I thought he was great yesterday. But let's be honest. In a game without Jokic and without Gordon, getting 19 from Murray, getting 15 from Porter, you're probably not going to win. If they knock down some shots late, different story. I mean, you had Boston, I think, feeling really nervous about that game for a second. But all it took was one little run towards the end of the game, and the options they had to score the basketball just outdid yours. They could kick it to Jaylen Brown for an open jumper. Jason Tatum could knock down some shots late. You could get it to Porzingis, and he could either knock down a shot or just be, 7 inches taller than anybody else on the floor and get inside the paint and do it that way. They could kick it over to the veteran, Al Horford, who just continues to make plays happen. By the way, I thought Horford was like going to retire after they won the championship last year. Did he just change his mind? But then you also have Drew Holiday, who can knock down a couple of threes. Like they had 5 guys they could go to late in that game, and you had about 3 maybe, if you want to include the way that Westbrook was playing. But when you get an off night from Porter and Murray, I mean, I thought Porter was going to go crazy early in that game. He knocks down his first few shots, and it feels like it's going to be one of those, all right, Porter's got to knock down a whole bunch of open looks for you to have a shot, and then it just sort of tapered off as the game went on. Murray had moments in which he was making shots, but it wasn't consistent. I thought you got great games from Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther. I think it's a big reason why he stayed in it for as long as he did. I mean, Peyton Watson was trying to block literally anything that was leaving the hand of a Celtic player. But I don't know. I don't know what more we can take away from the game than you're playing the defending champions and you were out 2 of your top 4 players. That's kind of what it's going to look like. It's going to be you're in trouble for a good portion of the game. Can you put together a couple of runs that can push you back into make it close in the fourth quarter and hope you grab some momentum late and take over? But it just sucks because I was really excited for this game to see how the Nuggets would match up against the defending champs if they had Jokic in the lineup and he leaves with an illness shortly before the game starts. So it's a bummer. But, I mean, does anybody disagree here? If I throw it out to the text line, 303-504-0925. You don't hate the way that game was played yesterday. They fought hard. It was just very clearly a talent deficit. And I mentioned this over and over again. Basketball, it's a sport that has a hell of a way of proving which roster is better, especially when you get to the postseason and it's a 7-game series. But there's not a lot of like, this team isn't supposed to win, they aren't supposed to have a shot to win, and then they end up doing it. Basketball is just kind of like we got the better players, and it's going to be very obvious when we take the floor. But all in all, I like the effort and I like the fight from them. And Nelly, can you tell me if we got some post game from Micah Malone? Because I'm curious. This didn't feel like the type of game. I went to bed shortly afterwards because it was a late game. I was sleepy. It didn't feel like the type of game that Micah Malone is going to start pounding the podium and start talking about this and that sort of thing. Like, I thought they played all right defense against Boston, too. You hold them under 120, given what you had in the lineup, I think that's fine. You know, the scoring, just late game execution, which would make total sense. Your quarterback, your all-timer, is off the floor and you run everything in your offense through him and he's not there late, it can look a little bit wonky. And it did. But at the end of this, you hope it's just sort of a Jokic got a 24-hour bug thing and he'll be back tonight maybe against the Clippers. Because I would like to have a bounce back. 20-15 now on the year. God, it's funny to look at these box scores, by the way. Throughout the course of the year, they get the listed, leader in points, rebounds, assists. And it's just Jokic's name copy and pasted in every single one of these categories. And then last night it's Westbrook, Porter, Westbrook. And you're just like, huh. Very obvious when Jokic isn't in a game, isn't it? But not upset last night. Texture says it wasn't a talent issue. The 2 you pay to be the talent were not talented enough. Okay, yeah, it was part that. And it's also part that the Celtics have 5 of those dudes. Seriously, I don't know how the Celtics can even skirt some of these new rules that have happened. Because the whole point was to make it sort of equal for the quote, mid-market teams. But Jason Tatum's getting paid a ton of money. So is Porzingis, so is Drew Holiday, and so is Jaylen Brown. And they had a guy who was also getting paid a lot of money that didn't even play last night, which is Derek White. If you think that the Nuggets and Celtics, even with both teams fully healthy, that's an even matchup talent-wise, you're nuts. It's not. The Celtics are more talented than anybody in the league, and it's not even close. Now, having Jokic on the floor is a giant equalizer, though. Because Jokic has the talent of 5 men. Okay? Like, that's just what he brings to the table. And yes, as we've said all year, I can't keep saying this after every game, guys. I don't know what you want from me. Does Murray have to be better? Yeah. Okay, then what? Now where do we go from here? We've said this like every day. After a Nuggets game in which they win or lose, it's always like, what's the main topic of discussion? Jamal Murray needs to be better. I mean, we're 35 games into the year. I didn't want to do that a 35th time this morning. Here's Michael Malone, by the way, his initial thoughts after the game.
We didn't score. I mean, it was a 15-0 run. So it's tied at 93. Give our guys a ton of credit, first and foremost. Down 15 in the first quarter, and with 8 minutes to go in the game, it's tied at 93. And the margin of error against that team without your starting 4 and your starting 5 is non-existent. And right after that, Porzingis got a tip dunk, loose ball. They come up with corner 3. And obviously their defense ratcheted up, and we were unable to score on the other end. And that was that 15-0 run that they went on was obviously the deciding run of the game. But we gave ourselves a chance, and could not be more proud. There are no moral victories, but we did a lot of good things tonight. And but 25 points off turnovers and 22 on the glass is just way too many if you're going to give yourselves a chance against them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought he was going to say. He's not the moral victory guy. You can tell in the tone in his voice, he's pretty pissed. But at the end of the day, I don't think you can look at that game and just, what, are you going to go to the locker room and shoo guys out? I mean, please. I thought they played hard. They just weren't good enough against a team that's incredibly talented when you're down 2 of your top players. Texture says, because the dudes that they paid, talking about the Celtics, are actually good. The dudes we paid are Porter, Murray, Zeke, and AG. Okay, just for the record. Porter is having a great year. AG is a good player. Murray, this year has been bad, but was throwing up like 33 points a game when you won a championship. And Zeke is obviously, that was an incorrect move that we all kind of said from the very beginning we didn't understand. I still remember when Zeke got paid that contract, my assumption was, oh, they know something we don't, that he's going to be a giant part of the team this year, and it never happened.
I guess they needed a good piano player on the roster. That's what depth they were looking to add.
Well, I mean, look, Nelly, here's the problem. And this is a me problem. The things that are holding the Nuggets back have been so clear and obvious from game 1 of the season that, quite frankly, we're 35 games in. I'm kind of tired of just saying the same thing over and over again. And I can't find a new way to, attack this. What are the problems with the Nuggets? Murray's not playing well enough, and Zeke and Dario Saric are deemed unplayable. And, I don't know what more to do from here. So, yeah, when those 3 things are happening, when Jokic plays, it's hard enough to win games right now. So when he doesn't, and you're playing the defending champs, am I supposed to come on here and just start ripping people apart? I can't. Here's the difference, I think, between some of these contracts. I guess I'm just done with Dario because he played for about 30 seconds in the first 4 games of the year. And then I think I heard this correctly on the broadcast last night. Was he a DNP for 19 straight games before last night? They've played 35 games this season. So over half of the year, consecutively he was a DNP before it was like, hey, Jokic is sick. We need you to play starting center. And I thought from the very beginning, Dario's not a center. And I don't know why they have this thing about if he's going to play, he's got to be a backup 5. Why not give him the backup 4 minutes? Why not have him spell AG occasionally? Or when Peyton Watson is starting in place of AG, have him spell Peyton Watson. But instead, they're like insisting on him playing a big man role, and it's like he's not tall enough or large enough to rim protect against big centers in this league. And his offensive game is more about shooting than it is playing inside, but yet he's forced to play inside when he's the 5. It just doesn't make sense. But I'm just kind of sitting here, and I'm like, can you guys do an Avalanche thing, please? Like, we know what the issue is. You can't do anything with Murray, and I think it'd be foolish to try and move on from Murray 30 games into a new contract anyway. Especially when Murray has proven that he's been a giant part of your success before. I think maybe you let him battle through more than 30 games. But when it comes to Zeke and Dario, that's very obvious. You don't want to play them. So find some way to move on. And I'm telling you right now, there should be no interest in keeping draft picks. Zero. Like, take every single second-round pick for the next 40 years and give them up. I don't care. You've already played this game where you've drafted Pickett, and you've drafted Tyson, and you've drafted Watson, and you've drafted Christian Brown, you've drafted Julian Strother, and you've drafted all these different, and Deron Holmes, who's not in the lineup. You have a whole bunch of young guys on this roster on cheap contracts. You can't even, I don't even think there's room for more. Take Zeke, take Dario, take somebody, and package like 3 or 4 second-round picks to something and get a guy that you can actually play. I don't know. Again, I'm not upset from last night. I'm just, and it's nothing against anybody who listens or is texting in. I can't do the same show with the Nuggets over and over again. Murray's got to be better. Zeke is unplayable. Why isn't Dario Saric getting more minutes? I can't do this over and over again.
We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
That's how I feel. I feel like Brian Kelly. For maybe the first time in my life, I feel like that guy.
You could use the same metaphor, comparison you used when we were talking about Georgie the same morning. Remember when we were talking about Georgie every morning?
You want me to come on here and say boobs are awesome for 4 hours? Like, I can do that too, but it'd be this. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, I'd rather talk about that than how the Nuggets are completely hamstrung with the ability to do anything. I think that's the reason that we end up beating a dead horse is not only are we hashing out the same things every morning and every day and after every Nuggets game, the answer is always, well, it is what it is.
Well, I don't know. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if they're hamstrung. With the Murray thing, if that's what people want to talk about, then yes, that's the case. Like, they can't do anything with Murray. You cannot trade him. It is against the rules to trade a guy that you just gave a contract to. So you can't. But the other guys, if you're talking about like Zeke, like, I'm just shocked that they haven't done anything. Anything. With that in years when it's become obvious that they don't have a role for him. And that doesn't suit anybody. It doesn't suit the team, and it doesn't suit Zeke either. The cash suits Zeke. I mean, $8 million a year does. But it's just, I don't know. It's bizarre. So 303-504-0925. To the Broncos. I want to know, on the scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most shocked, where would a win on Sunday in Buffalo be on the 1 to 10 scale? We'll get to it next.
That field goal team is lined up on the sideline. And here we go. The quick change.
Now, they've got plenty of time. Everybody can relax right now.
41-yard try for the win. Lutz. He missed it. But a flag is down.
12 men on defense. 5-yard penalty.
Wow.
Still 4th down.
So with that quick change, the Broncos were ready, and the Bills had 12 men on defense. And we'll count them up.
We're going to cover up some people. I don't even know where we're at.
If you remember last year when the Broncos went on the road in the middle of that win streak, middle of the season, that was the game-winning kick with no time left on the clock in which Lutz missed it, but 12 men on the field for Buffalo gives them an extra try at the kick. Then Lutz hits it, and the Broncos end up winning. I asked the question. Broncos roll into Buffalo on Sunday.
What's
on
the
a
question?
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most shocked, what do you think a win in Buffalo ranks? Here's some of the answers. A 15, a 10, a bleeping 10, probably 11. This team has never been here before. The answer is clearly a 10. The Broncos have one win against a winning team all year long, or teams that are at least trying. That trend will probably continue. I'm not going to go all the way to 10. 10 feels like Holy Family just upset Alabama, okay?
These go to 11.
I will say this. It's up there. And I give it like an 8.5. Now, I'm not going to... I can't sit here and tell you that the Broncos have a shot to win, and then if they do win, that it's going to be a 10. I think they got a shot. It's an outside shot, a very outside shot, but it's a shot. So just to recap a couple of things that at least I've said throughout the course of this week as we head into it. I think the Bills are the best team in the AFC. I think they have everything that they need to win a Super Bowl, and I think that Josh Allen and his ability to not turn the ball over anymore is a giant factor in that.
Josh Allen.
But there's things the Broncos have that's going to give them a chance to stay in the game and rely on some bounces to go your way. Namely, an elite defense. Like, when you have the ability to rush the passer with the amount of guys that the Broncos have, whether it's Benito or Jonathan Cooper or Zach Allen or John Franklin Myers or, you know what I mean? Like, go through the list. When you have that many different guys that are capable of getting to the passer, it's going to give you a shot. When you have one lockdown corner, and if Riley Moss has played like he has most of the year, in which he's been really good opposite Surtain, you're going to have a decent opportunity. Hold in coverage. Give your pass rushers the chance to go after Josh Allen. But what makes Josh Allen so crazy, he will roll out of the pocket and he will find some way to fire a ball 40 yards downfield if that much time, if he's given that much time or creates that much time. Offensively, I'm not optimistic about things. And that's where the rub comes in. Like, the shock here would be that you score enough points to overcome whatever Buffalo's going to do on the opposite side. And even if your defense plays really well against Buffalo, I still think Buffalo gets 21 or 24 in a good defensive game. So can you keep up with that? And here's the thing. Bo Nix has had games in which he looks like he can carve you up. And he's had games in which he's been incredibly efficient. But the story's kind of out. A lot of what the Broncos offense wants to do is dump it. They want to dump it to running backs. They want to check down to tight ends. They want to do all this different kind of stuff. And when you play that way, a team like Buffalo might dare you to try and beat them over the top. And Nix has certainly done that on more than a few occasions. He's also been inaccurate or put the ball in harm's way on more than a few occasions when that happens. But it's not impossible to think that he could hit a couple of downfield throws to a Mims or a Sutton and keep you in a ball game and go out there and win it. Like, I do think it's possible. So it's not going to be a 10 for me. Oh, it's funny. ESPN's taking my stuff now. Their headline. How shocked would you be if the Broncos upset the Bills? Bottom line's this. If they can't get a semblance of a rushing game, I don't think they stand a chance. And I just think it needs to be a little bit. Like, you got to have some sort of balance within your offense, and when you do run the football, you have to have at least a couple of chunk plays, or you got to be able to consistently get 4 yards. And if you do that, I think that's all you really need to have the play action actually work. But there's just been no consistency in that department all year long. You know, Jaleel's had his games where he racks up, 6 yards a carry or something like that. It's just, is that going to be sustainable over the course of 4 quarters? And my response to that, if I'm Sean Payton, is, well, we're going to find out. Because I don't care if it's Jaleel, if it's Estime, if it's Javonte, or if it's Brett Kane in the backfield. If somebody's getting 4.5, 5 yards a carry, we're going to see if he can do that 15, 16, 17 times on Sunday. Because you need to be able to help your quarterback. This cannot be one of those games with all of the other stuff that's on the line here, where you look at Bo Nix and you say, hey, go win us a game here, Rook. Can't do it. You can't ask him to be Josh Allen. The Bills have done that to Josh Allen, and they will continue to do that in the postseason. They'll look at him and say, Josh, it's on you. Go win. And Josh Allen's going to say, okay, I've done that. But there is there's still a lot of things that I think the Broncos could turn in their favor that could make this a lot more surprising than people think. Now, I also will totally leave this possibility up that the Broncos get blown out by like 17, 20 points. And if I had to put these side by side, I think the more likely scenario is the Broncos. If you give me the option, the Broncos win or the Broncos get blown out, which one is more likely? I would say getting blown out is more likely. Again, this is a matchup thing. And I don't think the Broncos match up well with the Bills just from this standpoint. Mobile quarterback who's able to escape pressure and put up points in a hurry. With an offense that leads the league in 3 and outs. Bad recipe. Even with how good I think your defense is, it's the same type of feeling that I had when you went against Baltimore. You have a good defense that's capable of locking things down, and I did leave the possibility for that in that game, but it just felt like one that you were going to get toasted. Because when you get after the quarterback and all the other guys that, the Broncos lead the league in sacks, and they're really good at getting pressure and getting their hands on QBs, and then a guy like Lamar, Josh Allen, just breaks one tackle, rolls outside, and finds somebody 30 yards downfield. Just not a lot of guys can do that. You're dealing with a couple of freaks with those two teams. Burrow can't do that. Burrow got sacked. How many times did he get sacked last week? Or 2 weeks ago, sorry. Was it 6 times? Like, they got to him. Let's see here. 7 times for 28 yards. Sacked him 7 times. Burrow's not mobile. And I think it's a big reason you stayed in the game is that you were able to get pressure and get hits on him. You can't get your hands on guys like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Now, you can create pressure, and what you hope is the pressure that because they can get through an offensive line. They can get in the quarterback's face. You just hope that maybe the pressure that is on the shoulders of those guys in Buffalo starts to mount. And then Josh Allen does what he hasn't done really all year, which is panics and makes a bad decision. But this would be a hell of a shock. Do not get me wrong. I think out of all the games during Wild Card Weekend, when you really start to break down, like, all right, which games would really have upset sort of feels to them? Because I don't think there's a ton. I mean, the Chargers are 3-point favorites against the Texans. If the Texans won, nobody would be shocked. Steelers-Ravens, you can say you'd be shocked at a Pittsburgh win, and the point spread would tell you that because it's the highest point spread of the weekend. It's at 10 now. But Pittsburgh beat the Ravens earlier this year. They were 1-1 against them. And they had one of those games where they held the Ravens to 16 points and were able just to grind one out.
Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers.
Packers, Eagles, either team could win that game. Commanders, Bucks, either team could win. Vikings, Rams, either team could win. The Broncos feel like the only game here that's a massive disadvantage, just from a talent standpoint. But I do think that there's a possibility that they can go out there and do what they do best, which is the things that are highlighted on this team. If you were pointing at the great, good coverage, good pass rush, good in the turnover category. If you win those three things, I think you got a good shot to win. But it's a pretty big if. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Nelly, one final time. NFL stock up, stock down next. One final time this year, we get an edition of NFL Stock Up, Stock Down as the regular season ended last week. And we always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I'm going to throw it to Michael Penix Jr. So Atlanta goes out there last week. They have everything on the line. They end up losing this game. Okay? They needed a win with a Bucs loss, and that would have put them in the postseason. But it's not because Michael Penix wasn't good enough. 21 of 38, 312 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. But here's the big thing. They turned the keys over to Michael Penix with 3 games left in the season. And in the 3 games that Michael Penix started for the Atlanta Falcons put up at least 30 points in each one of those. And there's something to be said for that, considering how awful the offense was in the weeks prior to it. I'll just list it off. The weeks prior, they scored 15, 21, 13, 6, and 17 points. They turn it over to Penix, and it's 30 points per game, or 30-plus points per game, I should say. Now, again, overtime loss to Carolina. Because I was also thinking about throwing Bryce Young in this conversation because he's better, too. But the two losses that Penix suffered were overtime losses. And I just think that if they turned the keys over to Penix earlier in the season, maybe Atlanta's looking at them being in the postseason and not Tampa. Who knows? But Penix, he's going to get the stock up, and I can't wait to watch him just really take over that starting role next year and see what becomes of that. Quarterback stock down. When you're a quarterback on a playoff team and you're heading into a massive game against a division rival in the postseason, and your fan base says, I want you benched, that's a bad look. And as fun as the Russell Wilson stuff in Pittsburgh was, at least initially, with him, having some 300, 400-yard games and 3-4 touchdown games, that is all dissipated in the last month. So Russell this last week was 17 of 31 for 148 yards and a touchdown. It's spicy. He's got 4 touchdowns and 2 picks in the last 4 weeks. Pittsburgh has lost their last 4 games. They have scored, listen to this, Nelly, 57 points in the last month. They haven't scored over 17 in any of the last 4 games.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted to cook.
And these are games that they needed against good opponents. It's good for momentum, it's good for confidence, and it's good for your divisional standing, which ended up mattering the last couple of weeks of that year. But what really, really killed me with Russell is when you were seen as one of these guys, he's brought in to be the steadying veteran presence on a Mike Tomlin team that they think with the game manager type can win a whole bunch of ball games. And in fairness, they did this year. But you get to the end of game situation last week, and Russell Wilson takes off for a 3-yard scramble at like his own 35-yard line, and they don't have timeouts left, and basically ends the game for him. Like, that's the stupid stuff that you've been in the league for, 14 years, something like that? Like, you can't make those mistakes. That's not allowed for you. But Russell Wilson, I think heading into this game in the wild card round, if he has a bad quarter to quarter and a half, I think they might make a switch. I really think they might just throw Justin Fields in the game and say, screw it, let's try and provide a spark. Because that offense needs something. So a huge test case for Russell Wilson this weekend, but for now, he gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. It was hard to kind of tally this throughout the year, and if you guys remember a couple years ago, there were 2 things that happened in the first round of the NFL draft that people thought was a dead and gone concept, drafting a running back. Bijan Robinson went, I believe it was 8th overall, and Jahmyr Gibbs went 12th. Jahmyr Gibbs finished this season in Detroit with one of the most prolific, just as far as stat stuffing seasons that you're going to see from a running back in a long time. It rivals like a Christian McCaffrey peak of his powers type of year. Christian McCaffrey 2 years ago when he was in the MVP discussion had 21 total touchdowns at the end of the season. Gibbs finished with 20, and he had 4 in this final week against Minnesota, and he ran for 139 yards and 23 carries. So his numbers for the year, 1,412 rushing yards on 5.6 yards per carry, 16 rushing touchdowns, And then he added in 500 receiving yards and 4 receiving touchdowns. It is an amazing year that guy had that kind of flew under the radar because they got the multiple backfield between him and David Montgomery. But Jahmyr Gibbs is, I think, as good as any running back in the NFL right now. And his ability to hit the home run plays, I don't know how many in the league can do it quite like he can in both the run and pass game. So Jahmyr Gibbs stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Could have gone in a lot of different directions here, but I saw a name. This guy was very prolific in college. He was drafted in the 3rd round 2 years ago by the New York Giants, and that is Jalen Hyatt. Jalen Hyatt, I'll give you his numbers. That's 8 catches for 62 yards. That wasn't last week, Nelly. That was on the season. He played in 16 games. Over 2 years in which he's played 33 career games, he has 31 catches. And I know that it's 3rd-round picks, and those guys are hit and miss. When you're drafting a receiver in the 3rd round, you want that to pop. Because there's too many examples of guys around the league that were drafted 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round that became dudes. Like Devon Vele has more catches in his career right now than Jalen Hyatt as a 7th-round pick. You know, you can go through the list of guys drafted late that became impact dudes. I think that one for New York. New York's got a host of different issues, but that's a giant disappointment. And look, I understand fully that they've had quarterback issues in New York, but you got to find a way to be productive still. And it's not like he's been hurt. 33 games in 2 years. He's been healthy. Just hasn't happened. NFL teams stock up. There were so many games that didn't matter last weekend that was hard to really get a read on whether, like, is this team actually impressive or not? So I'm going to go to the one game that had everything on the line, and I think I got to go with Detroit again. Win 31-9 in a game in which both teams entered against the Vikings, 14-2. It was for the first seed in the NFC. It was for the division crown. And for them to win with that kind of margin, with a Vikings team that won 9 consecutive games heading into that weekend, I think incredibly impressive, especially dealing with the injuries that they're dealing with on defense. You know, I thought Detroit was dead 3 weeks ago when they lost, their 14th and 15th the defensive players to IR on the year, and somehow they just keep chugging along. I think it's a credit to some of their coaching on that team, but you don't get a great game out of the offense early, and the defense holds that Vikings offense to 9 points. Justin Jefferson has like 54 receiving yards at the end of the game. Incredibly impressive. Detroit, stock up. Let's go NFL team, stock down. So Miami needed to win to give themselves a shot, because if they won and the Broncos lost, they were going to be in the postseason. And it ended up not mattering because Miami lost to the Jets of all teams 32-20. After that, you get Tyreek Hill saying, I'm out. You get Jalen Ramsey kind of doing the same thing. You get Mike McDaniel yesterday at his press conference saying it's difficult because I can't find guys for disciplinary issues. It just doesn't work. Not that he can't do it. He's done it. It just doesn't work. Because he was talking about guys showing up late for meetings. That's a bad locker room culture. If players aren't holding each other accountable for making mistakes and then you try and punish them and they just seem to not care, and then throw on top of all of that, they're never going to be able to trust Tua to stay healthy. Never. And I hope that he does, because he's fun to watch and Miami's really good when he plays. But I think you're going to have a lot of seasons in which Miami gets Tua for 10 games and somebody else for 7. And if that somebody else is what they got this year, which was Tyler Huntley and who was the gangly, goofy kid early in the year, Skylar Thompson, then you're going to have years like this for sure.
Don't forget Dolphins and Jets legend Tim Boyle.
That's right, Tim Boyle for a minute. But Dolphins, they get the stock down. I'm going to skip over MVP. We all know what it is. It's a 2-horse race between Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. One of those two is going to win it. And to be honest, I'm fine with either one. So let's just go to best game of the week. Panthers-Falcons was fun, man. That was a 44-38 overtime game in which both young quarterbacks were slinging the pig around. Like, I don't think you could have asked for a better game final week of the season, especially with a whole bunch of clunkers mixed in the middle of it. I loved everything about that is Bryce Young had 5 total touchdowns in the game. Michael Penix with 2 touchdowns. Bijan Robinson ran for 170 yards and 2 touchdowns. I thought that game was great. That's the best game of the weekend. The worst game of the week.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
It might not have felt that way here, but Broncos Chiefs was the worst. I mean, it was a non-competitive, nothing game for Kansas City. And yeah, it was fun to watch Bo Nix and the Broncos cook the holy hell out of the Chiefs. But even we all kind of felt, didn't we? I was like bored in the second half because it didn't feel like a real butt kicking. It felt like a manufactured one. Now you take it, but I think for anybody else, they turned that game off after about 10 minutes into the first quarter. So there you go. Here comes the single tier, the final NFL stock up, stock down of the year. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed, and you can shop Safeway's Winter 4X points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest winter items. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Off in the corner, three-pointer, Strother. Yeah! Jamal Murray doing it all for Denver. 88-88, the tie. Takes him to the hole, spin move, jump pass, Brown three. Yes! Denver ties the ball game up at 93. 5 minutes left to go in the game. Tatum working against Watson. Goes to the left hand, stops, takes a jumper in the paint. Good, right at the horn. And there's Denver's last time out as they are down by 12 on a 12-0 run. This thing was tied up at 93 points apiece. Now it's 105-93. Saved by Porter. Front court, Westbrook. Alley-oop, duck, missed, but then goes in by Strother. Ties his season high at 19.
That was out and in, wasn't it?
It's the best missed dunk I've ever seen. There's the horn in Denver. Well, the Nuggets fight hard, had the thing tied up at 93 points apiece, and then a 12-0 run by the defending world champions did the Nuggets in. Final tonight from Denver, 118-106.
I'm not upset this morning. I mean, when you're dealing with defending champion in town, you don't have one of the best players of all time, obviously best player in the world, who leaves with an illness before the game starts. You don't have AG in the lineup. You're expecting a loss.
Are you playing Boston?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's a great song, though. That's a great song. And Boston's a good band. Like, you can't deny that. You might hate their name, but it's a great band.
What's the over-under on minutes until Vic uncorks a can of whoop-ass on Boston fans? What's the line?
Before he gets there, before that happens, I just want to say, the result is not something I'm upset about at all. I actually thought the Nuggets played really hard last night. Like, they are obviously at a talent deficit. They had that thing tied at 93, and then it came to late-game execution. You didn't have Jokic, and that's where the game fell apart. Now, you can look individually at, with Jokic out, would you like Murray to be at more than 19 points? Yeah. Would you like Porter to be more than 15? Yes. But, I mean, overall, I'm not super pissed this morning. I thought they played hard, Vic. Maybe this is me playing moral victory thing, but
I don't deny anything you just said. And I know this isn't field day by any means, but when you're missing, two members of your front court, when you're missing the MVP, when you're missing 32, 14, and 10, what the hell are you supposed to do? I mean, 32 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. The guys who replaced Nikola Jokic in the lineup, who played that position, produced all of 1 point.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the three guys who replaced Nikola, who tried to be Nikola last night, who tried to fill that position, produced 1 point. So what are you going to do? The Nuggets did what they could. The fact that they were tied 93 apiece late and then gave up that 15-0 run, that sucks. Ran out of gas. But they played a tighter game than I thought. I thought it was going to be a blowout from the get-go. As soon as they were down double digits in the first quarter, I was like, okay, well, this is over. But they came back, showed some fight. They can learn a lot from that. The bench players. I thought the highlight of the game for the Nuggets, the biggest takeaway as a Nugget fan, Julian Strother and Payton Watson played with verve, both of those players. They played with passion. Hell, Watson was a maniac defensively. He was running around, swatting things left and right, and Strother was just quick release with his shot. I loved it. So you walk away from that game saying, okay, I see you now. I see what you can do. Now the expectation moving forward is let's see it every game. Let's see it tonight.
Moj, as I open the door for you here and welcome you in from the Windy City, here's what I'd say.
Do you even know where I am? I mean, do you have any idea where I am or how I got here?
You look like you're in a hockey rink.
You're in Chicago at the United Center.
You're in Chicago with us? Yes, I am.
Okay, I don't know why you responded that way.
Not sure what
I'll tell you what,
issue is here.
The other night.
Cool, Carl.
I don't know, it was probably a week ago on the Jumbotron Ball Arena Vision over at Ball Arena. They were asking Avalanche players, hey, if you could time travel, where would you go? Like, some guy said, I want to go see dinosaurs, and some guy said blah, blah, blah. Some guy said, you know what, like Miko said, I think, I want to go like 300 years in the future, and I want to see what's going on. kind of technology we have, flying cars and who knows what, dogs that can drive.
Land that plane, Moshe.
I don't want to see the mother trucking future for the Denver Nuggets. I don't want to time travel. I don't know what I'm going to do when the big fella's gone. When he says, you know what, it's all oats and sulkies for me, baby. I don't want to get to that point, Vic, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what to do. I don't want any part of it. Life is going to suck hard when the big fella retires, and that's all I can say. It's going to be scorched earth, desert, Sahara around this place.
Can I say something that this is what I said in the appetizer, and I don't know if you guys feel this way or not. I said, guys, I can't do for the 35th time this year. The Nuggets game gets done, and I say, Jamal's got to play better. Zeke and Dario Saric not working. I can't do that again. So I liked where you went, Vic, where I was impressed with the Watson and Strother minutes. Like those guys seem like very viable pieces that could be big time role players in the future. Yeah. But bottom line is, this is something that I thought about yesterday, and I think I heard this correctly on the broadcast. And correct me if I'm wrong, Vic. Before last night, was Saric a DNP for 19 consecutive games?
He hadn't played more than a month.
So 19 consecutive games. Jokic leaves with an illness.
Please say DNP CD.
Well, yeah, sure.
But DNP CD is the important part, the coach decision.
He was hurt for 2 of those weeks.
But Jokic leaves. They throw him in the lineup.
Yeah.
And here's the one thing that I've said this from, I think, game 1. Saric isn't a center. And I know that he was forced into that role with Jokic being out last night, but it's one thing that's confused me a lot. The things that Saric does well, he's a pretty good shooter. I mean, he shoots, upper 30 percentages from outside. But he can't rim protect because he's not tall or big enough to do that against big centers in the league. And when he goes in as the backup 5, he's constantly under the hoop, which takes away his best offensive aspect, which is shooting the basketball. And I just don't understand the role they're trying to carve out for him in the few times he does get minutes. I don't get it. I don't understand.
I wish I could give you an answer. I have no idea what the strategy is, the philosophy, the target. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they take him out of the bubble wrap only when Joker's hurt. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if he's tradable. I don't know what he can do, what he cannot do. I have no idea. I know what you know. I don't know if he's playing tonight. I don't know if Joker's available tonight. This sickness that's going around, my wife has the same thing. It's flu-like, the people are going down left and right.
The neurovirus or whatever it is.
Whatever the hell it is.
That thing's brutal, by the way. Brutal.
So if Joker missed last night, I would be stunned if he played tonight, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Stunned.
Yeah, when it comes out, when it comes out both ends, that's not a good day.
That's a horrible day.
I'm just gonna be on record as saying it. If you're it's just not good.
Excuse
it's
me?
A bad
what
thing.
language is that?
Well, I was going to say, I was going to try to talk about a black hole, and then you would get mad because you don't understand science and physics and the way that black holes expel.
All right, we're 5 minutes in, and I'm over Mosier already.
No,
so
my point is when you're expelling
abda.
When you're expelling stuff at both ends, it's a bad night. He probably won't play tonight. What a pain in the butt. Brett, there were times around this place. I go back, Vic, to the Nuggets' 11-win season, and that was sad, and it was hard and difficult. I don't want to go there anymore, bro.
I agree.
I don't want to go there anymore. And the big fella just gets sick, and it's like my whole basketball world collapses in on me.
Well, you can't be that.
Then there's a black hole analogy, man. The whole thing collapses in and starts sucking, and it's sucking material from around, and my whole world's like just sucking material. Sucks.
I got something for you because the texture says this: Fire Malone, do that show. I don't know what you want Malone to do in a game like last night. I don't know what you want.
One of those days.
Now, I will say this. If there is some criticism to be thrown around, I think that Calvin Booth deserves some criticism here for if you got two guys, and you've mentioned before, Vic, your 5th and 6th highest paid players are deemed unplayable, that's bad, okay? For teams that are making some acquisitions this year with second-round picks, and what did they do to get rid of Reggie Jackson?
They had to give away 3 second-round picks.
3 seconds to get him off the books.
Yeah.
And then the money you used for the 3 seconds you gave away was getting a guy who you weren't playing. Like, yeah, that's bad. That's bad roster management.
Listen, I think we can all agree here. If you're 5th and 6th, and how many times have you heard me say this on this show?
That's what I was saying. Like, I can't keep doing this show 35 times in a row.
If your 5th and 6th highest paid players do not contribute, I'll go on the record, if they do not contribute, you're not going to win a championship. This isn't science. This isn't difficult.
Can you imagine if the Avs the Avs 4th and 5th highest paid players were healthy scratches on a nightly basis? Could you imagine
You're not going to
that?
win. You're not going to win.
No,
so
you're not going to. No, you got to fix it.
You have until the trade deadline, and I don't know how you fix it. I don't know how. Listen, I'll raise my hand.
Figure it out.
I raised my hand. I thought Saric was going to be a great addition to this team. I thought he was going to be a valuable commodity. I thought he was going to be able to do a lot of the little things when Joker's out. I really thought that. It's not working. I don't know if it's not working. I don't know why. I don't know where. I don't know who. It's not working.
Well, you know what you noticed last night? First of all, that starting 5 for Boston is just stupid. Like, all these rules that they put in place to not to help out mid-market teams that go against major market teams, I don't notice that with the Celtics at all. Because they got like 5 guys making $50 million a year, and their entire starting lineup they're stars.
Well, that's a great way to put it. I look at Jason Tatum.
By the way, they didn't even have Derek White in the game yesterday. He was also making like $30 million.
I don't fear the Celtics. I don't fear the Celtics like you do. I don't fear the Celtics.
Listen, every single my God, I
think the Celtics can be beat.
Okay, great.
I think the Celtics can be beat.
They're in the East. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm worried about us in the West right now, bro. Good for you. Al Horford, every single year, I look at Al Horford and I go, I can't believe he's still in the league. It feels like he's been in the league since Vic was knee-high to a grasshopper.
I thought he said he was retiring after they won last year.
Okay, so the point is, Horford aside, how do you afford Tatum and Porzingis and Holiday and Brown? How do you afford those guys? I'm dead serious. It's like you're making.
It's a great question.
I don't know. It's like me going to the Ferrari dealership and going, I need 4 Ferraris, okay? And by the way, I got $20. Oh, no problem. We'll make it happen. How do they make it happen there in Boston?
Because they're deep into the tax. They're paying a huge luxury tax to afford this, and that's one of the reasons why their owners sold the team. They're paying for it, Moshe. I mean, that's how. They're paying a steep price
but just
for this.
from
That's
a rules standpoint, how does that work?
I mean, if we're getting Brett, you're so right. Listen, I'm pissed this morning. If we're getting friggin' aproned and what else, bird rights and all this kind of crap, and our guys got to flee the scene and go to Orlando and go wherever the hell they got to go, how do these guys fit 4 max hippo contracts in the friggin' starting lineup?
It's because, Moshe, they're paying for it. That's how. I mean, this is not hard.
But how are they allowed to do it? Why aren't we allowed to do that? Why can't we?
We are.
Why can't we put 4 hippos?
If you want to go,
why can't we put 4 hippos in the lineup?
I don't know if I can reason with you this morning. You're having like some sort of attack.
You know what? I'm actually kind of. I'm with Moshe's emotion, though. I'm absolutely with the emotion on that side. But because that's what I'm looking at. How about this? I'm watching the Celtics last night. And you can say that you don't fear them or whatever, Vic. That's fine. Bottom line is they have 5 viable starting players in their starting lineup, and they went 9 deep yesterday, which all guys looked like they could give you minutes, and that was without Derek White in the lineup. Like, that's depth upon depth.
Sure.
Who's the 7'1" idiot out of Vanderbilt? Who's that guy?
Cornette?
Yeah, who's that guy?
I just told you.
They got some 7'1" lurch coming off the bench. Playing 20 minutes a game. Listen, I'm just mad. I am mad. I apologize if I'm in a mood this morning, but I'm mad, dude. The big fella's out. We hang in there for a while. They got 4 hippos in the starting lineup, and then here comes this 7'1" guy who looks like Chet Holmgren's illegitimate cousin, and I just don't know what to do with myself.
Mose, you're making it sound
I'm sorry.
Moj, this wasn't the Knicks game. This wasn't the Cavs game where it was a blowout from the first quarter on. The Nuggets were in this game.
Yeah.
Minus AG and Joker. It was 93-93. The Nuggets were in this game. You're reacting. I don't understand your reaction here.
Vic, the reality is that let me tell you the reaction. The reality is it doesn't matter if they were, quote, in this game. They can't win these games without 15. They simply can't do it.
Yeah.
The world ends without him.
I agree.
You understand that. And there's going to come a time when he says, adios, amigos, and he goes back to Serbia and plays with horses and feeds them oats.
That's down the road.
And then we're going to be left in the desert.
That's irrational for now, Moj. That's not happening anytime soon.
Can the Avs
Well, you might as well accept the reality that's coming your way, Cater.
Okay.
Okay? You might as well face it.
Can the Avs win a game without Nathan McKinnon? Can they win
Absolutely.
a competitive game?
Yes.
they
100%.
They can,
Yes.
right? I mean, he's the Hart Trophy winner. He's the MVP. They could win without him. Now, they're not full steam without him, but they can win. When the Nuggets don't have Joker, they lose their entire identity. They lose.
It'd be like losing McKinnon, McCarr, and Miko in the same game. That's what it'd be like.
They lose their entire identity. They lose I can't even describe it, and it's a flaw, obviously. It's a gift and a flaw at the same time. The gift is he is who he is. He's the best player in the world. The flaw is if he's sick, God forbid, you're dead.
Yeah.
I mean, my basketball life depends on whether or not the guy has a cold or a hangnail. And that sucks, man. I mean, that really stinks.
Mosher, that's the reality for 90% of NBA teams.
Well, yeah, but you take Tatum or Porzingis or Holiday or Brown out of that Celtics lineup, and they're still going to win games, big-time games, okay? You take any one of those guys out of the lineup, and by the way, even take two of them out because AG's out right now, and that stinks too. I mean, other teams can at least scuffle along and pick up some dubs. The Nuggets are, without him, they're dead. They do nothing. They can't do anything.
I'm just glad I didn't go to the game last night. I'm glad I wasn't in that arena. I'm glad I didn't have to see what you heard on the airwaves. Every time somebody scored, and this is when I just want to go home and put my face under my pillow. When you hear a basket and you don't know if the Nuggets scored or the Celtics scored, right? If you didn't watch the game and you just heard.
Brett.
That's the worst. Let me tell you something. For a sports fan in your hometown, it's my hometown, man. When I hear that, it's the worst feeling in the world.
Brett,
I can't think of anything worse.
Yeah, last thing. The Porzingis putback jam on the miss and the putback jam. Man, oh man, I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what I was watching. I didn't know. The roar was so loud. It's so infuriating.
When you can't tell the difference, when you can't discern
I'm having
the
an
difference.
episode this morning. I apologize for having an episode, Brett. I know I'm in one. I apologize, Vic.
I appreciate the passion.
Yeah, but it's like, golly, man, all of a sudden, if you're forced to face reality like that, like he's out of the lineup and then reality hits like that, and then your brain goes to all these different places, including 10 years in the future, it's not a fun place to be, man. I'd rather ease my way into it and be able to try and cope. But there's no coping with this. If dude's not in, it's over. Okay? Do you understand? If he's not playing, everything is gone.
Yeah. The only thing I'd say to you, Moj, is don't be worried about things happening like 6 years from now, 7 years from now.
Get your meds. We'll come back.
I just need more coffee.
Again.
That's all I need is more coffee.
Get your meds. Circulate them through your system.
I'll be back when I'm back.
Okay.
That was something.
I think that, look, I agree with Moser getting upset about I don't know how the Celtics did it too. Like, I thought there were all these rules that said you can't do that. It's not just about spending money, Vic. It's like, oh, you're not allowed to do this and this. And Boston's like, oh, yeah, well, here's another $40 million.
They paid for it.
But the Nuggets,
why is this difficult?
Okay.
This isn't hard.
Here's what makes me mad. This is what makes me mad. They're spending all that money, right? They're paying all these different guys. And then I'm like, can the Nuggets have somebody who makes $7 million a year on their team? And it's like, no, you can't actually, unless you get rid of somebody who makes $7 million a year.
Listen, the Nuggets could have kept KCP.
Somebody was very questionable about letting him walk, by the way.
I was fine with letting him walk at the time. And now you look back at it, God, do they miss his defense?
Yep. All right, look, I want to get to the Broncos here, and I have a simple question. it's a easy 1 to 10 scale. 10 being the most shocked. How shocked would you be if the Broncos pulled the upset on Sunday? We'll get to it next.
41-yard try for the win. Lutz. He missed it. But a flag is down.
12 men on defense. 5-yard penalty.
Wow.
Still fourth down.
So there were 12 men out there for the Buffalo Bills. And this will move the ball inside the 20, and it becomes a 36-yard game-winning field goal attempt by Will Lutz.
There's nothing guaranteed.
Good snap, good hold. Kick, perfect. And the Broncos have come to Buffalo, and they're going to leave with a win.
If you remember, that was last year in Buffalo. Game-winning kick from Lutz misses, but 12 men on the field gives them an extra chance, and that's how the Broncos won and extended that winning streak in the middle of the season. But the question now becomes this. 1 to 10, how shocked would you be if the Broncos won on Sunday? Where is it? And I asked this to people in the 6 o'clock hour. Vic, I had a whole bunch of 10s, 11, 12s, and 15s in the answer, and I'm not quite there. Like, I think the Broncos can win this game.
What do you mean? 10s, 12s, 15s?
They were saying it's beyond the scale, that they would be blown away if the Broncos won. I'm not even at like 10. I think it's like an 8. Buffalo's better than you are. And if you played this game 10 times, Buffalo's going to win a good helping of those 10.
What would you compare it to? Like, give me another game.
Just trying to think. Yeah.
When Green Bay went in, didn't Green Bay pull off a major upset last season? In its playoff push? I'm trying to remember
pretty
who they
well.
beat.
Maybe college football is like easier. Like, how about this? Boise State, Oklahoma, that bowl game from like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. God, it was probably longer than that. You remember, though, when Boise State had, I think Kellen Moore was their quarterback or something?
Well, let me make it easy for you. What's the last NFL team with a rookie quarterback to go on the road in Wild Card Weekend? On the road in Wild Card Weekend and win a playoff game?
Well,
Houston with C.J. Stroud. Was that a home game last year?
That's what I was trying to think. I think that was because I think they won the division last year. So that first game I think was at home.
So help me out, everybody. Find for me the last instance where a team with a rookie QB, Wild Card Weekend, went on the road and won. And there's your answer.
And
Tell
not
you
just
how many
that.
times it happens.
Went on the road and won against a damn good team, too. Yep, Brock Purdy won, but that was also at home. Sorry, I'm going through my list that I came up with yesterday.
Tim Tebow won a playoff game. He was at home.
Gosh, man, I don't know how many guys have done it. But see, that's
when Tom Brady was inserted for the injured Drew Bledsoe, did he have to go on the road?
Here's your answer, Vic. I got it. Russell Wilson, his rookie year, won on the road against Washington in his rookie season. So that was 2012.
Okay. Did he have a I don't remember that Washington quarterback, but I gather that Washington quarterback was not the equivalent of Josh Allen, right? The opposing quarterback.
It was
Kirk
RG3.
Cousins? RG3? Well, that's not Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
Gosh, that game looked awful.
So you add it all up, and you ask me, what would it take, and how surprised would you be? I mean, that's a major mountain to climb. Now, did you guys read, by chance, Mike Sanford's piece in the Gazette today?
I did.
Our coach, on a weekly basis, writes for the Gazette.
I didn't because I'm in Chicago, bro.
It's online. I read it online.
We'll check it out.
It's on the internet.
Make it sound like you have to go down the street to pick it up.
See, 2 bits for a
But
paper.
anyway.
I went to the newspaper stand this morning, and damn it, they didn't have the Gazette here. It's ridiculous.
He made the case for how the Broncos can win. Obviously, got to blitz Josh Allen. Josh Allen, you gave us a number yesterday, by the way. How many times has Bo Nix been sacked this year? What was that number?
24.
Do you know how many times Josh Allen has been sacked?
Oh, I forget the number.
24.
Yeah.
It's the exact same. Get to the quarterback.
See, but here's the thing. This is what makes it different. When I talk about matchups, and we know how important matchups are, especially in the postseason. and why I just don't think the Broncos match up well. Again, not that they can't win this game, but the Broncos are elite level at, if nothing else, one thing this year. One thing. They get after the quarterback better than anybody else in the NFL. And they have a host of different guys who can do it. Josh Allen escapes pressure. He'll break a tackle. He'll roll out. He'll buy more time. Like, that's his superpower. It's what he does. And he'll find somebody 30 yards downfield. Now, the question is, can you box him in enough to where that is not going to be necessarily an advantage for Josh Allen, and the pressure can force him into mistakes? Well, in the past, that answer would be yes, but this year, not really. He threw 6 picks this season. It was a third of what he did last year, where he threw 18. Yeah. He's just gotten a lot better at that. So maybe pressure mounts and he starts to panic a little bit more in the postseason. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe. But if the Broncos can at least get pressure on him and not let him get comfortable, then it's going to be at least an advantage to you.
You know, but Brett, Brett said it. His legs are superb. I mean, he's a big fella, but his instinct to run, he's one of those guys like Lamar is, and like Bo Nix is to a certain extent. The instinct to run comes at the right time, and when he runs effectively. It's not just that. I mean, he's mobile and he's big, and that creates major problems for teams. So I agree, get to the quarterback, box him in the best you possibly can, but his escapability for a big fella and his instinct to run is superb.
63 sacks this year, by the way, for the Broncos. 63. Do you know how many times they sacked Lamar, another mobile quarterback?
How many times Baltimore's been sacked?
No. I'm saying in the game that the Broncos played against the Ravens, they sacked him once.
Well, one of the reasons they couldn't get to Lamar because they always kept somebody out there to spy on him, which eliminated one of the blitzers, right? You have a spy. Hey, I have a plan. I mean, I read Coach Sanford's plan, and it makes total sense. For me, it's very simple. It's very simple. You are playing with house money. You're going to the casino, and somebody gave you a good chunk of change and said, here, go spend it. Take chances, man.
Yep.
Take chances. I mean, what do you have to lose? Let's go. Offensively and defensively. You know what? If you take your shots and you lose, it doesn't bother me. Does it bother you?
No. Look, I'm not saying go.
But it's because we know what's coming. We know that there's good stuff on the horizon, and we're going to be able to eat more in the postseason in the coming years. At least that is the thought process. We're back. It's been 9 years. The Broncos are back in it, and they're heavy underdogs. I agree. What I don't want to see is a gong show. All right? Don't gong show it up. But, yeah, I would say take chances. Give it your best shot. Pull out all the stops, because what do you have to lose as a football team? Nothing. And you're only going to be better in the future. So let's see it. Let's see it, Gator.
If the Broncos do the double reverse pass like the Colts did against Denver and the one that Benito took to the house, if the same thing happens to the Broncos, do you know what my reaction is going to be? Like I literally, if you're being aggressive in this game and you make mistakes, totally fine. Totally.
I want to see Dan Campbell. I want to see Dan Campbell mentality. I really do. I mean, what on earth do you have to lose? What? Exactly.
Anything 4th and 3 or shorter should be automatic go.
And you know what? Use him as a running back too.
Yeah.
Use him in the run game as much as you use him in the pass game. He's proven he can beat you with his feet. What do you have to lose to run your young quarterback in a game of that magnitude? Do it.
Excellent point, Vic. I completely agree with you. Absolutely.
If there is a certain level to look, it's not going to work the same now as it did back in the day, but when Sean Payton kicked the onside in the Super Bowl, the surprise onside kick, take that mentality. Maybe don't do that because you need to telegraph your onsides now, but I'm just saying, in the same way that he was having that sort of thought process, bring that to this game, because I think it's going to take some weird stuff for you to win. Like, I think if you just line up hat on hat, I don't think the Broncos are going to match up well enough. And a big reason for it, you don't run the football very well. And secondly, you lead the league in 3-and-outs. And if you do that for Josh Allen, he's gonna cook you.
Yeah, our texters reminded me last year it was Dallas that Green Bay smoked. They went into Dallas. Dallas was the favorite, and they made mincemeat out of the Cowboys, if you remember.
Yeah, but Green Bay was playing really well at the end of that year, and Jordan Love, it might have been his first year starting, but he was in the league for 4 years.
Right.
So a little bit different situation. Right. And that's where, you know what, I said this earlier in the week, I think that Bo Nix, I don't think he's going to react like a rookie in this game. I don't think, he just doesn't seem like he's built that way, that the moment's going to be too big for him or something like that. He's played enough football, certainly in college, and he played big-time SEC games, played huge games at Oregon. He's been there before. He's played in moments like this.
I'm just taking all conservative, anything you would do conservatively, like whatever they've done the last 3 weeks just to get in, throw that out the window. Your game plan in Buffalo this weekend, let it all hang out.
Yep.
All of it. I want to see it all.
And, like, that applies to the defense, too. Like, Vance, get aggressive on some blitzes and just try and find a way to get a free rusher on Josh Allen once or twice. Like, put some hits on him. Like, again, if you get beat, you bring the house, okay? Zero coverage, blitz 7 guys, your man-to-man coverage, and Riley Moss gets beat for 50 yards. So be it. Okay? Like, go out swinging. Don't go out with your tail tucked between your legs, hoping not to make a mistake.
You know, and I go back to running your quarterback, who is a running quarterback. He's proven he's one of the more viable runners at that position in the league. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong here?
Yes.
Am I just seeing
no,
things?
You're right.
Absolutely correct.
Think about the losses that the Broncos have endured this year. Lamar Jackson, he'll run. He'll make you pay for it. Hell, Justin Herbert, on a couple occasions when you played the Chargers, he took off, man, in a couple 20-yard runs. He'll run. Josh Allen ain't going to be afraid to run. Run your quarterback. Design it. Not just in scramble mode. Design some runs.
Got some audio from Marvin Mims that I want to get to in a bit. We have Jared Bednar joining the program at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
I'm getting the messages already from family members. This is not the usual. This is not the polyps in the nose. It's not the usual for me. It's an actual whatever my wife had, I've got, and it's probably the same thing that's going around. So apologies. This text comes in from my cousin. Your nose and your face, can't stand it today. My brother says that beak of yours is awfully stuffy. Fix it. So we got some issues, and it's not going to get fixed in one morning. My humble apologies.
It's amazing to me. I mean, you come in on a daily basis, whether it's polyps or cold or just allergies.
Yeah, just cut it off, dude. Just be done with it.
You make fun of me, and look at me. I'm all spry. I traveled across town this morning feeling good to get to.
You have a higher tolerance than I do.
Okay. Yeah, but your nose has become its own entity. It's like its own universe, and it's weird. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey
hang
Brett,
on, just quick.
Quick.
There's a correction that needs to be made. Vic was wrong on something already this morning, so early fact checker. Josh Allen has not been sacked 24 times this year. He's been sacked 14.
Oh, it's less than what I thought.
14 times this year.
That is his. Again, trying to box him in is very, very, very difficult.
So he doesn't go down.
I understand what you're saying. No, first of all, he doesn't go down. He gets rid of the football, and he runs effectively. He's got an instinct about him that is superb. It's what helps make him as good as he is as a quarterback.
Dude, listen to this. Over the course of an NFL season in which he played 17 games, well, I guess 16 with one snap in the 17, he only lost 63 yards due to sacks on the entire year.
That's crazy.
He recognizes, he reads it, he understands how to get out of it. I want to go back to what I said in the first segment because I have a texter that disagrees with me. And
I want to go back. I want to go back too, and I want to ask you a philosophical question.
Okay,
let me know when you're ready for it. Yeah, you let me know when you're ready for it, Vic.
All right, that's fine. I've made this case, and it's Wednesday now, and I'll continue to make this case. Now or never to run your running quarterback. If you want to shock the world and you want to go to Buffalo and put some points up, because you're going to have to beat that team. If you want to shock the world, don't be afraid to use Bo Nix as a runner. Now, there's a texter that writes in. Lucas says, Vic, so you want to potentially expose your rookie quarterback and damage him?
Yep.
Long term, just for this game? Okay, you make it sound, Lucas, like this is just a preseason game in freaking Austin. This is a playoff game. Okay, number one, the game matters. It's a playoff game. Number two, I'm not asking you to run him out of the T-bone option football. I'm not asking you to have him take pot shots from DNs. But you can have some assisted runs in there where he can hit the deck if he wants to. There's nothing wrong with running Bo Nix the way they did in that New Orleans game. They did it effectively. Nothing wrong with that at all. Josh Allen has done it every year.
Lucas, if you play football to try to avoid injury, it's a loser's lament. You think that the Baltimore Ravens are worried? I mean, this is playoff football, bro. You play to win. Do what it takes to win. And you're worried about, well, if he tears an ACL and he's gone. Hey, bro, I mean, you're talking about playoff football, a chance to make a run, shock the world, as Vic would say. You do whatever it takes, man. You do whatever it takes. Hey, we can't play Nathan McKinnon 28 minutes tonight because, you know, if the Avs get to the Stanley Cup final, he might be a little bit tired. Come on, bro. If you have one play, if you the game. Yeah, thanks, Herm. If you have Nikola Jokic and it's a play-in game, one of these tournament crap things for the 9 and 10 seeds, and you say, well, you know, we can't really play him 38, 40 minutes tonight. No, you play him until he pukes because you need to advance.
So
you do whatever it takes.
You're telling me it is 3rd and 1, and you have a zone read or something like that. You could that play where you fake the handoff and you run it yourself for the first down. You're telling me, Lucas, that you'd rather have him hand it off and face a potential loss of yardage than have your quarterback sneak around the end and maybe take a tackle or two to get the first? You would rather have it that way? Are you kidding me?
I can answer this question very easily. So you want to potentially expose your rookie quarterback and damage him long term? Yes.
Yeah. You're doing it every week anyway.
Just yes. Yes, I do. Because it's the playoffs and you need to win the football game. That's why. Like, I'm throwing everything to the wind. I don't know what long term means. I don't get that. But you are going to do everything in your power to win the football game.
I want to see this offense. I really do. And I think they've been saving it. In the back of my mind, I think of it. If I see him just sit in the pocket all day, fail.
Lucas, I'll say this, Lucas, and I understand where you're coming from. You want long-term success for Bo Nix. I do as well. I would argue to you that Patrick Mahomes is a $400 million quarterback. $400 million, that's a lot of money. He's the entire Chiefs franchise. And Andy Reid runs him in the option, for God's sake. He runs the option.
I know.
With Patrick Mahomes. Okay? His kneecap went backwards against the Broncos. Yeah, it happens. But you're trying to win football games, okay? So yes, the Kansas City Chiefs, defending Super Bowl champions, took their $400 million asset and they ran him in the option and continue to do so. Yeah. It's what you do.
Hey, last I checked,
that's all I got. That's all I can say.
Last I checked, in the nation's capital, Jalen Daniels is a hell. He can throw the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
He can also run the ball,
mm-hmm.
the distance, every single chance.
Yes.
He'll run the ball. Let's go, Bo. You got the legs, you got the wheels, you got the speed. Let's go.
By the way, I'm not asking Bo Nix to run Oklahoma drills with Bills defensive tackles, okay? I'm like, get in space, and when somebody gets close to you, run out of bounds or slide.
Screw it. As one texter points out, I want him to go full Cam Scatterboo. Let's go.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Hey, Vic, Brett, Nelly. I'll tell you what. I want to save this because it goes back to our Nuggets discussion. I want to save it, but it's a deep philosophical question that I have for all of you. Let me know when you want it, Brett.
Yeah, well, you're wearing a coat today, so a sports coat at
I'm at the rink
in the morning.
I'm at the rink. Every single one of us has an expiration date. Every single one of us, right? It's life. Do you want to know when your expiration date is?
Nope.
Do you want to know the date, or do you just want to go through life not knowing, and then when it happens, it happens?
I want to know.
Brett?
No interest.
Nelly?
Nah, I don't want to know, man. Then I'm going to get all in my head about what I have to do or not do before that date.
Yeah.
I
100%.
don't want to know.
I want to know.
I don't want to know either. I don't want to know. I like if I said Vic, January 10th, 2050. I mean, something like that, right? I mean, whatever
this
it
place
is.
would turn into the Purge if
I
people
want to
knew
know
when they're
because
die.
I got to take care of this. I got a list. I got to take care of this list before I go.
People I want to punch in the face.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I need to know. I added a couple names to this last night.
What I just say to you, Moshe? I said if people knew what their expiration date was, it would turn into the Purge.
It absolutely
would. You'd have to
it would be hell on earth.
Yes.
Do you want to know, Vic, we were around for a long time, and nobody has lived or died more Nuggets basketball than you have. Do you want to know when the expiration date is on the big fella? Do you want to know?
Like, when he's going to pass?
No, when he's going to retire from the NBA.
Why
and
are
the
you
Nuggets
so
are back.
concerned with Jokic leaving the NBA, which isn't happening for years?
Mosier, your attitude, your cynicism about, it's going to happen, and this franchise at some point it's going to have to rejuvenate itself. So
I don't want it. I don't care. I don't want
it. You're being
weird.
I
don't. Yeah, I am. I'm being weird because last night I saw termination.
You see, you and I are completely different. And I think Kane's on my side.
Yes,
we saw a game last night, and I walked away from that game going, okay, I saw some great things.
I thought they played well.
You can build off this. You walk away from that game like you want to die, and that's weird. You're weird.
If he's not in, they can't win.
Oh,
they could,
thanks.
But here's the thing. This isn't an exclusive Nuggets problem. Take superstar off of NBA team, they probably aren't winning. Like, take LeBron off the Lakers. The Lakers are way worse.
Yeah, this is where you're a little wrong.
I'm not talking about championships. I'm talking about on a nightly basis.
Yeah, Kaner, this is where no one in the NBA is as dependent on one player as the Nuggets are.
Fully understand. I fully understand that.
I don't think you do. You know what? I really don't think you do, buddy.
You could take,
and I love you, but I don't think you understand.
You could take Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off the Oklahoma City Thunder. They'll win a few games for you. They'll be fine. We've seen Wemby. We've seen the Spurs with that Wemby win. Last night, we saw a Dallas Mavericks team without Luka and Kyrie blow out the Lakers. Blow them out. So your theory doesn't really hold water.
Yeah, hey, Einstein, I'm not really sure that your theory holds up to scientific scrutiny.
The Nuggets were 5-8 last year without Jokic. It's bad.
They could win games.
Well,
but they can win games.
No, not now they can't. Now that's last year, Brett. I'm talking about 2024, 2025. They can't do it.
Well, they didn't have AG either. I mean, you're missing two members of your front court.
Understood.
I fully understand that no one, because the stats bear this out, has a bigger impact on and off the floor than Nikola Jokic. In fact, it might be the biggest impact in the history of the league. And go all the way back to like 1940. It doesn't matter.
It might be, hey, Kaner, it might be the biggest impact in pro sports today.
There's probably a couple of quarterbacks that could disagree with that, but it might be. It might be. I fully get that. But this is what I'm saying with Mosier's attitude. I didn't think that way last night. I thought they played their asses off.
I thought last night was admirable. I thought, and again, this is a field day attitude, but man, when they battled back from double digits down and they tied it at the half and they had it in 93 apiece in the fourth, I'm sitting there going, these dudes are battling their butts off. Strother's balling. P-Watt is swatting. Russ is an inspiration. Now, he gets crazy at times, but you got to live with it.
Yep.
I watched that game, and I had a completely different takeaway than you did, Moj. I was more ticked off at the crowd and at the fact that it was a half Boston crowd. And I wasn't there, so I don't know what the percentage was. All I could do is I could tell from the television every time there was a bucket, it sounded like I was in Boston, and that sucks. It saddens me. It disappoints me. It you know what? I know you can't change it because there are a lot that live here and they save up their money to buy one ticket, and that's when Boston comes to town. I don't blame Nuggets fans who sell their tickets. It's just the way it is. It's economic. And I get it, but the fact that there are that many Boston fans that live in Denver, I was on Twitter, some guy, he's been here 20 years. He and his son were there last night with their Boston gear. I go, your son too? I mean, give it up. 20 years?
Well, we can get back to that later.
At what point do you live here? How many years does it take?
We have to
20 years.
We have to make room.
What is it, 50 years?
For Jared Bednar, who's going to join us in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in the head coach of the Avs as we do every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. It is Jared Bednar. And Coach, Mosher said something to Vic, and he messed up when he said it. And he goes, the reason I messed up is because I was pushed. And you know what I told him? I told him I don't give a bleep. Does that sound familiar?
Yes,
I've never seen you that upset after an epic comeback win. I know that's a while back, but I do want to discuss that. That was about as fiery as we've seen in a while.
Yeah, no question. I got a little carried away there, but I was passionate about it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it, and I just think that, you know, with all the things that we're trying to do with player safety and whatnot, and I just feel like goalie's out of it. You know, that's not how a game should be decided. It's not the way it should work. You know, you got 20 guys on each team laying it all out there every night, and then trying to get 2 points in a hard-fought victory, and then the goalie's hurt and laying in the net, and you're just going to let the play on, and it goes in the net. So I just didn't like the way it was called. If that's the rule, I don't like the rule. And, I was upset because I felt like it's a big key moment in the game, and our guys were playing hard, and I felt like we had the chance to come back. And even though we did, it's just I just don't feel it's the right way to do it.
So if you had to write in the rule books what goalie interference is, would you be able to set up a definition for us? Does anybody know the rule?
Yeah, I think everyone knows the rules. It's just that, like, if you put, I guess for me, it's if you put all of us in a room together and we know what the rule is, and, you know, that there's going to be differences of opinion on what goalie interference is. And I think it's the same with the officiating and the same with the guys up in Toronto, and they try to stay as consistent as possible. But it's always just interpreting the situation, because they all can be a little bit different. And so we have criteria that we look at. I don't think it was goalie interference because we put him into the net. That's one of the criteria. You have to go in on your own volition. But having said that, Lehkonen and Colton are on 2 breakaways the other night, and they're pushed into the net, you know, and we get 2 goal interference calls against us. So it's a crapshoot, I think, when it comes to goalie interference. It wasn't even that. It's just the fact that the goaltender's hurt. You know, they whistle it down all the time for players hurt and the goalie's hurt. And I just don't think a goal should be scored when your goalie's not even playing because he's hurt. You know what I mean? If it would have been a bang-bang play in that front and it goes in your net, fine. But the puck goes all the way to the corner and they cycle it and start bringing it around the back of the net. I just felt like it should have been blown dead.
I'll say this: you're pretty PG-13 max, you know. And I think that's a good thing. That's how coaches should be. I'm not. I'm foul and filthy, and I think you probably know that. But at the same time, I enjoyed that. I like a coach getting passionate for his guys. I think it's at the appropriate time. It's the right move to make, and I'm glad there's no fines or anything like that. But I think it's okay for coaches at times, coach, to get angry and get upset and express their feelings, and I'm glad you did it. So I just wanted to let you know that I have your back on that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's like I try to. I'm just trying to be myself, right, and trust my gut. Whether I'm addressing the team or media or fans, it doesn't matter. Like I'm not going to manufacture something, but sometimes you get in those situations and the more I talk and the more I think about it, the more mad I get. It's the same way when I address our team in between periods. I can start out pretty calm, and if I keep talking, sometimes it gets a little bit more heated, and that's. But you got to be authentic to yourself, and you got to be genuine, and that was my thoughts. So I had a chat with the league about it, and I don't know that I needed to use the profanity to get my message across, and that was kind of their issue. It wasn't necessarily my message. I wasn't trying to beat up the refs on it or the calls. I just didn't agree with it, and we can agree to disagree. And so we talk, like, after things happen in games, you know, a handful of times a year we'll talk to the league and just be like, I don't understand it. You know, you got to have to explain that rule to me. Why was it called that way? And sometimes they're like, yeah, we think we were wrong on that one. It was a mistake. And sometimes they stick to their guns and say, no, that's the way the rule should have been called. It was too quick after he got hurt. And I think part of the problem with that rule, like the other night, is like Wedge goes down, and for me, you can kind of tell he's clearly hurt, and you know, that they could have blown it dead. But, you know, like, out of all the, you know, flopping in the league, like, goalies do a significant amount of it, you know? And so when they get bumped, there always seems to be trying to draw a call here and there, at least some guys. And that makes the job of the officials more difficult. And so my argument to that was, well, if you got goalies that are flopping, why don't you call them for embellishment like you do other players? You know, like, it's an easy fix to your problem. If they're making it more difficult to call goalie interference, then, you know, call them for a couple penalties and they'll stop flopping and make your job easier.
Well, if there's any positive out of this, like, it stinks to lose Wedgwood for a certain amount of time, but knowing that you have Blackwood in your back pocket, and I'll just throw some numbers out there, I'm sure you're aware of these, but in the 9 starts for you guys, 7-1-1, 940 save percentage, 1.67 goals against. Is he as good as you could have hoped for?
Yes, yeah, for sure. I think both guys have been, but yeah, specifically on Blackwood, I think he is. Like, he give us that stable presence, chance to win every game, you know, and great team guy, locker room guy, adds a little juice to our and personality to our room, as does Wedgwood. And I think both guys have been great. They give us a chance to win on every night, and yeah, that's what we need. Sometimes you're going to trade some chances. Sometimes you're going to be really good. Seems like he's been really good when there's just, you know, quiet periods and he has to stay focused and come up with what might not be a lot of saves, but they got to be big saves, and he's doing that. And special teams penalty kill save percentage has really helped in that area. And yeah, so I really like what those guys are doing in the net right now. Tonight will be one of those nights when we have you know, no Wedgwood playing back-to-back in Mini tomorrow. It's a divisional game that we need. It's a team we're chasing. You know, so, like, we're going to go Blackwood tomorrow. So Trent Miner's going to get a start today, and then we should be able to go with Blackwood a little bit because we're playing every second night for a while.
I was going to ask you about that. So, what's the strategy in going with Miner tonight? Do you look at the opposition when you make that decision?
Like, you know, like, there's two trains of thought behind it, right? Like, you go try and beat Chicago tonight and put Blackwood in the net, and then, but I just feel like the magnitude of the game tomorrow, like, it's going to be a tough one. We're on a back-to-back. We're playing a team that we want to catch. It's, you know, our first meeting against them. It's like we want to have a good showing tomorrow, and I think Blackwood gives us the best chance in the net for tomorrow. So, you know, he's played a couple games in a row. Like, he only had the, like, half game off because he went in for Wedgwood. It just gives him an extra day break, number one, and we're going to need someone else, meaning Trent Miner, to play a game or two here while Wedgwood's hurt. So no better time than tonight, and hopefully our guys can come up with a big effort for him here in Chicago.
Coach, I don't have to tell you that this Central Division is very, very difficult. I mean, you've got 25 wins on the season, just flat-out wins, yet you're in fourth place because of the games in hand by Dallas. I guess when you look at these games coming up, and you're going to get a lot of those division games, how much – I don't want to say you're doing more strategizing involved in that, but you just talked about the goalie situation. How do you guys view these games, and what do you say to your team before you hit the ice tonight against Chicago or tomorrow night in Mini, Saturday in Winnipeg, whatever the case may be?
Well, I think, yeah, like, there's no question that their division conference is strong. I think it's moved in. The league is shifted into this, you know, the parity in the league. It's shifted, like, a lot bigger than just a couple teams, right? Like, if you look at the teams that are going to get in, they get in the playoffs, the top 8, they're going to be very, very similar records. Like that, I was told the other day at 25-15, and 1, that's the 5th highest point total that we've had in the Avalanche organization at the halfway mark, which surprised me. I would have thought, like, over my 9 seasons here, I feel like we've always been very similar to that. We've faced our fair share of adversity. I think we can be proud of that first half. I think we got better hockey yet to come. I think we could beat that record in the second half. You're talking about, if you do, that's 100-point teams, and it's going to be the same as last year. It could be Winnipeg, Minnie, Dallas. Everyone's on that pace for over 100 points, right? So that's just to get out of your division. You got to play another team that's basically has the exact same record as you do over, or a 1 or 2 difference in wins, losses, ties over the course of 82 games, which is crazy to me. That's how difficult it is to get out of your division. You've got to go beat a team that's almost exactly the same as you in the first round, second round, and then third round again, and some of them better than your record, So one of the keys that we've been talking to our team about, though, is it's not just how many games you win. Like, if we want to climb the standings, if teams aren't beating Winnipeg and Minnesota and Dallas, then when we play them, it just makes those games even more important if we want to catch them. They're all 4-point games. We touched on this last week because we played Winnipeg, and in the next 2 weeks, we've got Minnie and Winnipeg each twice. It's 4 games, 4 4-point games there. If we want to climb on them, we got to beat them, So, again, that's just kind of another reason for me to try and wait for Blackwood tomorrow and play Minor here tonight and give him an extra day's rest, because the team will be a little bit tired, and hopefully he can have a big night in Minnie tomorrow.
A lot of your guys have been sort of start and stop this year due to injuries, and nobody more than Jonathan Druitt. He plays the opener, and then he leaves for about a month. He comes back in November. He plays 4 games, and then he leaves for about a month. But now that he's back in the lineup, it feels like he's been playing really, really great hockey since returning to that starting lineup. What is it about Druin that you think brings the most to the table with his skill set?
Yeah, I think he's got a high hockey IQ, especially when it comes to, producing offense, playing with other skilled players, Mikko, Mac, etc. Like, he's a give and go guy. He understands what the defenders are doing. He's got a great skill set to be able to pass or shoot, when we're on the attack. So he can play off other, high-end players really well. He's a really good piece to play with those guys, and plus power play, etc. Like, it just continues down the line with his offensive ability. But the growth in his game when he came to us last year on the defensive side, like, he's a highly trusted, responsible defensive player as well, so you can play him against anyone, which is kind of what you need out of your top guys. The better they are on the defensive side, and while they still chip in, the better chance you have to win. And I think he checks all those boxes. Like, at the start of the year, speaking on the injury side of it, is like, we had 5-6 guys out. We're hoping to tread water for 10 games, and can we get 500? Can we get a little better than 500? And we did that. But here we are 40 games in, and we have more guys out than we did at the start of the year, So it's been a tough goal. I really want to try and get everyone healthy and see our whole team here and see what we can accomplish and try to go on a run. But Val's still banged up. I said to the media the other day that he would come on this road trip with us because it seemed like he was getting close. He skated yesterday morning again, and it's just not going as great as what we would like. He's still day to day, week to week. Like, he's going to miss this week because he's not on the road trip, but he is going to work while he's at home. But he didn't come now, And we have a couple other guys that are banged up and playing through it, trying to get through to that Four Nations break. His health has been a problem for us this year, and that's why it makes me extra proud of the guys that have been able to continue to grind and help us get wins and to be sitting, with this record. I think it's a really good first half, and again, hopefully we can get healthy and improve on that in the second half here.
I like your boat analogy. Dealing with pro sports, especially as a coach, you got one problem here, you got another problem. You're fixing holes left and right, right? That's what the entire season is. You're never perfectly healthy. I mean, you're never going to be totally healthy. It's just that's the way as a coach has to operate.
Yeah, and you got to live in the moment. Like you're always trying to look around corners and peek around corners as to what's coming. Like, what do the analytics say about your game? Like, even though we're having success, are we not good enough against defending the rush or in zone or penalty kill or power play or creating offense? Are we just shooting better than the chances we're creating? So you're always like studying your game and like at a game at a time and small like 5-game trends in your team so you can like draw attention to areas of your game. You have that data to be able to help you sort of decipher it. But, that you're talking about putting a group of 20 guys on the ice, one night, and you're going to have issues that pop up. Something could be just going great that you're just like, yeah, just let it go. We're doing this great. And then all of a sudden you'll play a couple of games where that aspect of your game is terrible, right? But if you do go through the whole regular season and you're touching on all the areas of your game, the detail of it, how hard we got to compete in these areas, what's this team trying to do? What's that team trying to do? Like, it gets repeated over and over on this cycle throughout the course of 82 games. But then your goal is to be when you get in the playoffs, that someone throws something at you and it's like not a surprise. This is how we handle it. Everyone knows it, and they're just dialed in and becomes second nature to you, right? So it's regular season is a grind, but it's a time of growth for your hockey team.
All right, Coach. We saw video of Gabe skating the other day, and I don't know if he looks faster, he looks different, and it was intriguing to me. Am I making too much of that?
No, I think I agree with you. Yeah, he's been out on the ice a couple times with it. I think, and he continues to go on the ice and do all this work in the gym. I think, like, we're optimistic. That's all I can say. Like, I think he's. I would venture to guess that he's much further along than he's ever been. So that's a positive thing. I wish I had a timeline that was saying, well, we're just not there yet. I think he's got these steps in his process now. Those have gone up and down and changed, a dozen times in his rehab, But right now, I think if you asked him, if you asked us, we're just optimistic that he's moving in the right direction and can hopefully get to a point where he can return. That's, I guess, all I can really say about it.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Always appreciate the time, Coach, and good luck tonight.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, Coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
You saw that same video, right?
Yeah.
Gabe skating.
Yep.
I mean, Moj, help me out. You see these guys skate all the time. Is he not skating differently all of a sudden?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's all of a sudden, but I'll echo what Coach said. When I was walking in the rink, and he was on a 2-on-1, and he buried one in the back of the net, I'm like, who the hell was that? 92, swooped right by me in the corner. I'm like, that's pretty cool. He's further along than he ever has been in his rehab process. It's still a long way from playing in the National Hockey League.
We can talk about this more when we come back. 303-504-0925 back after this. If you missed any of that conversation with head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, will be on the podcast shortly. Giving you some updates injury-wise on some guys. Val still, he said, day-to-day or week-to-week. They're hoping they get him back on this road trip, but not quite there yet. So we'll jump back to this in a little bit. I do want to play something for you. Marvin Mims was on with Kay Adams and had this to say about his quarterback, Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'd say like the main thing that stood out to me, like even when he got to Denver in his first couple of weeks, just how, confident he is and how like comfortable he kind of comes off in the huddle and when he's back there. And, the thing that's grown the past couple of weeks is just like how technical he is about everybody's routes, and when you're a rookie and you're like first get into it, I feel like you're just kind of like letting everything come to you. Like he's taking it as he sees it. Now that we're in the second half of the season, like he kind of knows the plays. He kind of seen certain looks and defenses. And so now he's like, hey, if you get this look, try and do this and look for that. So I think that's a huge step he's taken as the season's gone along. And it kind of just shows how comfortable he's gotten.
There's no question that Bo Nix, even at this point in the season, because we talk about this a lot, and I can't remember, was it beginning of this season when they named captains, and people thought it was weird that Bo Nix was named a captain being a rookie. And I was like, why? He's the quarterback. Quarterbacks should be the captain. There's no doubt this is his team already. Like, he has control of everything around the Broncos right now.
It better be. Won 10 games.
What I'm saying, though, Vic, is like, I don't know if Caleb Williams is seen as the leader of the Bears right now. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Well, there's uncertainty still in Chicago with coaches, and there's a lot of loose ends. Here, there are no loose ends. You get your head coach, and you got your quarterback, and that's it. I mean, now a franchise that for years, Mark, has had instability, inconsistency, and a revolving door at key positions is suddenly stable, and that's nice.
I mean, from the ownership on down, and that is so nice about it because it gives you a platform to build and to win. Brett, drafting is such. It would be very, very hard for me to be a GM, and I've thought about this. It doesn't matter the sport, and you've got to take so many different things into account when you're talking about drafting a franchise quarterback. It's not just this quarterback's ability to play, throw the football, run, do this, do that, dissect defenses, all this kind of thing. What does that player, for your specific needs as a team, what does that player bring to the table in terms of their mentality? I mean, when you hear Marvin Mims say this guy shows up and he's the dude, right? We could see it right away. That also, in terms of building a team and where the Broncos were when they drafted him, a lot of it now just makes so much more sense, right? I'm not trying to say that Caleb Williams doesn't have that kind of ability, or McCarthy, or May. Jaden Daniels certainly seems, I bet if you asked a lot of those Washington Commanders players, they'd say the same damn thing.
Sure.
But it's translating on the field in addition to inside the room, Vic. And you got 10 wins as a rookie. This is... And Daniels has 12 for crying out loud. This is pretty heady stuff. It stabilizes everything. It settles everything down, and it puts you on a foundation that you can really, really build. And when you don't have it, it's very easy to see. Now that you have it again, it's easy to see, and it makes you buoyed about the future of this team.
I want to give a ton of credit because I know this is indeed the case. Okay, I've heard it from several people. The development of Bo Nix is not only on Sean Payton, who saw the ability. You have to credit Davis Webb, who is the Broncos quarterbacks coach, who, by the way, the New Orleans Saints have sought permission from the Broncos to interview Davis Webb to become their new head coach. They saw what happened with Kevin O'Connell, right? When Kevin O'Connell left the Rams to go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
If you can develop a quarterback and you can coach a quarterback, a lot of organizations think, hey, why not do it with the team? And I think Davis Webb has been great for Bo Nix.
Can I ask you guys a question real quick? And I had to think about this for a minute because it's weird when teams have a head coach who is also the play caller on one side of the football. Can you guys name the Broncos OC right now?
Well, it's Sean Payton.
It's Joe Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi, yeah. It took me a second to think about it because he's not the guy with the clipboard calling the plays, and it feels like he gets lost in the shuffle. And I've always wondered how those guys get evaluated when, head coaching vacancies are open, and let's say some offense is surprising or some defense is surprising, but it's not the play caller guy. Because who was it with Fangio? The DC, was it Donatel?
Yeah, Ed Donatel.
It's like, I don't even know how you evaluate that guy's job and how he's doing with that tag but not calling the plays. But Joe Lombardi deserves some credit, too. I mean, he's in charge of the offense to a certain extent.
Yeah, it's a great question at the end of the day to know who is actually drawing up the plays. Who's got the biggest imprint on the game plan, on the daily regimen. Now, on game day, I think it's Sean Payton.
Oh, for sure.
On game day.
Yeah.
Right?
He might have Joe Lombardi giving him some whispers in the middle of the game on some looks that he likes or something, but Sean Payton's the one in charge. I don't think that Lombardi wrote "run the ball" on the back of his play sheet.
Whoever's drawing up the game plan for Buffalo.
Here, Sean, take this to the sideline and read the top of it, please.
Whoever's drawing it up, I want them to write this on his play sheet. Run Bo. Run him.
Mm-hmm.
Run your quarterback. He can run. I mean, this is the time.
Let me give a little bit more credit, too, because, I mean, the kid's throwing the ball a lot. I call him a kid. Was he 25 now? Did he turn 25 yet?
I think he's Nelly's age. I'm not sure how old he is. I know he was drafted at the age of 24.
Well, he's got a kid in high school. Bo Nix has a kid in high school, right? Am I right about that?
Bo Nix is 24. He'll be 25 next month.
Okay, there you go. No, the point is, though, is that he's done a lot of this without a prolific running game. You know, without either a bell cow or two bell cow backs,
it's impressive.
Mixing it up. I mean, Sean Payton has let him throw the ball, and he's thrown his way into productivity, and he's thrown his way into the postseason, and that's a big deal as well. So, Vic, I'm trying to imagine what life will be like when the Broncos do get a running game. However it looks, whether it's a guy who's currently on the roster and they say, okay, this is going to be our feature back, or they do the Thunder and Lightning, however they want to parse it out, doesn't really matter to me. There's going to come a time when their running game is better than it is right now. Well, when we look at the stat sheet, Brett, and go, God, did they even get to 100 yards this week, without the quarterback's legs? And those are going to be good days as well. But I'm with Vic. If you can't run the football against Buffalo and you can't really do it against anybody effectively for long yards, then run the quarterback.
No, that's one thing.
All stops pulled this weekend.
It's one thing that I think has been super impressive. That Bo Nix, I think we can all agree, he's been pretty damn good in the turnover category. He's had a couple of games that got away from him, but for the most part, he's been pretty damn good. You know where he ranks as far as passing attempts in the league this year among quarterbacks? He's sixth.
He's way up there. Yeah, he's
sixth.
way up there.
That's a lot more than I ever anticipated.
The names above him, by the way, are Burrow, Rodgers, Mahomes, Geno, and Baker. All guys that have been in the league for a long time. Now, Caleb Williams is actually seventh, but they're down in every game, having to throw their way back in it. That makes sense. Jaden Daniels is the one I wanted to compare it to. He's 15th.
Wow.
They have a much more even run pass.
Where's
split.
Herbert?
13th.
Okay.
Herbert.
Yeah, he's here's
so
what I need.
Nix has 567 attempts. Herbert has 504.
I need the Broncos to RPO the hell out of this game Sunday.
I'd love
Brett,
it.
Get on the horn, Brett. Get on the horn to Sean Payton, and please tell him that Vic needs.
This is what
RPO.
I need
Please,
for the next.
Thanks, Nelly. Yeah.
If you're going to listen to this radio show 2 more days, you're going to get. It's going to get old and tired. But I'm going to hammer this home. I'm going to hammer it home. I want to see him run the ball. Because I know it's hard to establish the run for this team. And the easiest way to do it, the most artificial way to do it, is to run your quarterback.
Can I point something out real quick? Because I just noticed this. Out of the quarterbacks that started every game this year, and there were about 16 of them, okay? So 16 quarterbacks in the league started. It's either 16 or 17 games. I'm letting the guys who took the last week off be included in this, okay? Jaden Daniels is 15th of the 16. Do you know who's dead last in passing attempts while starting every game this year?
Passing attempts dead last. Let me think this
while
through a
starting
little bit.
Every game.
It's a run-heavy team. Is it Lamar?
Lamar Jackson is dead last. Yeah. And think about this. When you have Derrick Henry.
If the Broncos had Derrick Henry, I'm sure that Bo Nix wouldn't be throwing the ball as much as he has been.
But this is what makes it more impressive to me, Moj, is that a lot of the success offensively this year has fallen on his right arm and really nothing else. Yeah. And for you to put that kind of pressure on a rookie quarterback is a ton in year one.
You know what? And this is what's going to challenge Lamar in the playoffs when opposing teams start to stack the line of scrimmage. Beat us with the arm. Let's see if you can do it.
And to be fair, I mean, Lamar has 41 touchdowns and 4 picks on those least passing attempts.
But would you agree that defenses change in the postseason? They just do.
Yeah, it's going to be, and that's why I'm encouraged. It's like, you want to talk about somebody who got as much experience as you possibly could while winning as a rookie. Bo Nix has to be up there.
Hey, 1929, let's say, and Newt Rockne is talking to his boys, and he wants to run the RPO against the Buffalo Bills. Kaner, what would he sound like?
Boys, we got a tough matchup this weekend. What we got to do is we got to go out there and be sure when you put that ball in the belly of the running back, you really sell that. I don't know. Something like that.
Be ready to pull it out of there.
You're so good at it. You're so good at it, yet when I put you on the spot,
I'm not a
jukebox,
like dude. I got to feel it, okay?
Hey, did you know, Vic, and this kind of pisses me off. Did you know that Newt Rockne was Norwegian? He's from Norway. Did you know that?
I didn't do my 21andMe or whatever the hell that's called on Newt Rockne. What's that called?
How did he?
23andMe.
Yeah, whatever. What does that mean?
It's the number of chromosomes
you have.
Is that how many you have?
Well, you might have 21.
In your case, it's like 47 in me because it's all mixed together.
Yeah, that's true.
I laugh every time my wife says, "Hey, you got to do this test to see who your relatives are." I go, "Lady, Moj, explain to my wife why I don't need to do that because she bothers me with it all the time."
Because I just met all of them in one trip. I could tell her it's that guy and that gal and that guy and that guy and then that guy and then they did this and then
it's the same like 18 people.
Oh my God,
that's it.
This might make me some sort of uncultured ogre, which I've been accused of before. I have had zero interest on what that is like. It means nothing to me.
I'm totally with you.
Okay, I love my grandparents and my parents. That's who I love.
Does it change your life? Do you get money for it? Like Moj, you claim to us that you are the late great whatever son of Revolutionary War heroes here in this state, right? Or in this country, correct?
It's a fact. Yeah.
All right. So what do you gain from that? What?
That he gets to tell you that. That's all he gets.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Are you first in line at the museum? What is it?
No, but here's the other thing.
Do you like your freedom? You're welcome for my family.
Yeah, sure.
How about that?
Yeah, because you were there. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
You crossed the Delaware.
No, I did not. I didn't cross it.
Now, if you're...
Well, I have crossed the friggin' Delaware, but not then.
If your great-grandfather was a mass murderer, then you'd be like, well, that's not me. I mean, that's not me.
Exactly. I'm removing myself from that. That's prior generations.
Let's see.
Yeah, your great-great-grandfather was Mao, okay? You weren't claiming that one.
That's such a great topic. I am so tired of these people looking up their family trees.
Hang on,
just live your life.
But here's what really bothers me, okay?
Family tree's a stump.
If God came down, was floating in front of me, and he said, Brett, my son, I can tell you exactly what your family lineage is. I'd be like, God, lay it on me. I'd love to hear it. I'm not going to do this, though. Spit in a cup and then say, here, stranger, do what you want with this. How about no? How about I keep my DNA to myself and you don't get any of it? How's that sound? What is this? I'm just going to send this to some forensics agency that I don't know any of these people? Really?
All I know
they
is
can
Newt
build my
Rockne
robot
was born... He was born in Voss, Norway, and he came here when he was 5. That's all I know.
What do you want me to do with that information?
Well, I wanted Brett to give me a little Newt Rockne, and he just completely blew it.
Turns out Newt Rockne...
Yeah, we're going to run the RPO. See, we're going to hit him in the left, we're going to hit him right.
I guess the voice should actually be, we got to run to the football.
Is it German?
That's
it's Norwegian, close enough.
Bergen, put the football in the end zone.
That's Swedish, man.
That's his chef.
It's all
his
the
personal chef.
It's all the same, Moj.
Okay,
and I would tell those people that I'm like, you guys, you're all one thing. I think we all understand that, right?
You walk up to Mikko and say, hey, you're all the same as Swedes and Norwegians.
You know what I would tell Mikko?
Finns, you're all the same.
It's a matter of time before we buy you anyway. So how about you just relax over there? We're all going to be Americans soon.
Good Lord Almighty.
We're going to buy the world.
Good Lord.
Greenland is now America, and it's called the Gulf of America, if you guys didn't understand.
Hey, Ireland, you for sale yet?
Yeah. got Irish roots. How about I just buy you? How's that
Let's
sound?
go.
303-504-0925. Back after this. Let me say something, by the way. I saw a video yesterday at Greenland. Never visiting that place. That looks brutal. There's a lot of ice for me, like a lot of ice.
Greenland is icy and Iceland is green. They're backwards.
Oh, thank you. Was that a Mighty Ducks reference?
I guess it's a twofer. It's a fact and a reference.
Yeah, Greenland is very icy and Iceland is very nice, is what you're told. But anyway, can we spend 2 minutes on something? I just want 2 minutes. That's it, 2 minutes.
Yeah, because I got 2 minutes on something, too.
The golf thing last night, the TGL.
That was going to be my 2 minutes.
Okay, so here's the 2 minutes. I watched the beginning of it. I watched like the first 4 holes. Thought it was pretty neat, and then became incredibly bored.
I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out.
I thought the first couple were like cool, and then I was done.
And I'm not trying to narrow my – listen, I'm trying to have an open mind. I'm trying to think, all right, when would I watch this, and why would I watch this?
So hang on, just real quick, Vic, to give people background. This is the new league that's been formed with some of the golf superstars. They're forming teams. They're playing in SoFi Stadium. It's a big simulator.
No, it's not SoFi Stadium. It's a small arena in Florida, sponsored by SoFi.
Sponsored by SoFi. My bad. But it's a big golf simulator thing with a crowd, and they got music going. They got a green that rotates. Like, it looks cool, but it gets boring quick in my
It's a big video game.
Yeah.
To me, it's the equivalent of arena football. If you like football, any form of it, you'll watch it, right? Like arena football is cool. If nothing else is on, I'll watch it. You know, I've dealt with it. But to me, I don't know if you saw it at all, Moj. Tiger was there last night.
I heard all about it. I did not see it. Some of the reaction is the people loved it, and some is it's kind of boring. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
It was one of those things where you see it and like, oh, how cool is that? A giant computer screen. Oh, wow. You look at that. Look at that crazy hole. But then you get over that.
Let me play.
But then you get over that, and there's no real competition. Like, what's at stake here?
Now, Vic,
what are the stakes?
We could spend 8 hours playing the thing.
Sure.
Like, if you were playing, I'm sure it's a blast. I can't watch that for more than 15 minutes.
Here's why I'm not going to buy it. Here's why it just doesn't do it for me. These guys, these pro golfers right now, they could be playing real golf outside. They can go somewhere warm and play.
They could.
I mean, there's Tiger, there's Rory, there's Wyndham Clark, there's all the greatest players. Why do you have to go in a barn in Florida? Just go play and put it on television.
It's a great point. You're in Florida.
Yeah. What are we doing?
The PGA Tour is playing right now. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know, but what? So what do we? It's not like we're in the ice age and you can't go outside.
We're in Greenland.
Go outside and play. So why do I need to watch a big video game? And then the crowd I don't know. Listen, man. I'm trying to be open-minded about it. I'm trying. Maybe I'll give it another shot. You know, if Tiger plays, I'll watch because he still has that allure, right? But watching the guys last, I just all right. Yeah.
I actually think I got my fill. I think I'm done with it now. Anyway, there's your 2 minutes.
That's
TGL.
how I would describe it. My description is your favorite.
Kind of like our golf game, right? Hey, you heard some pucks going. I'm sure, right? You heard some stuff in the background. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we hear it.
Okay.
By the way,
Blackhawks are on the ice.
Bednar said that Trent Miner is getting the start today, if you guys missed it.
Yeah, I want to get to that momentarily, but this is I would tell you that this is a very optional morning skate for the Blackhawks. Very optional. They got like 8 dudes out there. It's been in one goalie. So we'll see what happens tonight. But does that surprise you guys at all, that coach? Again, this is – it's 6 one way, half dozen the other about your philosophy on who goes on what night, right?
Well, he sees Minnesota as a 4-point swing. That's why he wants Blackwood for that one.
Yeah, and I asked him that. And a coach is never going to say this. You never want bulletin board material.
Does the opponent make the difference?
Yes. At the same rate, you know deep down he's thinking, well, Chicago sucks. We'll throw Miner at Chicago and take our chances in Mini with our guy.
They have the fewest points in the league, okay? So
he kind of said it. He said, we got a big game coming up tomorrow, division opponent. Now, he played the division, the rival, the above us in the standings thing. But, I mean, that's the translation is we need all hands on deck tomorrow.
And that's an excellent point, and here's why. Because the circumstances call for you to try to catch Mini, do they not?
Yeah.
And your guy's going to be a little bit tired. You want to throw your number one in there. Maybe you can try to shut them down. You can escape with a 2-1 win, or who knows what, right? No team in the last 5 years has been better in the back-to-back than the Colorado Avalanche, especially the second game of a back-to-back. They have been spectacular over the last 5 years.
It's like the Nuggets. Nuggets are 7-0.
Yeah, comparatively speaking. It's crazy the way it works, but they've been really good at that. Then you throw your number one in against many, and there you go. You give yourself the best chance to win.
So
Or
both
do you think to
Denver
yourself,
teams are the best in their respective leagues on the second game of back-to-backs. I'm going to throw some science into that. High-altitude training.
I thought you were going to say genetics, DNA.
High-altitude training.
Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Either way, Miner gets the start tonight, but it's going to be his first career National Hockey League start. His only other appearance, I was looking it up yesterday. The Avs are playing November 15th against Washington, and Juice gives up 3 goals on 6 shots. He had a save percentage of 500.
Yeah.
And Bednar says, "Hey, Juice, you out. Trent, you're in," because Georgie was, injured at that time, or not well, or whatever it was. And he stopped 12 of 13 shots, played pretty well. Gave the Avs a chance to come back in that game. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know what the 23-year-old really has. I haven't watched him play a whole lot of hockey, man.
You can catch that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Actually, Nelly, who's on what tonight? Do you have it in front of you?
I do. The Avs game is on 9:50 a.m., and then Nuggets versus Clippers will be right here on 92.5 at 7 o'clock.
There you go. So puck
and
drop.
We're going to be – I want to tell everybody, too, we're going to be on Altitude 2 tonight. The Nuggets are on Altitude 1. So the only way to watch it in Denver is on Altitude 2 or with Altitude Plus. Now, this is a TNT game. This is a national TV game. But what happens is TNT always takes more games from altitude than they're allowed to by the National Hockey League. So this is one of those games. It's a side-by-side situation. So there you go.
So wait, you're confusing me. So if you live in Denver, how do you watch a game? Not
Altitude
on TNT?
2, Altitude 2 or Altitude Plus, correct.
So it's not going to be on TNT in Denver.
The league says, listen, you can take 14 games per year. And they're like, okay, we're taking 19.
Gotcha.
Well, that means that, those other 5 games are side-by-sides. There you go. Just let everybody know ahead of time.
So
I want to hear it tonight.
Hey, you guys seeing this? I mean, scenes and sights coming out of L.A. right now.
Oh my God!
With that Palisades fire. My daughter lives nearby, and she sent me some video last night just from their street that you could see the smoke and the flames. That is flat out scary, man.
Yeah. And as of last night, it was like 0% contained. They're running out of water in the fire hydrants is something I read like a couple hours ago.
They turn the fire hydrants on, nothing's coming out.
You realize that
that's bad.
That is on the doorstep. That fire's on the doorstep of Riviera Country Club, which hosts the Genesis Invitational, which is on, that they're going to play it early February. I think February 13th that weekend, and that could be in jeopardy.
Yeah,
at this rate. I mean, those homes, the lives. Did you see the traffic, the cars?
Well, people there was so much, people just got out and they started to run.
They abandoned their cars and ran. Yeah, it's scary as hell. Really scary.
Hearts go out to everybody in California dealing with that right now because that's one of the scariest things I could ever imagine. You're just engulfed with flames all around you and smoke and brutal. Can you always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People? It's brought to you by the Altitude Sports Radio app, and it's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So a couple things. When I get back to the Nuggets in a bit, I also have another edition of some pre-Wild Card Weekend NFL True or False coming up. Stick around. All right, let's do a pre-wild card round edition of some NFL True False. So here's how the game works. We start with some of the local stuff, a lot of Broncos questions, and we expand outwards. So starting with the Broncos, the first True False.
Wait, hang on a second. So we're supposed to say true, and then if we don't think it's true, then we're supposed to say false.
Correct. That's how the game works.
Okay, that's how the game works. I wanted to clarify.
True or false?
True or false? The Broncos will
would say yes.
True or false? The Broncos will hold the Bills to 24 points or less.
True. True. It's going to be one of those.
False.
It's going to be a ground and pound. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be one of those games.
False.
True.
Why false, Mosh?
I think Buffalo's too prolific. You're gonna have to keep up with them. That's just the way I feel.
True or false? Jaleel McLaughlin will have the most rushing attempts of any Bronco on Sunday.
I'll say,
man. But that's a handful anyway, Kaner. I mean,
true or false?
Nobody's even getting 10, 15 carries, man. Okay.
I believe the last 3 weeks he's led the Broncos in rushing attempts.
I'm going to say false only because I think Bo Nix will have the most rushing attempts.
Wow, now that's a pretty heady thought. I'll say true.
True or false? The Broncos win the turnover battle.
Well, to win the game, they have to win that, so I'll say true. Just give them a chance.
I'll say false just because I think they're going to lose the game.
You're such a contrarian.
How about this,
I'm
Mosh?
sorry, I'm not trying to be that way.
How about this, Mosh? True or false? The Broncos will cover the spread, which is now dipped to 8.5.
True.
True that.
Okay. I got this to be like a 30 to 24 game. Right around there.
True or false? Oh, that's not a true or false question. I almost did a Vic there.
Do it. Just do it.
We'll amend it. We'll amend it. Not true or false.
No, do it even if it's not. Just do it. Come on.
More likely
Multiple
to
choice.
lose as a favorite, Lamar or Josh Allen?
True.
False.
Play the game, though. Which one do you think is more likely? Because both of those guys have the tag of good quarterbacks, haven't made it to the ultimate peak, and they've been criticized for losing these games. They're both around 9 to 10-point favorites this weekend.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's
a great question. I would say more likely to lose would be Pittsburgh is playing like crap, but they did beat Baltimore once this season.
I know. That's Baltimore's a different beast. They fixed their defense. I'll say Josh Allen.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you there.
True.
True or false? The AFC West will have 2 teams in the divisional round. Remember, they're guaranteed 1 with the Chiefs. That means either the Chargers or Broncos will win.
True. True.
Which one is it?
You didn't ask that part of the question.
I know. I'm now following
the Chargers are going to go. What if they had 3? I think the Chargers are going to beat Houston on the road. That's what I think. But we'll see.
How about this one? I'm proud of this question. I think this is a good one. True or false? A coach will be fired after losing in the wild card round. And the ones that I'm thinking of, you have Mike Tomlin, Sirianni, Sean McDermott, and Todd Bowles.
Sorry to report, Tomlin's not going anywhere. Sirianni just had a hell of a season. He's not going anywhere. You may not like him. He's not going anywhere.
He would be the only one I think out of all of those. I'm going to say false, though.
Who else did you have? Bowles on there?
Todd Bowles in Tampa and Sean McDermott in Buffalo.
No, man. Tampa's still making playoff runs. He ain't going anywhere.
Hang on. Should the Broncos beat Buffalo,
McDermott's gone.
Okay. So you guys
I'm
are going
say false anyway. I'm saying false.
Okay. True or false? The Vikings, who are 14-3, will lose in the wild card round to the Rams.
True. I think the Rams are going to win that game.
Didn't the Rams beat them once already this year?
Yep.
Sure did, 30-20. I was reminded by somebody the other day about that.
I'll true
somebody
that then.
Who really, really, really knows that situation.
True or false?
True that.
Sam Darnold will start next year for the Minnesota Vikings.
False.
If they lose, he won't.
If they haven't locked him, he regressed to the mean against your Lions the other day. I think people are waiting for that other shoe to drop. If they haven't locked him up yet, they're not locking him up. That's all there is to it.
True or false? Bo Nix will have a more impressive playoff debut than Jaden Daniels.
False.
Who does Daniels have again?
Washington is playing Tampa.
Tampa's defense is not as good. I'll say Daniels has the more impressive debut. I still think, though, if the Broncos run Bo, that'll fix that in a hurry.
True or false? The best quarterback in the NFC playoffs is Matthew Stafford. So here's your options.
Who's playing best or who's
just who's the best? Here's your options.
Either Goff,
Jordan
Hurts.
Love, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's true. Just pure quarterbacking, yeah.
Darnold, Stafford, Goff.
Yeah.
I think it's true. I would say true. Yep.
Not the best team, but the best quarterback.
True. And, dude, if they're – I'm telling you, Brett, you've said it yourself. They are different when those guys are healthy. They are a viable playoff team.
True or false? The Broncos are playing the best quarterback in the AFC playoffs.
False. I think Lamar's the best.
I think Mahomes is still
Remember,
the best
Mahomes is still there, too. He's just not
Mahomes
playing
is
this
still
weekend.
the best quarterback. That's a silly question. Silly.
No.
Silly if you
People
don't
would
pick
argue
Mahomes.
it. I'm with you, Vic, but people have argued that he's not the
don't care
best
about
in the
your
AFC
argument.
anymore.
Lamar Jackson is my MVP. I'm going to say false.
True or false? Both 1 seeds will make the Super Bowl.
False. One of these teams will lose.
Yeah, one of them will lose, and I think it's probably going to be Kansas City.
Okay. There you go. That's NFL.
That's it?
True or false?
That's all you got?
Like,
I could do this all day.
It's like 14 questions.
It's not hard on your end. You just answer true or false.
Yeah. You want to come up with some more, then go ahead and come up with some more. But, gosh, it's crazy, though, to think about. I disagree with you guys, by the way. I think of one of those.
Okay, I got one for you. Nelly, music me. Please. True or false? Russell Wilson is gone from the Steelers after they get blown out in Baltimore.
Wait, there was like 3 true-false questions in the middle of that one
so
question. So you're asking if he's gone?
When the Steelers, they're going to lose. When the Steelers get their butts kicked at Baltimore, Russell Wilson will no longer be a Pittsburgh Steeler next year.
True.
Yeah, if they lose, he's gone. So true. Now, how about this, Mosh? Flip that around. If the Steelers pull the upset, Russell Wilson does start for Pittsburgh next year. True or false?
That's a tough one, man. I think he regressed. They're not going to win. That doesn't matter. That's an irrelevant question. It shouldn't even be asked.
True or false?
What do you want? If Pittsburgh if Pittsburgh beats Baltimore, it's not because of Russ. Put it that way. It's because Mike Tomlin brillianted up a defensive plan to beat Baltimore.
You know what I love, by the way, is that I had all of these, and we got done with them, and now I get to watch Vic and Mosier do this. True
I got
false.
one for you. I got one for you.
All right, go ahead.
True or false? Vance Joseph will be named the head coach of what NFL team next year?
Okay. That is a Vic true false. Yes, it is.
That's a total Vic true false.
Okay, you can cut the music now, Nelly. Couple things.
Are you sure? We're done here?
I don't know what they're doing. But I disagree with you guys on one thing. I think you acted like all those coaches I mentioned stood no chance of being fired. I'm telling you right now, Pittsburgh is getting pretty sick and tired. If Tomlin loses this game, it'll be 5 straight first-round exits for them. As respected as he is.
He's not supplying the quarterback to himself, bro. Have you seen what they
Whoa. What do you mean? He went out specifically to go get Russell Wilson. He's the one who made that happen.
It's a stopgap, though, and he knows it. They don't have a franchise quarterback there.
And
I mean, they went through Kenny Pickett and Mitchie Trubisky for crying out loud.
I'll make the case quickly.
What was number 2's name? Mason what's
Rudolph,
his face? With the
Doug
dented
Hodges.
head. That guy.
Yeah. I can make the case for all of these. Pittsburgh, if they lose again, it's 5 straight one-and-dones in the postseason. As great of a coach as he is, they might say it's time for a change of scenery.
I'll tell you this. If he did get let go, he would have a job in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, immediately. And he
Less
should.
than 2 minutes.
And he should.
Less than 2 minutes.
But nobody could see the Patriots firing Belichick, and it took like 2 years for that to happen. Sirianni, as great of a season as they've had, they always got something going on in that locker room, even when they're winning. And I think there is a disconnect at times between him and his players. That if they lose,
don't like him.
Well, yeah, I don't like him.
No, you don't like Italians.
No.
You're racist.
Vic,
You've already established that.
That dude almost got canned last year.
You've established that you're anti-Italian head coach. You've done it. You've established that on this show many times. You've demonstrated your hatred.
Yeah, the amount of times you come after Steve Mariucci. I mean, you talk about him all the time.
And you did pick apart Tommy Cutlets, man. You picked apart Tommy Cutlets pretty bad.
Because he sucks.
See? See? See?
Because he's terrible.
Right there. Hey, listen.
If Sean
Brett, you're not wrong, though.
If Sean McDermott loses this game against Denver, you really think there's no shot he could be let go?
No,
I
could
think
be.
he could.
I think he could.
In all
But
seriousness.
Sirianni, you're completely right. There's always consternation inside that room for something. Why for a team that has a 2,000-yard back and kicks butt, and you know they're hosting the Packers.
You know what,
this
though,
weekend.
Moshe?
Why are they always bitching and moaning
Moshe,
inside that room? Why?
That's all Philly sports. Like, look at the Sixers. It's all drama. Philly sports is just 100% drama with every team they have there.
Did you see that guy drop that Maple Leafs fan last night in Philly?
What a jackass that guy
It's
is.
awful.
What happened?
It's just awful. He's a jackass.
The Maple
Total
Leafs.
jackass.
The fan was like waving goodbye to Philly fans. And this dude just jumps down about 4 bleachers full of seats and stands in front of them, no warning, and just throws 2 hooks into these guys. Stupid.
Just dumb. One more thing on the football note. Did you see that the Dallas Cowboys have denied the Bears permission to talk to Mike McCarthy?
So give them an extension. Like, what are we doing here, Jerry Jones?
Well, I like I said yesterday, this could be Jerry's way of saying, okay, you want our coach? Give me something.
Maybe.
He's a negotiator. Give me something.
But I don't think that they're going to do that if they can't interview McCarthy beforehand. They're just going to take him sight unseen.
Or they interview him, they like him, give me something.
One last thing here before we get to a
Shrewd
break.
is what that's called.
I want to ask this question another way. It's one of our true falses. If I could guarantee you that the Broncos get a turnover or they don't turn the ball over, which would you take? That the defense gets a turnover, or I guarantee you the offense has 0 at the end of the game?
Don't turn the ball over because I say if you turn it over, the offense is the defense is ahead of the offense, correct?
Yes.
Are we right there?
Yes.
So if you're the Broncos offense and you start giving the ball up, then you got no chance. You got no chance.
Yeah,
I'd agree.
You're right, but at the same time, the Broncos, they have to win the turnover battle to win this game. So I think you need to get – if neither team turns the ball over, the Broncos lose.
Yeah.
So you need to force a turnover. That's my opinion.
All right.
You can't survive turning the ball over, but you also need to force a turnover.
Can listen to us anywhere, including the Avs games on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. We come back. So it was a weird start to the show because we were talking about the Nuggets game, and I was pretty satisfied with the effort put forth by the Nuggets, and then Mosher was yelling and screaming all morning. I want to revisit
There's a reason for that, and I think it's a really well-thought-out, rationed approach.
We'll see how rational that is next.
You're my boy, Blue.
So we opened the show with Boston's foreplay, and Vic got very upset because that was Boston, and they played the Celtics last night.
Timeout.
So now he went to
long
Kansas.
time.
Foreplay long time, yes.
Wait, is this Boston too?
No, this is Kansas.
No, this is Kansas.
Oh.
So he just went a different geographic location.
How do you get to the age of 55 and not know this stuff? How do you not just through osmosis in your life understand that this is Kansas, dust in the wind?
I didn't know the band. Why do you name your band after a state?
Written by the incomparable Kerry Livgren as a finger exercise, and then sung by the incomparable Steve Walsh. How do you not know this stuff?
And
the
actually,
fact you do know that is troubling to me.
And Brett, point of order. The reason I played this is because you were trying to talk about the basketball game from a basketball perspective, as one would expect.
Yes.
And then Mosier started talking about the inevitable heat death of the universe and Jokic falling into a black hole and how time is finite. So I was trying to cultivate that mood.
We had very different reactions. Me and Vic were on the same page from the game last night. Okay, you're outside of, you're without Jokic. You're without AG. You're playing against the defending champs. They're mostly healthy. Derek White was out last night, but they had most of their guys in. You're going to lose that game. Like, that's just how it is. But you had the game tied at 93 with what, Vic? 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, right? Something like that.
Went on a 15-0 run early in the fourth when you tied the game up. Hell, they had the lead in the second half and just could not build anything after that. It was one of those. That was one of those games when you're missing Joker and AG, you're missing your front court, where you had to be perfect. And for a while, they were. For a while, man, defensively, they were solid. They were making plays. They were moving. They were running. It was fun to watch, it just ran out of gas.
It's the same story that always happens, though. If Jokic is missing from the game, because you run everything through him, especially in crunch time, you get late in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden it's like that comfort blanket you have of just running the offense through Joker is not there. And that's how you get a 15-0 run going the other way.
Okay, let's, before Mosier has a conniption over this, understand something.
Listen, I said my piece. I
know.
I've accepted fate. I've accepted my reality. You guys just want to whistle by the graveyard. Go ahead and do it. I don't
Well,
give
the
a
truth
crap.
of the matter is,
I don't care. Go ahead.
If Joker couldn't play last night because of this illness, he may not play tonight. In fact, I would be surprised if he plays tonight against the Clippers. So, if Nikola Jokic can't go in this second game of a back-to-back, what do the Nuggets do? I know what I'd like to see them do.
Hold on. What does he have? Does he have a sniffle? Does he have the flu? Does he have the norovirus like on a cruise ship? What's he got?
Do you think they've got that labeled out there somewhere that this is what he has? They said he's ill. HIPAA, sucker.
Coming out both ends? I mean, what do we got going on
Call
here?
him. Give him a ring. Figure it out. He may not play tonight. And the bottom line is if he doesn't play, do the Nuggets just roll out the same lineup they had last night? Do they try something different? Here's what I'd like to see them do if he doesn't play.
What would you like to see them do?
You got to figure out Saric or Zeke. You got to figure it out. Play the hell out of them tonight. Play them. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Play them. Play them and then play them some more. Play them. Let him go. Let him play.
There's also got to be a way that Saric can be something on offense because he had 17 minutes. He shot the ball twice yesterday. Yeah. And look, when you're not very big, but you're playing the big man role and you're in between the trees, like I understand why you'd be hesitant to throw a ball up in the air because it's probably going to get blocked. But can you find a way to get him open?
You're not going to replace Joker again. When you lose Joker, you're losing 32, 14, and 10. And last night they replaced that with 1 point.
Yeah. Between Zeke, Saric, and DJ.
Yeah.
1 point. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're in a bind when Jokic isn't on the floor because you can go small for a few minutes, but I think eventually it's going to hurt you because you know what happened last night, by the way, that was shocking at the beginning of the game? The Nuggets were out-Celticing the Celtics.
Threes?
They were, like, knocking down threes like
hell,
crazy.
Russ was busting.
Great. I mean, the Celtics didn't have to shoot 50 threes last night. The Nuggets shot one more three than they did, 36-35. Celtics
that is unbelievable. I would have never guessed that the Celtics have fewer three-point attempts than the Nuggets, But that's exactly what happened. Not only fewer attempts. If you were to tell me that the Nuggets made more on 36 attempts, 14 of 36 threes for the Nuggets, 12 of 35 for the Celtics, I would tell you what the Nuggets win by.
Yeah, I would agree. But as far as what they do, Vic, I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what you can do. I think you just throw those guys out there again and hope that it's better than what it was yesterday. But, this is part of the problem when you have a team that's built around such a unique beast. If you had
I like it built around. Hold on a second. I like this team built around a unique beast. It makes my heart happy. It means that the Nuggets can win. I like it built around that human being. The reality is, Brett, and you're all going to have to face this, everyone listening to me at this point, you're all going to have to face it like I've already faced it. When he's gone, we're dead.
But you're talking about 8 years from now, Moj.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because he's not retiring after this year.
How do you know? You yourself said it, or I said it, and you agreed with me. There's going to come one day, and it may be next week, or it may be 10 years from now, when he goes, you know what? I'm done.
I got about,
and he's just going to, he's just going to leave.
Move on.
Moj,
You move on.
I got
That's
about
what you do.
200 million reasons as to why I know he's not leaving after this year. 200 million of them. Okay.
Understood.
That's why he's not.
Telling
so
you,
you're getting focused
there's gonna
on
come
things.
There's going to come a day when he walks out that door and he ain't coming back.
So what are you going to move out of town? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Were you, Vic? Were you here when it was a desert wasteland for Nuggets basketball? Were you here then?
Moj, you're talking to the wrong guy.
God.
All right,
oh,
Moj.
God.
You're so weird when it comes to this stuff. Were you here when the Avs accrued 48 points? Were you here, Moj?
Yeah,
Here's
okay.
See what this is what's happening, Moj. We're saying, what are the Nuggets going to do tonight? And you're like, yeah, well, I'm going to die sometime down the road. And it's like, okay, yeah. I mean, it's going to suck when that happens. But
no,
so
it's
dramatic,
just
right?
I'm not trying to be dramatic. It's just that when the game
dramatic.
was over last night. Okay, maybe it's dramatic. Fine. Call me. What do you want to call me? Angelina Jolie.
We're nothing. We're dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Every sports
Our legacy
topic
is
now
nothing.
results in that. Yeah. Why talk about it? We're going to die soon.
Well,
yeah, let's do that. Let's do that sports show.
Okay, can I finish what I was going to say real quick?
Ask me a sports question.
Mike Tyson would be my spiritual guiding force.
Can I say what I was going to say, which is when you have such a
do.
unique beast in Nikola Jokic, it's the equivalent of you have Lamar Jackson as your starting quarterback, and then your backup's Tim Tebow. You just can't do anything the same as what you're used to. Sure. And so it's things are going to look wonky and clunky. Well, it's just what's going to happen.
There's a difference between dependability and reliability, and I believe that the Nuggets, unlike any other team in the NBA, they are more dependent on their superstar than any team in the league, perhaps in most sports. That's just what it is. When they don't have him, they don't have that go-to. Oh, it's so easy. Last night, they had 3 or 4 possessions when the Celtics went on that 15-0 run, right? It was tied at 93 apiece. Where, if you have Joker in the game, what do you do if you can't find a bucket? Just pop it inside, let him go.
I got a comparison.
Pop it in.
This guy isn't nearly as good.
All you got to do is just pop it inside, let him go.
Pop it in.
Come on, man. That's all you got to do.
This guy isn't nearly as good
so simple.
at his job as what Jokic is. But as far as impact on and off, I was trying to think of anybody who'd be close. And maybe you could say Mahomes, but they had so many guys missing last week. I don't know what the Chiefs are without just Mahomes if Kelce and everybody's playing. How about this? Remember how bad the Dolphins' offense looked without Tua? And how much better they looked with him in?
Sure.
It's that kind of impact where you're it's two completely separate teams that you're watching.
No, it's weird. It's weird because the Dolphins, without Tua, they lose 30-10.
Now,
with Tua, they win 30-10.
My biggest comp is, remember the old Bad News Bears, Moj? Who was their best player?
Kelly Leak.
Kelly Leak. If you lose Kelly Leak, you're done. You're done.
Dude, all Kelly Leak did was hit 900 with 58 dongs, ram Marlboro Reds down his gullet, and ride his Harley. That's all he did at 13 years of age.
Here's the thing, though. If you get last night...
That guy had life by the cojones.
And this is, I guess, here's what I'd hope for. Vic, you need more than 1 point out of people who are playing your big role. You can't win without it. I thought Porter was going to be on one yesterday with the way he started the game, and then he tapered off, and it kind of fell apart. And Murray, again, was under 20 points. Like, you need those more than anything else. What bailed you out last night is the two guys off the bench, Strother and Payton Watson, were balling.
That's my takeaway from that game. Mosier's talking about death. My takeaway is life. My takeaway is you got two bench players who really stepped to the table and said, I'm ready.
Yeah.
And they outplayed the Boston bench.
That.
The Nuggets bench outscored the Boston bench 34-22 on the shoulders of Strother and Watson. Strother had 19, Watson had 14. And Watson, more than the points, his defense was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's swatting that ball. I love that, Vic, and I agree. When you're talking about the big fella and AG in the game, that's going to be incredibly beneficial, and that buoys my enthusiasm for them making a run this year. It really does. If those guys are viable, legit, dependable guys off the bench to give you not that every night, but to give you stuff, then I feel much better about things, from this point on.
Strother, by the way,
but without the big fella in the lineup, it doesn't matter what they do off the bench. They're not going to win.
How do the Nuggets? And this is why my recommendation is you got to play Saric and Zeke. You got to play them, especially if Joker doesn't play tonight. If Joker doesn't play, they got to play because you got to either fix it or lose it. You can't live with your fifth and sixth highest paid players not playing.
Yeah.
You can't. So you either got to trade your way out of that mess or play them. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes. But how do you trade your way out of that mess if people don't want your mess?
I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm not.
This isn't you saying, hey, somebody come pick up my trampoline for free. This is, hey, come pick up my broken down 73 Buick that's on blocks in my driveway.
Moj, what's crazy about this is I've seen Saric play. He can play. I've seen him play. It's not like, did he just have a body double move in? I've seen it.
Vic, I don't know why it's not working, but you've got less than a month before the trade deadline.
I told you, I think he's not the position they're playing him. He's not a 5. He needs to be more perimeter.
But I happen to disagree with you because last year when he played for Golden State, he came in as a backup 5. He played that position.
But he's not – look, the way that the Warriors run their offense, it's like they're trying to force him into Jokic role. Like he's starting every possession in the paint, and I barely see him outside. Like his game, he's a shooter. He's a big guy who can shoot, and like he's never in a place where he can get a shot off. And maybe part of that's by design. You want to leave that open for guys like Strother, which, by the way, does anybody have a quicker release than Julian Strother? Like
I loved it.
That
you
ball,
could see
it's just boom, like out of his hand immediately.
Not only that, but you could tell he was shooting with confidence last night. It was fun to watch. He had a couple of quick shots. How about that one rebound he had too when they had to race? The game last night. Here's what it did for me. I have not seen the Nuggets play with that much hustle and heart all season. From beginning to end. They let it all on the floor, right? Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
They let it all out. It was fun to watch. You hope he didn't take too much out because they had to play again tonight. But
they played tough defense yesterday.
It was great.
Despite giving up 118, I thought they played tough defense.
Again, I ain't mad like Mosier. I ain't mad. I get it. I get it. It is
I'm
what
not
it is.
necessarily mad. Vic, you're misconstruing this. I'm not mad. I'm sad. There's a difference between
But I'm not sad
sad
about the impending Joker departure, which could happen. You don't know. That's something fake to be mad about. I'm more mad that every time a basket was scored, I didn't know if it was the home team or the opposing team based on the crowd.
Vic, I'll tell you what. I will shut my hole about this. I'm not talking about his eventual retirement. I'll shut up about that. Although I came to grips with that last night about 11:30 at night. What I'm talking about is, can they win a game without him? Period. End of story. If he's not in the lineup, can they win a game?
They have already. They have. What do you mean? You're asking a question you have evidence for.
How many?
I think they won 2 this year without him.
2. Okay.
Okay. By the way, just quickly here, Vic, you and me were talking about something yesterday that we both thought it was a possibility. Moj, you didn't. I asked the question, do you think the Raiders are done with Antonio Pierce? And turns out shortly after we got off the air, the answer was yes, that they are done with Antonio Pierce.
Is that Does that not have Tom Brady's fingers all over it?
Well, they said he's going to be heavily involved in the coaching search, and
Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like. I'm pretty shocked by that. I think I don't know if Pierce is really a good coach or not, but I thought they'd give him more leeway, especially with the opportunity to get a high draft pick here and get a quarterback, a real quarterback, not a Minshew and not a what's-his-face, the O'Connell.
Can I ask a question, by the way? And people are going to yell at me and act like I'm a blasphemer of the great God, Tom Brady. Why is everybody giving up the keys to their entire operation to him in roles that he's never done before because he was good at quarterback? Let me explain. Fox gave him, wasn't it like a $300-some million contract to be on Fox after his playing career got done? Without seeing him call a game before?
I thought it was like $240 or something like that.
Whatever.
Like $240?
If we're being honest, a little subpar, I would say, for his ability to call a game.
I don't get it either. I've said this before, and maybe I'm alone. I'm not going to watch a particular NFL game because the color analyst is I don't care who it is.
But beyond that, Vic, when the Raiders say Tom Brady is going to be heavily involved, and they're basically like, I don't know if they said he's going to be like point man on this coaching search. I'm like, he's never done this before. And people just assume because you were good at something, that means you're going to be good at the other thing that's like ancillary to what your position was beforehand. How many guys have we seen, whether it's like Magic Johnson or anybody else, really good at their sport, not very good at doing the other roles? Michael Jordan's the greatest basketball player who ever lived. How was he as an executive? Like, not great, right? Just because you were good at a thing doesn't mean you can evaluate things properly. But it feels like people are falling over backwards just to say, Tom Brady, take the keys and do whatever you want. It's weird to me. So, like, go ahead, Raiders. Whatever you want to do, by all means.
Yeah, but you act like this is new. This has happened for years. I mean, Gretzky was given the red carpet treatment when he was done. I mean, every big-name star gets treated that way.
It's just odd to me.
People want a piece of that. They want a piece of their magic.
There's a wealth of evidence, by the way, that it works. Like Joe Sakic's a great example. He is excellent at his role now, and he was excellent as a player. I'm not saying it's impossible, but there was you kind of got to ease your way in there, and not immediately. I don't know. Here's the other thing. I heard this quote from Justin Herbert the other day. He was asked about his head coach, Jim Harbaugh, on when he knew Harbaugh was different. Here's what he said.
What was the first time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm going to say something right now. I have zero interest. If you gave me all the people on earth, I think Harbaugh would be the last person I want to hang with. I would be uncomfortable, I think, the entire time. I wouldn't know how to jump into the conversation. Like, if he dropped that on you with a straight face, and Moshe, if you and me are out just having a drink somewhere, and I'm like, hey, I remember the day I was born, you'd be like, shut up, freak.
That's weird.
Like, leave me alone.
I do not
That's
apologize.
a weird thing. That's a weird thing.
Well, it's a lie. It's a lie. I mean,
correct.
What is the youngest?
How do you know?
Let me ask you. No, it's a lie. Nobody remember. Let me ask you. How old were you? Your earliest memory ever. How old were you? What is it? I'm asking you.
No, honestly, Vic,
what is it?
It's hard for me to judge because, hey, kids, you know what I was old enough for? Home videos. And so I saw enough of those where I feel like I've seen them and then they've been implanted as I think they're memories, but they're not.
False,
you know what I mean?
They're false memories.
Forget that. All right, close your eyes right now. Close your eyes.
Here's a video of me coming out
Close
of the
your
room.
eyes.
I remember that.
Kane, I'll start with you.
Jeez.
Your earliest memory ever. What is it? What is it?
Okay, hang on. I got something here. I got second.
Let me help you.
No, it's not that. I think I remember something from kindergarten. Like, I remember my classroom. Does that count?
Okay, that counts. That's good.
Okay.
All right, so Mosier, I mean, this could be wild.
It's got to be probably about 3 years old, something like that. I remember that I was home with my dad, and I wanted a glass of juice, and he only gave me like this much juice in the bottom because he said, you know, we're going to have dinner soon and blah, blah, blah. And my mom
I knew this was going to be detailed.
My now dead mother walked in the front door, and I complained to her that I only got this much juice. I remember that, but that was in the house in Fair Oaks. I had to be like 3.
All right.
Okay.
How about you, Vic?
I just remember looking, I think I was 4 or 5, and my brother and I lived in the small place that my parents were living in at the time, and I was staring at the wood paneling wall. That's all I remember, staring at wood paneling wall.
I hate that. I tried to think of my first memory, and it was nothing.
What a lively childhood you had. Here, kid, go stare at the wall.
Ooh.
What
you want me to say?
Easy's like, oh, you wanted something to do? You stare at the wall.
At least I wasn't denied juice.
I mean, my
parents made me, they let me eat and drink.
It's a great point, though, Moj. It's like, I didn't have this epic story of my first memory. Like, oh, yeah, I was 15, my girlfriend took her top off. That's my first memory. First thing that's ever been implanted in my head. How about you, Nelly?
I have a memory of being, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6.
Were you shaving then?
Yeah, exactly. I just got a clean face, and I remember I
was playing the tuba.
I remember I absolutely ate it on my bike, and I just remember having
that'll do it.
Like flying over the handlebars of my bike. And so if I ever say anything that doesn't make any sense, it's because I hit the curb when I was like 6.
Yeah.
So I'm claiming that as a pre-existing condition.
I like it. Again, so my first memory was I can just picture my kindergarten classroom, and Vix was staring at a wall.
A wood panel wall. I could still see it in detail.
I remember everything about my kindergarten classroom. That's an easy memory.
Yeah, that's easy.
That's easy.
You got to go before kindergarten.
I don't have it. I don't know what to tell you.
You just don't have the depth.
I couldn't speak the English, and I was staring at the wall. What a great childhood I had.
No, I'm sorry. You know what? I thought of it now. I know exactly what it was. I was staring at my microwave when I was 3 years old. That's what it was.
Yeah, we didn't even have microwaves when I was that age.
What'd you do? Did you have to build a fire?
You put stuff in the oven and you ate bologna sandwiches, bro.
You had refrigerators. So that's good. That's good. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Got the double dipperoo tonight. The Avs will be on AM 950 at 5:30 taking on Chicago. The Nuggets and the Clippers at 7 o'clock tonight on
Double dipperoo.
92.5. Pour Juice.
I told you the only time, thanks, Juice, for that. The only time we've ever seen Trent Miner in net was against Washington when Juice gave up 3 goals on 6 shots and got yanked. Yankee doodled.
Yeah, I want to see Miners, and I think this is a wise decision. If you guys missed it with Bednar earlier, they're going with Miners tonight, and they'll put Blackwood in again tomorrow. But
like Miner, like he's a gold miner.
Oh, did I say Miners?
Yeah.
Sorry. Put Trent Miner in net tonight. Now, look, I think it's smart. The reason that Bednar basically laid out, because he can't say Chicago's bad and Minnesota's better than them, is Minnesota's ahead of you in the standings right now. You can do a 4-point swing in that game, and that one is going to be second leg of a back-to-back. You want all hands on deck. You want better goaltending for that game. Makes total sense. Totally understand it. So
the
he's
Avs
go
are
tonight.
the best. The Avs are the best 4th-place team in the league. They're number 7 overall in the league right now, but they're 4th inside their division in terms of points. If you look in the Atlantic, the 4th-place team has 44 points. The Avs have 51. Metropolitan, 4th-place team has 42 points. The Avs have 51. In the Pacific, 4th-place team has 45 points. The Avs have 51. I mean, this Central is hot, man. It's hard to win inside this division. You gotta, like you said, Kaner. I don't blame Coach at all for throwing 39 into the crease tomorrow night in Mini.
Moj, in United Center, they still sell that place out for every Blackhawks game, or no?
You know, Vic, I don't think they do because it holds so many people. Okay. This building is gigantic. I mean, it holds well over 20,000. I think it holds like maybe close to 22 because it's interesting. They've got 2 levels of suites, right? I'm looking at them right now. Then they have a ring of suites around the top. Above me, they've got another ring of suites. I mean, this place can fit a lot of human beings into it. You could take the top off United Center and plunk Ball Arena down inside, like, boop, just drop it right in. It's pretty amazing. It's a huge place.
Again, that game's going to be on AM 950. The Nuggets will be on 92.5. Yes, Moj.
And when we go to these, big buildings with history and so on. I mean, United Center's only been open, what is it, about 30 years, something like that, that Chicago Stadium closed down. But can I show you guys something with my camera? Can I do that?
No.
I mean, when you... Okay, then I won't.
I said yeah.
You said yeah.
Oh, I thought you said no. Oh, my bad. You look around. I look at all the banners that are hanging here, right? I mean, all the retired jerseys and the championships, and look at the Blackhawks history. I mean, that's
an old franchise. Yeah, I mean, it comes.
Well, I understand that, but it's kind of cool to be able to go to these buildings and see, that kind of history.
Sure. Now do
from
Utah.
Franchises. It's
check out the banners in Utah next time you're there.
Utah, give me 2.
Well, rough. Little rough in
listen,
Utah.
Yeah, dude, if your neighbor's house, burns down, doesn't make yours look better.
I've never understood that. It definitely does.
Got a question for you guys.
Moj, if I take a house that's burned to the ground and next to it is a house that has not been touched, that house definitely looks better.
Okay. Will types in and says, do they still play Chelsea Dagger song after goals? Well, I haven't been here this year, so we'll find out here tonight. They did last year. But I'm telling you, man, that song, when the Blackhawks were good, really good, that song, it's like drills a wormhole in your brain, and it just. Do you know the song, Brett? Do you know the Chelsea Dagger song? That's their goal song, or was their goal song forever. We'll find
it
out
for me, Nelly.
tonight.
Oh, da. No.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Yeah.
Dude, I heard that. I've heard that song a billion times in my life, and I hate it now. Hate it because that means the Hawks were scoring on you. Patrick Kane on a breakaway. Jonathan Taves, a one-timer. This right here. Vic, you remember that?
Yeah.
Well,
didn't
thanks for your input.
the U.S.
Appreciate it.
Junior National team Don't they play Freebird after they score goals, which I think is one of the coolest things you
World
can do?
Juniors, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, David Carl, of course, the head coach of your DU Pioneers, for the second year in a row, guides Team USA to the World Junior Championships. I mean, the guy's an unbelievably good coach. We should enjoy him with the DU Pioneers while we have him because he's still a young man. And if he ever wants to coach in the National Hockey League, he's going to get a job like that.
All right, with a few minutes left, Nelly, you said you wanted an extended fact checker. Go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yesterday, the Raiders officially parted ways with Antonio Pierce. They gave him the axe as head coach. And you guys, earlier today, played a rousing edition of NFL True or False, so I'm going to throw my name in the ring. Here we go. True or false? Can you name me the 4 head coaches of the Vegas Raiders just since they moved to Vegas? There have been 4 head coaches already.
Josh McDaniels.
Those both are
John
correct.
Gruden.
John Gruden.
And Bisaccia.
Bisaccia, that's right. There you go.
Bisaccia.
I thought he was the interim head coach.
He was, but then they let him hang for a year, didn't they? Didn't they let him hang for a year?
Technically, he was just the interim, yes.
He was the interim,
and they
but
did.
he was the head coach.
Okay.
So, boom.
There
Take
you go.
that, Nelly.
Yeah, what do you want to do now, Nelly?
Yeah, give me more.
Okay, let's see. True or false? Who is the next head coach that they're going to bring in? That will be the 5th coach since they moved to Vegas.
Oh, wouldn't it be interesting if the Raiders and the Patriots got in a bidding war for Mike Vrabel? Because do you think that Tom Brady thinks that his ex-teammate can coach? That would be interesting to me.
What if he brings back Josh McDaniels?
Where are they picking in the draft?
I think 4 or 5. 5. 5? Where? Help me.
Let's see. So Titans are at 1, Cleveland 2, New York 3, New England 4, Jacksonville 5. They're 6.
6th. Hey, Shadur Sanders ain't slipping to 6, bro. I don't know how to tell you that. He ain't going to 6.
Yeah, I feel like there's already those throw you off the scent sort of rumors coming out. You've seen some people like, oh, I've heard from some teams they don't have Shador in their top 3 rounds. It's
My
like,
butt.
right.
My butt.
You know what? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like an enviable job. Like, being in Vegas and that stuff is cool. Do you really want to go to a division that has the Chiefs with Mahomes, the Chargers with Herbert and Harbaugh, and now what looks to be a viable Broncos team with Bo Nix and Sean Payton? Like, that's 3 teams that made the postseason in one division.
Hey,
do you want to go be the Bears right now? Like, honestly, if you're a prospective head
Would
coach,
you rather coach the Raiders or the Jaguars?
Oh, the Jags, no question. Like, think about
Yes,
it. You go to the Raiders,
agreed.
you go to Chicago, you're going to a division that has 3 playoff teams in it.
Agreed.
Speaking of, and we'll save this conversation for tomorrow because I know we're out of time, but I want to ask the question, is Sean Payton coy? Is he a candidate for coy, Coach of the Year? Because I think he is.
Yeah, we can
think
discuss
he should
that tomorrow.
be.
Yeah, he's certainly in the conversation.
He should be. He won't. But he won't win it.
He's got a couple of big hills to climb, which I think is Kevin O'Connell and Dan Campbell. I think both of those guys
exactly
are
right.
probably the leaders in the clubhouse.
I think it's O'Connell more than Campbell. Everybody expected the Lions to be good. Nobody expected
the over/under
Vikings
win
to
total
do
for
what
the
they
Vikings was 6.5, bro.
Yeah. A lot of people expected Detroit to fall apart after those injuries, and they kept winning too. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Can talk about it tomorrow. Catch the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, and whatever the bleep else you find your podcast. We were just talking about this yesterday. We got to make that, Nelly. Wherever the hell you find your podcast, you can find us there. Moshe Lombardi and Kane. Have a great day. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
5 minutes left to go in the game. Tatum working against Watson. Goes to the left hand, stops, takes a jumper in the paint. Good, right at the horn. And there's Denver's last time out as they are down by 12 on a 12-0 run. This thing was tied up at 93 points apiece. Now it's 105-93. Now to the right hand, gets double team, poked away from behind into steal Westbrook. Saved by Porter. Front court Westbrook. Alley-oop, dunk, missed, but then goes in by Strother. Ties his season high at 19.
That was out and in, wasn't it?
It's the best missed dunk I've ever seen. Well, the Nuggets fight hard, had the thing tied up at 93 points apiece, and then a 12-0 run by the defending world champions did the Nuggets in. Final tonight from Denver, 118-106.
Nuggets fall to 20-15. No Aaron Gordon and no Nikola Jokic, out with an illness. We're assuming it's something like the norovirus that we missed you, Coach Mike Sanford, with.
That's something I don't wish on my worst enemies.
You're looking skinny.
I'll tell you what, man. If you want to lean up, you want to get back into fighting shape, you go, hey. I go up to my son Griffin. I'm like, hey, can you give me that Noro? I'm trying to lose 8 after the holidays. You got 8? Yeah, I'll lose 8 pounds. You know what's funny? Yeah, a little bit of that, a little bit more of the other side. I don't know if you have that sounder ready. I don't want to lose.
You don't.
It's number 2. There we go. A lot of that, a lot of frequency there. But here's what I tell you, Raj. I don't miss days being sick. I don't, and I don't understand it because in the coaching profession, you just power through it. And there's a culture that you don't even look out for the greater good of other people getting sick. You just go to work. You just go to work and you could be blowing it out of every end that you have. Every orifice could have things that are just your.
All right.
Okay, you get it. But with this thing, yesterday I felt the same way. I felt like yesterday morning. So I texted you the show on I guess it would be Monday afternoon, and I said that something ain't good, boys, and it hit me hard. And then I was like, hey, let's I'm gonna be questionable for Tuesday's show, all right? And then I downgraded to doubtful, and then I was out. I feel like I had the same exact thing that Nikola Jokic has, and if that's the case, then just like me today. This is a 24-hour deal, man. You're going to feel great. Nikola Jokic is just going to go off for like 58 tonight against the Clippers if he indeed does have the Noro.
He's got to get on a flight, though.
Just L.A., right?
Just L.A. But L.A.'s like burning to the ground right now.
I don't know if I'd want to go there right now. It's so sad, man. That's a lot of people that I know, friends and family that I grew up near that area. Man. It is really hard for some people that I have texted with this morning, getting an update. Hey, your family, childhood home. How's your family? And they're all. I mean, they have no idea. My buddy, who I coached with both at CU and Minnesota, he's now coaching at LSU. He grew up in Pacific Palisades, and he texted me a picture of his family as they were leaving, and it's just their neighborhood in flames. His high school burnt to the ground.
Can't see anything. Riviera Country Club is feet away from burning to the ground right now. It's awful what's happening in California. So apparently the Nuggets are playing a game tonight right outside the doorstep.
It's not
of
far.
A wildfire.
You're not far. You're as a crow flies. I know in LA everything is a driving distance seems way further than it is.
Yeah.
But LA's pretty compact, and you can, as a crow flies, you're not that far away from smoldering buildings and forest area. It's a scary time. I wouldn't be surprised if those winds, and I'm praying for the winds to subside, because that's the key to getting this thing to slow down. But if those winds pick back up today, I wouldn't be surprised if that game's canceled or postponed.
A bunch to get into today. Nuggets will play tonight on 92.5 with the 6:30 p.m. pregame show, 7 p.m. tip against the LA Clippers. If that stays way that it's scheduled.
The Nuggets are home today.
I thought they're in LA.
No. Nuggets are home.
They're at home tonight? I thought this was an away.
Help me out, KJ.
Back-to-back. Oh, no, they're home. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, because
Yeah, because I was about to say the Avs on the road.
Yeah,
sorry,
in Chi-Town.
I've got the Nuggets and the Avs schedule, and I was doing my prep today. They're the same. They're next to each other on the tabs, and the Avs are playing tonight in Chicago. Okay, sorry. My apologies. Nuggets at home against the Clippers. Don't have to worry about wildfires tonight. Avs in Chicago.
We went so
also
far down
don't
that.
have to worry about that.
The worst part is I totally knew it because I want to take my son to the game today.
We literally just talked. Dude, my brain, there are days where my brain's firing.
Well,
It's
mine wasn't
going.
great either.
And there are days where
was-
it is lost. Guys, inside baseball here, no more than 12 minutes ago, Mike walked into my office and we start talking, shooting the crap, and hey, how you feeling? And he was asking me all these questions about, getting into Ball Arena with press passes and like, can you bring family down there? I was like, well, unless you're a player, no, you can't. He's I'm trying to bring my kid to the Clippers game tonight. So I had the conversation 12 minutes ago with you, 12 minutes ago, that the Nuggets were playing at home.
So did I.
And my squirrel brain looks at the Avs schedule on ESPN and goes, oh, the Nuggets are playing in LA.
The saddest thing about all this is that I'm the one who started the conversation, and then I let you walk us down this insane road that I knew was incorrect. And then
Isn't it amazing what confidence can do?
Yeah, you sold it so hard. And then I finessed my way into believing that you were true because I didn't trust myself in knowing that the Nuggets were indeed home.
Welcome to being 5'7", coach.
Yeah.
You just have to talk your way into situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and welcome to at times being a jack of all trades, master of none, where you just lie your way through it.
You just expect that everyone
you
else
just finesse
is the
it.
expert.
I will say this much: you guys have done a great job earning the Good Samaritan Award of Good Samaritan of the Day award, because who expected you guys to start off the show with that rant about LA, saying, "Oh, it's burning down"? But hey, the Nuggets, baby. But LA,
Come on.
oh my
Meanwhile, we're playing a playoff game within 4 days for the Denver Broncos' first time in 10 years, and we're talking about a fictitious game that isn't happening in Los Angeles with the Clippers and the Nuggets. This is sports talk radio gold right here.
Nuggets fall to the Celtics last night, 118-106. And unfortunately, the three-team sweep of defending champions goes by the wayside. I thought this was going to be a blowout. As soon as Nikola, that graphic goes out that he's not playing, he's out with an illness, I thought this was going to be a blowout.
So he doesn't need to catch a flight. We got
doesn't
that.
need to catch a flight. He's here.
Because that's where it started,
We're
right? Because that's what got me is he's got to catch a flight, and I'm like, yeah, LA's not far.
See, this is what happens. Normally, I'm like Brett gets off the air and I'm in here, and I just get my head right. You and I walked in with like 30 seconds to go before the show. I need my time. I need my beauty sleep.
Come on,
this is you. This is your fault.
Be a ball guy.
Your fault.
Just show up and hey, put the ball down and let's play. I mean, that's how you got to be.
Last night's game, though, man, I walked away from that with a smile on my face, despite losing by 12, despite having the game at 93-93 with 8.5 minutes to go. Christian Brown hits that three, and then the Celtics go on a run. Outside of all of that, I walked away going, Julian Strawther looked good.
Yeah. He's been
Peyton
trending.
Watson, despite not having the size to guard Jason Tatum, not having the size, not having the weight, did just fine last night.
The Nikola less. That's a really one hard to say. Minutes. The
Jokic-less.
Yeah, I like Nikola-less because I feel like I like challenges. I choose the wrench, Raj, on a consistent. Name the movie. I choose the wrench. Good Will Hunting, when he chooses which tool he wanted to get from his abusive father. It's a great film. Anyway. Used a lot in the football coaching world, which is disgusting and sick in and of itself. But anyway, here's what I saw. I thought that the Nuggets were in a spot to go win this game, 93-93. And the offensive, the lack of Nikola Jokic in just calming the waters offensively, the wheels came off the track pretty quickly. Now, what I thought ultimately was the game, there was a play in transition where Russell Westbrook was being an unbelievable agitator defensively. He was also kind of being an unbelievable agitator to his own offense by turning the ball over, 8-9 times?
8 times yesterday.
But Julian Strawther had a chance in transition to grab a basketball, and it would have opened up the opportunity for, I think, more of a transition basket and a run. And he just kind of wasn't strong enough in grabbing the basketball. And I felt like that play was the one opportunity that they had because of how hard they were playing, that if you just grab the basketball in a kind of a loose ball situation and you play stronger to the basketball, I think the Nuggets end up taking that thing to the very end.
I mean, there were multiple times where I thought this thing was over. When they got down by 12 early on in the game, I thought it was going to be a blowout. When that lead did not shrink 5 or so minutes into the second quarter, I thought it was going to be a blowout. And lo and behold, you run back, you tie the game at 57 at the end of the half. You've got a 93-93 tie without Gordon, again, for, was that the 7th straight game that he's missed with this lower body injury. I didn't think that they could hold up. And without Nikola, they've now fallen to 17 and 29, I believe, since 2016. 17 and 29 all time since Jokic of 2016. Saric and Najee were ghosts. DeAndre Jordan was fine, but you can't anticipate him playing 20 minutes on more than just these games where like Nikola's randomly out. There's still a very big hole behind the 5. And you thought that Saric could be that guy, and he's not a center. It's not who he is.
Wasn't it wild watching Julian Strother and Peyton Watson
MPJ
guarding,
play the 5?
I mean, they were guarding Kristaps Porzingis on the block, like right in front of the basket. This is less than ideal. I'll tell you what else is less than ideal is just the complete non-factor that Dario Saric has been not only this year and not a part of the rotation, and then he does get his opportunity, and it's just a sub nothing. There's nothing positive, negative. I don't understand what the plan was with this player and why nothing has materialized with this player. Because he is 6'11"? I mean, he's a big.
He's a 3-point shooter. He's a poor excuse for a big. And he only takes 3 shots last night
DJ
in 17 minutes. The 3
why not
guys that
start
you have
DJ
playing
in that game.
I completely agree. And I don't know if he can,
looked,
right?
He looked aggressive. He did turn the ball over a couple times at some critical transition moments. But why not play DJ? Because at least still has the ability to go play powerfully to the rim. He'll body up a big. Dario Saric shouldn't be on this team. I mean, what's the point? What has been the point from the beginning of it? Do you have one?
No.
KJ, you got something?
You don't.
Nope. But if Zeke Nnaji can be on this team, so can Dario Saric.
That's a mic drop.
42
right
combined minutes.
That's a mic drop. 1
combined point from those players, from Najee, DeAndre, and Saric. 6 combined rebounds. That's where you lose the game. And I still walked out of that game because they kept it so close so late with a smile on my face. I loved the intensity that Westbrook played with. Jamal puts up 19. He was upset with his shooting, only goes 1 of 5 from 3. MPJ goes 2 of 7 from 3, but 15 points and 10 rebounds. And he had a really difficult assignment last night. Like Michael Porter Jr. for 15 minutes of last night's game where he played 36 was playing the 5. That's a losing recipe, and they still put up a fight. And Mojo's losing his mind this morning on few years from now when Jokic decides to retire.
You can say that about every freaking franchise.
Every NBA team.
Every NFL team, it's the same thing. We saw what
yes.
Do you think the Chiefs are having that conversation after the Broncos 38-0 loss? Oh, can you imagine in 7 years when Patrick Mahomes isn't here?
No.
Well, obviously.
Cry in 7 years. Wah. Wah.
There it is.
That's it.
I don't have that.
Wah.
I don't have that octave that you have.
Wah.
Oh, I do have it.
You do have it.
I just got to find it.
You just got to try. You just got to commit
dig
to it.
for it.
Deal with it in 7 years. And you know what happens whenever he retires? You suck for 3 seasons. Then you draft in the top 3 and you hope that you hit.
Or you can be like the Broncos and suck for 8 seasons post Peyton Manning.
Yeah, but they never selected high enough, right?
Yeah.
The Broncos, the issue with the Broncos for the last 10 years is that they weren't bad enough. They were just good enough.
That's kind of what this felt like before we saw the entire Bo Nix experience unveiled throughout the course of an 18-week season. It felt like 12 wasn't going to be high enough. And that was my concern at the time, is that you're back in the position of drafting the 6th best quarterback. Well, guess what we learned, Raj? The other 5, and including Bo Nix, were pretty damn good in this draft class. And I don't think that'll be the case in the 2025 draft class.
Bunch to get into today at 10:40. Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV will join us for his NBA baseline report that he does every single week. Tomorrow at that same time at 10:40, we will have Coach?
Patrick Forty. Pat Forty of the Sports Illustrated, the expert on all things college football. And the thing I learned from being around Pat Forty at the CFP, I guess it'd be the quarterfinal. He was covering the Boise State-Penn State game. Got to know him well. Diehard Broncos fan. Grew up in Colorado Springs. He reads and listens to our program here, reads the Denver Gazette stuff. He will be ready to talk a lot of Denver Broncos, and he'll probably want to talk even more about that than his expertise because he loves the Broncos.
That's tomorrow at 10:40. Today at 11:15, KJ's NFL Notes. We've got a double dipperoo here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avalanche starting at 5 p.m. today on AM 950 are in Chicago to take on the Blackhawks. Trent Miner will be your goaltender of record tonight as Mackenzie Blackwood gets the night off. And then the Nuggets, no, they're not in California because my brain's actually working 17 minutes into the show. They're here tonight at Ball Arena, 6:30 pregame and a 7 p.m. tip against the Clippers. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. You can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream as well. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, hanging out with you guys until noon. Double dip-a-roo here on ASR 950. You'll have the Avs starting at 5. Nuggets and Clippers tonight at Ball Arena starting at 6:30 with your pregame show. And 7 p.m. tip with Kaz. Hopefully Nikola Jokic is back with his illness. It only killed you for one day, Coach, but you're now back. I'm
stronger
happy
than
to have
ever.
you. Happy to have
Would
you.
you agree that I came back better than I was before I left you?
Again, you look thin. You look good.
Even mentally, clarity.
Well, I mean, the mental clarity was there, but you didn't necessarily have the fortitude to tell me I was wrong when I was wrong.
Maybe it was because my time away in suffering.
You didn't have anything in your gut, so your gut wasn't telling you
I was
anything.
gutless.
There you go.
I was a gutless individual. There I am.
There you go. Were you surprised at all by the Las Vegas firing yesterday? A day after everyone else on Black Monday?
Not one bit, because the Raiders franchise does things very differently, and they march to the beat of their own drum at all times. Because it was Al Davis at first, and now it's Mark Davis, the purveyor of one of the finest haircuts on planet Earth, Mr. Mark Davis. I think it's unfortunate to see guys like Gerard Mayo and Antonio Pierce get fired just with 1 year as a head coach, especially when Gerard Mayo was set up with a rookie quarterback that it seems like the franchise didn't even want him to be the starter from day one. The franchise, not Gerard Mayo, the franchise. So he was basically there executing the Robert Kraft plan and then getting executed himself when the plan yielded what it should have yielded, which is another great draft pick after having a rookie quarterback that is going to be the guy. Now, the Raiders, on the other hand, Antonio Pierce, I think he almost pissed off the franchise by trying to win games down the stretch. That's what I saw. Because he was fighting for his football life, and there continues to be a lack of communication inside of the Raiders organization where you could have told Antonio Pierce, hey, man, you lose these last games, you get your quarterback at 1 who should be Shedeur Sanders because the fit is there. And I'll get to that later, why I think the fit is there for not just him, but another individual here in the Boulder area. I think that this was the move that was going to happen when Antonio Pierce made it more about him fighting for his football life and less about the franchise and getting the best possible quarterback.
Belichick's name is being thrown out there again for this Raiders job because
Belichick?
Yes.
So he's UNC for 3 weeks?
His name is being thrown out there of like, hey, if there's an NFL job like Las Vegas, again, there's a connection there with Tom Brady, obviously.
Don't they kind of hate each other though? Isn't there like shade everywhere that they've thrown back and forth for the last couple years? Isn't it all about like
they were very successful together?
Was it the Brady era or was it the Belichick era? And
I mean, the data says it's the Brady era.
Correct. And I don't know that. Do you think Belichick wants to be the subservient to Tom Brady?
Well, it's not like Brady's the owner there. He's a minority owner. He's just a very prominent.
I'm just telling
minority owner.
There's no chance that Bill Belichick goes and works for the Raiders franchise. 0. I'm going to put that on the record. 0. Those guys hate each other.
He's still got records to go after, and then you can prove, like if you go and if you turn the Raiders into a winning franchise in this division that has Harbaugh, Herbert, Reed, Mahomes, a successful first year of Payton, Nix, and then you get Belichick and QB to be named later. Let's call it Shedeur Sanders. He turns that franchise into a winning franchise. And then everything goes out the back door of, it was Tom Brady who made you a winner.
So
for me, that's more alluring than turning the Tar Heels into ACC champions.
I was trying my hardest to hold this thought until KJ's NFL notes, but you just opened up Pandora's box. The Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, who have moved, they've been in Las Vegas for how long? 7 years? They had Gruden back in his second iteration of being the head coach. They had what appeared to be Derek Carr as the franchise quarterback.
2020, 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years, 5 seasons that they've been in Vegas. What the Las Vegas Raiders have miserably failed at doing as a franchise is to capture the emotions and loyalties of the Las Vegas fan base. Mind you, Las Vegas, Nevada, 20 years ago when I was coaching at UNLV was a sports afterthought. It was almost like a secret that you don't tell about, that you do sports in Vegas. I was coaching at UNLV and it was like, hey, we're not supposed to be doing sports in this gambling town. Well, guess what Las Vegas has turned into? All the conference championships are there, bowl games there. Now it's the conference media days, Big 12, Mountain West, and the Pac-2 After Dark that happened last year. Las Vegas is now the entertainment and sports capital of the United States of America. And you have a franchise that is yet to capture the audience of its own locals. And it's a fast-growing area. This is an area my parents live in. Everybody looks at the Raiders as it is a travel game for whoever the hell is the visiting team in that stadium. And a bunch of people from LA and Oakland make the Hajj to Mecca about, twice a year. That's what the Raiders are right now. So what do the Raiders need to do to capture the local audience? They need to lean into entertainment. They need to be the entertainment hub of the entertainment capital of the United States. And
honestly, it's what the Vegas Golden Knights did in the NHL.
Exactly. And they did it with like all the pomp and circumstance, but they need to do it with a personality. And the personality is going to be Deion Sanders.
Don't do that to me.
I'm telling you, and I'm not saying this. Here's my take. I'm not saying that Deion wants the job. I'm not saying Deion's going to go, that he is ultimately going to take the job. And I don't want to start this because I'm a CU guy and all that. I'm talking about it from a perspective of somebody that has family that lives in Las Vegas. My dad's been coaching there for the last 5 years. This franchise has failed to capture its local community, period. And they need the combination of Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders. Because why? They have to be different than everybody else in the AFC West. They've tried since the Gruden, Derek Carr to have the established Super Bowl head coach like the AFC West is full of, all three teams that you're competing against. Harbaugh's been to a Super Bowl. Reed's won multiple. Sean Payton's won a Super Bowl. John Gruden had won a Super Bowl. And then you have your quote-unquote traditional franchise quarterback. That didn't work. So if you bring in Bill Belichick, it's just another retread, another opportunity. Why not go out and do something creative? Lean into the brand of the Raiders. Be audacious. And then Al Davis, the guy who Mark Davis learned the game of football from. His dad was a coach. His dad was an owner. He always used to say, you know how you beat teams? You throw the ball over that wall over there. That's Shedeur Sanders. That's how he plays the game of football. And you have Deion Sanders as the guy to handpick his coordinators like he has throughout the course of his career. And you put it into a space where you are now the most entertaining, frankly, brand in pro football. Day one.
It's a fit. Do I think it would beat what Sean Payton is starting to build here in Denver? No, I don't. Do I think it's going to beat what Andy Reid has out in Kansas City? Although things like when Kelce goes by the wayside and you start to look at that offense and go, it's just Mahomes. What's that going to look like? And chances are he's going to be wildly successful with whoever they throw in front of him. What Payton has built with Bo Nix in year one of a rookie deal is something that no one else in the division has. You don't have that flexibility if you're LA and the Chargers with Herbert in his new deal. You don't have that flexibility with Mahomes and his big money deal. They're in a very unique situation where once you get down to this $32 million cap hit next year for Russell Wilson, that you can start building out this team exactly how Sean Payton wants to. It's a unique situation. I don't know if Deion would really want to take on. I don't think he would want to take on that challenge because, as you said,
dude, they have some good pieces now. Jacoby Myers, said, that dude can ball. Brock Bowers, like they have some sweet pieces right now.
As you said, Deion has handpicked for Shedeur the best circumstances possible. Shedeur going into the AFC West is not the best circumstance. You could argue it's the worst circumstance.
It is a good circumstance in the fact that you're going to play at least half your games, or at least I guess 9 or 8 of your games every year in a dome in good weather. That's a great start for a quarterback as opposed to playing in
Cleveland
or Cleveland or MetLife, which is notorious for dudes blowing out their knee and playing in bad weather.
Yeah, but at least if
what are the other options here? Tennessee. I mean, the Titans is not a terrible. That's probably one of the better situations.
It's a great spot if you want to go win.
But do we know that the Titans organization has Shedeur Sanders ranked above Cam Ward? And then I'm going to throw another name out here as you watch this playoff game tomorrow for college football. I was very pleasantly surprised with how good and how advanced Drew Aller has gotten in just 1 year since last season when he was not what he is now. I think he could potentially have a successful semifinal game against Notre Dame. If they win or lose, say he goes to the college football playoff championship, has another successful game and shows off his skill set, he is the body type of Josh Allen and or Drake May. He's the next guy in line for this big physical brand of quarterback that would fit into the AFC East or into the AFC North, the Browns or the Giants in the NFC East, or potentially the Jets. Like, I think he could be the first pick of the draft. I really do. It's going to play out over the next 2 weeks. So let me ask you this, Raj. I know I just kind of got excited there. You're a Broncos fan. You grew up here, right?
Yep.
If you already are concerned about Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, okay, cool. You got that as a Broncos fan.
I am.
Yes.
I should be.
You're pretty damn concerned about Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert in that combination.
I am.
Yeah,
I should be.
Yeah, and there's tangible proof that you're not there yet. And that first year of development is beyond your second year of Sean Payton with his first year of Bo Nix, correct?
Well, yeah, because Justin Herbert's arguably like the most talented, not the most, maybe the most talented quarterback in the league in terms of like running ability, passing ability, everything. The total package, he's got everything.
So you've already got some nuisances in your division. The only team you swept was the Raiders.
Yeah, because they suck.
Would you rather have Bill Belichick and let's go Bill Belichick teams up with Kirk Cousins for next season in the Raiders, or let's say Liam Cohen from the Los Angeles Rams teams up with let's go with Cam Ward, or as a Broncos fan, would you be more scared of Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders in that building? What would you be most scared of?
Probably more scared about the potential of Deion and Shedeur.
You know you were.
Probably.
And Nick Wright from
but what about but hold on, what about Belichick and Shedeur then? What about Belichick and Ward?
That's a real thought. That's a real thought.
Deion doesn't strike fear into me as a coach. Strikes fear into me as a recruiter.
Do you believe that there would be the right level of autonomy given to Shedeur to play to his strengths, of the second play being the first play at times, with a guy like Bill Belichick as your head coach? I mean, obviously, Bill Belichick will do whatever works, but for him, working isn't throwing for a gazillion yards and a bunch of touchdowns and 68 sacks. For him, working is winning. And do you think a defensive-minded guy is going to want his offense to resemble a bunch of sacks, but with a ton of yards and a ton of points in production? No, he wants to win football games. And so he's not going to be willing to give up those sacks in order to get the yards in production.
Coach Mike Sanford is back after his one-day illness hiatus. We hope that Nikola Jokic will be back tonight against the Clippers, 7 p.m. tip on 92.5. On the other side, our buddy from Altitude TV, Chris Dempsey, gives his NBA baseline report. Don't go anywhere. We do it
There's
every
the
week
horn
here
in Denver. Well, the Nuggets fight hard, had the thing tied up at 93 points apiece, and then a 12-0 run by the defending world champions did the Nuggets in. Final tonight from Denver, 118-106.
Do it every week here on the Morning Sprint. We bring in our friend from Altitude TV, Chris Dempsey. Had the night off as it was the TNT game between the Nuggets and the Celtics last night. 118-106 is your final, despite this thing being tied at 93 with 8.5 to go. Demps, first off, great to see your face. Happy New Year.
Yeah, it's good to be back on Zoom. It's great to be seen.
Hey, you were listening to the morning show, and Moj was going off. Moj was on one today. He was talking about how terrified he is when Nikola decides to retire and the doom and gloom that's going to be there. But he also went off on, like, how do the Celtics have 5 dudes who make more than $20 million a year, including 3 guys who make more than 30? Explain all of that to me, because the whole offseason was, well, the Nuggets can't do that.
Right, exactly right. So the issue right here is that the Celtics entered this championship window with contracts already in hand. And so what they were able to do with Sam Hauser, with Derek White, and with Jason Tatum this summer are sign them to contract extensions that don't start until 25-26 season. And so what that bought them was one more year to run it back with this crew. Now they are over the luxury tax. They're paying all of that this year. The issue is that next season and subsequent seasons, with the luxury tax plus salary cap, they would be over $500 million in terms of money that they would have to pay out. Now, that is something that not even the Celtics can survive. So I promise you that in the next couple of seasons, you'll start to see a little bit of roster reshuffling with the Celtics as well, especially because, they're being sold. That number is supposed to be up over $5 billion for a purchase price for that basketball team. And the new owners are not going to be stuck with the $500 million luxury tax and salary cap bill. So they're in a sweet spot right now because they signed players early, and the players that they re-signed to extensions don't kick in until the following season.
Debs, I'm going to bring from a texter here, 7878 from the Shot Mazda text line. I think this is a great question. Something that maybe last night revealed to all of us that watched that game. Do you feel the Nuggets need to make a move for a quality backup center? And do you see that in the works at all in the near future?
It's a good question. Is Aaron Gordon going to play the balance of the season? There are some other questions I have as well, just because, and I bring up Aaron Gordon because he's kind of your de facto backup 5, especially if the team is playing small, with their second unit. I think we are in a space with the Nuggets right now where the backup 5 to me is it's a conversation that continues to be out there, but I don't really think it's like the main issue. I still think that if you're looking for anything on this basketball team, it's got to be consistent scoring off the bench. Now, having said that, Julian Strawther looked amazing yesterday, right? And so did Peyton Watson. And they have been playing better just as a bench unit, I would say, generally speaking, trending up over the last few weeks. But that would be the type of player that I would be looking for more so than a backup center.
Bring me to some other trade news around the NBA. We've obviously heard about the unrest in Miami with Jimmy Butler. Now there's news coming out of Phoenix with like Bradley Beal being sent to the bench. What does that mean? Is he going to be traded this season? What's going on with the rest of the league and these superstars that might be on the move from historically great franchises?
Yeah, well, and if Miami had their druthers, they would. If Jimmy Butler had his druthers, he would go to Phoenix for Bradley Beal. But it doesn't look like it's going to work out that way. Just quite honestly, the Phoenix Suns don't have a lot of trade capital that the Miami Heat actually want. So they would have to get a third team involved, and there would be just a lot of financial gymnastics that would have to happen for anything like that to go down. But Jimmy Butler has put himself in the space where he's probably going to be moved. Like the Miami Heat don't have to do literally anything actually until the summer. But if he's going to make himself a problem, then that might spur on, some sort of a deal in that respect. And then the Phoenix Suns, it's just one of the worst financial situations that you can be in. And Bradley Beal also has a no trade clause. So you're talking about a guy who can just veto whatever he wants to veto. He's got a big contract, and he's had a hard time staying on the court. He's got a hard time being consistent when he is on the court. So he's not as attractive as he used to be in the past. So we'll see with Bradley Beal, but I would suspect that by the end of the trade deadline, Jimmy Butler will be somewhere else.
All right, let's live in the magical land of hypothetical situations, Demps, and talk a little bit of Broncos and Nuggets at the same time. Two very similar situations. Tyreek Hill just saying, you know what? In Miami, of course, like, I'm done. I don't really want to. I'm good. I don't want to go back in, Coach McDaniel. No idea. No desire to go back in the game. And then also Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's in I wouldn't say the same situation, but there's some similar smoke. As a Broncos fan, as a Nuggets fan, if you had to choose one that you wanted into your franchise right now, which one would you choose?
Oh, either one of those two?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, I guess I would
taking into account the entire picture, the culture, all the not just the player, but the entire package.
Yeah. Oh boy. Look, from a standpoint of the player is going to come in motivated and work hard and be tough. Like, that's Jimmy Butler more so to me than it is Tyreek Hill. But of the two, given their age and given their relative effectiveness with which they do, I would take Tyreek Hill because he's just better at his job than Jimmy Butler is at his right now. And can the Broncos culture, assimilate a guy? Look, when Tyreek Hill wants to play, like he's not really been a problem. This is just really weird out of him right now in terms of, okay, so you leave the Chiefs for money and then you go to the Dolphins and then you want to win. You were winning already with the Chiefs. What are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. But I just think that Tyreek Hill's better right now in at what he does than Jimmy Butler, and so I would lean that way.
Yeah, and we just got into a comp there. I want to just revisit real quick. Who's a better quarterback right now in the NFC? Baker Mayfield or Dak Prescott?
He couldn't leave it alone.
Just currently.
It was right there. He couldn't leave it alone.
We went strange comparisons between Jimmy Butler and our guy Tyreek Hill. I wanted to make sure just one last opportunity. Baker Mayfield, who's going to be playing in the playoffs this week and had a great season, really good season. And then your guy Dak Prescott.
Dak got hurt, dude.
Yeah, but where do you find yourself just overall value, to a franchise today? Go ahead, Debs.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen Dak in like 2 months.
I'm in your corner right now, Debs.
I'm taking Dak all day, Coach. I'm taking Dak.
All right, I like Dak, man.
I will say
here we go.
I will say this, but Baker had a good season. He will be ushered out. He will be ushered out of the playoffs in the first round, like he always is. And so then we'll just go around. We'll just do this dance again next season. Also, I do believe at the beginning of this season,
I knew this was coming. Let's go.
That's right.
Put it out there.
25 touchdowns for Bo Nix. Is that what I said?
And I called you crazy. I called you crazy, Debs. He didn't get 25. He got 20-freaking-9.
He got 29.
Which also is a higher 29? Number. It's a higher number. Do you realize this? It's a higher number, passing touchdowns, than the no-brainer MVP, Josh Allen, who he's going to be squaring off with this weekend. Is that not wild?
It is wild. It is wild. There's a couple of things that's wild. That's definitely wild. And I remember when I said it, Raj said something to the effect, well, Stroud didn't even have that last year. And I was like, oh, right, that's true. He didn't have that. So I was feeling a little scared about it, but then Bo had a good season. But yeah, no, it's been such a fun quarterback year quite honestly, in college and pros around here. It's just going to be fun to see them go to Buffalo and try to get a dub.
Hey, do you understand now my love for Michael Penix Jr. after watching some of those throws?
Oh my gosh. Yes. No, he's great. Yeah, they should have made that move.
He's great. 1 and 2.
Earlier.
They lost and fell out of the playoffs, but he's great.
They should have made
It's
that
in his
move.
arm. It's so pretty and sparkly, but they don't win.
Yeah, well, you play 3 games as a rookie quarterback, and you actually have the best analytic stats of any of the rookie quarterbacks in those 3 games. Had nothing to do with him. Had a lot to do with that disgusting defense those guys were playing. We saw it in Denver. We watched the Falcons come here to town. It was bad. It was not good.
It was bad, and it was bad in their last game too. It was just not good. I mean, I don't know why they didn't make that move earlier. I mean, they could have done that and at least give them a little bit more runway as well, because that team, the couple of defensive players away, that offense should be pretty good with him next year, for no doubt.
Yeah, isn't it wild though when you look back? We had so many conversations, you, me, and Raj on Dempsey and Company, leading up to the draft. Isn't it incredible how every one of these quarterbacks, really outside of J.J. McCarthy, but I'm telling you, I'm just going to put myself out there, he's going to prove to be a very valuable quarterback in the National Football League. 6 guys, all 6 that were drafted have already shown extreme value. And Caleb Williams, as much as he was hit, he didn't turn the football over. Like, it's insane. As bad as that franchise was, he didn't throw picks. It's a really good quarterback draft class.
I agree 1,000%. And look, the prevailing thought was that can all 6 have a good season? And obviously JJ McCarthy never got started. But each one of the other ones looks like they have real promise.
Like the dude. They look like the dude. Like Drake May, the dude. I didn't call that one. He is awesome.
No. He was probably the biggest surprise to me as well. I mean, he played great. It's just been really cool to see it happen. And so look, now what you have here is a reference point. So in subsequent years, if you have a bunch of quarterbacks coming out, you can't just say one of these guys is going to suck,
right?
Because maybe in the right situations they all can thrive. And look, there's more years to come for these guys, but certainly the starts have been just amazing. And I can't, Jaden Daniels, my gosh.
He's so fun to watch.
He's just a total stud. So it's been great.
That's our guy, Christopher A. Dempsey. You can catch him on Altitude TV tonight, starting at 6:30 with the pregame show.
Well, I think we're going to have Mike Sanford on Friday.
Coming. Yeah, I'm bringing Anne-Marie, so we'll see.
That's right.
If you guys are ready for some, Anne-Marie might make her TV appearance,
Love it.
So we'll be there. We'll be there. I'm actually coming tonight. I'm going to bring my son Gunner. All he's wanted recently for like Christmas, New Year's, he wants to go to a Nuggets game. So we'll be there tonight.
And we'll cross our fingers that Nicola plays tonight as well.
He's got that norovirus. He'll be just fine, just like me. 24 hours later.
Go see Dempsey tonight at Ball Arena, brother. We appreciate you. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Nuggets Clippers tonight, 7 p.m. tip on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Broncos were the only team who had a round 1 grade on Nix. Everyone else had a backup caliber grade on him.
You're not going to steal my sunshine. Bo Nix will throw 25 touchdown passes this season. In year 2, he will lead the Broncos to the playoffs. In year 5, the Broncos will be a contending team for the Super Bowl.
I see you, Debs.
Debs called it, man.
Debs was actually a little humble. I didn't know he called the playoffs in the second year. Bo Nix ahead of schedule.
Yeah, contender in year 5. Like, if they're not a contender, and what is, define contender for me?
Super Bowl contender. So I'd say like,
because they're Super Bowl favorites. And right now, so let's look at the playoffs, all right? So Super Bowl favorites right now in the NFL are.
Right, I'm without looking at the odds.
Yep.
It's got to be Chiefs number 1 just because they're the Chiefs and they win in the Super Bowl.
They're in there.
The postseason.
They're in there.
Okay, so we got to go Lions. Bills. Eagles.
Are they really Super Bowl contenders?
Do
you believe that?
In Vegas,
I don't care about the odds. Screw Vegas. I don't care.
I don't think they're contenders.
Neither do I.
But I think Vegas would say they are.
Vegas would say,
yeah.
I bet you they're within top 5 of the betting odds to win a Super Bowl this year without looking at it. But do I believe that the Eagles are serious contenders this year? No, I do not.
Okay.
Or favorites, rather. I don't think they are favorites. Are they contenders? Yes.
Ravens.
Contenders.
Correct.
Not favorites. So there are 3 favorites to win a Super Bowl. Kansas City, Buffalo, Detroit.
Yep.
Agreed. Contenders, Philadelphia.
You just said it. Ravens.
Baltimore. And is that kind of it?
I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this Packers-Eagles game this weekend. Jalen Hurts is still banged up. You lost Christian Watson.
Are you going to put Green Bay there that early because Watson's not there? Do you trust
Watson's
Jordan Love to hang on to the football?
Jordan Love, his interception numbers are lower than Bo Nix.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody made a big deal about it early on in the season. I mean, Jordan Love ended up with 11 interceptions.
1 fewer than Nix.
Yeah.
I would put your contenders at Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Minnesota. I don't want to forget about Minnesota at 14-3 because they're a 5 seed on the road. And I think it's easy to forget about them and easy to have that weird, gross taste in your mouth.
Because they kind of turned,
week 18.
They turned into a pumpkin.
Kind of turned into a pumpkin.
But still, is week 18 a little bit of a pumpkin week anyway?
It is.
I mean, the Chiefs look like they look like a gourd. One of those when you're at a pumpkin patch and it looks like it's a phallic, awkward symbol. That's what the Chiefs looked like. And
we also kind of built up week 18 and built up that game, right? Because that was the one game that was the one game that mattered. Look at the rest of the week 18 schedule.
Yeah,
like I know the Broncos game mattered, but they were playing a JV team, so the outcome of that game was pretty much written. The one that truly mattered for seeding and were 2 teams that were going to be playing their starters for a reason was that one.
Maybe, just maybe, Kevin O'Connell looked at all the analytics of the team that gets the bye, and then was really reminded with the college football playoffs about how poorly all 4 bye teams performed in the CFP playoff. And like, yeah, you know what? I'm cool. I don't really need to wait. I don't want to win week 18. I want to have current form. And we'll have they're on the road though, aren't they? Minnesota's
on the road at LA.
Yeah, that's
1.5 point favorites.
Not the worst of places to draw as a road game.
The 4-3-1. I think if you make the playoffs, you're then considered a contender. As long as you make the tournament, you have a chance to win it all. Yes, by definition.
Correct. That's what I wrote about, and I know we wanted to get to it. Is that I think there was a lot of narrative about the Broncos, including myself, that if you didn't beat the Chargers, frankly, in either one of the head-to-heads against the Los Angeles Chargers in your division, you need to show that growth that you are the next team up in the AFC West. You didn't get that accomplished. You didn't go on the road against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals and say, game, set, match, we're a playoff team. Screw you, Joe Burrow, you're out. It required for you to play a B team in the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think that a lot of us had the narrative and feeling that you were going to just limp into the postseason, that you were going to be in the playoffs for the first time since 2015, but there was this kind of asterisk by it. You played crappy teams. You just beat who you should have. You didn't really win any games that you shouldn't have, which I would disagree with that, especially based off the preseason, the prediction for what this team should have been. I think you won a lot of games against teams that you quote unquote shouldn't have won. So I looked at this matchup against the Buffalo Bills, and I think there's this unbelievable national glazing of Josh Allen right now. Rightfully so. He's a very good football player.
Rightfully so.
But if you look at the numbers, okay, we're talking like people are saying obvious, no-brainer MVP. Right? The first one I want to drop at you.
I wouldn't say no-brainer. He has been the leader in the clubhouse and likely will win it. There are two other guys that have a stake to that claim.
So currently in the National Football League, all right, Josh Allen, who did only start and play 16 games. So you can put that as an asterisk by your start. That also includes Patrick Mahomes, and it includes Brock Purdy. Okay. Right now, Josh Allen is 14th in the National Football League in passing yards, behind yours truly, Bo Nix, who's number 12 in the National Football League with 3,775 yards. Okay. Passing touchdowns. Josh Allen, that guy. He's not in the top. He's not in the top 5 in passing touchdowns. How about this number? Your rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, is in the top 6 in the National Football League in passing touchdowns with 29. Joe Burrow, who had 43. Baker Mayfield was second in the NFL with 41. Lamar Jackson, the runner, all he can do is run, had 41 passing touchdowns. Jared Goff, 37. Sam Darnold, 35. Bo Nix, 6, 29.
All right, so tell me what Josh Allen did on the ground then.
Okay, let's go there. Let's have some fun.
12 rushing touchdowns.
Cool.
He combined for
Awesome.
41 touchdowns. He's top 5 in the league.
You realize that for starting quarterbacks in the National Football League, Josh Allen with 531 rushing yards is 5th for starting quarterbacks in the National Football League. 5th. And everybody talks about him like he's like this is something it's never been done before.
He doesn't throw picks. He doesn't fumble the ball. He doesn't get sacked.
Rookie Jaden Daniels rushed for nearly twice as many yards as your Josh Allen that all of us want to say, oh, the Broncos didn't draft him.
Dude,
John Elway, he should be tarnished forever.
Coach, for you to sit here and try and trash that quarterback is insane.
I'm looking at the numbers. Why is this guy a no-brainer MVP? Let's talk about accuracy, because Bo Nix is apparently, even I said it, he's not very accurate. Bo Nix didn't have the accuracy of say, a Josh Allen. Okay, completion percentage.
Bo had a better completion percentage this year.
All right, so
I think by 5 points.
Guys, in the National Football League, Josh Allen is 24th of starting quarterbacks in the NFL with 63% completion percentage. And we're just going to build him up that he's untouchable? It's BS. And when you look at the actual numbers, the best thing that Josh Allen has done this year is exactly what you said. It's what he hasn't done. He hasn't taken sacks.
So those 41 touchdowns don't count.
I'm going. He's a well-balanced, good player as a runner and as a quarterback, as a passer. He's a well-balanced player. But neither one of them stand out as just egregious. Like he has fewer touchdowns combined than Baker Mayfield has as a passer. Fewer. And I just think that this national glazing of Josh Allen he's big, he's physical, he doesn't get sacked. Okay, this is the one that I wrote about.
And that's the thing that I look at for the Broncos, right? Is that like what is your biggest strength as a defense? It's getting after the passer. It's your 63 combined sacks, which lead the NFL and set a franchise record. That's your strength. And unfortunately, you go up against a team where that's their greatest quality. Outside of, again, 41 combined touchdowns for Josh, their greatest quality right now is 1, they don't throw interceptions, and 2, he only got sacked 14 times this season.
And those
are not a good matchup.
And what's not a good matchup? You're the best in the National Football League at pressuring the quarterback. You did it last year against Josh Allen. You did it in Buffalo on a Monday Night Football game. It's strength versus strength. Like, so just because the Bills are good at that and Josh Allen doesn't get sacked, it erases the fact that you're dominant in this area. You lead the National Football League as a Denver Broncos defense, not only in sacks, but in pressures. And you lead by double digits. You lead by 8 in overall sacks. This is a team that is unbelievable at creating pressure.
They didn't sack him once last year, but they did pick him off twice.
Yeah, I'd love to look at the quarterback pressure numbers on that, because he doesn't get sacked, but he can get he can get thrown off of his timing. He can get thrown off of his accuracy. His accuracy isn't great statistically. And part of that is because he does throw a fairly high volume of throws with people draped on his massive tree trunk legs. He is that kind of player. This game is not what the national narrative and even the Vegas odds makers are making it out to be.
So what is the game?
This is what the game's going to be. It's the Broncos, insofar as Vance Joseph is allowed to call the damn game the way he wants to. Sean, stay the hell away from him.
Are you nervous that he won't be able to?
Sean, stay away from Vance Joseph. Let him pressure the living crap out of Josh Allen. Let him trust his defensive backs to play man coverage. Who are the Bills receivers that scare the hell out of you? Khalil Shakir? My Boise State Bronco that was basically a Keon Coleman, a rookie?
Yeah, they lost their two wideouts that
tight ends are good players,
but
but they're not, like, their numbers aren't insane. They're good.
Knox and Kincaid,
They're
good, not great.
I mean, they're nothing like insanely good.
Is Amari Cooper even going to be healthy?
I don't think stats aren't there.
He hasn't practiced yet.
I was going to say, I don't think he's going to be healthy for the game.
So then this is what I believe. You pressure Josh Allen. James Cook, good player. I really like James Cook. Their run game and Josh Allen as a component of their run game, you just got to slow down the run. Now, the Broncos are very good. They're top 3 rushing defense in the National Football League. Top 3. So you're number 1 in creating pressure, on a top 3 in stopping the run. That's a formula for winning a postseason game. Then the Broncos on the other side, I learned this statistic and I fell in love with it. Do you realize that Bo Nix, while throwing on the run, NFL Next Gen Stats came out with a stat that when you're running as a quarterback at faster than 8 miles per hour, so you're actually running, you're not kind of moving your feet at a slight clip. Bo Nix ended up throwing for over 900 yards this year, which was the most since Patrick Mahomes did it 3 times in the last, I think it was 3 of the last 5 years, his last year being 2021. Bo Nix is lethal throwing on the run. You want to know what the Buffalo Bills defense has given up? They've tied for the most touchdowns thrown by opposing quarterbacks when that quarterback was on the run, which was 10 touchdowns.
I like that.
So this is the Broncos. You're not a great running. You don't run the football great. You know why? Because you don't commit to it. When you've shown to want to commit to it, guess what that opens up? It opens up the opportunity for Bo Nix to get involved in the play action game. What does play action end up being? A lot of it, at least 50% of the play action game, is Bo Nix throwing the football on the move. And when you're able to commit to the run, you don't have to do this, playing this dumb drop back offense that you did in the second half against the Chargers, and you blend the run game under center, outside zone, duo, hard play action, little RPO, get Bo Nix on the run. This is what you end up setting up. You set up the fourth quarter, and it's a 1-score game going into the final minutes. You know what Bo Nix and the Broncos' record is in that space right now? 1-6. It's not great.
KJ's NFL notes are next. We'll get into it on the other side. Coach, listen, I'm on board. The stats are the ones that you just threw at me right there are perfect. Are perfect. And I can get on board with you there.
The only thing I don't love is the way I closed it was that the Broncos are 1-6 in 1-possession games. I don't love that.
Something's got to change.
That's what I'm saying.
Something's got to change.
This is the opportunity for Bo Nix to take this franchise and say, this franchise is mine, just like it was John Elway's, just like it was Peyton Manning.
Trying to tell me that Josh Allen's like a middle-of-the-road quarterback is nuts. Nuts. Norovirus did something to your head, man.
No, it actually helped me look at the stats because I was able to sit in my bed and look at the actual numbers and quit realizing that there's a lot of national glazers of Josh Allen.
Was that the iPad that you brought into the bathroom? You brought it in here?
Oh, it was in my.
That's the toilet iPad.
I don't have a toilet iPad. I'm very anti. Oh yeah. I have a toilet phone. Apologies on that one. Here, let me get out the. Here, hold on. For the toilet phone, there it is, right there. A little Lysol.
NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mike Sanford back after a day dealing with the old norovirus. Welcome back, Coach.
Feeling good. Feeling good. It's 24 hours, and you're better off than you were before, man.
Look good, feel good, play good, Coach.
Hey, and when you play good, guess what they do? They pay good.
KJ, what's first?
PS2 went on NFL Network yesterday, and he made his case for why no one should count out the Broncos, and he explained why they always planned on being here all the way back in training camp.
Yeah, we got all the confidence. I think we put together the right pieces this offseason to succeed. I mean, obviously, a lot of people doubted us preseason before the season, but, all that is predictions. And when the season started, we set our goals, and we were able to attain them each and every week, prove the doubters wrong each and every week. So I think going in towards a playoff run now, everybody's at 0-0 with a lot at stake, but we got the utmost confidence in this team because, through the preparation and the film study, the understanding of the game, knowing the opponent, I think we do one of the best jobs in doing that. And we got a great coaching staff as well that's ready for this challenge. And like I said before, man, this whole season, we knew what our goals was, and we was going to go to this playoff run. So I'm very excited for this team.
Maturity. That right there is what defines this Broncos franchise today. I love what Pat Surtain said about that he believes, and there is an internal belief inside the locker room, that they prepare better than their opponents, that they take the film that they're studying, even on their own time away from the coaching staff, and they do it better than anybody else in the league. That gives you an advantage. And that's something that when he is saying that in a press conference environment, there's internal pride, and it does give you an advantage mentally going into any game that you believe that you have out-prepared your opponent. And that's why I do believe this Broncos team is where it is. It is long on togetherness and long on maturity and very short on drama.
When he's talking about off-season moves, do you think he's talking about players in or players out?
Yes. I think Justin Simmons, as
That's
much
a true
as I
false,
hate to say
like the guys in the morning were playing today.
I think it's both. I do. I think as much as Justin Simmons externally was beloved, Brandon Jones has been a better player than Justin Simmons was. And Brandon Jones helped you get to a place in your season by creating big plays, but in big moments. Justin Simmons had big plays, not always in the biggest of moments that changed the outcome of games. Brandon Jones has been, I think, a revelation. And then I think also, if you look at, I don't think Josie Jewell, there was anything like any shade of him being on the way out, but
you signed Barton to a 1-year deal.
Yeah, it's just kind of tit for tat, right? Like good player replaced by good player, crafty, a little bit younger, a little bit more
Roach,
athletic.
Franklin Myers.
Yeah, JFM was a huge acquisition. You had Zach Allen a year ago, but he just wasn't fully healthy like he was this season. But yeah, I think the Brandon Jones, Justin Simmons is where the meat of that quote comes from.
Really?
I do.
See, my mind would always go to, I think the more obvious one is on the offensive side of the ball. Judy out.
Okay.
But you don't replace him with the guy who's nearly as impactful as Brandon Jones has been. And Judy's had a good season.
Judy out and Russ out. Let's call it like it is.
Judy out, Russ out.
Yep. And I'll go back to the fact that when I was at the Fiesta Bowl, hanging around a bunch of my former Boise State buddies that played in the NFL, several of which played for the Seahawks, there was absolutely not one good thing that was said about Russell Wilson in the locker room environment. Not one. Not freaking one. And that was a surprise to me. I'll be very honest. I've heard little whispers about it, and I think he works really hard at changing the public perception of who he is. But behind the scenes, the word that was used is fraud.
Not an easy thing for Payton to do. Players out, not players in. There's a reason why they're in the position that they are right now. KJ, moving on.
Baby, we're coming.
The Las Vegas Raiders fired head coach Antonio Pierce after just one season.
I see what you did there, KJ.
Oh, well, listen, I'm clever like that, baby. Because guess what? We're coming. Antonio Pierce
like
went
that, too.
4-13 this season and helped the Raiders to get the number 6 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. First things first, Nick Wright talked about the potential of Shedeur and Dion heading to Las Vegas, but Nick isn't sold on Shedeur just yet. The question for Broncos country is, are you guys ready for what's to come in Vegas?
I don't know that I believe in Shedeur as a top 5 pick. I'm not certain of that. I think there's real pluses and minuses. And I don't know if what makes Dion so special as a college coach would work in the pros. He's not really recruiting the way there is in college, and it's more about just how much money you paying me, which maybe college to a degree is now too. But as a Chiefs fan, I wouldn't love it. I'd much rather them, hire Liam Cohen and draft the best tackle on the board.
Yeah, put Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I think it would be a big swing, and they have to take big swings.
So it's very similar to what I said segment before is, okay, so Nick Wright started out, and I agree with a lot of the texters and Twitchers that never listen to anything Nick Wright says in certain aspects, right? But
when it came to Nikola Jokic 3 years ago, he was a dude that the city wanted to eviscerate.
Yeah, and that's what you do.
Outside of that, man, I know he's a big Chiefs homer. I don't hate listening to Nick Wright.
Well, and also he wasn't implicated on all the other FS1 shenanigans over the last couple days. But anyway, we won't get into that.
He's also a Syracuse guy.
Oh, there you go. That's probably
so
why.
I kind of have to like
As
him.
a Syracuse alum, you learn to keep your nose clean, baby. Anyway, so
Jesus.
So here's the thought. Nick Wright himself saying, A, I'm not sold on Shedeur Sanders as a top 5 pick. B, I'm not sold on Deion Sanders as a even college football head coach, let alone a NFL head coach. But when the rubber hits the road and you look at your Chiefs fandom, who are you more scared of? Liam Cohen and whoever quarterback, or Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders? And I think the answer is very clear. You would be a lot more scared of what could be with a Deion Sanders providing the perfect nurture of his son, Shedeur Sanders, with the correct coordinating and personnel going forward.
I understand where you're coming from. I understand where Nick Wright is coming from. It doesn't erase the fact that it's a pipe dream that it could happen, that both of those things happen.
Why?
Deion Sanders is not going to the NFL unless he can coach his son.
What? Okay.
As of right now, and things can change, but as of right now, Shedeur Sanders is either being drafted number 1 or number 2.
Why?
And
because you think that?
There are at least.
Because you believe that.
Because many people believe that right now.
We'll see.
We haven't gone into our draft prep. We haven't gone into all of our film, and you're certainly going to be the voice of reason here at Altitude going into all of those things. As of right now, Shedeur is either the number 1 or the number 2 pick. There are at least 3 teams ahead of Las Vegas right now that are quarterback desperate: Tennessee, Cleveland, and New York. So we think that the guy as of right now who's projected to be the number 1 overall pick is going to fall to 6, or that any one of those teams is going to trade down and give Las Vegas the opportunity to draft their guy. Deion's not going to the NFL unless he can coach Shedeur. And there's no guarantee those 2 things are going to happen. And there's certainly no guarantee those 2 things are going to coincide in Vegas. It's a pipe dream right now. It's a pipe dream.
I think it's going to happen.
He's just going to drop past the Titans, the Browns, and the Giants?
Yep.
And either one of those teams is going to trade down? The Titans, who don't have a quarterback and are banking on Will Levis as of right now, are going to trade out of number 1. Okay, let's say they don't do that, but Cam Ward goes number 1. Cleveland, who doesn't have a quarterback, they have to pay the guy, but he doesn't have an Achilles right now. They're gonna fail to draft a guy there. The Giants, who got rid of the quarterback that they extended, they're going to trade out of number 3. Again, I still think that the J.J. McCarthy thing is legit.
Yeah, he's a bonus first-round draft pick potential.
If that happens.
For this class.
If that happens, I think that is the only way that Deion and Shedeur both come to the same spot. Because there's no world in which Deion Sanders leaves CU to go coach in the NFL against his kid.
Here's what I believe to be true. I coached at CU in 2022. Rick George, the athletic director, it was a time period for the University of Colorado shifting paradigms in conference realignment, needing to have a seat at the table, and a program that had just finished up a 1-11 season, largely because my hands were dirty. And I'll say that. Rick George needed to throw a Hail Mary as a hire, and he did it in the form of Deion Sanders, which came with Shedeur Sanders and came with Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
and
but they
worked.
could guarantee that both of those players were coming with Deion.
That's
Vegas
true.
can't
That's
guarantee
true.
that.
You're right.
They can't guarantee that.
Trade and draft capital matters a lot. And if they're the teams that are in front of the Raiders, unless they just fully believe that Shedeur Sanders, regardless of his environment, regardless of his nurture, that he is without question the number one quarterback in this draft class, then they'll put their money where their mouth is, which is also it's a risk on their part as well.
Yes.
Is it not? I mean, you imagine Cleveland drafting Shedeur? Like with the laundry list of bust quarterbacks that they've had, do you think that would feel great and warm and fuzzy? When you start rolling through the NFL, they do their breakdowns of quarterbacks and you show the amount of sacks that he's taken in the last 2 years. You think that's going to feel great in Cleveland? The Vegas Raiders, they need an absolute Hail Mary themselves, and it is worth it. And I'm coming from a place of knowing that franchise, what makes that franchise traditionally tick, and it's being counterculture to the rest of the NFL. And I think there's nothing more counterculture than Deion Sanders as your head coach and Shedeur as your quarterback. And hell, Travis Hunter's probably on the team in 2 to 3 years anyway.
KJ, what's next?
Baby, we're coming.
Jaguars owner Shad Khan was on a Zoom presser with GM Trent Baalke earlier this week to address the future of the franchise after firing head coach Doug Peterson. A discussion came up about what would happen if the new head coach wanted to make upward personnel changes, and Shad Khan's answer shocked everyone in the presser and maybe Trent Baalke as well.
I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad, back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Baalke was on the call.
Unbelievable.
Baalke was on the Zoom call.
Shad.
He was the next window over.
Shaka Khan, baby.
That is brutal. Which one of these coordinators or former head coaches that are candidates right now would garner the power to walk into Jacksonville and go, all right, now I get to make upward changes? Because it's not
Belichick.
Right, but let's take Belichick off the board, even though I still think there's
you had him coaching the damn Raiders about 30 minutes ago.
Hold on. Just humor me for a second.
And I'm the one who's crazy for thinking that Deion Sanders is going to coach the Raiders?
Humor me.
Come on, man.
The connection between Tom Brady and Belichick is very tangible. I'm not completely off base.
Let's go. Okay, what coordinators? Flores, hell no, because Brian Flores' biggest downside is the fact that he was known as the biggest dictator head coach in the National Football League when he was with the Dolphins. That did not go well.
All right, so Flores, no. Arthur Smith?
No, hell no. I mean, he's a recently failed head coach.
Ben Johnson?
Yes.
Even though he hasn't been a head coach.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You can walk in and you can go, I'm the GM now.
Yeah, he has got the Midas touch right now until he doesn't, which I'm telling you, I've coached, I've lived that life. I've had the Midas touch, and then I've also lost it pretty quickly.
Aaron Glenn, Detroit DC.
I think Aaron Glenn, I love him. I'm an Aaron Glenn fan. I just like the way he carries himself. I like the way he calls the defense. I like the way he doesn't make excuses for having his entire roster out.
So you would allow him to come in and go, get rid of that GM?
Probably, yeah.
Joe Brady.
No. He's a youngster.
Still too green.
Yeah, he's also had a pretty significant up and down himself.
Vance Joseph.
No, failed head coach in recent time.
Let's get into two guys that I think are, for me, are probably both yeses. Mike Vrabel.
Yes.
You allow him to come in and go, get rid of Baltimore.
And the reason for that, I think, is because he is just garnered the way that the Titans fell after he was let go has made his stock go up even more. Because in reality, it wasn't like the Titans were unbelievable with him as the head coach. I mean, they were a postseason contender. They did it with Ryan Tannehill, but it's not like they've done anything. They weren't spectacular. I think Vrabel's overrated, personally. I think he's overrated.
73-year-old Pete Carroll.
Yes.
You allow him to walk in and go, my show.
Yep.
I agree. You have a Super Bowl ring. You probably should have 2.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll's a yes. Final one, and he's really only a candidate for a team, Rex Ryan.
Hell no. Guy hasn't coached ball in 9 years, man. 8 years? Come on, man.
KJ, one more.
Baby, we're coming.
ESPN's Mike Greenberg discussed how he would handle the Vikings quarterback situation after this season between Darnold and McCarthy. Apparently, he has the best solution that any national pundit has thrown out thus far.
I liked the idea of trading J.J. McCarthy. I think Darnold has proved that in this offense, he is more than good enough.
Welcome to the show,
J.J. McCarthy,
Greeny.
if he were in this year's draft, would be the number 1 pick. So if you are a team that has a top 10 pick and needs a quarterback, why wouldn't you trade that to Minnesota? So Minnesota can keep Darnold. They can franchise him if they don't feel 100% certain about him forever. Or they can try and make a deal with him. Maybe he takes a slightly team-friendly one because he recognizes that this has revitalized his entire career. And the Vikings can add a top 10 pick in the draft by trading McCarthy. I think that would make a lot of sense. Just look on this list of teams here that are going to need quarterbacks. There are only 2 that are going to be drafted in the first half of the first round, Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward. There are far more teams than that are going to be looking for quarterbacks. So why wouldn't those teams give up one of those high picks for J.J. McCarthy, who, again, would be the highest rated quarterback if he were in this year's class? So that's, if I were in their shoes, barring something terrible happening in L.A. this Monday night, I think, AJ, that's the direction I'd be looking to go.
Here on the morning sprint, even though you're late to the party, we don't lock the doors.
ESPN Greeny. Is it Mike Greenberg?
Mike Greenberg.
Mike Greenberg, apparently longtime listener of the morning sprint.
The timing does work out.
Never before caller. Clearly.
The timing does work out. They get off the show, and then he's got something to do in
But
those 2
apparently
hours.
many-time plagiarizer of our original thoughts. So we'll take it, Greeny. Hey, tell you what, man. Plagiarism is the greatest form of flattery, and we'll take it, Greeny.
Hey, can I play along with his little game real quick?
Yeah.
The 49ers are expected to draft 11th. If you're the 49ers, do you move off Brock Purdy and trade for J.J. McCarthy, knowing that at some point Brock Purdy has to get paid?
In a heartbeat. I do that. I think there's a very good chance. I don't know.
JJ's a good fit, too.
JJ's a great fit.
Outside zone, throw on the run,
In a
smart,
heartbeat.
tough guy.
And you get 4 more years of that rookie contract. Are you kidding? And that's the one chance. That is Kyle Shanahan's chance. And if he fails with JJ, sayonara.
At least from the Niners. He'll be the head coach of the Broncos in 2037.
After Sean retires with 2 more rings.
Yeah, I don't know. Just throw it out there. 10 years from now.
Bo Nix is 37 years old.
Yeah. I don't think he gets there, though. I think it's going to be the New York Football Giants.
I think he's a Giant, too. I'll say it right now. All right? Yeah, what is it? It's January 8th. J.J. McCarthy is the starting quarterback for the New York Football Giants in 2025. I'm there with you, Coach.
Yep.
I am.
Not to be confused with the former New York baseball Giants, who became the San Francisco Giants and kind of an offshoot of your New York Mets.
Didn't the Giants just sign Justin Verlander?
Yeah, Verlander.
Congratulations on getting Kate Upton.
More importantly, Kate Upton is a San Francisco Giant now.
Congratulations, Coach.
Yeah,
Enjoy
talk
that
about
one.
the glow up for the franchise. Huge glow up.
We'll hand things off to PhD next. Double dip here on Altitude Sports Radio this evening. Nuggets on the second leg of a back-to-back will host the LA Clippers. 6:30 pregame show and a 7 p.m. tip. Avs on AM 950 this evening as they travel to the United Center in Chicago to take on Connor Bedard and the lowly Blackhawks. That is a 5:30 puck drop, 5 p.m. pregame show on AM 950 and crystal clear on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's brought to you by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, you can go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Trent Miner starting for the Avalanche this evening. We talked about this yesterday with Birdo. Considering Scott Wedgwood is out on injury after that little incident with Buffalo. Zach Benson gets hit into him, rolls up on his leg. Miner gets the first start, which goes against what Winnipeg did to you the other night, where Winnipeg threw Connor Hellebuck, who's the best goalie in the league right now.
Regular season goalie.
You are right. Regular season goalie in the league right now. They threw him at Nashville the first night of a back-to-back and then played Colorado on the second leg. They guaranteed their points. A little different here. Chicago's horrendous. They are a terrible hockey team.
Not even Bedard can come through in the clutch.
He's regressing right now, man.
Yeah, not a big Bedard guy.
I am a Bedard guy.
Right now, though.
But right now, like, Macklin Celebrini is a better hockey player than he is. Because Celebrini's got a little bit of dog in him.
Yeah, Celebrini also knows how to find a good Italian beef sandwich in Chicago. You ever had a good Italian beef? Portillo's, I will go. That's like the fast food edition. And it's still amazing.
Portillo's is unreal.
I love Portillo's.
Those Frosty Miller Lights, man. I don't think there's a Portillo's here.
Wait, would you say Frosty Miller Lights?
Frosty Miller Lights?
At a
Portillo's? Hold on. You're telling me that you know Portillo's enough to know the menu, and you have never gone into a Portillo's and gotten one of those chalice 24-ounce Miller Lights?
I'm so sorry. I thought you were thinking about like a slushie that is served. No, the chalice is unbelievable.
Unbeatable.
It's like a big O. It's like a celebration of cold beer.
And it's almost too cold to touch.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking I've done so much Portillo's drive-through because I had it in different Midwestern towns I lived in. And I just loved I loved a Chicago dog, a Portillo's dog, and then an Italian beef dipped twice. Kind of like the Altitude Sports Radio. We got a double dipper tonight.
I do the Italian sausage. I'm a big Italian sausage.
I love Italian sausage.
I'd rather do that than a dog.
Honestly, I like that entire genre of food. They have that chocolate cake. I forgot what it's called. It's like chocolate. Somebody on the text line knows exactly what I'm talking about with Portillo's. They have a chocolate cake that's iconic. But the other one is, Portillo's is likely coming to Littleton this year.
Get out of town. Get out of town.
Bring it.
When? I don't know. I need to run over to our sales office and go tell them to get on that stat.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've already sold
Show
them.
sponsor, Portillo's,
let's
baby.
Go, baby. Let's
do this thing.
Yeah, we might have some open bidding here for this. I like it.
Did you watch any of the TGL last night on ESPN?
You know what?
Tomorrow's golf league.
So strangely, while I was being soft and hugging my pillow in bed yesterday because I was acting like somebody that I typically am not, which is sick and sad and, bad stuff happening in the restroom. I started watching SportsCenter, which I don't watch very often. I watch SportsCenter, and Matthew Berry did an entire segment explaining TGL. And I was kind of like, this is interesting. And I was learning about the undulating, changing approach shots in the so I ended up seeing your tweet later on that evening, and I was like, you know what? I need to watch this.
I was way more entertained than I thought I was going to be.
So was I.
I thought it was placed at the perfect time. It was, 7 p.m. on a Tuesday night when typically you don't really have anything else to watch. I thought it was 30 minutes too long. I really enjoyed the first hour of it, and then at the end of the singles matches, because they played alternate shot 3v3, and then they went into I think 6 holes of 1v1. The last half hour, I was all right. I'm kind of done with this. I'm a little bored. I think it was 30 minutes too long, but I enjoyed the setup. The green was cool. The holes were different. And for me, and again, you guys know this if you've listened to the show, when I look at entertainment is binary to me. I don't get into the weeds of, did this part get me? No, that part didn't. Was I entertained in a general sense? Either the light switch is on or it's off. And last night, the light switch was on.
It really was.
I kind of liked it.
You know what was interesting was just Tiger Woods overall just kind of
just lording over.
It was really
it was
interesting.
Yes, it was.
And he was like he was like almost in that like mafia boss kind of where he was like slouched over and they're interviewing. And he's like, yeah, they like what we're doing here, you know. And did you not feel that from Tiger?
If anything puts Tiger on my screen more, then I'm in. He's my favorite athlete of all time.
Okay.
Much to my father-in-law's chagrin.
You know who really shined, at least on the SportsCenter preview explaining TGL, and then during the actual tournament, shined was Wyndham Clark. Just as he is a unbelievable.
Looks good on TV too.
Well, he did a great job explaining it. He has an incredible future in broadcasting because he's got the ability to talk a little crap. He was going back and forth with other golfers. I loved Wyndham Clark, Colorado's own.
I don't know if it's got staying power.
I think it does.
I might get bored of it late.
Bad weather this time of year.
But again, another binary thing for me. It's very much ingrained with the PGA Tour, so it's not competing with it. It's supposed to be a side dish to the PGA Tour. After watching it for 45 minutes, way more watchable than the Live. Because that product is crap.
I can't do Live. I'm Liveless Joe Jackson.
So for
I can't do
binary, is it better than Live? Yes, it was already.
You keep saying binary, and I don't know what you mean by binary.
On or off,
but
yes or no.
But I get side piece. And you said it's a great side piece for the PGA Tour, and I agree wholeheartely.
Something that doesn't feel very binary to me. The 47th annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo is at the Colorado Convention Center, and it runs through Sunday starting tomorrow. $16 adult tickets and free entry for youth under 15 and active military members with an ID. There are hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RV, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. Find out more at sportsexpos.com. That'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. after the old double dipperoo. Nuggets, Clippers, 92.5. Avs, Blackhawks on 950.
Thank you, AAA Home Improvements. Toby Hurl and the crew are the best. You guys are awesome. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Welcome to the show. Tyler Palomas, good to see you, friend.
Hi, boys.
Scott Hastings, my man.
Hey, D, how are you?
There he
Hey,
is.
how are you doing, Davo?
Just saw Scott a few hours ago.
Boy, it feels like it, doesn't it?
It does, man. I don't know, bro. Like that 24-hour turnaround on those back-to-back nights, and tonight's another back-to-back night. It's just, at least you don't have to travel. I mean, the back-to-backs where at least you're at home, or even if you are on the road, if you don't have to travel, it's the traveling that's the crazy thing. But the turnaround is quick, and you know what? I just got to say, these Massachusetts fans, these Boston fans,
Good on them.
they're the biggest turds, though.
Well, they can.
They are the biggest visiting fan turds. I thought it was Chicago Cubs fans, but I'm convinced now. Really, it is the Boston.
And
fans.
they all freaking live here. They all live
Oh,
here.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
you can't get rid of them because they live here.
Yeah, they're not traveling for the game. They're here.
Although, I will say this. I ran into one of my college buddies. He was a team manager when I was in college. And he'd been writing me, and I'd forgot completely about it. I guess he has a daughter and a future son-in-law that are living in Colorado. And also, I'm going to take a leak at halftime. I did the radio with Kaz. I said, I hear, Scott. Turn around, there's my buddy Dudley that I really haven't seen probably in 15 years, but I went to college with him. And he was a Celtic fan when we were in college. We never understood why, because he's from some little town in Arkansas, right?
Yeah, that's another weird one, but go ahead.
Yeah, right.
I have a whole thing about that too, but go ahead.
But he was a fan of them before even Bird and them got there. So which
Really?
Oh, no, he was.
Like Tommy Heinsohn, he was like...
It's like 79, 80, he was a fan.
JoJo White fan.
We played Bird in college, so,
Okay.
you know, he...
I'm rolling my eyes. I get it if you're a Bill Russell, John Havlicek fan in the 60s, but you were a fan right before they were good. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
But it's in that time frame.
Okay.
It's in that time frame. Now, maybe he was just a giant Bird fan, and that's when he started. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
And then his buddy, Joe Klein played there, so I think it became even bigger because of that. But anyway, he was there. But then, and his wife came with him, and then his daughter lives here, and she's wearing I go, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
And she goes, well, Dad bought the ticket, so I had to. so I had to.
All right, let me start with a no dumb question.
I watch the Nuggets all the time, but
let me ask you a no dumb question. You get free tickets in great seats to a Nuggets game.
Mm-hmm.
Should you be allowed to wear the other team's gear?
Who gave it to you?
I don't want to rat out somebody specifically, but
I mean,
a well-connected person to the Denver Nuggets, or at least somewhat connected.
Somebody in the organization? That's a hell no.
Sort of like tangentially, like,
if
it's in the family.
Somebody has got a connection to the organization, gives you tickets, and you wear the opponent's gear,
bad.
You're dead to me.
Yeah, because it could be a player, it could be an executive, it could. Well, I mean, we work for a great company. There's all sorts of branches off that tree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's pretty loose. I mean, if you're going that far, that's a pretty loose connection.
Fine. You got free tickets, and you're sporting the other team's gear?
that should be the last game.
But
you get those free tickets.
Yeah, but hold on. The person that gave
you need to give up some names.
No. I mean, you got to dig deeper.
I can't do it.
It's not the people that got the tickets. It's not their fault. The people that gave the tickets clearly knew who they were giving the tickets to. They definitely knew that they were Celtics fans, and they understood darn well when they gave those tickets away who was going to show up.
I'm not telling you can't root for whatever team.
Blame the people that gave the tickets.
I'm not telling you can't root for whoever you want to root for, theoretically, although I think it's dumb on a lot of cases. But wearing gear from the other team, like, you just wear a hoodie, bro, like just a shirt. Like, you don't have to wear.
I actually don't get this one.
You know, you're not bothered by that.
Well, if I'm a human being that owns tickets to the Denver Nuggets and I give them to my buddy who's from Boston,
yeah,
I'm damn sure expecting my buddy from Boston to wear Boston gear to the game.
Okay, all right, I'm asking. That's a no dumb question.
So then you could be ticked off at me that I gave my tickets to my buddy from Boston.
Well, that's who you got to be ticked off first with.
Right.
Okay.
You got to know. You got to know. You got to be.
Not the idiot from Massachusetts who's lived in Colorado for 40 years, but still is a Celtics fan.
You got to be the facilitator.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of got to be the facilitator. You got to look at the facilitator. Now, the other guy should also know that this guy works loosely or whatever with the team, maybe out of respect. I don't go full bore, green face,
Yeah, but I'm starting
I will say this. My buddy gave me tickets. You know those seats that's right behind home plate that you get to go to the fancy restaurant and stuff?
Yeah.
Coors Field?
Yeah.
And I'm a giant Royals fan. He got me tickets when the Royals were here a few years ago, and I sat in there with my Royals hat.
Okay, that's a bit of a move.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a move.
Yeah, but just a hat, though.
So?
But he ain't with the team. He paid for those tickets. And he knew I was a Royals fan.
I think if you pay for tickets, do whatever you damn please.
Well,
I'm talking about freebies.
No, you got this wrong. You got it wrong.
Freebies from the organization.
You're mad at the wrong people. But now I'm starting to wonder, like, how connected D-Mac's person is here, because he started with somebody in the organization, and then he was we're a big organization.
He's trying to throw us off.
Then a lot of people around here get tickets.
Let me tell you about last night. It was annoying, and I guess good for the Boston fans. But it's my realization that the vast majority of these people have lived here not only in Colorado, like right now, but have been here for a long time. And I'm sick of it, and I'm embarrassed to a certain degree by my brethren from Massachusetts that they don't embrace more sincerely where they live.
What if they're 40 nights of the year in their Nugget stuff, and that one night of the year their old college, high school, middle school love comes into town? Do they not get excited?
I think it's actually kind of pathetic that you live in the past and not in the present. And that's
where'd you live?
But it makes it easier. They want a championship.
If I've lived 20 years in my hometown and 10 years in a new town, I got way more invested in my hometown.
I give you 5 years. And after you live somewhere for 5 years, if you're not on board with the local teams against whatever team you used to root for, except for college, you get to keep college for the rest of your life. College is different.
See, I feel I get to keep baseball too.
No,
here's why.
That's the Cub. That's that mentality that bugs the hell out of me too.
Well, at least the Cubs fans who are obnoxious until they won 8 years ago. I mean, they were still going to lose, 100 games, right, or 90 games a year. Okay, be your Cub fan. Royals have stunk for since my youth more times than not. I'm just going to be. And listen, the Rockies ain't got nothing to cheer for, man. They lost 100 games 2 games ago.
All right, I feel you.
I'm out on the
all right,
Rockies.
I
You're
got
definitely allowed to stay loyal to bad teams. Nobody.
Kansas City's been a bad team a lot more
Nobody
than
can ever
they've
be
been a
mad
good
at
team.
Nobody can ever be mad at you for staying loyal to a bad team.
Would you agree with that statement?
I guess I'm just pissed off about last night. That's all.
Okay.
All right. I'm pissed off about a lot of things about last night. Actually, I thought they were going to lose by 40, and then they tied it at halftime. And I'm like,
And then they tied it 93-93 with, 8 minutes to go?
Was that when that 15-0 run started after that?
93-93? It was in a 3-minute, it was like a 3.5-minute stretch. That's when we always called it the hidden string. There was 4 straight shots taken. 3, they might have all been threes or they were long, and 3 of them barely hit the rim, and one of them was there.
Can I tell you what the most annoying thing? I'm going to rat out my own parents here. Listening to Boston fans complain about the current state of the Patriots, because they want to do that too. Like, they just want to complain about everything. They want to be miserable. The Boston fans are like that guy who's always working on his car, who never really wants the car to be fixed, because what excuse will he have to go out to the garage?
And drink a beer and watch.
They may be the most miserable, live in the past human beings. I have no idea what's wrong with us from Massachusetts that we have to be so angry and bitter and want the past. Nobody wants to live in the past more than Boston fans. And it annoys me that they're so damn good. It sucks. I hate it. And these are my people theoretically, and I can't. I'm repulsed by it. So I've heard Vic complain about this, and I'm right there with him. I can't stand it, and it does piss me off that you lived somewhere for 30 years and you're rooting for this team like when you were 7 instead of the place that you've lived for the past 30 years. Just don't go to the game.
We got a dude living in Vegas that just texted in right now, lived in Denver for 30 years. No chance I could ever root for the Raiders. I mean, come on. When you put it in context, like it makes sense. I actually think you're wrong.
Well, I will say this.
Boston fans bug me. They do. But
if you're a Boston fan for 20 years and you now live in New York and work in New York for the last 20 years,
you can't turn your back
Boston
on
fan
that.
going to be a Knicks fan.
Yeah, you can't turn your back on that.
I mean, here you're at least
you're bringing up teams that I inherently just despise. Like I could never be like a New York fan
or a Philly.
I could possibly be a Philly fan, but I don't know where my life would go so wrong that I would end up in Philadelphia.
But okay,
the worst city in America.
I think the general rule of thumb in life is you stay loyal to the teams where you grew up, and if you move, you become a fan of those teams where you moved, unless they played the team that you grew up against.
I'm not rooting for any of those friggin' Boston teams. I hope they all. I was so happy the Patriots just nosedived into misery by winning that last game.
Someone says D-Mac endorsing Geo bandwagonism.
I guess maybe it's more of a Denver thing, and I shouldn't be so offended theoretically, because there's no doubt, as I've lived in crap hole cities, that this is the greatest. There is not a better state.
You ain't moving out of Massachusetts to here and then moving back. Like
I actually had that opportunity, you know. I was offered a job at WAAF the same exact time I was offered a job at KBPI. Same exact time. I literally had a choice.
Look, I'm not
in Colorado. You knew Colorado.
1 year. I spent third grade in Mrs. Stanko's class at Steamboat Springs Elementary.
It's
1 year.
Pretty simple.
Officer Stanko. Remember
Mrs. Stanko was great.
Remember the Cheech and Chong bit, though?
Every time I say Mrs. Stanko on the text line, inevitably somebody also had her as a teacher. It's so great. I always love hearing from people like that had Mrs. Stanko. First of all, it's not a great name. Her name was Stanko. That was really her name. It's not made up. It's not like Stinkum.
Can I go even worse?
Sure.
The first major kind of knee surgery that I had, and the guy that we rehabbed it at Georgia State University, which was right downtown in Colorado, or in Atlanta. The head of whatever the department was that did the rehab, kinesiology, whatever it was, doctor. Last name was Cooter.
There you go.
Well, we got a Cooter here. We got Jim Bob Cooter, right, from the Broncos.
Whoa. But you know what his first name was? This is the honest
I feel like here's the joke.
I can show you a picture. I can pull him up on.
Get ready for the rim shot. What was his first name?
Rankin.
Cooter.
Maybe the worst real name. And we used to make fun of him because it was Randy Whitman and I were going to rehab together.
You know, Jim Bob Cooter drove through a McDonald's naked one time.
That's right. He had that moment. Anyways, it was annoying. Listen,
I'm not mad at the Boston fans. They annoy me. I'm not mad at them. I'm mad at all the Nuggets fans that give their tickets to their friends that they know were Boston fans.
Yeah, they're the most annoying fan base, though. I mean, is anybody fighting me on that one? Give me a more annoying fan base here in Colorado for the opposing. The Lakers fans don't bother me at all. Lakers fans are all the same sort of person. I actually don't have a problem with the Lakers fans. They all just love Kobe.
You got any friends that are a Lakers fan?
No, not really. But I mean, the Nuggets have just owned the Lakers so bad over the past few years, it's hard to take the Lakers fans seriously. But if they bug you, I get it. They're not as loud as the Boston fans, by the way. There's nobody more obnoxious at the games than the Boston fans.
Yeah, but Lakers fans don't have a reason to be fans, so that's why they bother me more. Boston fans are actually like from Boston.
Oh, yeah. They're all from Boston or the area. Actually, you know what?
Lakers fans have no vested reason to be fans of the Lakers. They just are.
Let me give you another one. They're not really from Boston. I know this because I know the area. They're from the suburbs of Boston. They're not really from Boston.
We already had this conversation yesterday. In Denver, in Colorado, if you're from the suburb, you're from Denver.
Okay, Dr. Rankin Cooper.
Cooter.
The Nuggets lost because, as Scott pointed out to me, because he's far smarter than I am, the rebounding was equal. It was the quality of the rebounds the Celtics got on second chance points, 2-1, 22-11. And that's because you have no backup to Nikola Jokic. you officially, after last night, do not have any big men backups. Saric, 0 points. DeAndre Jordan, 1 point. I think he hit a free throw. Zeke Naji, I don't know if he can find his keys to start his car, never mind make a basket. That was the most pathetic display of backup big men that I've ever seen in a moment that they needed to have a moment. It was so bad. The best 5 backup was Peyton Watson because AG is hurt now too.
Which is a positive we can talk about. If you go small ball, Peyton Watson can play maybe a little small ball 5 for you.
I got it. But when you're facing Porzingis, who's 7'3", and Greg Kite Jr. wearing number 40 out there, I don't even know what the Cornet, whatever he is, some lumbering Frankenstein monster sort of dude, but height is height.
A Boston Celtic backup center. I mean, that's
what they look like.
Yeah.
That is like.
Yeah. Cornet looks like a Boston Celtic backup center.
The Celtics have always had.
That's Greg Kite.
That's Greg Kite Jr.
Yeah.
This isn't lumbering 7-footer with absolutely no skill, but 7 feet is 7 feet.
Takes a lot of space.
And then you got Porzingis, who's 7'3" or whatever.
Who looks tiny compared to Wembley.
By the way, yeah, if Porzingis is 7'3", Wemby's 7'5".
At least.
I'm just all pissed off. Shouldn't be, but.
Yeah, you and Malone talked about in the pregame presser. Somebody asked about replacing Joker. He said, well, how do you replace 31, 13, and 10? And I think last night they replaced it with 1, 7, and 1.
It was pathetic.
Yeah, 1, 7, and 1 with 3 guys.
I hate to say because the odds are stacked against you, but if you're missing Jokic and AG, I'm sorry. Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray can't be just okay. They've got to be special. And neither one of them was special. They were just both kind of okay. And so
Mike had 1 field goal and 2 free throws.
We're leaning on Russell Westbrook to freaking lead the way, and he was great, man. And Strother had a pretty good game too.
The third was an interesting Russell Westbrook experiment. You got all of the roller coaster in Russell Westbrook in the third.
All right, we got to take a break.
You got the turnovers, you got the big 3, you got it all.
I'm thrilled Russell Westbrook is on this team. He is not like a distraction like DeMarcus Cousins. To me, it's like if you've got a problem with Russell Westbrook, you're the one with the problem, not him. That dude is just all heart and soul and energy. Yeah. I have seen no negatives about him whatsoever. 0. They got to catch up to him, as far as I'm concerned right now, on a lot of nights, and that should not be the case. All right, a hype video from Bo Nix. Totally different than Russell Wilson. That's next. Oh, you beat the crap out of Greg Kite one time, huh?
Just once.
Tyler, how schooled are you on big lumbering oafs from the 80s in basketball?
Well, I've been a big lumbering
oafs
oaf
from the
my
80s
whole
and
life.
90s.
Yeah.
For 500.
To see a guy like that for the Celtics last night was quite a trip. Like, there's just not a lot of those dudes left in the NBA, but they got one of them. Anyways, whatever. You guys want to hear get chills? Ready for some chills?
I saw this.
Oh my God,
And-
you were
and-
so
and-
right on.
And, well, listen. I'm going to tell you this because I was always. It's not a Russ thing, to be clear, for me.
Uh-huh.
I'm just not a hype video guy. Like I've never been a hype video
Yeah, but
guy. I don't care if
this-
it's Garrett Bowles. I don't care if it's Russell Wilson.
This one.
I don't care if it's Bo Nix. I don't like hype videos from players.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stay consistent. I called it out on Russ, and I'll say it right now. I'll be the boring dude that says I don't like Bo Nix putting out a hype video before the playoffs.
I don't care either way, but when people go up and their panties get in a bunch when Russ does it, and then somebody else follows with one, and it's okay.
Oh, D-Mac sends out
then,
there.
I got an issue.
This
my
sick hype
issue.
video.
God, it was
My
sick.
issue is the measuring stick that we
At
use.
least I'm happy to be consistent.
Oh, this
He doesn't like hype videos. I don't care. Just be consistent.
this hype video is freaking amazing.
No, it's no different than any other hype video. But
I
I'm
mean,
sure,
they're
Dan
using
Tanner,
that-
I'm sure Dan Tanner, your butt boy, will grab it and put it up on the screen.
I'm sorry, my
Yep.
Yeah.
using a great Boston-based band, Aerosmith. Now, I'll tell you, Boston's got great rock. So,
Well,
they got that.
How about Boston?
Yeah, Boston. Brad Delp. Yeah. Tom Schultz, engineer from MIT in Boston. I could keep going.
I saw, was it Boston did a concert in Denver a few years ago? I think it was Boston. Their lead singer died or was
Brad
gone.
Delp died, yeah.
And they found a guy that was just
Sounds just like him. It's crazy.
Sounds just like him.
Yeah,
and they found him because they were shopping at a Home Depot, and the dude was singing like
Is that right?
Was singing a song, walking down the hallway. And the guy stopped him. One of the two guitarists or whatever said,
Good enough.
Hey, you ever think about singing in a band?
That's wild.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, Journey found a guy in like the Philippines who's like 5 feet tall. That sounds just like Steve Perry.
Yeah, but that's hard to do too.
All right, let's hear and see this amazing hype video from Bo Nix. Son, well, we need the.
It has been 8 years since the Broncos have been to the playoffs. But unfortunately, the Broncos fall just short.
But unfortunately for the Broncos, they still have not clinched a playoff spot.
Ain't nobody trying to watch Bo Nix, a rookie quarterback, play.
Well said, Mike. Look at this, Bo. Ballsy, and now we're going to go.
Why not?
At Surtain. We're going to touchdowns, Mims. How about a little flashback? How about a little Elway in here? Come on, bring in Elway. There he is. Woo! Shannon Sharp. Bucky.
All right, now, Dan.
Totally necessary for Bo Nix to do that.
Now, Dan, I need you to pull
put
up.
himself in there 13 or 14 different times.
I need you to pull up an old Russell Wilson hype video and let's compare and contrast. Let's watch them side by side now, and then let's see which one we're better.
Hey, brother, if Russell Wilson was getting us in the playoffs, I'd be pretty psyched about his hype videos, too.
Where does the Aerosmith song Dream On go in the pantheon of perfect music for hype videos? Top three.
It's a Southern California Mount Rushmore, as Prime would say.
I'll give Bo Nix credit though that he at least showed a different Denver Bronco every other scene. He came back to himself.
Came back to himself. Cut to himself.
Yeah, but then he'd show Nick
somebody
Bonito.
catching his pass, and then come back to himself, and then somebody else making a great catch from
Yeah.
his
But he made it team first, right?
And then
not really,
with no ego whatsoever. It's him. Then it's Elway. Then it's back to him, just to say this is who we are. Well, this is who we are.
Well, I am Elway.
Awesome.
D-Max, see now D-Max trying to act facetious right now. He is, but he really loved it. Like loved it.
Oh, I know he did.
I got some chills. Well, the funny part is too, like our buddy Mike.
You got chills.
Mike Evans like hating on Bo. So many people did. The rookie. Nobody's gonna be. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, he was just regurgitating what Jeff Saturday said. I think.
Yeah. I think I've been pretty calm on. I told you so mountain.
Oh, come on.
I mean, we could replay how I sounded on draft night if I want to really rub it in.
I don't know, Bo. Go ahead and put yourself out there again.
It was such a great night.
Bo Mac.
Bo Mac.
You know what? Bo Mac.
What a
The
great-
rest of the playoffs.
what a
For at
great
least
night.
another week, Bo Mac.
It's amazing. You'll get on board eventually.
I'm not off board.
You hated Russell Wilson's hype videos. You were with me. You hated them.
I liked it
Hated them.
in the beginning. We all liked it in the beginning. Come on. We all liked it in the beginning.
I did not.
Oh, really?
No.
Not even the
I've
very
never
beginning?
liked hype videos, ever. I don't like hype videos from players.
Not even in the very, very beginning.
I love like fan-oriented hype videos. Those are cool, because like the fans put it out. When the player hires somebody to put out a hype video of themselves,
yeah,
I don't like it. I'm sorry. I'm old school.
There's no way Bo Nix was chopping that up on iMovie on his Mac.
Oh, you think?
No, that was, dude, somebody with some skill was putting that bad boy together.
What if Harold Smith will go, hey, by the way,
that wasn't just like that. That was like a Aerosmith remix. It wasn't even just the Aerosmith song. It was some sort of,
So you can steal it without having to pay for it.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. If you remix things, you avoid all sorts of copyright rules.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
I am being a little facetious. Like, why did you do this? Like, what is the point of the hype? Like, what is Bo doing here? I actually am leaning more in your direction, Tyler. I am being a little facetious because I understand the juxtaposition to Russell Wilson.
I don't believe this 180 you're doing right now.
That's not 180.
I don't believe that.
I think it's a little weird to be putting out hype videos really at this point. Like,
but I think the Gen Z fan probably loved it.
Oh,
it's what people love
do. It's just what you do these days. Everybody's got to hire somebody to do something for them and make them look cool, and it's just what you do.
All right, so is this a get off my lawn moment by being like, what are you doing here? Is this just what you do and it's really no big deal?
I'm not even like, what are you doing? Like, I understand. It's just what the generations are doing. It's just not for me. I just don't eat it up. The only reason I watched the video seriously is because I knew we were going to talk about it.
Oh,
well, it's one of my favorite songs in the history of Scott.
Oh.
The Denver Broncos are my favorite team.
Yeah.
So I have no problem. I honestly, I don't care if people do it or not. I think some of them are really cool. Some of them are stupid. I don't need to do Miko. Now, if he'd have put that video up together.
Well, he didn't. Miko.
No, I loved that.
Yeah, Miko. Rantanen. Instead of Miko Rantanen. But Miko didn't put that out. Somebody.
That's my point.
And
somebody else did it.
I love fan-oriented stuff.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And I thought it was stupid too. But I just didn't, I just thought that was the quality.
No, I
have no problem with hype videos. I really don't. I just want the same yardstick. If you're going to crush a guy like you did for his hype videos, and then this one's like glorious, I'm like.
I got to admit, when I saw it the first time, it did give me a little chills. Like, it was cool. Like, it's been a great year and whatever. But then when I thought about it a little deeper,
we got a Russ hype video here. Let's go. Let's check out.
What was the Broncos' record during when this video came out?
They won 5 in a row.
Context.
Well, this is a Steelers hype video.
This is a Pittsburgh one.
Okay, and again, I would say when. Like, when did he do it? Like, you're seeing a Bo hype video that he put out, and I'm rolling my eyes at that. I agree. But it's when you're going to the playoffs, and it's not like there was a Bo Nix hype video every. It sounds weird. Like, why were you doing a hype video for yourself? Like, that is kind of weird. It's a little odd.
But that's his generation. Go
I'll
on
tell you
Twitter
this.
And look how many people do hype stuff just for themselves.
One thing we did crush Russ on is that he had all these people employed that they just needed something to do.
Yeah,
Bo's clearly got somebody employed to do that.
He did do the reality show. There are a couple of red.
I want to check out the Russ hype video.
There are a couple of red flags about Bo that down the line could. There's a couple of red flags out there, but I don't want to get unenthusiastic about what's going on. All right, Russ. Yeah, let's see Russ.
You need to continually be a guy on the rise.
Oh, very similar.
This is a man versus himself battle. You got to be continually pressing to get better.
Is this Phil or Genesis?
Phil. No jacket required.
This is a highly competitive line of work that we're in.
Terrible towels.
We finished with
all
competitive man, guys that thrive on competition, guys that don't turn it down, guys that don't back down. Because that's this game.
Let's go, man.
I'm counting.
The back.
Hey, hold on. in that whole hype video, there were 3 teeny tiny little glimpses of Russ. I actually got to give him credit. That was a team first hype video right there.
I actually wouldn't even know that was a Russell Wilson hype video. I would just think that's a Steelers hype video. Like they did it.
Yeah.
But that came from Russ himself. That wasn't from the Steelers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I got to give Russ credit there.
Give you chills?
Yeah, actually it did. I mean, like the best part of a hype video is the dramatic, like build up. It's like a music drop, like. But
with that song, you got to have the drum solo's got to be hit a little bit harder before you start going into the fast.
Well,
cut.
but they paused it, and then Tomlin hits you with a boom,
boom, boom, and then it should go bop, 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 real hard and loud though.
That did kind of give me chills. That was cool.
I got to give Russ credit. I liked it. That wasn't about Russ. That video was not about Russ.
It is a different time where athletes hire production teams to produce videos. It's a whole thing.
It's the generation of TikTok is what it is, right?
You know, by the way, if you have, and my son did this, and I thought it was cool, but he did it because everybody does it. Like when you commit to a school for sports, like your announcement is like this whole thing. It's just different. You're probably right. This generation is just different. You know, everything comes. This is the baby announcements and all that stuff and all that other crap. This is the engagements on the jumbotron. Nothing is quiet anymore. Everything is loud. Everything is loud.
That's true. This could be the loud generation.
Yeah.
Soft but loud.
Soft but loud. Soft but loud.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Kind of, yeah. Sensitive. Oh, yeah.
Soft but loud.
Soft but loud. It's this generation. Congratulations, Dan.
Yeah, I'll never be a hype video guy. Just won't be me.
But is that because you're an offensive lineman?
I guess.
Hey, Bowles and McFlinchie are on interviews more than anybody in the world.
Hey, I know. Like, I don't know, man. I've just been about the team. It's never been about me.
I mean, have we heard from any of the guards or the center this year?
Well, Powers hates talking, so nobody bothers talking to Ben Powers.
Right.
I think he's done one press conference in 2 years.
Quinn Miners will answer questions.
Quinn Miners answer questions.
He'll talk.
But if asked, he doesn't seek the microphone.
No, and he's not a good interview either. Even though he's a good dude and he's not rude, he just doesn't give. Ben Powers is just rude.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny story.
And I've never heard Luke Wattenberg say a word. I don't know what he sounds like.
Our boy Stink, it was like one of his last years in the league, signed a deal with KOA when I was still doing the games. He would be a sponsored post-game interview every game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and dude, I'm looking, we make eye contact. We'd have to go out. We'd either go around corners, like in a dark place in the locker room, or back around there, because he still was in the old school.
Yep. Those days are done.
And he would do the interview, but he didn't want anybody to be seen. He was doing an interview.
All right, well, it's all good for the Broncos this week because you should get hyped up. And if you want to yell and scream about stuff, we have the Voice of the People on the app, sports radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. We have a Bills apologist in our midst. Do you know the whole story between our local yokel Bills apologist?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Works with us. You're amongst him every day.
Oh, I just saw him walk in.
Oh.
I mean, I know the one Bills fan. I didn't know he's an apologist.
We'll get to it coming up next.
He won't be an apologist on Monday.
Okay.
And I know you can get excited about buying a new vehicle, but you might dread the process of actually buying that car. Well, that's why you want to go to my friends at Phil Long Ford, because get excited about finding the vehicle of your dreams because you're going to find it. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on the lot at Phil Long Ford. So you can be excited about finding the vehicle of your dreams, and you can be excited about the process of buying it, because when you go to Phil Long Ford, it's a different type of car dealership, guys. They respect you. They respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They respect you as a human being. They're going to give you the best price. You're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to be given the best price at Phil Long Ford. One-stop shopping. Find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, and build a relationship for life. You're going to go to this car dealership once, and then you're going to realize I'm going to be a customer for life at Phil Long Ford because I like the way that they treat me. I like the way that they get me in and out. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at phillongdenver.com.
Man, we look forward to the challenge. They've had a great season. We're familiar with certainly the travel. The last time we were there, it felt like we were there 7 days. We played them Monday night. We got out there Friday. Our plane was delayed. But, look, they're a real good football team, and that's why they're the 2 seed. And we're going to have a great week of preparation, and we'll get ready to go.
Here we go, playoff style. Guys, Rob Trujillo, our great promotions director, who I've known since he was a little kid, really a little kid, in Buffalo.
He ain't so little anymore.
Well,
got good hair, though.
Yeah.
Fantastic hair.
Thanks, I think.
Yeah.
How old were,
great hair.
I guess when I met you when you were a little kid, how old were you in Buffalo when you guys left?
When we left, I was 5.
5. So I've known Rob since he was 5 years old. Okay. That's the last time you lived in Buffalo, right?
Last time I lived there, yeah.
Okay.
And how old are you now?
Yeah, this was an interesting conversation you had at the top of the show.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm 37 now.
So 32 years you've been in Colorado?
I went back for college, so I was on the East Coast for college, but I wasn't in Buffalo. I was on Long Island. But most of the time I've lived here, yeah.
Linebacker at Evergreen High School.
Right?
Right?
There you go. Yeah.
Right. His
Got a great football name. That's a linebacker name.
Oh,
Trujillo.
Yeah. His high
Smurf.
school graduation party at Red Rocks is when me, Stout, came back hammered from Portland. We were wicked hungover, and we came back just for his high school graduation party that he had at Red Rocks.
Wow.
Yeah,
good to have a dad with a little influence.
Oh, that's not where the party wasn't there. That's where the graduation ceremony is. And I think it's one of the cool things that happens in Colorado is a lot of schools, particularly Jeffco, they do their graduation ceremony at Red Rocks. So you walk the stage at Red Rocks to get your
That
diploma.
is cool.
Yeah, but then you had a private dinner.
Not at Red Rocks, though.
Where was it?
It was a place up by my house.
Oh, I thought it was
The
at Red
fort.
Rocks. I was pretty hungover.
Went to the fort.
So I'm just trying to establish the Colorado whatever here. Who are you rooting for this Sunday?
Come on. Why are you doing this?
Who are you rooting for?
Because it was cute that you did this with the whole Boston Celtics.
Rob actually represents the exact thing that I'm going to defend Rob here.
Okay.
He represents the exact way I think you got to go about fandom. You got to be loyal to your first, right? Whatever your first was, that's your loyalty.
And then write that on your epitaph.
Well, okay, never mind.
Sports. We're talking about sports here.
I take it all back and I'm an idiot.
Listen, it's so cute because you moved out of Massachusetts in 94?
Oh, 87, brother. Went to college.
Okay.
Didn't look back.
You didn't go back after that?
I, went back for
Just
weeks
quick
at a time.
question.
but didn't live there.
2004, the Red Sox are in the World Series. Who are you rooting for?
I was rooting for the Red Sox.
Okay, well, I mean...
What, in the World Series? No, they weren't playing the Rockies in 2004. They played the Rockies in 2007.
Who are you cheering in 2007?
The Colorado Rockies.
You should have said the Red Sox because it would have been funny.
And you're also,
I was rooting for, and I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because I was at a Red Sox-Rockies game in extra innings, and Jason Giambi hit a walk-off home run. I'm sitting there with my 2 kids, and I'm realizing they love the Rockies, and they're connected to this team because I live here in Colorado, not Boston anymore.
Okay.
So I'm going to get behind that rather than, some sort of childish, immature sort of realization of the past that doesn't really matter compared to what exists now.
Or I'm just... Because, like, the other day, and you do this a lot, you act like you're a Buffalo guy and say Cheektowaga and the 290 and all that,
Skajakwada.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then whenever it, push comes to shove, everybody finds out you're not actually anything Buffalo at all. So you like to do that. And but you, openly admitted the other day, I was a fan when I was there when they were winning. And then they went through a 17-year playoff drought, and my wife and I didn't watch the games until Josh Allen was their quarterback.
Yeah, because they benched Doug Flutie for Rob Johnson, and I gave up.
So I'd rather be the guy that was loyal to my team.
Even during those 17 years.
Yeah, maybe it was a little white knight of me. I don't know. But, I went to watch every single game during the 17-year playoff drought.
But you realize you're far more of a Colorado guy than a Buffalo guy. Your whole life is Colorado.
Smokes weed and he's got a man bun.
I don't smoke weed. I do have a man bun. But my point is simply, D-Mac, that, I don't know why loyalty is frowned upon.
Who are you rooting for?
Of course I'm rooting for the Bills.
Wow.
And it's really a no-win scenario for me because as you've pointed out and Andy has pointed out on the afternoon show, there's no win for me here, right? Like if the Bills lose and the Broncos win,
you're going to get crushed.
I'm going to get crushed all week next week. I'm sure, standing right here with you fellas trying to explain what happened. And if the Bills win, everybody's just going to be like, oh, okay. So it's a no-win for me.
Okay. I was just checking.
So let me ask you this. So we talked about this yesterday too. And we thought maybe more of the fan has a big hump, the 4 Super Bowl losses and everything else. But this team has also had some failures in the postseason with Josh Allen. Do you feel a little pressure that this team is under, more so than maybe the Broncos, who should just be happy to be there?
I think it's a little bit lessened because the way everybody talked about him coming into the year, you get rid of Hyatt, Poyer, Trey White, all these guys, Diggs, Gabe Davis, and everybody was picking the Jets to win the division and the Dolphins to take the wild card spot and the Bills to make the playoffs. Barely. You know what I mean? And so I think it's a little bit lessened than you would think as the 5th year of a Super Bowl window. But every year you have Josh Allen is a year you feel like you should win it. And with how the Chiefs looked, even though they have 15 wins, it feels – this NFL feels more wide open than I think it's felt in a lot of years. So
why does this year's Bills team feel different to you?
And maybe this is something you can speak to being in the locker room, but it felt like there was 2 alphas in there. And one was Stephon Diggs. And, I talked to a couple of my boys in the offseason about it. Like, if you make it Josh Allen's team and Josh Allen is the alpha dog, he's going to have to step up and ascend and play at a higher level than he has. But also, there's an unquestioned leader on that team. They only have 2 captains this year. You see
that
a lot
interesting.
See a lot of teams.
You don't see that very often. That's very unusual.
Yeah, like 8, right? Like 8 captains. There's 2 special teams guys that get captaincies. They got 2 captains this year. One's Josh Allen, one's their middle linebacker, Terrell Bernard. And you asked Josh Allen to step up and ascend, and what did he do? He put up an MVP type season. So what feels different is
I never really have understood why kickers are worthy of being a captain. why the hell do we have to have a special teams captain?
That is a great question.
What requirement is there in the NFL that a special teams and I mean a true specialist, not just a special teams player, but like a punter, a long snapper, a kicker? Why are you a captain?
Well, when McManus was here for a bunch of years, he was the best player on the team. That's why.
Well, fair enough.
Well, just ask him.
Yeah.
He would tell you that. Where are you going to watch the game Sunday?
I actually started a little Bills group, and we all get together and watch a game. So we got a bar that we fill up with Bills fans and play the shout song, and I'm sure there'll be
yeah, because the old Bills bar got turned into Toby Keith or whatever, or Jason Aldean or whatever that place is, right?
So we're down at Stoney's Uptown if you want to come down. I'm sure
it's
huge.
Okay. No wonder Stoney's got all sorts of sponsorship here. Go there.
Actually, I got nothing to do with that, actually, because most of that goes to Stoney's OG.
Driving into work today. That's you, bro?
No.
That's you?
No, it's a Go Bills license plate he's showing me.
Yep. Listen, I'm driving into work today, and I got this all-black Jeep in front of me. It's pretty cool looking, and it's got Bills stickers all over it. It's got the Bills Colorado license plate that says Go Bills on it. I mean, goodness gracious.
Listen, there's a lot of us, and not a lot of people want to live in Buffalo. That's the one thing I'll let you have that you've done over the last couple of days to talk about how much better Denver is than Buffalo. Yeah, we all moved away for a reason.
Every day I was like, when am I getting out of here? But I did enjoy my time overall in Buffalo.
Summertime's nice.
Here's what I'll say.
There's a lot of nice times in Buffalo. Winter's not one of them.
Here's what I'll say. I root for the Broncos, man. Like I want them to do well. I wouldn't call myself a Broncos fan. I don't think that's fair. Right? There are people who...
That's wild, man. 32 years living in one place. 32 years. Like your whole life. Everything.
But isn't
what's just hitting me right now? You were 5 years old when you left?
Yeah.
I lived in Buffalo for 6 years. I was in Buffalo longer than you.
And yet, for some reason, I've kept in touch with my roots, and you haven't. Listen, I would never call myself a Bronco fan because I don't want to make fun of the Bronco fans. Like, I feel like that's a slight to them.
Okay.
I have a team that I root for more than I root for the Broncos. But I did bet the Broncos to win over 8.5 games this year. Like, I thought they were going to be a good team, and I think you can give us a game on Sunday. I don't think it's any kind of lock that the Bills win this game. I think Denver's got a great shot.
I think Denver will match up against you guys better than maybe anybody else you could have had.
Yeah,
I think Denver's could be a scary matchup for you guys.
Well, you need to stick around, Rob, because Tyler Columbus
I got a list.
Has a list of why the Broncos can beat the Bills.
I got a list.
So Tyler's got a list. I admire you.
He can sit over here.
What's that?
He can come sit over here for just the whole segment.
Just send you home. Send Scott home for the day.
I'll go and have a cup of coffee.
It's coming up next. This is what you hear when you get off the plane in Cheektowaga at Buffalo. Or maybe Cincinnati. What's the jungle? Yeah, whatever. One of those Rust Belt cities where there's nothing going on except for the football team. But we are the Denver Broncos, so. And it is the playoffs. I respect Rob for it's
coming in and taking crap from you.
Yeah. Well, I'm crap. I just asked him a couple questions.
I feel like you're an instigator this week.
Yeah, maybe. But I don't have the reasons why the Broncos can beat the Bills. It's Tyler Columbus that has that list.
There's only one way. There's only one way to convince yourself that you can beat the Bills.
Are you going into the list right now?
No. There's only one way that you can convince yourself that you're going to beat the Bills. And you got to give yourself a list.
Okay.
You got to do the pros and the cons.
We need some list music.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I like it. It's very, very Viking-like, but,
this.
Okay.
The fifth in descending order.
Okay, so we're going 5 here?
Descending order.
Okay, 5.
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah.
The fifth reason why the Denver Broncos can beat the Bills,
Mm-hmm.
and this is just science, okay? Write it down, take it to the bank, it's science. We beat them last year.
We did beat them last year.
We beat them last year.
On the road.
On the road in Buffalo.
With Russ.
That's it.
With Russ.
That's it. If Russ can do it, Bo Nix can do it.
If Russ can do it, Bo Nix can do it. Okay. That's 5?
That's 5.
That might be number 1.
That could be number 1.
That's 5.
That's 5. It's a pretty good reason.
That's a good 5.
It's compelling. Very compelling. I know that. Okay. Number 4. The Bills have choked 3 years in a row in the playoffs, going 1-1 in the playoffs. The Bills are going to bill.
Do the Bills bill? What is the Bills billing?
They lose in the playoffs.
But they lose in the second round.
This year, they're going to make it worse.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to lose. They're not going to win. I mean, they're going to lose eventually, so they might as well lose now.
They've got the Nikola Jokic of football, and all they do is lose.
Yes.
No dumb question. If they lose the first round, the coach bye-bye.
Oh, man.
He was on the hot seat coming into the season.
He was good.
He was big time on the hot seat coming in.
All right.
I think he saved the season.
These are 2 good reasons. 3?
Right. I mean, name the first 2.
Russ did it. Why can't Bo do it? And Bill's going to bill.
Bills are going to bill. Yeah. Okay, number 3. We're too young and dumb to realize we're not supposed to win this game. We're just too young and dumb to realize we're not supposed to win this game. Young players are dangerous players. Sean Payton said it.
So you're leaning into Sean Payton, young and
I'm
dumb.
leaning in. Sean's my guy. He didn't mention the dumb part, but I think dumb is important here. Okay?
The dumb is
the dumb is important. You got to be dumb enough to not understand you're not supposed to win this game. Thus, they're going to win the game.
Okay. Russ
did it. Bills are Bills.
Bill billing.
And young and dumb.
Okay, number 2.
Yeah. Number 2. Denver has a legitimately good rushing attack. I'm getting a little serious here for the final 2.
I'm sorry, what? Okay? They do?
Well, they've got a legitimately good rushing attack when they use it. Okay? It's good. They got the line. They got the good dudes that can create holes for these running backs. In the last 3 games, they're 158, 123, and 110 on the ground. Okay? You got to eat up the clock. You got to control the possession against these guys. And if you will just do it, you can run the football.
Why has it been better of late?
Because he wrote it on his sheet and then he got embarrassed.
Okay. Because overall, I'm looking at some of the numbers. They're 16th in the league in rushing. But you're saying, forget all that. Who cares?
Nope.
Look what's happened in the last 3 weeks.
Nope.
Yeah.
Go
to the last 3 weeks where they're 1 and 2.
But what you really got to do is look at, can they run the ball when they try? And when they try, they can run the football.
All right, so number 5 is Russ did it.
Yep.
So Bills will Bills.
Bills. Yep. Young and dumb.
Young and dumb. And Tyler's high.
Well, no, run the ball. It's not Tyler's high.
Good running team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler's high.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
High in stature.
Let's see what number 1 is.
High in stature.
But
number 1.
Number 1.
The final reason why the Denver Broncos could beat the Bills. Despite the fact that our defense was the second worst defense of the month of December. Don't worry about that part.
No, I'm not worried about it.
Don't worry about that.
Or that they were 1-2 when they rushed all those yards.
I'm not even thinking about that.
Don't think about that, okay? We still rank 5th in the NFL in points allowed, allowing only 19.4 points per game. Okay? This is a damn good Denver Broncos defense. They're 7th overall in defense, even with the month of December. As bad as they were in the month of December, they're still ranked 7th overall. It's going to take a top 5 defensive unit to hold Josh Allen, and we've got the dudes to do it.
So 5 is
Russ
did it. We did it.
I should have flipped all that.
Bills will Bill.
Yeah,
I really should have flipped it.
Really, Russ did it. We did it. I mean, that's kind of
Bills will Bill.
Bills. You want to reverse it right now?
Yeah, no. Russ did it.
No, he can reverse his list if he wants. It's his list.
Bills will Bill, young and dumb, Tyler's high, and good defense.
That sounds good.
Yeah, you really should have ended with Russ did it.
Yeah, I really should have. Hindsight 2020.
But
yeah, Russ was that was a good finisher.
That was a good finish. You kind of started it.
I got my list. I just got one.
You got one.
Russ did it last year under threat of fire.
Yeah.
It was crazy what was going on that week, as we found out. Yeah, it was pretty nuts how Russ did pull that off, considering what was going on. Yep. True. Most improbable win of their year last year was without a doubt that Monday night game in Buffalo. Now, it took a little bit of luck. The Bills put 12 guys on the field, and, things went sideways on the kick and all, but
dude,
still happens.
All I know, Dan, I need you to email me this song. I'm being serious.
Can I say that?
I'm taking this.
It's big on TikTok.
This is like Mongolian meets Vikings, like...
It's kind of a good fire-up song right now, huh?
Dan, email me this song. I'm going to use it.
Should put some Bo Nix highlights to this.
It was a good list.
I do have some numbers for you. You guys want to hear some numbers of the Bills and the Broncos? Like, that's out. I mean, it's not a list or anything. So there's 12 categories that this weekly release puts out. The Bills are in the top 10 in all 12 categories.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about it? What does matter? I won't bore you with all the numbers.
Bills. Russ did it last year. That's all.
Russ did it last year.
Okay, so should we not look at any kind of X's and O's,
analytical
numbers?
Analytics and or football knowledge have anything to do with anything?
We really should stay away from it.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at all that green.
The Lakers had a chance to beat the Nuggets 2 years ago in the Western Conference Finals. Yeah.
You know what game I want to look if maybe we can do just a pinch of homework.
I think I got the norovirus.
It'll be coming out the other end when you sneeze.
I just sneezed 3 times. I think I got the norovirus.
That's where Stanford sits.
I know.
But again, if it starts coming out the back end, that's when the virus gets you.
The Bills only lost 3 legitimate games. The Patriots game doesn't even count because they were trying to lose that one. They lost
kind of like Broncos last game.
It was like the Broncos Chiefs. Oh, by the way, we're coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll have Travis Kelce, who is adamant that they weren't afraid of the Bengals. And that is actually, there might be kind of a little weird thing for the Chiefs. We'll have that coming up. So I look back at the Bills' losses this year. Forget about the Patriots. They're trying to lose that. They lost to the Rams in just one of these crazy shootout, 44-42 sort of games. That's like one of those last team with the ball is going to win this one.
Who's a playoff team?
Who's a playoff team? So I don't know if there's really a lot to look at that. They just kind of one of them games. They lost to the Ravens 35-10, which was like, okay, that's kind of interesting, but it's really early in the season. The most perplexing game, and I don't know because I haven't gone back and watched it, but I'm going to, and maybe we all should. They lost to the Texans 23-20.
Second game or first game of the year?
5th game of the year.
The 5th game?
They lost back-to-back games. They lost to the Ravens in the 4th game and then the Texans the 5th game. And what was interesting is Josh Allen was 9 for 30 in that game. Just a flat-out bad game, and nothing went right for them. And they were beaten by a Texans team that nobody's really all that highly regarding. So I don't know if there's any secret to that sauce, Tyler, or you've seen anything with the Bills that would say, every now and then there's a chance that you can grab them.
Humanity. I don't know what the answer to that is. I haven't watched that game, and I should. I'd be curious to go back and watch it and see what happened. I mean, my gut tells me is just even super elite athletes are human beings, and they've got bad days.
Now, what's interesting is they lost 2 games in a row. They lost the 4th and 5th game of the year, so they were 3-2. So not a great start. And then they went on a tear. They must have changed something. They must have adjusted to something to go on that run. Plus, it's not just the Broncos that were playing a lot of bad teams this year. Everybody was kind of playing a lot of bad teams, right?
There was 16 teams with sub 500 records this year.
So inevitably, every good team was playing a collection of bad teams. So there's something that happened there. And I do wonder what their adjustment was and, how the Texans got to them and why they were kind of down in 2 games in a row like that. And I wonder if that's something that you can... How far back do players study film, Tyler? How far back do you go when you look at your opponent?
You focus on the last quarter of the season, probably. And everything counts. And you watch everything, and you've got your scouts that chart it, and they're doing all the stats and giving you the tendencies on the entire season, right? But what you're really focusing on is trends, and you want to focus on what the current trends are of that team. So I'd probably say the last 4 games is the chunk of the study time.
Something happened back then, but maybe they already fixed it. I don't know. Who knows? The numbers, I guess I won't bore you with the numbers, but the numbers, it's impressive what the Bills have done.
Well, he's an MVP candidate, and he leads the offense.
He's going to win
MVP.
Be good.
You think so?
I do.
Why over Lamar?
Voter fatigue.
I think
that's so, something. Really?
I think that's something. Yeah, I think that's something.
Like it's his time?
Yeah. Josh hasn't won it, right?
No, he has not. And he's in the era of Mahomes and Lamar and Burrow, and
it might even be a little bit of like a Nikola Jokic thing. Like you tried to ignore it, you tried to ignore it, and fine, we can't ignore it anymore.
There's a lot of pressure on the Bills, man. That was fun, by the way. I love the music. That was great. You realize as we're having fun with this, it kind of is you realize, oh man, Broncos have nothing to lose here.
Well, 4-3 is in his chart. Bills will Bill and Young and Dumb are 2 of your best, and then even 2. No,
I only brought 2 real football reasons.
4, 3, and 1 were real football reasons. Because you got to look at past years history. Until the Bills ever get back out of that and get to an AFC Championship, get to a Super Bowl, they're always going to be known for Bills billing. I mean, that'll be a national narrative all single week. And there is something about young teams, especially that first game of the playoffs. They come in with energy and enthusiasm and don't realize that they ain't supposed to even be in the game in Buffalo. And then they jump up and shock you. And now if Bills all of a sudden start panicking and get into the Bills on Bills, watch out. And now, again, if you can get a lead, your second or your first one, your second one, you're high. But the first one, this is a legit defense. This is a legit defense that the only reason you won 10 games, or not the only reason, one of the main reasons you won 10 games, they kept you in the game night in, night out. Yep. This is a good defense.
Man, when you only give up 19.4 points per game,
you should win. You should win a whole lot more than you lose.
Absolutely, 100% you should. And I promise you this: if you could get, and we should have asked Rob this: do you expect the Bills to lose a game in the playoffs? And the answer is probably going to be yes.
Well,
right? And if you ask 10 Bills fans, do you expect the Bills to lose in the playoffs? Maybe not this game, but in the playoffs. 10 out of 10 will probably tell you yes.
I don't have a lot of friends who still live in Buffalo, but one of them is a great radio name. Ted Shred. Come on. Kind of an all-time radio name.
Linebacker.
Ted Shred, who's a radio staple, an icon in Buffalo, who's does mornings on 97 Rock, where I used to work for 6 years. He will join us coming up. That's the voice of the Bills in Buffalo. Good old 97 Rock. Ted will join us coming up in a half hour, and we'll play on their paranoia about Bills billing. And we'll see if it's really a real thing, or are they past that? So that's coming up as well. We'll hear Jason and Travis Kelce. Jason was giving Travis a little bit of a hard time. And Jason got defensive. Did Andy Reid screw things up just a pinch? Did he? We'll hear that coming up next.
What did we? 9-7, 9-8, 12 and 5. Guess who would still be here? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? You win 12 games, you ain't getting rid of them.
Hey, it's back for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, okay, this can be a rough thing. But if you want to make a New Year's resolution that matters, 2025, here we go. This could change everything for you. Your love life, the intimacy in your relationships, and make you feel just like a better person, and you deserve it. So hit up the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail. Treatment rates, success rates, well over 90%. That's part of their story. Their initial visit, $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and a medically advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're located in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Little Cashmere. Not quite a Viking song, but kind of close.
Pretty good, though.
You know, the New Heights podcast, the Kelce Brothers still do that thing. Like, we need to see Jason Kelce more, but...
He's slowed down lately, though.
Yes?
Well, it seems like it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. He just started his new late night show at ESPN.
Is that live? It's on?
I've seen some clips from it, so I haven't watched it, but I've seen clips from it. So I don't know. I don't know.
I did watch him drop an S-bomb on SportsCenter the other day.
They don't even. ESPN doesn't even care about that stuff anymore. They really don't. The language and everything, they don't care.
Well, it's funny because he dropped it, then he tried to catch himself, and everybody's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then Van Pelt was like, oh, don't worry about it. You can say it now.
yeah, apparently. Apparently nobody cares about that. The podcast was interesting because what was the big rip on the Chiefs? You're trying to avoid the Bengals. I didn't realize on social media and other platforms like how big of a narrative that actually was. I mean, we were saying it here, but I'm in my own little cocoon here. I'm not paying all that much attention to everything else out there in Chiefs Kingdom.
Either here or Pittsburgh, that's the only thing you're paying attention to.
Can't wait to see that ship sink. Really? When do they turn to Justin Fields? Halfway through the second quarter?
Oh,
like, when does that happen?
That ship sailed.
So here is Jason kind of gently bringing up with Travis the whole thing about, you wanted to avoid Cincinnati. And here's his response. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, there's some people alleging that it was a purposeful letting get your ass
I ain't
kicked.
scared of nobody.
I'm not alleging this.
I wanted them in the
I'm
playoffs.
not alleging this.
I want to slay every dragon one by one, like Mortal Kombat. I don't even want this to be like we play the lowest seed. Just give me the best teams.
I'm not, Travis. I'm just telling you what
AFC,
people are
NFC.
saying.
Give
I'm
me
not
all of
saying
them,
this.
Mortal Kombat style. I'll go through every one of them, just giving them my best effort. I ain't scared of a single soul, man.
You didn't want to see the Bengals in Burrowhead or in Cincinnati.
I'll play them at the Walmart parking lot. I don't give a we can have our own game in the offseason where we really duke it out again. I love competing against the greatest. The Bengals were a fun team to watch there towards the end of the season.
I do wonder if Andy Reid very unintentionally, I don't know. If I'm wrong on this, I'm wrong on this because the player's mentality is different than a coach's, and I've advocated to do the right thing with the organization more than anything. But could the Chiefs have a little bit too much time off? And was that just too embarrassing, what happened out there for them? Were the players kind of anti this whole thing? They'd want to go out and play the Broncos. They'd want to prove that we don't care. Do you think he's legitimately right about what he's saying?
Why you asked all them questions? Do you actually believe everything you hear?
Well, I'm asking about this one because it seemed pretty genuine to me.
Yeah, that seemed over the top, a little projection, protect myself. Oh, we're playing.
You think that was a little phony baloney?
Dude, you go to Bill Cowher saying all they're doing is playing cover 2, cover 3, not putting any blitz packages, not doing anything. They didn't try to win that game.
No doubt about it.
They didn't try to go crazy to win that game. And anybody who tell you that they would rather have Cincinnati in the postseason as opposed to Denver, and it's all because they haven't been there. There's a young rookie quarterback, blah, 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 blah. But the hottest team late in the season was Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And listen, Kansas City's first game of the year, and it started Cincinnati's, 0-4 start. Lose on a last-second field goal in Kansas City to Cincinnati.
So people ask me stuff like that all the time. Like, when we're in the middle of the playoffs, would I prefer to play the New England Patriots with Tom Brady or without Tom Brady in the Super Bowl? Without Tom Brady, I want to win the damn Super Bowl. Yeah, I would prefer that Tom Brady doesn't play in the game because I want to win a freaking Super Bowl. I get it. It's great talk what Travis Kelce said there.
Not buying it.
Well, to some degree I do, and some degree I don't. Right? Okay. Like I do think great competitors love playing great competitors. Nothing gets you up like the big games. And there's no feeling like it. You can't replicate it with an inferior opponent. You enjoy winning, but there's something different about beating the top dogs. So I do buy that to some degree.
And if you really buy it, the Chiefs ought to say, hey, when we get to the AFC Championship and it's whomever, pick a team, hey, we're going to come play at your place. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. Listen. No. You know what you hope by the time you get the AFC final or championship? Three of their 5 offensive linemen are hurt. You don't care. You want to just get to the game. Now we'll see. That's BS. That's
okay.
A BS take by a BS guy.
Oh.
But
okay.
I do think that the entire organization's uncomfortable right now with the amount of time that they've been off. It would be impossible. As a coach, you got to be terrified right now. Look at what happened to Riley Moss when he came back.
Mm-hmm.
Was he still hurt or was it rust?
I think combination probably.
Okay, fine. But I mean, it's a combination of something, right? And when you take time off, you got to get back into the wheelhouse a little bit.
Interesting. You know, it's funny. I'll give you a comparable. The Nuggets are unbelievable on the second game of these back-to-backs recent.
7-0.
Pretty crazy, right? Like, I think they're going to win by 15-20 tonight. I do. And I don't know if Nicola's going to be there or not. Certainly would help if he was back. But for whatever reason in these back-to-back nights, the Nuggets, it's a little like, okay, let's go. And I don't know why, but that's been their case. So I bet they actually beat the Clippers tonight. I do wonder if there was a little bit of embarrassment in the whole thing, and they're trying to save a little face with this one right now. Because on the surface, every message from the Chiefs organization.
I don't think they're embarrassed about anything, though, D-Mac. I think you're definitely off on that one.
Well, every message.
They're probably nervous about the time off, but they ain't embarrassed
about
that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they may be a little embarrassed that this narrative about being afraid of the Bengals has been so pervasive. Like, that is like some sort of big talk out there. Ooh, I guess you're scared of the Bengals and the whole thing. And, you know, it kind of looked like that a little bit. Like, not even just not playing everybody, but look at how they played.
I do not, me personally, I do not think the Bengals factored into the game plan for the Chiefs. I think they just had to get out of Dodge. They had to get out of Dodge. They knew what they had to do. They needed to have the most simplistic game plan that would keep the clock ticking, and they needed to have as many guys healthy as they possibly could have. Is it an extra benefit that the Bengals will stay out of the playoffs? Hell yeah. Is that the reason why they did it? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like I need to get on low T. Really? Why? Because it's going to make you feel bigger and stronger, and it's going to make you feel better. What's the side effect? Well, you're going to be horny too. So, yeah, we just want to get healthy and get some rest. Yeah.
So you just think Travis Kelce is a little phony baloney?
Yeah, I think he's got listen, I think he's a guy. Listen, he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to go first ballot. Should. He's an amazing player. Wish he was on our team. I haven't liked him forever.
Okay.
Doesn't change.
But you like Jason Kelce.
I do like Jason Kelce.
What's the difference?
Well, over the past, less championships, and he wasn't in my face every year, twice a year.
You think Jason's a little bit more genuine?
It feels like it. Ruffles and all. I think there's some phony in Jason, which one?
Travis.
Yeah, I think there's a little phony in him.
Feel the same way?
I don't think the only reason Travis bothers me is because he plays for the Chiefs.
Okay.
That's it.
Taylor Swift stuff?
Doesn't bother me.
About that. Good on him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. He plays for the Chiefs, so I hate him.
That's one. That's a big one. I hated when he did that dating show, and he basically was just trying to sleep with every single chick he dated on that. And I'm like, come on, man. Don't be that guy.
Including somebody.
Yeah, Mark's daughter was on it. Stig's daughter.
And guess who doesn't like him?
Stig.
Yeah.
That was a trip seeing her on there because I've known her since she was like
a baby.
Yeah, so it's like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark doesn't like him? Because of
Well, like you don't know. Like you don't know.
Can you imagine if your daughter was on a dating show with Travis Kelce?
Well, especially that kind of dating show.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it was Kelsey's show.
Yeah, this is like
it was a cringy
chasing
show.
the famous rich dude.
Yeah. All right, good stuff. Let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Brought to you by Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com. Order online. Find a location near you. That's Old Chicago.
And another part of my Kelce take on this is all my friends. I'm surrounded by Chiefs fans. So I've been catching it for 8 years, so that's part of it too. That being said, I get texted yesterday or day, whenever we were talking on the show, about Tyreek Hill from one of my Kansas City guys. Oh, he'll be back with us next year. No dumb question. Do you see Tyreek Hill in the Chiefs jersey next season?
Hell yeah, I could. Absolutely, I could. You know, when we were having this conversation yesterday, you guys asked me, would I be interested in Tyreek Hill? And I said yes. And then you guys made me feel like a fool, quite frankly, because you're like, no, I can't touch that. We don't want that. And I'm like, yeah, well, I don't really want that attitude either. I don't. But
you want the talent.
But I know this. That in the NFL, you've got a job as long as your talent outweighs the circus, okay? And his talent does still outweigh the circus. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? You know who did this really, really well over the years? Patriots. Patriots took on head cases like this all the time because they had the right culture. They had the right right locker room. The quarterback and the coach that wasn't going to put up with any of the BS. You know, like Randy Moss. Randy Moss was like, I'm not saying he was as bad of a dude as Tyreek Hill, but
he had a few of his valleys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can go home again. Is that? I mean, they forgive all the. I wouldn't want anything to do with Tyreek Hill, man. Chemistry. Well, I get how good of a player he is and all, but there seems to be so much baggage there.
So no dumb question. You're Tyreek Hill, and these are the only two offers you get. Denver offers you $12 million to come here and play for 2 years, and Kansas City offers you $10 million to go there and play for 2 years. Where does he go?
Yeah. Well, he does have 10 kids.
Yeah.
He might need that extra couple mil.
I don't think he's turning down $2 million. I'm not even joking for what you're saying. The dude's got, they think maybe 10. Like, there's seven. There's 7 for sure. Maybe 10. Yeah, I think that guy's going to need all of his money. Don't you? I think he's got a wife, too. It's complicated with Tyreek Hill. I don't think he's turning down money. Yeah, I think he'll go whoever wants to pay him the most. I thought they were trying to hash things out down there in Miami. That's what I thought I read. Like, you know, all of a sudden it's not quite as bombastic down there.
With Tyreek?
Yeah.
It's been like 2 days.
Yeah, I thought I read yesterday they've kind of brought it, you know,
it was just Sunday that he was losing his mind. And then Monday he changed his Twitter photo to Antonio Brown taking his pads off.
I could have sworn yesterday.
I'm trying to figure out what could have changed in 24 hours.
I don't know, man. I think maybe he realizes what's going on in terms of finances. And everybody, Larry David tells the funniest story that he got all mad at Saturday Night Live and said, I'm out of here. And he quits, and he was walking down the street and he realizes, I don't have a job, I don't have money. And the real life Kramer told him, we'll just go back. And they made it into a Seinfeld episode with George, and he just goes back. I mean, sometimes you get in all huff, and then you realize, well, what did I just do? That could be the case if you're not thinking real clear. We'll see. I'll tell you this, Mike McDaniel has some problems there, though. And I don't know how they're going to necessarily resolve themselves, because who's their quarterback? Like, what are they really going to do there? You cannot count on Tua, right?
It seems tough. And that's
but the problem is he's too good to make a plan that doesn't involve Tua.
He's such a good dude. By the way, all that like training camp stuff, like behind the scenes, that is one of my bigger takeaways. That Tua Tagovailoa is an awesome guy, and you really find yourself rooting for him as a person. I just don't know somebody who has suffered the concussions that he has really could ever be reliable ever again. And it feels like there's other things that are popping up too. So. But that's, you think he's on the hot seat at all, Mike?
Well, he survived.
By the way, do you think we're done?
Is he on the hot seat for next year? Yeah.
Do you think we're done with fired coaches today?
I do.
So it's 6.
Well, the only one left, and it wouldn't be a firing,
McCarthy.
would be Dallas.
Yeah, but didn't Jerry Jones?
Today's the day, right? His contract.
Jerry Jones stopped the Bears from letting McCarthy interview, though.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, they rejected the, like, hey, can we talk to him? They said no.
Okay, well, then he's coming
back. He is
back.
under contract and has exclusive negotiating right for the next 2 weeks starting today.
So that would tell me he's got a chance to come back to the Cowboys.
Well, and Mike McCarthy might just say, nah, let the 2 weeks run out, and then he's a free agent.
So I'm trying to think about the ones that surprised me. Dable maybe surprised me that they kept him.
Well, Tennessee, they fired the GM, not the coach.
Yeah, but it was the first year.
Okay.
So,
Panthers?
And I think we all agree it's stupid to fire a coach in the first year.
Panthers hung in there with their guy, who's a new guy. I do. I agree with you.
I'm interested. The most bizarre for me is firing Peterson and not the GM.
Oh, but he's going to get fired. It's a matter of time.
Why?
You know why? Because he's got the owner's probably thinking, well, we need somebody in house to keep business operating and keep the scouting department going.
Well, then just have a stern lecture and then bring Peterson back. He has 2 winning seasons and gets to the playoffs in one of the two, the first year or his first 2 years. Had a down year this year.
You want to talk about an unattractive job? Stuck with the quarterback that you're not going to believe in. He's got all the money in the world. It's a disaster. That is a bad job.
All right, you guys ready to go to Buffalo?
Unless you find a Mike McDaniel that says, no, I legitimately believe in that dude.
What was the rumor we saw today that the Raiders and Tom Brady are going to try to go after Bill Belichick?
Yeah, the report. I feel better calling it a rumor because I actually I have a hard time believing it. Maybe it's accurate, maybe it's not. But the rumor is that Tom Brady actually did reach out to Bill Belichick about leaving North Carolina and taking the Raiders job.
Wow,
he's done that before.
No.
Well, Josh McDaniels did it.
I thought he.
He did do it before. You're right. No, you're right.
Was that clear?
No. Scott's right. He was the Jets coach for like a day or 2 days or something. No, Scott's right.
Where did he go? Did he go to the
Patriots? Yeah. He had. I think he had accepted that Jets job for like 2 days or something like that. Yeah, you're right about that. Well, this has been a little bit longer than 2 days, but that was the unbelievable Josh McDaniels move to take that Indy job, all the assistant coaches, and then just bail. I can't see Belichick doing that.
No dumb
You
question.
think Belichick really wants to be in college?
No.
No dumb question.
So you can't see it?
Guess I could. I don't know, man. It's weird.
Bill Belichick doesn't want to be in college. And by the way, the rumor also says that there was other NFL teams that are still talking to Bill as well.
Well, sure. You got 6 openings. Bill Belichick's got to be one of the best 6 candidates in the world for a head coaching job.
No dumb question. Did Josh McDaniels ever get another NFL head coaching job?
I highly doubt it.
It's over.
I don't know how anybody's
done now.
It's over.
I mean, 3 times? You don't get 4 times.
Hell no.
Right? I mean, Broncos, Colts. Raiders. Who gets a 4th shot?
It's over.
We'll go to Buffalo with my pal Ted Shred. See what the vibe is in Buffalo.
Yeah,
You want to give me your list?
Hold on. If Tom's talking to Belichick, why wouldn't he talk to Josh? Bring him on back to the Raiders.
Oh, that would be insane. All right, we'll go to Buffalo coming up next. This is so cool, man. So, I was in Buffalo for 6 years, 93 through 99. And I was working with this one guy who I couldn't stand. Oh, my God. And in the same building, there were these two guys who were really awesome. And it was always like, wow, geez, it would be better to work with these dudes than work with this other guy. But you know who I was partners with? It was Mark Stout back in the day. This is together. And Mark left to go work at KOA, Scott, with, you guys at KOA, Mark Stout back in the day. And I kind of took over for Stout. So I started covering the Bills, and I continued to work with this guy who I, really didn't like. And this guy ended up calling my wife some bad names. It was kind of a crazy story, Ted. I don't know if you guys have ever told that story on the air. That's a fun one. Probably not
on the air.
Probably avoid that story. And now Ted works at 97 Rock. He worked at another station. But he's a radio legend, guys. He's a radio legend. And I ended up, because I got in some weird situation, ended up working with him and his partner, Tom Reagan. And they've been in Buffalo. Ted, how long have you guys been in Buffalo for? 30 years?
30-plus years.
30-plus years. Ted is a dedicated skier and has been out to Colorado 1 million times. And his nickname, Ted Shred, may be one of the greatest radio names of all time. So my feelings
should be like in Grand Junction or Winter Park, someplace like that, Vail, doing a radio show up there.
We've had conversations, Ted, about you coming out to Colorado many times, but like he's meant to be in Buffalo, and I think, are you in the Buffalo Radio Hall of Fame? Didn't I read something like that?
Yeah, we were inducted this past year into the Hall of Fame after 30 years on the air together.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
Pretty cool.
Cool.
Pretty
and
amazing.
I will let you know that I skied Vail on December 30th. So I just got back home from Colorado on New Year's Day.
There you go. So he's got some Colorado blood. He's a wannabe Colorado guy.
He wants to cheer for the Broncos.
I got family. I don't know if I'd go that far. I got family out there, so it's always a little fun rivalry.
All right, so his history in Buffalo is as deep as anybody I know. Ain't no doubt about it. He's been there for all of it. Great guy, good dude.
Better beard than
Killer
Tyler.
beard. I mean, the beard.
So I just cut my big old beard off, and you're making me have some regrets looking at that sucker right there.
Yeah, you're killing that.
You're looking good. You're looking good, man.
Well, hey, Ted, we just met. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. Darren, I think you need to, D-Mac, you need to get on this.
Yeah, I wasn't D-Mac back then.
No, be Darren.
Yeah, no, I was just Darren. Yeah, that's all I was over there.
Now it's Bo Mac, as we were calling
I'm
him.
in Bo Nix. I am.
Or Bo Nix.
But I was really into Josh Allen. Maybe we'll just start there. What kind of impact has Josh Allen had on the city of Buffalo in the years that he's been there, Ted?
First off with the football team, obviously the numbers, the stats, everything you've seen. MVP caliber year this season, of course. But as a guy in the community, he's been huge. Very involved in local charities, Children's Hospital. Matter of fact, they named a wing after his grandmother. And Bill's Mafia has stepped up to make a lot of donations in honor when his grandmother died. I mean, the amount of money that came in was pretty crazy. He's there visiting sick kids. Once a week he goes over and sees kids. So Josh Allen is a great football player and an even better human being.
Ted, we all know the Bills' history, right? And in the last 3 years, I believe they've been 1-1 in the playoffs for the last 3 years. I really got one question. It's been the only question I got. Do you expect the Bills to lose a playoff game this year?
No.
No! Okay. Well, because my whole take is they're going to lose eventually. It might as well be to us, right? So you're saying not this year. It's not going to happen.
No, I think, we've knocked off both the first seeds, the number one seeds. They beat the Chiefs here in Buffalo. We went to Detroit, beat Detroit. I mean, any given Sunday, anything can happen, right? But I think this team is capable of going all the way.
Does Josh Allen need to win a Super Bowl to supplant Jim Kelly and his legacy?
Oof.
Well, Jim was never able to do it. He made it to 4 straight, which is pretty incredible, pretty remarkable. But, he's already broken a lot of Jim's records. And the Super Bowl is obviously the one thing that just dangles up there for the entire Buffalo Bills organization.
What is the spirit of Buffalo? What is the I'm from Cheektowaga, up yours? What is that all about, Ted?
Bills Mafia has really blossomed, and in very positive ways. It's not just a up yours kind of thing where, we'll actually greet many Broncos fans probably this weekend. It's going to be an electric atmosphere out there at the stadium, but we get along pretty well with everybody. And, I don't think I don't know. I think it's just such a pumped up community. We're very anxious for the postseason, and we're
do you ever feel though it puts kind of crazy weird pressure on the team that doesn't exist in other cities?
What do you mean by that?
That it's so everything we are. It's so kind of ridiculously overwhelming that the support can sometimes be suffocating.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's funny when even when I was skiing or I was out in Vail walking around and somebody saw me with a Bills hat on. It's go Bills. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, we only have 2 sports here. We've got hockey and we got football, and our hockey team sucks. So I mean, we're all in on the football, and I mean with the culture that's been built here by Sean McDermott. With what we've seen with Josh Allen leading the way, I mean, it's hard not to be just all in on this.
Ted, I played with Von Miller in 2015 when we won the Super Bowl.
And the Broncos spy.
Yep, Broncos spy. And it's crazy to me that he's still playing in the NFL. But it's not lost on me that he's had maybe a disappointing experiment out there with Buffalo. What does Bills Mafia think about Von Miller?
Oh, good question.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of disappointment in the way he got injured. I mean, you brought him in hoping to have him there ready to go for the playoffs. And when, he tore that ACL and we lost him, I mean, that was a big blow. Last season he comes back. I mean, I think you would attest that he wasn't the player that he had once been. And I think in part because of, still recovering from an injury. He's got 6 sacks on the season this year, which,
pretty good.
Is not. Yeah, I mean, he sees maybe 30 snaps a game. I mean, he's got Greg Rousseau is, kind of overtaking the top guy, I think. But we're anxious to see what a healthy Von Miller is going to look like in the postseason for us.
Oh, and I'm going to tell you, he's going to want to play against Denver, though.
Oh, yeah.
He'll bring some A game on this one. I got to ask you this, just a gray beard to a gray beard. Before the grays came in and the beard lengthened out, was there any in Ted Shred's life table dives at the Buffalo Bills tailgate parties ever in your history?
I've avoided the tables. That became a thing after the gray started setting in. I've watched a lot of them go through the tables. I've seen people set themselves on fire. I've seen some jumps that made my tailbone sore just watching them. But I've seen people going off tops of buses and vans onto tables. But
what's funny about that whole thing?
I don't drink anymore.
Ted,
I don't either.
That was not there when I was there. From 93 to 99 when I was there. That did not exist. I don't even know when that started. They were doing shots out of bowling balls, but nobody was diving onto tables back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, we're still doing shots out of bowling balls. That part hasn't changed. But what happened was when the Bills were horrible for so long that tickets were cheap. People were going there just to party, just to go drink, buy a cheap ticket, go into the game. And as they drink, they start doing stupid things. And all of a sudden, people are just, somebody jumped through a table, it got put online, then everybody started copying it.
How many broken noses and lost front teeth have happened?
I can't even imagine.
The bowling ball shots.
Oh, the bowling ball shots are very safe.
Yeah. You go like that and the guy slips out of his hands? Come on.
Nah,
it's toes. It's broken toes.
Yeah.
Because what happens is they go up, they fill this bowling ball, they fill up one of the holes with some cheap vodka, they down it, and then the tradition is you hold it out in front of you and you drop the ball to the ground.
So you went from bowling balls to breaking tables to throwing sex toys on the field.
Yeah, you got the dildos. That's true.
Yeah. Only for Tom Brady.
Oh, is that right?
That's
just for Tom Brady.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, Ted, what are you afraid of with the Broncos? Give us hey man, watch out for these guys because of what?
Well, I think it's their defense. You guys got a top defense there. You got 4 guys up front that have just been killing it in sacks. I mean, the Bills' offensive line is the best in the league this year. They've given up very few sacks. I think Josh has been sacked 12, 14 times. They haven't gotten to him a lot, but it's definitely that. I know Pat Surtain, the guy shuts everybody down. We don't have a number 1 receiver. I guess Amari Cooper's the guy, but, I mean, the Bills have had that everybody eats mantra, and you take a couple away, there's some other guys there. So, I mean, The Bills offense against the Denver defense, I think, is going to be a great matchup, but it is the defense we're most worried about.
Hey, what kind of year did what was the rookie wide receiver that came in, was so great in his press conference and had a pretty good following? How did his year turn out?
Keon Coleman.
Coleman,
he was, Yeah, he suffered a wrist injury midway through the season, which I think is probably a benefit for us because you hear about the rookie wall all the time. And so here's a guy that missed a handful of weeks in the middle of the season, came back about 4 or 5 weeks ago. In that stretch, he's had a nice go. He's had, they brought him in to be the guy that goes up and gets the contested catches. And we've seen him hold true to that. So hasn't killed it in a bunch of yards, but he missed a bunch of games in the middle. He's not a speed guy. But when Josh can throw it up to him, and oftentimes he comes down in that battle.
All right, brother. Hey, it's always good to catch up with you, my man. And
great talking to you guys.
Thank God I had somebody.
He looks like you, except he's got a cool beard.
He's so much cooler than me. It's like ridiculous. He's cooler than me.
Well, he is in the Hall of Fame.
He is in the Hall of Fame.
I know. Talk about the Syracuse. Are you in that?
No, I'm not in my college Hall of Fame. I just found out recently I have a high school Hall of Fame. I'm not in that.
Wow.
There's no way I'm getting anything in Denver. I've been fired too many times around here. That ain't happening. But Ted's the best. And say hi to Tom for me too. And nothing but good memories.
Can I do a shout out real quick?
Sure.
Because I got family out there, and my nephew Jake Steinmetz listens to you guys all the time.
Oh,
he goes, D-Mac is talking about you. You're coming on the air. So shout out to you. He's a big Broncos fan, so I know he's hoping for a big Bo Nix victory this week.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you later. See you, Ted.
Take care, man.
Okay, Ted Shred.
Seriously, I thought it was you. Like you were doing some sort of pre-taped, You
thought that was me?
Yeah, except with a beard. He looks just like... Yeah. He looks like
it's my same height too.
Yeah, it looks like you except with a cool beard.
Yeah. Oh God, I got a great story about Ted. Oh, I wonder if its time is okay. God.
If you question it, then the answer is probably no.
Probably no. I'll save it. I'll tell it. Bad
tell
radio.
Us during the break.
I'll tell it bad radio.
Pulling an Adam Schefter.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. All right. Big question of the day coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're starting to lose your hair out there, you can do something about it. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the business of what they do. If you're looking for a New Year's resolution and it's not too late, how about you make a New Year's resolution that you can keep? Get your hair back with Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best of the best. And when you go there, you can be comforted in knowing that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee there, folks. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
All right, we welcome you to the show. Great having my pal Ted on there from Buffalo. You sort of get a vibe of what's going on. So let me just question you guys with the big question is, and we'll hear from Sean Payton coming up in the next half hour. What do you think the biggest questions the Broncos do have to answer as they go back to work, as they try to figure out this Bills team here in the playoffs? And now you've gotten over. Here you are Wednesday, right, Tyler? Like the excitement of the playoffs, I'm sure, has worn down just a bit. You got a job to do. So what do you think is the number one thing they have to focus on? Where should their target be?
That's a good question. There's so many different angles that you could go with this team. And I guess at the end of the day, what they got to focus on is not the team they're playing. Don't worry about it. Because if you start thinking about it and you start focusing on who the Bills are, this is one of those weeks as a coach that it's about us. Forget whoever's in front of us. We got to do what we do. We're going to make them answer to us. We're not going to worry about them. And sometimes you, as a coach, you sell things just to sell it, even though you're really scouting the hell out of your opponent. But boys, we're focused on us. And so I do think this is just it's a week that you just rally the troops. You focus on all the positives, all the negativities out of the building, and here we go. You got a chance. You're here. That wasn't a great answer.
You want another run at it?
I don't know. I mean, the one thing that they need to focus on. You guys got a one thing?
I would think it has to do with Josh Allen. Like, how do you neutralize this guy who might be the MVP this year?
I think that's their biggest mistake.
I tend to agree with you, Scott.
Like you said, Vegas usually isn't wrong very often.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not supposed to win this game, but you have to play it, right? And that's the best thing about sports. I think you focus on you. It's a little bit like Malone said last night. You're playing without Joker. You didn't have a chance really in that game, if you're being real honest.
Mm-hmm.
And yet there they were late in the game with a chance. But then what becomes the difference? Little things, right? The minute things. Penalties can't kill you. You're getting a drive going. The drive can't be stopped on penalties. You got to play who you are. And you know what you are? You're muggling up the interior line on defense, and you're slowing that run game down, and you're putting pressure. You may not get a lot of sacks on Josh. I was watching that game that they won with Russ. It was on yesterday. And so I was watching that yesterday. You know what they did? They put pressure on Josh Allen. I don't know how many sacks they ended up getting that game, but he was having to move and change his arm angle to make throws. And he was coming up short on a couple throws. He was throwing over the top of somebody with some coverage. You got to do you. You got to do you as good as you can do you, and that's all you need to worry about.
So that's really in line what I was saying there. And I would agree that you really don't want to overemphasize Josh this week, because I think when the Broncos have done this in the past, they've had the Lamar Jacksons of the world, and they get away from their DNA, and understandably so, because there are very logical reasons why you would change the way that you play defense against Lamar Jackson. Very logical reasons. Yet he's going to beat you either way, right? So why don't you just do what you're best at and not overemphasize what they're good at? Hell, you got here. You're not supposed to be here. You're a man coverage team. You're a heavy blitz team. Be true to your DNA.
Okay.
Yeah, you might be able to get to Josh Allen if, and as your buddy Ted just said, they don't have a lot of number one guys. Maybe Amari Cooper. Well, I guess Denver knows a little bit about Amari Cooper, right?
But he did say they've only given up 12 sacks on the season, which I find hard to believe if that's accurate.
Well, that's true too. But if you can now, if Moss and Surtain can have unbelievable games in that man defense, you'll get to Josh Allen.
You're right, Tyler. Ted was wrong. It's not 12.
10.
14.
14.
Yeah, it would be funny if it was less.
Yeah.
But that is first.
But less in a game.
That's first in the league.
Yeah, that's wild.
However, 14
sacks in an entire season.
Yeah, let me give you a weird thing, too. The Broncos are third in the league. So they're first in that department, but the Broncos are third.
We've given up like 22, though.
Very good. 24.
24.
So the difference between first and third is a lot.
Yeah.
10 sacks is a lot. The give
a 0.6 per season. 0.6.
I think that's a lot. I think a difference of 10 in terms of sacks feels to me like that's from first to third.
With an MVP candidate and a rookie quarterback, and that's a lot. I don't think that's that big of a difference.
It goes from less than a sack a game to a little bit less than a sack and a half a game.
Never mind their giveaway takeaway numbers are staggering at plus 24. I really didn't even believe that when I saw that for the first time this week. That's remarkable.
Well, where is Buffalo in defensive pressures, quarterback pressures, and where's Denver on quarterback pressures? Because I think that's going to be big.
Well, Denver's way up there. I don't know where Buffalo. I don't have that stat. Well, on defense, hold on. Well, sacks, tied for 18th. They are 39th for sacks, and the Broncos are number 1 with 63 sacks. So there is.
Now that's a big difference.
That is a huge difference.
So there you go. It's good on good, right? You got a tremendous Bills offensive line that does not give up sacks. We got a tremendous defensive line that gets sacks.
And
who's going to win?
That's where your no-fly zone of 2025, if you can be the no-fly zone, eventually those guys are going to get home.
Who does have the advantage? A great pass rush.
Pass rushers always.
Pass rush has the advantage.
Always. It's just physics, man. It is easier to win on the defensive side than on the offensive side. You got one dude who's backpedaling. I mean, think about the little physics of the job, okay? I'm backpedaling. I'm going backwards. And my job is to stop a growing man, the best athlete on the team, who is barreling full speed forwards into my chest. And I'm supposed to stop this dude. I'm supposed to stop this train, right? Like the physics don't look good on that. I'm going this way. You're going this way. And I'm supposed to stop you. It's easier for the defense all the time.
Josh Allen, I think, may be bigger than your edge rushers.
He's definitely bigger than Benito.
Cooper?
He probably is bigger than Cooper. Cooper's a little bit, because Benito's more like Vaughn, sort of like. I don't know if he would be as big as Baron Browning, who's not on the team anymore.
Right. 6'5", 237 is what Josh Allen's listed at.
Yeah, that's definitely bigger than Benito. I don't know about Cooper.
Oh, Cooper's not 6'5".
Yeah, he's not that big. Jonah Ellis is not that tall, but he's big.
But he's an interior guy. I'm talking edge guys.
You don't consider Jonah Ellis an edge guy? You think he's more of an interior guy?
I consider him more of a tackle.
I mean, our guys will have a few pounds on Josh Allen, but I understand what you're saying.
I got a couple fun numbers for you, too. Do you know Bo Nix has thrown for more passing yards than Josh Allen?
There you go.
Now, Josh Allen didn't play in an entire game that he could have played in, and Bo did. And the numbers are awful close. 3.775 for Nix, 3.731 for Allen. So he probably would have passed Bo had he played. Here's another fun one.
You probably would have had 4,000.
Maybe. Well, against the Patriots, he might have had 5,000 in that game. Who knows? The leading rusher for the Denver Broncos is Javonte Williams with 513 yards. Josh Allen has 531 yards.
What does Bo Nix have?
Bo Nix has 430 yards. Not bad.
So same category, same territory.
There's a lot of similarities between Bo Nix and Josh Allen.
Is Josh Allen their leading rusher?
No, he is not. It's Cook, who's got 1,000 yards.
Who also had 16 rushing touchdowns, didn't he? Something like that?
I don't have his total touchdowns, but he's second to the team in points, so I would assume you're right about that. He's got 108 points behind their kicker. So they do have a pretty effective running game on top of everything else they do. They're a pretty damn complete team right there.
Yep. We had Jeff Legwold on yesterday, and he was talking about the Bills' front seven's a little bit light, and he's not wrong in terms of like height and weight, right? So I was curious, and I just went and looked. I'm like, well, where do they sit in terms of rush defense and all that?
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty damn good, man.
They're really good. I looked that up too.
They're 12th in rush defense. Yep. They give up 115 yards per game on the ground.
Yep.
Now, they're not great in passing defense.
True.
They're 24th in the NFL in overall passing defense, so maybe there's an opportunity to be had there. But
which also means they probably had a lead a lot, and so a lot of people were throwing on them.
Fair.
Maybe. And here's what they inevitably do. They cause fumbles. So whatever they do defensively, they're aggressive once you have the ball. They are number one in fumble recoveries with 16, and they have 16 interceptions as well. They have 32 takeaways. Wow. So they are an aggressive defense, but you can get some yards on them. How do they do in the red zone? They're okay. They're an okay red zone defense, middle of the pack at 16th, and they're below average on third down. They're 29th in the league on third down.
Yeah, but the only category that matters, and I really like always roll my eyes and when you talk about total defensive rankings, like isn't the only thing that matters in defense points?
They're 7th in the league.
I had him at 11th, but whatever.
Points per game?
Yeah, giving up 21.6 per game.
That says 7th here.
Okay, whatever. 21.6 points per game. So just slightly above the Broncos at 19.4.
1.2 better or worse.
Yeah.
The Broncos are actually second in that category at 18.3. So despite a couple of games where things got a little gnarly.
Yours probably didn't have last game in it.
Maybe. I think, well, mine was updated yesterday, but I don't know. It doesn't matter.
James Cook, though, by the way, only 207 carries, averaged 4.9 a carry. Pretty good. 16 touchdowns in 16 games.
So maybe the key to stopping the Bills, frankly, is stopping their running game.
Yeah.
They got kind of a bunch of no-name receivers. Josh Allen hasn't thrown the ball his numbers aren't nearly like Joe Burrow. They're pretty similar to Bo Nix. Maybe that's really what's going on with the Bills that nobody really talks about. Everybody, he's an MVP candidate, all this sort of stuff. Maybe our perception of the Bills is that there's some sort of laser show, and they're not.
Which in the past they kind of were.
Definitely were. But they've lost. Well, Diggs isn't there anymore, and, Cooper's been in and out, and they are kind of a bunch of no-name receivers. So not a lot of, guys that that are out there. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's not so impossible. Can you stop the run? Can you get them to punt the ball? Can you move it on them?
Yeah, everybody talks about third down and how important it is. And it is. I mean, third down is the money down. It's always going to be the money down in the NFL. You don't win on third down unless you win on first down, though. So you got to control the running game on first down. Don't let them go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6. Can't do it.
Would you be smart to kind of then... it's the Nuggets last night. You know what they did that was effective? They did stop 3-point attempts from the Celtics. Where did it hurt them? Inside. And the Celtics made them pay for it. But you know what? Look at that game. It was pretty damn close. In fact, Malone was pretty happy with the effort. He said that, and there are no Jokic, no AG, all that sort of thing. Maybe the best shot against the Bills, seriously, if Josh Allen beats you deep, if he goes over on the top of you, if some big, huge, explosive plays, okay, so be it. But maybe you shouldn't just let them beat you at that bread and butter, and that's running the game.
Well,
run the ball.
That's the old Bill Belichick way, and it was one thing that Josh McDaniels harped on all the time that I really did respect. Every week we would do our scouting report. We would get 3 things, right? And you would get who is their weakest link. All right. Well, that's who we're going to attack, right? What do they do the best? And we're going to take that away, right? We're going to make them beat us with something else, right? And then you find what you're best at, and how do you merge those 3 worlds, right? Take away what they're best at, and let them beat you some other way.
Let me give you a hot take in this one. If Patrick Surtain's the best player in this game, the Broncos win. Because they're going to try to beat you over the top, and you're not going to let it because you've got that guy and they don't. And that guy is going to make some damn plays is going to elevate his legacy. And this game may be set up to do it. If the Broncos just go for stopping the run, the Broncos play man, and Surtain comes through.
And Moss.
Moss could have a big game too. And if they don't, we probably lose. But if you can do those things, you probably got a shot. Speaking of shots, the 47th Annual Denver International Sportsman Expo is at the Colorado Convention Center. Starts tomorrow and runs through Sunday. $16 adult tickets, free entry for youth under 15, and active military with ID. There's hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. Let's Football Goes next.
This is our new deal.
That is awesome. That's great. Ah, that's funny. We got to figure.
Hey, Dan, real fast. There's a Taco Bell commercial on the program. Did you talk to the fellas about that?
Oh.
You had a late night post Denver.
That's
Nuggets.
the biggest problem
In the
with
paint.
these late Nuggets games.
Okay.
I'm hungry driving home.
I
One of the only places that's open is Taco Bell.
And
Tum Tum's a little rough today.
Did it gotcha? Gotcha. Huh?
It got me.
Late night Taco
It
Bell
was
gotcha.
delicious though.
I know how you feel, and it's such a bad thing when you're coming back from the. I don't know if you get that same vibe.
I had it last night.
Oh my God. It's just like, I don't want to do this, but you can't like stop yourself.
You eat like at 5:45, and now it's 11 o'clock. Well, I'm a little hungry.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. I had like an ice cream drumstick like at midnight. I'm like, what am I doing? Really, what am I doing?
Double cheeseburger McDonald's.
Did you really? You went at the drive-thru?
I got an app. Hit the app, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, there's a Mickey D's right by my house too, and I have to I literally have to pass it. And I had strength to do that, but
yeah, and then go straight to the ice cream.
Damn it. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. They're the best. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Go ahead, Dan Bud Squint Stanner. What's first?
All right, let's hear from Broncos wide receiver Marvin Mims. He was on with Kay Adams, Up and Adams show, and he was asked to talk about the growth he's seen from his rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, so far this season.
Yeah, I'd say like the main thing that stood out to me, like even when he got to Denver in his first couple of weeks, just how, confident he is and how like comfortable he kind of comes off in the huddle and when he's back there. And, the thing that's grown the past couple of weeks is just like how technical he is about everybody's routes, and when you're a rookie and you're like first get into it, I feel like you're just kind of like letting everything come to you. Like he's taking it as he sees it. Now that we're in the second half of the season, like he kind of knows the plays. He kind of seen certain looks and defenses. And so now he's like, hey, if you get this look, try and do this and look for that. So I think that's a huge step he's taken as the season's gone along. And it kind of just shows how comfortable he's gotten.
Okay, so he talks about how confident Bo was when he first even got to the Broncos after being drafted. So talk a little bit about that. And also Marvin Mims.
Who was that?
That was Marvin Mims.
Was Mims.
Has Marvin Mims become like a legitimate weapon, not only now, but for the future for the Broncos? Because remember, fellas, at the beginning of the year, he was special teams and maybe a couple of special packages, and it really looks like he's developed a good chemistry with Bo Nix. What do you guys think about Marvin Mims' second half of the season?
If Marvin Mims could play an entire season of football the way he did in the month of December, he's not just a Pro Bowl returner, he's a Pro Bowl wide receiver. The month of December was a Pro Bowl type of wide receiver. That's what you got out of Marvin Mims. And you got to give Sean Payton a lot of credit because he made it happen. He flat out made it happen. I was trying to remember the other day. What did Marvin Mims do to Russell Wilson? He said something about Russ.
He said he never threw him the ball. So there were fans in the stands about him getting passes, and he just said, well, they never throw it to me, or something like that. It was along those lines.
Yeah, he was casually talking to a fan on the way out or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just... It's one of those jokes that stings because there's truthfulness to it. Like he's joking around, but it's funny because it's true. Listen, Sean Payton just did not trust Russell Wilson, and he didn't trust young guys. They did put themselves in a position this year. They didn't have a choice. And you do got to give the Broncos a lot of credit for sticking a 180-pound dude as a running back to just mix things up. That seemed to change everything for Mims.
They have no playmakers. Or had no playmakers, and I don't know if it was finally, and this might have been the biggest growth from Sean. He got over his stubbornness
a little bit, yeah.
Of not playing young guys and not playing guys I don't know about.
Didn't have much of a choice,
and he didn't because there's no playmakers. and all of a sudden Mims starts playing, all of a sudden the team starts winning. And I don't think that's by accident.
I think part of the problem, too, is Javonte Williams has just had sort of a meh sort of year. Although he's looked good in the last game. I know
he was great in the passing game last week.
So,
I mean, he was great in the passing game.
I don't know, man. Maybe there's more talent there, but Mims is bad. Mims has been unbelievable. Mims has been fantastic.
Why you don't think about Tyreek Hill because you hope that with the resurgence of Mims this year, that only gets better as it goes on. And all of a sudden, Franklin's number started popping up. You got a possession guy in Vele. Cortland Sutton's your veteran in the locker room.
Do you go after a high price? You could afford a high price free agent wide receiver. You could do that. You don't. Tyler?
I'd prefer to invest my money in the guys on our team that deserve it and continue to draft.
I think
Okay.
you pay your offensive line, which you've done. You take care of your defensive line, and then let's figure it out.
Do you think your problem would ultimately be solved?
I mean, look at what the Bills are doing right now.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they do have Amari Cooper though too. I mean, it's not they
got Cortland Sutton.
Amari Cooper's just like Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think the problems, essentially the ones that do exist, would be solved if you just got a tight end like Tyler Warren? Because that's the one thing you really don't have right now.
If you had Brock Bowers and
that was
Bo
never
Nix,
that was never going to happen.
If you had those two together, this team
Jeff
would
Blake
dominate.
told us that he knows for a fact
It was
that
never
the Raiders would not have selected Bo Nix.
Yeah, dominate.
He said he knows it for a fact, D-Mac.
It was never going to happen.
He said he knows it for. Are you calling Jeff Blakewell a liar?
I am definitely not calling Leggy a liar.
Are you?
I'm not calling him a liar.
Well, it feels like you are.
I definitely am not. It was never going to happen. There would have been another team. The Steelers would have come up and taken a quarterback. There's no
They
way.
just signed 2 free agents.
So there's no way if Bo Nix doesn't get taken at 12 that he's around for the Broncos to take him in the second round or to move up in the first round. Zero chance, guys. Hold on. I know you're giving me a hard time, but do you believe that's true? Do you guys believe Nix would have been available in later in the first or the second round?
Yes.
You really believe that?
I do.
Tyler?
I firmly believe that there was a possibility.
I don't believe it today.
My gut says that he wouldn't be there.
I don't believe it today, because we always do the redrafts, right? Today, absolutely not.
Well, right. If they were,
he probably wouldn't be outside the top 6 or 7.
Oh, if they were redrafting, Jaden Daniels 1.
He'd be the 4th quarterback out the board.
You think Drake May would go ahead of and Caleb, huh?
Drake May would be the 2nd quarterback selected.
Okay, so you think it'd be Jaden, Drake, and not Bo, huh? Who?
Then I think Caleb still.
What about Penix and McCarthy?
Well, I said he'd be the 4th.
So he would go ahead of Penix and McCarthy.
Yeah.
But you think he'd go behind Caleb Williams, huh?
I do. I still think.
With all this on this year.
Yep.
Like you get this year to evaluate it.
I still think the upside of Caleb Williams is something that is hard to ignore.
I think
I would go Canton Washington 1, Bo 2.
Me too, because nobody knew he was going to be as dynamic of a runner.
Have you guys really watched?
That's a lot of high praise, by the way.
I'm not saying this to sound like a jerk, but have you really watched much of Drake May?
Just a couple of games he played.
A little
bit.
The
dude is special.
No, I like him.
He is special.
Yeah, but
he's so special. They've got 4 picks, and he's got the 3rd pick.
Yeah, but he also didn't play half the season.
Well, how special was he then? Because they fired the coach, right?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't know. Yeah, I mean, once he started playing, he was special.
I think it's not more anti-Drake May. I think it's just Drake May. It's more pro, what Bo can do that we didn't expect him to be able to do. There's more there that we never realized.
But I listen, I think I'm not Caleb Williams. Does he have the capability to do what Bo did in this system?
You could easily convince me of Bo Nix going ahead of Caleb Williams. That one I wouldn't fight. I do believe league-wide Drake May would be much higher graded than Bo.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, we've got the Chargers at the Texans. That's the first game coming up on Saturday of Wild Card Weekend. Let's hear from Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert. He was asked, fellas, about when he knew his head coach, Jim Harbaugh, was one of one.
What was the first time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
That is such a great story.
So Jim Harbaugh,
that's a Jim Harbaugh story.
That is
so
great.
Jim Harbaugh is just an outright liar.
It's not like he's a liar. It's that he imagines life differently. And I think there is a difference between those who think and dream big and sort of metaphorically live life than literally live life. I think what Jim Harbaugh is saying is, I love life so much from the moment I can remember, and the moment that my life began is when I was born. That's how much I love my opportunity. It's like one of those affirmation sort of deals. Of course, he doesn't Come on. I mean, no, you know. But I think it's a cool thing. I think there's a spirit with Jim Harbaugh that translates on every single level. So that's how I read that, unless you guys think he's just a kook that literally thinks he remembers when he was born. Do you think he's just a kook?
Well, according to Herbert, that's what he said.
I think he's a kook, but I think what you said is absolutely right.
I agree with all that.
Yeah, he's kind of like a living TED Talk all the time. You know, his whole life is about, affirmation of being positive. And he doesn't care what the media. He is not a show off guy. He's not a media guy.
The real life Ted Lasso.
He
really might
that's
be.
right. Like Ted Lasso would remember the moment he's born. That's a great comparison. And he doesn't have to please us. He doesn't need the spotlight. He does things that attract the spotlight, but he's not even trying to do it intentionally. Like when he gets in the cold tub with khaki pants on, he's not looking for attention. That's just what he's doing.
No dumb question. How many sets of khaki pants do you think he owns?
Well, you imagine a closet opens up and there's just 20. It's all the same thing. Like, there's one less thing to think about.
Was that one movie in Ryan Reynolds, right? And he's in a video game or whatever. And he opens the door and every shirt and every pants.
Yes, it's blue. He's in a video game.
Yeah.
What the hell is that movie? He's in the
Yeah, he's a character in the video game.
He's a character in the video game that wears the same outfit.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a good movie, too. What was that?
It was pretty cute.
Like, what Ryan Reynolds movie is a bad movie, though? Let's face it. Look at that guy. Are you kidding me? Like butter.
Spirited.
Yeah. Next story, Dan.
All right, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but the Las Vegas Raiders and at least one other team have reached out to Bill Belichick to see whether he would reconsider his decision to take the head coaching job at the University of North Carolina. Another accomplished former head coach will interview with the Bears. Pete Carroll will interview for the Chicago Bears head coaching vacancy on Thursday. Carroll didn't work in the NFL this past season after he and the Seahawks parted ways last year. The Bears have been widely expected to hire an offensive-minded head coach to develop Caleb Williams. So do you think that the Bears, it would benefit Caleb Williams to hire Pete Carroll? And what do you guys think about Bill Belichick potentially ditching UNC to go to the Raiders?
First up, the movie's Free Guy. There's like 100 texters. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. Free Guy.
I don't think I saw that one.
It's a good one. It's a fun one.
It's fun.
Not heavy lifting thinking about that one. It's fun. Well, like it's a fun action sort of thing. I think the teams are desperate. I think coaches get fired when they shouldn't get fired. I think you fire 7 guys last year, 6 guys this year, 6 guys, 7 guys last year. I mean, that's insane. You're firing 19 guys in 3 years? That's stupid. It's dumb. It's a dumb thing to do for most teams, especially first-year coaches. So, yeah, of course Belichick and Pete Carroll are going to be in the mix. Who really knows how to do this job, Tyler?
It'd just be one of the funniest things of all time, though, if Bill Belichick does bail on UNC. Oh, my gosh. That would be epic.
It'd be like father repeating what son did.
Yeah.
I don't think he would think about it. I think if he wants to do it, he'll do it in a heartbeat and up yours UNC.
There a buyout? Didn't they announce there was like an $8 million buyout?
It wasn't much. Like in the big picture, it was not a huge buyout.
Do you think Mark Davis is going to snooze cutting a check for $8 million to you? No way.
Yeah.
No way. They wouldn't have fired. Listen, what I read about the Raiders is they know who they already want. And they needed a couple of days to confirm it. And that's why Antonio Pierce took a little bit longer. Because they had to.
Bill Belichick?
I don't know if it's Bill Belichick, but they've got their mind on somebody. Well, if it is Bill Belichick, then obviously they won't care. Listen, they're paying Antonio Pierce, right? They got to be okay with spending some sort of loose cash.
That cannot be very expensive, though.
Right. Like, what do you think that is? I mean,
I don't know.
I'll bet you Bill Belichick's buyout is bigger than what they're paying.
I bet you're right about that. I bet you are right about that. I bet it's no big deal. I don't know what John Gruden technically resigned. He was not fired. He technically. Let me ask you a question here.
Oh, but they agreed to pay him all 10 years.
Does John Gruden get a shot?
I could easily see him getting a Bill Belichick college job.
You know, he's making a bit of a look at me comeback there at Barstool by doing a bunch of stuff with them. Like, he's out there. He's getting himself out there doing his thing.
I mean, the current trend in college football, hire a sexy name. Why wouldn't John Gruden be attractive to a college football team?
Are his sins forgivable for the NFL?
I think so.
For the NFL, no.
Do you think he's toast in the NFL?
Probably, and I got to remember some of the stuff. I mean, there was some racial stuff and some misogynist stuff in there. I mean, whatever. But there was mostly Goodell's an ass.
There was a lot of that too.
Yeah, a lot more of that than anything else, which a lot of people think this is why the league leaked just those emails because they wanted Gruden out there.
We'll have the latest from Dove Valley, Sean Payton talking to the media, and why the Nuggets will definitely, without a doubt, 100% win tonight. No doubt about it. That's next. It's D-back for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If erectile dysfunction is part of your story and you want to move on from that in 2025, can't blame you. Can't blame you whatsoever. So here's what you do. You hit up my great friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they set you on the right path. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule the consult today and get that intimacy back in your life that you've been missing. The visit's only $99. The consult, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but the success rate in the office is somewhat legendary. Call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Breaking my back just to go your name. All right, Sean Payton has not, is that right, Dan? They have not spoke to the, they're a half hour late speaking to the media today.
That is correct.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Heavy into the game plan.
He was an hour late to the Zoom call on Monday, by the way. An hour late. We're sitting there for an hour, twiddling my thumbs, like looking at my phone, like, is this going to happen? Is Sean just gripping a little bit too much at this point? I don't know. I hope not. I hope that's not the case.
Is he gripping, or does he really respect anybody else's time but his?
No,
Come on now.
I think it'd be like you're gripping a little too hard.
I had a coach tell me one time, when you're late, you being late is showing that you disrespect everybody else that you're late for.
He's on time for the vast majority of things. I don't think it's like that. I hope it's just whatever they're doing. I hope it's not that they're gripping too hard. I remember a team gripping too hard, and that was John Fox in Super Bowl 48.
Oh, gosh.
I felt bad for John. Like, he was gripping so freaking hard. It ruined the week. I'll never forget. We're out there, and were you out there? Were you out there for media?
Yep.
For Super Bowl? You were in Europe or something, weren't you?
I was in Africa.
Africa, right?
I was playing for the Redskins. Right. My two former teams, the Seahawks and the Broncos, were facing off in the Super Bowl. And I'm like, I'm going to a different country.
You had to get out of there.
To this day, I've never seen that game.
Okay. Well,
no, you don't.
You're not missing much. But
you came back. They had a little spark at the end of the second quarter. You go, if they could just score coming out of the third,
kickoff,
and then a kickoff return touchdown, and it's over.
I walked out of the stadium.
Yeah, it's over.
I actually literally walked out of a Super Bowl. I was sick to my stomach. So, just to go down memory lane about gripping too much, the Broncos were staying in Jersey City. It's kind of a weird hotel, like a big round hotel. It didn't look that great. In fact, there was no space in the hotel to do media, so they got a boat. And I thought it was going to be like the QE2. I thought it was going to be some sort of luxury, ocean liner. It was like a tour boat that it looked like they had shot porn movies in the 70s from. It wasn't that big of a boat. And do you remember, Scott? It was just like lilting back and forth. And then you go down to the Seahawks, and they're in jerseys. Oh, and then we find out the Broncos, underneath their hotel is a subway station to Manhattan. Underneath their hotel that apparently got used by a few players. Down the street, the Seahawks are at, I don't know, the Marriott, whatever, beautiful, typical Super Bowl hotel, just ballrooms, whatever. Peyton Manning was like, are y'all feeling this? Like, he was getting sick to his stomach because the boat was going kind of like this a little bit. And John Fox, I'll never forget, because I was pretty friendly with Foxy back then. And I don't know what your relationship was with him. But
no, real good. We hugged each other every time we saw each other.
Super Bowl week you did?
I didn't see him Super Bowl
week. I did.
I stayed in the city.
And it was like he didn't know who anybody was. It was like, you know what I'm saying? It was one of those. He wasn't being mean. He wasn't being like a jerk or anything.
He just let the stress get to him.
Yes. Yes.
And Adam told you stories about that too.
Yes. I do wonder how Sean, I'll be curious to find out later on how he's dealing with this. That is a couple of weird red flags, right?
Dude,
you are late for two.
No, it's not a red flag. It's not a red flag at all. We had many sessions throughout the season. You're forgetting. We had many sessions where we do this exact thing, and I always roll my eyes at it because you always kind of like just aware. I'm not saying you make a huge deal out of it, but you're always aware of it. I'm like, oh my God, what could happen? I don't know. He's talking to the trainer. I don't know. He got a workout in. We had plenty of times throughout the season where he was late to this exact same presser.
An hour late on a Zoom call on Monday? An hour? That you're just at home or at the office? An hour?
I mean, quite frankly,
he had a little brown belt of fluke.
I hear what Scott is saying about respecting other people's time, and I agree with that. I think that's important in life. But I would like to think that he's got other priorities right now.
Okay, but then you go into what Scott was saying, that you're just a jerk. Like you don't respect other people's time. Then you kind of get into that territory, which I'm kind of defending him on. I don't think he's a jerk like that. Look, I think
we're stretching real hard right now if we're going to assume that he's pinching the whole rear end simply because he's 30 minutes late.
I don't think he's no. I just think he didn't care about anybody else's time but his. And something came up, he wanted to deal with it, and he look at another film, forget. Oh, I got to do that stupid thing. What time is it? They can wait another 15. That's him.
Okay.
Is he stressing this game? No. This is the guy that called for an onside kick in a Super Bowl.
All right.
He ain't stressing. He ain't stressing this game. This is my time. You'll wait for me. I don't need you. You all need me.
All right. Well, Nate and Andy will have whatever's going on. So just and I think who's out there? I think Raj is out there. Grizz is out there. I think we have a few people out there.
Over there.
So yeah, maybe. So Nate and Andy, they'll have all that for you coming up as it is playoff week for the Broncos. Avs playing tonight against one of the worst teams in the league, Chicago. Hopefully they win. Where's that game?
Well,
is that on 9:15?
Made it interesting against Buffalo.
They just beat the defending champs, didn't they?
Yeah.
Florida?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was a cool game. 3-1. So is that, hey, Dan, is that on 9:50? I assume it is. That's an early one. That's a 5:30 puck drop. And then the Nuggets go tonight at Ball Arena against the Clippers at 7 p.m. I do think the Nuggets are going to win. I think they've been unbelievable on these back-to-backs. Am I reading this wrong? I know it's the Clippers. We see them a million times. And do we know about Jokic? Is there an injury report?
I haven't looked at the injury report. I can look at it real fast.
He got the norovirus.
But the Kawhi played the other night, so he's going to be back. See how that does.
Okay. Is this back-to-back game hot streak that the Nuggets are on sustainable without Jokic? If he's not going tonight.
Is it sustainable to win?
Well, they've been hot. They're 7-0 on the second back end of the back-to-back.
No.
Without Nikola Jokic, no.
You saw the last one. He had 46, 13, and 9. Just throwing that out there.
Were you surprised it was as close as it was for as long as it was last night?
After the way the first quarter kind of ended, but Murray at one time was 2 for 8, and then he got hot at the end of the second quarter, went 4 for 4 down the stretch, finished at halftime, I think 6 of 12, and it changed the outcome of the game, I thought. All right, last one was 4:30 Eastern time, so it was 24 minutes ago.
Boy, we haven't heard this song.
Everyone's saying Kawhi's out because of the fire. He went back.
Oh, no kidding. So he's got a house in the Palisades or something like that? Or
I guess so.
Oh, wow.
He went back to L.A. to deal with the fire.
Well, thank you, texters. We appreciate that.
Flacco out, Aaron out, P.J. Hall out, Holmes out. That's the only people on the list.
So Nicola's not on the list?
Not on the list.
Kawhi Leonard stepping away from the team to be with family, forced to evacuate. Wow. Well, hey, thoughts with Kawhi and his family, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
I was told, and I'll find out more tonight, that Chris Marlowe's high school burnt to the ground.
Oh, geez.
I'm sorry to hear that.
They're devastated.
It's a horrible story, and that's brutal. All right, so it appears Kawhi's not playing.
And Joker's not on the 4:30 Eastern time injury report.
Okay, so interesting.
Remember what I told you last night?
Yeah. Okay. So Nuggets win. There you go. Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Murray left side over to Westbrook. Cross court back to Murray. Head fake on Porzingis. Drives on him. Gets picked up by Jaylen Brown. Now he's at the wing. Boy, Murray working hard. Throws it off to Westbrook. Driving a dish. Sarge. Kick out three, Christian. Yeah! 69-69 the tie.
Nice. 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 A few moments later.
5 minutes left to go in the game. Tatum working against Watson. Goes to the left hand, stops, takes a jumper in the paint. Good, right at the horn. And there's Denver's last time out as they are down by 12 on a 12-0 run.
That's not nice.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, but it was a spirited effort. There was a spirited effort, Andy. Like, Jokic had to call in sick. Everybody else had to pick up for it, and they didn't get boat raced by the Celtics.
They threatened to.
Yeah.
There's a point in that first where I was like, ooh.
Yeah, this is about to get bad. And then they fought back. They had a really good second quarter. Second unit, I don't know. Isn't everything the second unit when Jokic isn't out there?
Well, yeah, I kept laughing because I was like, wow, talk about surviving the Jokic minutes. That's this whole game.
The non-Jokic minutes, they were pretty good there for a minute last night. Yeah, spirited effort. And then they also remembered they were playing the Celtics. They weren't playing like the Clippers tonight, and we don't even know if Jokic is going to go tonight or not. But the Celtics are awesome. And eventually the Celtics remembered, oh, yeah, we'll just make some shots and our interior defense will be tough enough and we'll win this game. And they did. But I didn't have a bad time watching that basketball game last night. Did you?
No, I was proud of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that probably sounds stupid. I'm not related to any of them, but, per a tweet you sent me. But
spirited effort by the kids last night.
But no, hey, look, when they got down 15, wasn't shocked at all. I was shocked they got back into the game. I was shocked they kept it tied as long as they did.
Yeah.
I was shocked that they found a way. I love the game of Julian Strother.
He played great.
That would be a guy I hope he can keep that thing going when Jokic does return to things.
Yep.
I thought Jamal found we saw rough start, but then old Jamal showed up, and that helped fuel the comeback. Russ, that might have been the best shooting night for Russ in the Nuggets uniform.
Yeah.
We could go on and on and on. Now, I don't know what you do with Dario Saric at this point, but there's a world, I believe, somewhere where the Nuggets find an actual backup big man that can, spell Jokic a little bit. Because at the end of the game, what unfortunately you saw, and I give DeAndre Jordan a lot of credit, he went out there. I think he reminds me of Reggie Jackson, where he doesn't mind giving you some of this at the beginning, but I promise you those old legs don't want to be clocking the minutes he's had to clock in recent games here.
Yeah, there was an attempt made by Michael Malone last night. Let's take a moment and remember when Dario Saric was acquired by the Nuggets. It was okay. There's enough similarity in the skill set with him as a backup big man, him as a good distributor, floor spacer, DHO guy that when Jokic leaves the floor, the Nuggets can play some reasonable facsimile of what the starting unit does. It didn't work out at all, and then Saric ran into the injury problems, and so last night is his first minute since the 23rd of November. A month and a half of that guy not seeing the floor, and he looked every bit of it. He had stone hands out there. His conditioning looked absolutely awful. He couldn't do a thing. He honestly, Andy, you or I would have been more useful than Dario Saric out there on the floor last night. But I get what Malone's trying to do. He wants to work him back in. He wants to find a place where the initial vision for Dario Saric could actually be employed once again. It's a long, long way away. Now, maybe, who knows, if Jokic doesn't go once again tonight, then maybe you go with Dario again, and maybe it's a little bit better on the second night of a back-to-back. This team yet to lose this year on the second night of a back-to-back. A perfect 7-0 on the second night of back-to-backs.
Glad you gave the record. I was like, is he being...
That's good.
Is he being facetious?
Oh, 7-0.
I know.
No, the Nuggets they're really good on the short rest thing.
But the new year just started, so I was trying to. I didn't know if you were being funny guy or something.
Yes.
Yeah, they're 1-0 in the back-to-back. So.
One update from the Clips: Kawhi Leonard will not play tonight. According to a report from our buddy Om Youngmasuk, Kawhi Leonard has flown back to Los Angeles to be with his family. They were evacuated because of the fires in Los Angeles, which are impacting many, many people and many, many families. Tens of thousands have been evacuated because of the Palisades fire. It has impacted my family as well. It sucks. It's a scary situation, and right now we're all living in the unknown. So Kawhi Leonard is back. I know J.J. Redick's family had to be evacuated as well in Los Angeles. I can't – that's one of the other things about this, Andy. I can't imagine Kawhi's the only guy on the Clippers that's not going to be impacted by all of this. So the fact that they're even showing up and playing a game tonight, and I know they were already in town, but the fact that they're here is really something else because it is devastating what is happening in Los Angeles right now. So no Kawhi tonight for the Clippers. We don't know for sure about Jokic. Something that I noticed last night, I noticed it anecdotally while I was watching the game, and then I rechecked the box score after the game to make sure I wasn't crazy. Let's go to the fourth quarter last night. 95-93. Okay, Christian hit that three. It was tied up at 93. A couple of possessions after that, and Jamal Murray subbed out. Russell Westbrook returned, and Jamal went to the bench. That was at the 8-12 mark. It was a 95-93 game, a 2-point game. By the time Jamal returned, 4:54 to go, under 5-minute mark, it was 105-93. 10-0 run. Nuggets did not score while Jamal was out of the game. I know he didn't have a good second half. He had a good first half last night. He did not have a very productive second half. And granted, they started throwing doubles at him, and Drew Holiday is
tough matchup.
Hey, he's a dude.
It's why the Nuggets wanted him once upon a time to finish out the lineup.
He's as good a perimeter defender as we've ever seen in our lifetime. But also, like, you took him off the floor, and, man, those possessions for the next 3 minutes, it got pretty ugly. And it is a good reminder, like, the gravity that a scorer like Jamal Murray has. Westbrook started turning the ball over. Porter couldn't get his shot off. It just got hideous for a few minutes there. And by the time Jamal came back on the floor, it was done.
Well, and the reason why I brought up Saric is because you had no size. You had no answer for Kristaps Porzingis when he decided to go in there, or Al Horford. I mean, they just looked small last night. You know? I don't care.
Isn't it crazy? You take Jokic and AG off the floor.
Yeah,
they get
you're
tiny.
a tiny team.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Jokic isn't the biggest defensive presence, but at least he's a presence in there. You know, you just don't look big without him. Look, I thought Peyton Watson, hell of an effort out of him.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy they stayed with him. Right now, you hope you can go and get one tonight, and we'll see what happens. At least you aren't the Lakers losing to the Mavericks without both of their stars. So.
Things always could be worse. That's for damn sure. Boston outscored the Nuggets 25-13 over the last 7.5 minutes. But again, they showed up. And, some issues that we knew were issues, like Dario Saric is rusty and Zeke Nashi is unplayable. Those issues still exist right now for this team. It was good to see, though, Zeke did last night. He did connect from 2-point range.
Did he? I missed it. What did he do?
Hey, he kicked Porzingis in the nads.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I did see that. They were like, oh, no, Porzingis is down, and then they had a clear replay. And
so don't tell me Zeke didn't score last night.
There you go.
He got two on one particular possession.
He contributed.
That's right.
Because it took Porzingis a minute. Did he go out of the game at that point?
He was hobbled.
He definitely needed a minute.
It was also one of those where, like, he was down, and I didn't see what initially happened, and I was like, where are the trainers? And then I was like, oh, no, they're just giving him his space. That's really all you can do
There's
for somebody in
not much
that
to
situation.
ask.
No,
we're not checking anything.
No.
You need a minute to get the air back, and
you got to do the heel jump like
Yeah.
Jokic.
Yeah.
That was always his thing. Yeah, jump on the heels. That was what he told Gary Harris.
I like how
back in the day.
Stan Van Gundy was like, yeah, he got a cup check. I mean, more people try to get cute or elegant or whatever, and he just flat said, nope, that's what that is.
Yeah.
We're going to take a minute.
Yeah, I was like when broadcasters are just like, below the belt in the in an
sensitive area,
fortunate spot or whatever they say, and it's just like, just say you got hit in the nads.
Yeah,
all
we
right,
all get it.
We all see what's happening right here.
Who was the play-by-play guy? Brian Anderson, was that his
BA
name?
last night.
Yeah, he goes, half the population understands. So you know what that got me thinking, stat guy?
Uh-huh.
Are we ever really 50-50 in the genders?
What do you mean, like the
he said half the population knows why that hurt.
Like the
Part of
human
me wondered
population?
in the world population, how often are we ever really 50-50?
All right, well,
someone's got to be winning the battle one way or the other, right?
Let's find out right now. According to, let's see, as of July 1st, 2022.
That's our most recent data. 2022.
That's apparently
it's
the most
last
recent.
World Census.
165.28 million males, 168 million females living in the United States.
You mean that again?
165.28
so we're
million.
Losing.
We are. Or think of it another way.
Yeah.
We're winning.
Hey, you're looking for that at the club. Where's that club?
Exactly.
Yeah, so there you go.
We're doing a little bit better. Yeah, the United States has had more females than males since 1946.
Okay.
In 2021, the ratio of males to females in the U.S. 98 per 100.
Look, all I'm saying is it's bad math. You can't say only half the it turns out less than half the population understands. I find faulty with your work, sir.
Roughly half. Roughly.
Sure. A portion of the audience understood why that hurt.
It's rough to get hit right there. Avalanche in Chicago tonight. The Blackhawks are bad. They are really, really bad. Just go beat those guys and take your points tonight. 5:30 is the puck drop. We'll have pregame coverage at 5 o'clock. That game will be over on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. They'll be on the AM side of things. The Nuggets will be on FM tonight against the Clippers. That is to allot your pals Nate and Andy an entire 3 hours in which to be able to yak sports with you today. So if you're looking for the hockey game tonight via the radio with Connor, 5:30 is the puck drop. Yes, Chicago is terrible. Connor Bedard is good, but they have nothing else.
Keep the run going
For them. Absolutely.
Although I guess you can't. I forgot. It didn't feel like they lost that San Jose game, but they did. How would you, real quick, how would you feel if they just, I can't remember what, some coach got angry and said, just keep it 3-on-3 until someone scores and do away with shootouts.
Mm-hmm.
Would you go that way? Have we opened up enough ice to make it 3-on-3 that you just play until it gets decided?
I don't care enough. I think the shootout's fun.
I don't mind that idea.
Yeah, I like the shootout.
No, I don't mind the 3-on-3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
can't get you hockey feisty at all.
I have no strong opinion on. But by the time they played that much hockey and the game is still tied, I, for one, am just like, make it end. Just let it be over.
No, at least there was scoring in the shootout. Did we have a shootout? I watched some shootout where like nobody could score.
I don't even
like everybody missed, and the fourth or fifth shooter finally ended it.
Also, whatever. Make whatever accusations you want. I don't care about ties. They're fine. Again, nobody earned the victory. Why do we feel it necessary, obligated to reward the extra loser point to somebody? Like, win the damn game. Otherwise, a tie is fine.
After overtime?
Yeah, it's fine with me. Now, the shootout's fun to watch, but again, like, shouldn't the full allotment of points be dependent on actually winning the damn game? Okay.
I asked you, we're done. Guess what? Perfect time to wrap it up.
I couldn't get you fired
for once
up
when I told you real quick
in that direction.
Real quick.
Sean Payton's supposed to be talking sometime soon. Is he talking yet, Spring? Is it happening? Okay, he's actually saying things. We'll hear something that he said. That's right, something that Sean Payton said. Plus, Andy, I want to talk about something in particular that Sean Payton fixed on this team. He was out to fix it last offseason, and you look up at the end of the year, job done. I'll tell you what that is next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, it's a new year. Are you looking to maybe do the new you thing? If the new you thing needs to be better at dealing with your erectile dysfunction, let's get that handled right now. Don't wait until the end of the year. Don't have this New Year's resolution go by the wayside. No need to do it. No pun intended there. Actually get in there and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic about erectile dysfunction and let them show you the variety of treatments that they have to offer you in order to help you with this problem. Because like I said right there, they do have more than one solution to this problem for you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And finding the right solution is the key to getting back that wonderful experience that you've been looking for, not just an okay one. If you want to get this handled now, and you know what, we're not even to the second week of January, so perfect time to just get one of the old resolutions knocked off the list if that's what it is for you. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. What you'll do is you'll stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You'll get the consult going with their Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll take a test dose. Now, the cost of this visit is $99, but if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So don't put this off any longer. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, Fort Collins and the Springs included. Again, give them a call at 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
a rookie quarterback starting his first NFL game? Is it
His first playoff game.
a big step, and then what makes you think you're
I think,
sure?
listen, he's played in bigger games. I mean, he's played in a lot of big games, and honestly, last week for him, for many guys, it was like a playoff game. So he's seasoned and he's been in big moments, and you know what? He's going to play in bigger games.
One of those games is Sunday. That's Sean Payton. He's the head coach of the Broncos. I don't know if you've heard. I'm Nate Kreckman. That's Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer produces the show. We call it the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We join you live today from the Backus and Shanker studios. Andy, we knew the Broncos had to get better, and we knew that Sean Payton had to have a vision of how they were going to get better for this upcoming season. Now that we've completed 17 and this team won 10 games and they're going to the postseason, we're able to kind of look back and be like, okay, what are the exact concrete ways they got better? I got a big one for you.
Okay.
You ready for this one?
I am.
Russell Wilson. What did Sean Payton hate the most about Russell Wilson?
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
Maybe hate the most isn't the right question. What was a significant thing about Russ's play that Sean hated?
The sacks and the turnovers.
Yeah.
Holding the ball.
Hung on to the dang ball. Last year, the Denver Broncos had the 6th highest sack rate in the NFL at 9%. 9% of dropbacks resulted in a sack. Most of those were Russ. I suppose some of those count Stiddy at the very end of the year. And Russell Wilson was sacked more frequently on third down than any other quarterback. The Broncos finished 2024 with the 2nd lowest sack rate in the NFL at only 4% of dropbacks that resulted in sacks. When Sean Payton set out and he said, I don't want Russell Wilson on my team anymore, and I need to go and find somebody, but I have to be able to do it on the cheap. I can't go spending a bunch of money. We don't have much to work with in terms of a trade or anything else like that. I got the 12th pick. I got to do my best. You know, he was specifically looking for somebody that got the damn ball out, and mission accomplished, man. A part of why this team has been so good, why they played the complementary football, where the offense has worked so well with this outstanding defense, is they don't take huge negative plays. There might be, you get your share of 3 and outs. In fact, there's been a lot of them in the back half of the season. The Chiefs game, notwithstanding.
They were tied for the most in 3 and outs.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But again, they weren't just losing big yardage and getting pushed backwards and losing field position. In fact, they won field position all year long. But the biggest thing is Bo Nix got the damn ball out and made the decisions that had to be made, sometimes to more spectacular results than others. But Sean Payton set out to fix that very concrete thing, and in 1 year, he completely flipped the script on it.
He did, and it got him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Huge
got him to
win.
the playoffs. You know, I'm very curious to see the game plan in Buffalo. I'm very curious. Here's the biggest thing that I still want to know. Why was this team's core better than what we were reading in training camp? Is it good coaching?
Mm-hmm.
Is it good development? Was it a better game plan? Not Bo.
Yeah.
Because again, Bo surprised me. There's no doubt about it. Where did Marvin Mims come from? Where did this version of Nick Benito showed up from? You know, can't say anything about Riley Moss. He didn't play last year.
Sure.
But I'm kind of wondering, why didn't Riley Moss play that year? You know what I mean? Like, what were they able to do? Wattenberg was really good this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is this where we can now say, because I was thinking about this, some of the free agent talk that we had. Well, if the Broncos can coach this out of good players, maybe you just need to stay out of the free agent market altogether. Like, why do they have so many better players than what we thought they had when September got going?
So I can give you a couple of other concrete examples. I mean, specifically when you talk about Benito and Mims, I would say young players get better.
Right, and Jeff told us that Mims Benito got that hint of go tackle the football.
Right.
It made a lot of sense to me.
His pressure rate was very good last year. It did not result in a lot of sacks. This year he finishes third in the NFL in sacks.
But I thought about it when Jeff gave us the answer. He dived at the feet. He tried to go wrap him up by the feet. This year he's going go grab the ball and they'll go down for you. That was a great explanation, I thought.
With our buddy Marv, it took finding a role for him, right? He's an excellent athlete. And today, by the way, more honors came his way. He was NFLPA All-Pro team. The players voted him All-Pro at punt return. Pro Football Focus had him second team punt return. Like, more honors coming for Marvin Mims. He's already going to the Pro Bowl again. That's twice now in 2 years in the NFL. That is his skill set. And so what Sean had to unlock, and let's give Joe Lombardi and company credit on this too, is like, okay, how do we replicate what he does in a punt return and get the ball in his hands? They figured it out. And again, to Mims's credit, he put in the work and he made it work himself too.
See, I'm glad you brought him up.
Young players get better. And also young players get to a place where coaches know how to use them correctly.
But it also, I feel like Mims is taking over for Little Jordan Humphrey. Haven't had a lot of Little Jordan Humphrey highlights lately, if you think about it. What got to the place where you were maybe more comfortable playing Mims than Little Jordan Humphrey? Was it just because of the running back role that's now flourished into better results in the receiving game as well? Like, what happened there? There's a lot of little things about this season I'd love to see a 30 for 30 on, if you will.
But this is what's funny about it, though. If you look at Mims's snap counts, though, like, while they got better in the second half of the season, I think he was still playing like less than 50% of the offensive snaps. It was just, we're going to get him out on the field and figure out a way to put the ball in his hands.
Is Cortland Sutton a better receiver than he was? Where do you fall with Cortland?
I think he's
a
guy.
Is this just who he's always been?
I think he's also a guy that has gotten healthier in the last couple of years, right?
He has. Now, the explosion, I mean, I don't want to paint it like he was some kind of sprinter in the early days, but I just remember he was so explosive jumping for the 50-50 balls.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we've seen that part of the game return, but man, he just, is he better than he was a year ago? I'm not sure he is. He was making these same kind of catches for Russ. They were just different style of catches, right?
He had more touchdowns last year, but his numbers in total were better this season.
Russ would give him the moon ball that he had to go up and get. Bo is just giving him more, just win the matchup.
Well, to your point, too, and you talked about this a lot, like Sutton was very good at the Russ improvisation game. That's not really asked of you now in this offense. There's a little bit of it, but nothing like it was. Generally, things are expected to happen within the framework of the play.
Is Zach Allen a better player?
I think he was pretty damn good last year.
Like, again, let's not just get so focused on the offense, but I focus on the offense because, frankly, that's what surprised me from training camp to what we're seeing today.
Sure.
But even this defense, like what clicked for Vance Joseph that this defense, and I know he talked about playing more man and being himself and the blitzes. Cody Barton, look, man, I think Cody Barton was going to be this good. I think Cody Barton was a guy that was mainly a special teams guy in his other stops.
Let me give you, specifically with the defensive line and the front seven too. Last year, the Broncos allowed 5 yards a carry. That was dead last in the NFL.
Yeah, it's tough to keep yourself in blitz situations when it's third and short.
Very much so. And so, again, they're shopping off the bargain rack in free agency. They go and get Malcolm Roach and John Franklin Myers. Now, Franklin Myers was a trade, but Roach was a free agent. They bring them in, but it was let's get stouter interior defenders. And you add that to Zach Allen and DJ Jones, and the Broncos this season, Andy, allowed 3.9 yards per carry. That's a full yard fewer. Only Baltimore was more stingy against the run in terms of a per carry basis than Denver was. They went from again 5 yards a carry to 3.9. That's massive on an average over the course of a season. It was, let's get bigger dudes in there. And to quote Zach Allen directly with what you're talking about, Zach Allen, who played for Vance Joseph back in Arizona, talked about this of like last year they were only sort of a 1 foot in kind of attack defense just because of what they had in terms of personnel. He said VJ made the call to go all in on it. paid dividends. He said, we're definitely super comfortable in it. His style is an awesome one to be a player in. Clearly, we've shown this year that when we do it the right way, it's pretty dominant. The blitz rate, I think, was at 24% this year, way higher than it was a year ago. Like, VJ actually had the dudes in the middle. It starts there in the trenches to be able to do the kind of exotic things that he likes to do from the second level, and that's how they got so good this year. But again, it was Sean and George Payton and those guys being able to recognize, all right, in order to do what we want to do, we need different dudes. We can't go spend a whole bunch of money on it, so we got to find guys that are the right fit. Let me give you another one, a guy that has worked out great in a Broncos uniform this year. And again, another change that we were lamenting in the offseason of, is this the right move? Justin Simmons. They booted him out the door. And they bring in Brandon Jones. What did Jones get? Like a 3-year, $20 million deal?
Yeah, it was not a big free agent deal.
It
barely made any headlines. I know that.
Yeah, less than half of what Simmons was getting. But what does Brandon Jones have at this stage of his football life that Justin Simmons doesn't really have? He's physical.
Yep.
And he can come up and he can play the run. And God, you hear Brandon Jones' name all the time when you're watching a Broncos game right now. Simmons, by the end, still an outstanding center fielder out there and a playmaker, but they were looking for physicality. And I think part of the reason why was like, well, our corners are so damn good. Let's go and get some safeties that pop. Like Brandon Jones and P.J. Locke, they've been excellent this year.
Yeah,
for this
see,
team.
I was about to bring that up. P.J. Locke even is added another level.
Yeah.
And it's good because we don't talk about him when we couldn't quit talking about this secondary last year. So it's amazing what I think they've done on a budget. But what I hope is that it is not, again, this is one of those calm times where it's not free agency anyway.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to not freak out if they don't go spend the big dollars on day one. The way they're doing it is really the way you're supposed to do it, whether you have cap room or not.
And some of this also is like this is what good personnel departments and organizations do. Like
Packers.
Okay, you walk in and you're new here, right? And you don't know what you're going to get. And I mean, Andy, we've talked about it before. Like Sean Payton walked in the door last year and talked a big game from day one. Popping off after a couple of lattes to USA Today and worst coaching jobs ever and everything else. I think Sean figured out pretty quick here. Oh, yeah, the talent level's not great here. And a couple of things had to happen. Number one, they had young players that had to grow up. And number two, they had to get the right guys into those spots. And they did a really good job. Like everything that we were talking about back there, like those were deficiencies that turned into strengths for the team on a one-year flip simply by changing the personnel that was in place and getting the right fits in there. Are they always going to have this kind of luck with it? Because there is a degree of luck, let's be honest. There always is.
Well, and look, the schedule favored you too. You played a weak division this year.
You stayed healthy.
That helps out.
And you didn't have a ton of injuries or anything like that. Like those things all went in your favor, but let's not dismiss for 1 second the ability of this staff to have said, this is what we're bad at. Let's try and get good at those things.
I will say this. A lot of things went right when you really look back at it. They didn't play a lot of bad weather games.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the things that went right, the weak schedule, all that kind of stuff, they handled their business. And previous teams in the last 8 years, they haven't handled that business. They've been gifted bad divisions before that they haven't feasted off of by any stretch of the imagination.
Broncos blew out everybody in the NFC South.
Yeah. So it's, you coach yourself in some of this luck in some ways. So you got to give them credit for that, for sure.
You ready? You ready for a wild NFL report, Andy?
What do we got?
2 hours ago, Diana Rossini reporting Bill Belichick may be drawing NFL interest after all. Even at this point, the University of North Carolina head coach, not interested. Tom Brady, who has a minority ownership stake in the Las Vegas Raiders, reached out to his former longtime coach about the team's vacancy, team sources said. The sources spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to reveal details about the team's coaching search. But Belichick has no plans to leave North Carolina just 1 month after taking its head coaching job, said a source close to him. Also speaking on condition of anonymity, his sole focus is on coaching and recruiting for the Tar Heels as he continues building the program toward his first season. The source said Belichick spent Wednesday recruiting in New Jersey. Thanks, but no thanks, Tom.
For now.
I'm kicking it in Chapel Hill.
For now. Dude, would that be weird, though, for
I
him?
want the Raider job, not.
Yes, exactly. You don't have a quarterback. Would he want to work for Tom Brady? See, this is my question with Vrabel. Everyone's like, oh, it makes a ton of sense. I don't. Think of all the people you've worked with in radio.
Yeah.
Would you go let them be your boss?
Not a single one
Which
of them.
everyone's painting this Brady thing to kind of be.
Present company included.
Oh, well, I totally get it. I'd make your life hell. There's a whole lot of things I'd ship-shape about this thing, starting with that damn mustache. He ain't rolling in here like some Chips remake every couple of weeks.
Hey, I'm cleaned up. 2025. It's a new year, Andy. New year, new me.
My point is, if you've been the boss, like, again, you're going to go work for Brady. And what I think is funny is that is he even really working for Brady? I feel like he's the most... This is what would happen if Manning would have bought into the Broncos. Manning somehow would have been making all the decisions.
Well,
like they're acting like Brady's making all the decisions. And what does he have? Like 2% of the team, and he got a buddy to jump in for the other 3%?
He's supposed to be advising Mark Davis, but exactly what you're talking about right there. Like, Brady's not going to be in the damn building every single day.
Not if he's working for Fox.
So it's going to be like, all right, hey, you get to have your meeting with Tom, and it's probably at some 5-star Vegas place, and the food is unbelievable, and the dessert has like chips of real gold in it and everything else. And then Brady's like, I got a game to go call, so I'll catch you later. And then you go over to Mark Davis's place, and you're hanging out like in that dungeon office from the end of Office Space, and you're like, I didn't sign up for all of this. Yeah, you're still going to work for the Raiders at the end of the day. Belichick knows better than to go and work for Mark Davis.
Who's our IndyCar guy our famous racer owner, Sir?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
That's what Brady is.
Right.
Lewis Hamilton's never even in the owner's box when they show him.
No, he's got a race.
But everyone, like all these headlines, Brady's doing all these things. He owns the Raiders.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
No, he really doesn't. No, he's advising Mark Davis. And granted, that's a smart move by Mark Davis.
It is.
You probably shouldn't be making any decisions on your own based on your track record. But also, this does not have the benefits that you think it very well may. So
at some point, Fox may be like, hey, you know what? We kind of need you to go to these team meetings.
But also, like, there's also the thing where Belichick, like, after, he'll do his year in North Carolina. He'll do whatever he does in the portal. He'll win his 7, 8, 9 games or whatever, and then he'll be even more attractive. And then it's like, okay, I'll come out next year when there's more attractive openings right now. Like, obviously, he can't go back to New England. I talked about Jacksonville as maybe being a good opening for Bill Belichick, but Shad Khan, he's no Jim out there. You don't want to go work for the McCaskies in Chicago. That's a disaster. Screw New Orleans. Belichick isn't going down there. So, he can just kind of hang out and wait a minute on all this.
I think he also likes the idea of he can just be old school.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it, you're going to do it, and that's how it's going to go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I read a local columnist today who I like and respect very much, but he made an assertion about a past mistake the Broncos made that I'm just not ready to forgive yet. I'll tell you what that is next. The 47th annual Denver International Sportsman's Expo starts tomorrow at the Colorado Convention Center, runs through Sunday. Tickets are $16 for adults, free entry for youth under 15 and active military with ID. Hundreds of exhibits on hunting, RVs, outfitters, and everything for the outdoorsman in you. More info at sportsexpos.com. Andy, who's your all-time favorite Expo?
Larry Walker.
Good answer. Well done. Well done.
Who all was up there? Was so Larry Walker was an Expo. Guerrero, right? Vlad Guerrero.
Vlad
was he
Guerrero.
an Expo.
He was an Expo initially. God, Vlad Guerrero combination, one of the great outfield arms of all time, one of the great bad ball hitters of all time. You didn't have to throw that thing anywhere near the strike zone, and Vlad Guerrero would just hit a missile.
Was Bryn Smith an old Expo?
Bryn Smith was
because
an
I remember
Expo.
he got the start for the very first home opener for the Rockies against the Expos, if I'm not mistaken.
Good deep cut on Bryn Smith.
Well, that's the only reason why I remember.
Yeah.
He started the first home opener at Coors Field.
Yeah, good red beard right there, Bryn Smith. You know that I'm partial to the Hawk Andre Dawson.
He was an Expo.
He started with the Expos. That was how he came to be a Chicago Cub, and he was at the old stadium in Montreal. They basically had a thin layer of green rug over concrete.
Okay.
And Dawson's knees were destroyed. And so he would do anything he could to play on a natural grass surface. So he told the Tribune Company, pay me whatever you want. I'm coming to play for you next year. The Cubs paid him nothing, and he won the MVP in '87. His first year
green grass.
as a member of the club. Cubs finished in last, and he still won the MVP. Tim Raines, Hall of Famer from the Spos. Gary Carter, legendary Expo as well before his time with the Mets. Tim Wallach. Don't forget Pedro Martinez was
Pedro
an Expo.
Martinez was an Expo. What about Mike Lansing? Was he an Expo?
Sure.
That's another former Rocky. Let's go see. Let's have a look.
Remember some Expos.
They had a very cool
great hat.
Great hat.
Yeah. Actually, remember Moj when he put the collection of disgusting old hats on the desk in there?
Yeah, that was an Expo one, right?
There was an Expos hat, and I took a look at it, and then I noticed the brown ring around it. I was like, I'm good.
You kind of wanted it.
I don't need it.
But then you didn't.
I did. It was a better hat to admire from afar. Mm-hmm. Good call. The Big Cat was also an Expo.
Was he?
Andres
I did not
Galarraga.
know that.
Was.
I thought he was a Cardinal right before we got him.
He was a Spo. Marquise Grissom, Delino DeShields. Anyway, remember some
Delino
Expos.
DeShields. Is he on MLB Network? I feel like he is.
Probably. That sounds right to me. Update from Buffalo. Amari Cooper did practice today. He had been out due to personal reasons, but Amari Cooper showed up, so all hands on deck right now for the Bills. Can I read you a headline from a column today?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's get into this.
All right, our buddy Troy Rank wrote this one, and Can
I pause you?
Yeah.
I got to ask you this. Who's Rusty Staub? Why is everybody texting that in?
Rusty Staub?
Yeah. Was that a favorite Expo of yours? I can't believe. Who is it? Why do I need to know this guy?
Rusty Staub was a little bit before my time.
Okay.
As a Spo.
So you don't know why he was like, why would he be such a fan? I've never heard of the guy.
Played for the Expos from 69 to 71.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Rusty Staub.
I don't. All right. Somebody texting that in, tell me why he's legendary, because a lot of you seem to remember him, and I didn't know that was a person until that text.
6-time All-Star. Rusty Staub. Mm-hmm.
You don't have a Rusty Staub story to
Not
regale
really.
me with?
Not really.
Good enough. Let's go back to the bone you need to pick.
5th in the MVP in 78 in the
All right,
American
good
League.
player.
Rusty
Good player.
Staub. Yeah, not bad.
Was he a Denver Bear or something? I mean, I don't know.
I don't think he would have been. Anyway.
Did he run shirtless out of the stadium a la Antonio Brown or something? Like, again, I guess, look, if he was an MVP, he's just a good player. Go ahead. Pick your bone.
By the way, his nickname Le Grand Orange because he had red hair and he played in Montreal.
You think he was ever just like, what? What'd you say to me?
Who? The what now? Headline, Troy Rank. Broncos' Bo Nix has finally exorcised demons of John Elway not drafting Josh Allen.
I see where you're going with this.
Allen?
All right.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No. Like, hey, the mistake was made, and it's better that they have Bo Nix now. But, Andy, I just want to point out a couple of things here, okay? And to be fair to Troy Rank, I just want to read the last paragraph of his piece. He writes, "This is not to suggest Nix is better than Allen. He is not. What it says is that the Broncos finally have a quarterback good enough to make everyone stop wringing their hands about what could have been." I just want to point out really quickly, okay? Josh Allen has won 76 games as a member of the Bills since he was drafted by Buffalo. Denver has won 48.
Been in the MVP conversation multiple times, and I believe is still the favorite for this one.
Division crowns, Bills 5, Broncos none. Playoff appearances, Bills 6, Broncos 1. Playoff wins, Bills 5, Broncos none. I mean, if you're wringing your hands over what could have been, I still am. And I can acknowledge that the Broncos organizationally were a bit of a mess, and would that have been the best infrastructure in which to develop and see Josh Allen through to the other side, to go from a raw, big-armed, inaccurate rookie to probably the second-best quarterback in football that he is today? Would the Broncos have been able to do that? I don't know, but you know what? I would have liked to have seen him try.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't, I would like to, I don't know.
In anything that's happening in our celebration in the glow of the Broncos winning 10 games, it does not whitewash the 8 years of ineptitude and doesn't excuse away any of it. So the fact that Sean Payton walked through the door and had the brains and the plan to draft Bo Nix, it's great. It's terrific. Let's live in the now, but let's not pretend for 1 second that this organization didn't go massively off the rails.
Yeah, you could have maybe had this solved 6 years earlier.
Right.
You wouldn't have had an absolute embarrassment of a drubbing on Christmas. What was it? A couple days before Christmas. I think it was the second or third year you and I were doing the show where he rolled in here and he put every point he could up against the Broncos that day.
Yeah.
He was still hacked about it. Yeah, I mean, again, one day, John will probably tell the story to somebody, just as he admitted that he made the mistake, as to what it was that got him not to draft Josh Allen. So, I don't know.
He liked Sam Darnold. Darnold wasn't there.
He did.
And then he talked himself into Bradley Chubb.
He did. And look, some people are saying I'm not sold he would have. Nate already acknowledged that. Nobody's positive it would have worked out. Here's the thing that nobody knew. Like, we didn't know Bo Nix could run the way that he did. We didn't know he could be elusive amongst NFL athletes the way that he is. Part, I think, because he didn't run the 40.
Mm-hmm.
What we didn't know about Josh Allen, you never know this about anybody until they show up in your building, is Josh Allen is hell-bent on making himself better.
Right.
Not every athlete is like that, okay? When you go back and you listen, and I remember it was the first year, the year that he whooped the Broncos, you know why he got better at throwing? Even his own quarterback coach at the time, I'm forgetting, it was one of the old USC, I think it was one of the Palmers, Jordan Palmer, whoever it was working with him. He said, look, don't come to me. Because everybody's like, hey, you want to be an OC? You want to be a QB coach? He said, Josh did this for Josh.
Yeah.
This isn't me. I'm not taking the credit.
Right.
This guy is relentless at making himself better. And you don't know that until the guy's in your building.
Exactly.
What we didn't know about Paxton Lynch was he apparently loved video games more than doing the kind of work that Jordan Palmer was talking about Josh Allen being happy to do.
Right, and people are like, well, look at Paxton Lynch's first couple of years and compare that statistically to what Josh... Yeah, but again, the people inside the building would have seen, oh, this guy is fully dedicated to his craft and is obsessed with improvement. That's how Josh Allen turned into the player that he was. To your point, yeah, Bo Nix Paxton Lynch, too similar. Paxton Lynch wanted to go play Fortnite or whatever he was up to, or Call of Duty, whatever he was addicted to. So again, did the Broncos have perfect infrastructure? No. But would I have loved to have seen an opportunity to have Allen here in a Broncos uniform?
Well,
of course.
And let me ask you this. I mean, again, we could do butterfly effect all day long.
Sure.
But since we're already flapping the wings, what coaches would have been interested in this job that maybe weren't giving you the time of day?
Right.
Maybe you don't have to go to Nathaniel Hackett at that point.
That would be good.
You know what I mean? Maybe when you could have maybe avoided Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
You might have had like the young offensive minds that actually wanted to come coach here because you had him.
By the way, got a text from my favorite Tigers fan My buddy CJ. Rusty Staub, great Tiger, slowest player in baseball.
Yes, someone said fat guy in a little coat, dig the gloves.
Hey, six-time All-Star.
Hey, baseball players were built different in the 70s and 80s, all right?
That's what I'm saying.
We weren't all on, not everybody was in this sleep hyperbaric chamber and only drink acrylic water or whatever the hell, alkaline water plan. Beer, wings. Do you people know why we have spring training and training camp now? Because the guys had to get in shape from their other jobs that occupied their time. They weren't in shape.
I am so glad that Dave Parker is going into the Hall of Fame, one of my all-time favorite players. But anybody, just go back and look at the off-field exploits of Dave Parker. Yeah, It was snowing in the middle of summer for that guy all the time.
CJ may remember these guys, too, the Wydell brothers. Not exactly Adonis's, but I wouldn't mess with either one of them.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. Hey, we're always looking for upgrades, right? Well, you need to upgrade your sports betting experience, and a great way to do that is to download Sport Trade onto your phone today. It's a brand new app, and it's got some great features. Number one, Sport Trade offers the edge of the best prices in the market. Minus 106 main lines. That is more earnings when you win. That is going to add up over time. Very high limits, and when you're live betting on Sport Trade, you don't get that spinny wheel thing. No, instant live wagering with Sport Trade. So you see a play go down, you want to jump in, Sport Trade is going to get you taken care of, and they're going to accept that bet instantly, and also they're going to do so at half the vig of other sports books. Plus, Sport Trade's got a great feature that I love. It's called the tape. You can see every bet happening on the service in real time. They want you to see all the action happening on the site. Sport Trade is transparent as can be. Follow the sharp money in real time. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming Gambling. Problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Cosmiter coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. That's Nick Cosmiter of theathletic.com. Looking forward to a conversation with our pal Nick about all things going on with the Broncos as they get back to work today in preparation for the Buffalo Bills. Yes, Sunday, 11 a.m. Bills an 8.5-point favorite in this matchup in Orchard Park. By the way, have you seen, Andy, has there been any updates on the weather?
I haven't seen yet. I guess, should we trust the apps even though our guy, Chris Bianchi, says don't? Let me just go take a gander here. I gotta look up Orchard Park if you want. But
okay.
Leggy has told us so there is snow in the forecast both the night before and the night of the game.
All right.
We're playing in the morning, 1 o'clock local time. I know a couple people that are saying you better watch out. Some of that snow could spill into when they're playing, but right now they weren't supposed to. I got to go to Orchard Park, right?
Here we go. As of right now, Sunday, 32 and cloudy.
We got a little cloudy.
They're going to be fine.
It's currently 14 degrees there.
That sounds cold.
It says it feels like 2 degrees.
It's going to be much nicer, apparently, this weekend. It'll be a balmy 32.
Yeah. Where's the actual?
That's what they're telling us right
here. Feel like is what I'm trying to figure out for Sunday.
Wait a minute. What does that mean?
The temperature range feels like 16 to 26 degrees that day.
Doesn't it always just feel like whatever the temperature is?
It's a bite. It can be colder. You know how when you get that moisture, you're from Chicago.
I never
from the Midwest.
I never bought that. I never. It just always. If it's 10 degrees outside,
then
it's 10 degrees.
You know what I'll tell you, my friend?
That feels like 4.
I do buy it.
Who knows the difference?
I do buy it for this reason.
You're buying Big Weather's lies?
No, it's not. Well, because I come from. So I'm a Denver guy, right? I'm born and raised here, whatever. Not born. I was born in KC, but then we moved here like 2 months later.
You're like Hank Hill. Being born in New York.
Yeah.
Not a Texas native.
No. We got the hell out of there. So when I went to that 2015 game, Brock Osweiler's first start against the Bears, do you remember that at all in the 2015 season when the Broncos won the Super Bowl? Because Manning had gotten hurt.
Yeah.
So we go out there, and I mean, it is a different. Everyone had told me, man, that's a different cold. You don't understand. It's a different cold. I was like, whatever. To your point, I had a little Nate Kreckman going on. I was like, I've dealt with cold, folks.
It's
I come
windy.
from Colorado.
It's windy.
No, man, that was a different cold. It was a soak through you kind of cold that day. So that was not a lot of fun. It definitely felt different than what you usually get here.
It's just windy.
No, it wasn't a wind. It was cold, man. It was like penetrating everything I tried to put on to fight it. The greatest part I liked about that day, so Ed McCaffrey's doing the game with me. And he was on the broadcast crew. We were on the crew together, and Ed was laughing at me. He goes, "Oh, it's going to be so cold out there. You're going to be so miserable." He kept going, "I'll have to throw down for you from this warm booth."
It's an open press box, right?
He didn't know that.
Yeah.
So we get to he literally has like a windbreaker. And I mean the lightest of windbreakers.
Okay.
Right? This is a summertime windbreaker for the beach because he thinks he's inside. And we get there, and but for those that don't, they roll up a garage door, and Ed's like, "Wait, what's this?" And I start laughing. I go, "You got it as bad as I do. Can we get a heater? I got to go buy a coat." I'm like, "You're going to wear a Bears coat on the Bronco ride home?" I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't buy Big Weather's lies. I'm a weather skeptic over here.
You're always in a flannel, so maybe that's why. Flannel's your superpower.
I'm always comfortable.
Do you realize every time on Twitch, we wear flannels? Flitch and flannel. They seem to notice. I feel like we've got an Adele Arakawa presence about us now, thanks to Twitch.
Like with her hair?
Yeah.
But
so you heard it too.
But ours is flannel.
Adele came to talk to one of my broadcasting classes at Metro one time, and she said, "I can't change my hair. If I change my hair, everybody freaks out." And I think she even had something in her contract that the hair had to look a certain way.
Well, now...
And I feel like you and I, the littlest thing happens, and Twitch has a reaction.
Now
always to our flannel.
When I see her on television... First off, stop talking about our flannels, weirdos. Keep our flannels' names out of your mouth. Secondly, anytime that I see her selling end tables and couches on television these days, her hair is different. So she clearly
she couldn't wait.
She wanted.
I'm surprised she didn't go like a full emo look just to really rebel from what she had to be, looking like she's the 5th member of My Chemical Romance or something.
What if she dressed like Glenn Danzig from the Misfits?
Yeah.
She's got that big thing going down.
Or do the weird bangs thing that Billy Ray Cyrus did when he had the little soul patch underneath his lip.
Do people still do that? Do they still soul patch? It's got to be out there somewhere.
Good look, I got no idea. You and I are wearing flannels that everybody feels are outdated.
I mean, curly Q mustaches eventually made a comeback. Eventually,
yeah, it's about how long. Hey, swing dancing made a swing dancing had 5 minutes in the 90s.
Beatnik culture will eventually come back. People will wear berets and dress like.
Should we bring back the grunge?
I guess we already are. I didn't realize.
Should
that
we
were
re-release singles? Reality Bites. What's your favorite movie of the time? Hey, should we go drink at some Pete's Wicked Ale again?
Ooh,
in the bar.
That sounds good, actually. Now that you're
Were
talking
you
about
a Pete's Wicked Ale guy?
It's appealing to me. It sounds good at 4:09 in the afternoon on a Wednesday here, getting ready for a playoff game. I can tell you that. Here we go. Sean Payton, how big is this game for young quarterback Bo Nix? His first playoff game. How big is this matchup for Nix as he gets ready to take on the Bills?
A rookie quarterback starting his first NFL game. Is it
his first playoff game?
A big step, and then what makes you think you're
I think, listen, he's played in bigger games. I mean, he's played in a lot of big games, and honestly, last week for him, for many guys, it was like a playoff game. So he's seasoned and he's been in big moments, and you know what? He's going to play in bigger games.
Something that I read today, and I highlighted this to bring to you, Andy.
Okay. I'm glad.
So our friends over at The Ringer.
Yep.
Who
hate the Broncos.
Who
can't power rank them above 15.
Who always rate the Broncos the lowest. They put out their latest quarterback rankings today. Steven Ruiz did this on The Ringer. He ranked all 14 of the playoff quarterbacks. Take a guess where he ranked Bo Nix.
14.
14 out of 14. He writes this. What's at stake?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
He put him ahead of Russ?
Sure did.
Russ is in a free fall.
Sure
Russ
did.
is in a free fall.
Yep, he sure did.
I mean, he put him behind Russ, is what I'm saying.
He's got Russ one spot ahead
I don't care.
of Bo Nix.
What do you do? What's this guy's deal? Does he do the power rankings? Are we for sure? Or is he just another writer?
There's a different dude.
So it's a group thing that they just hate everything about the Broncos.
I guess so.
Where do they rank the defense? Let me guess. 15th? 17th?
There is no defensive rankings, but I'll email Lindsay.
Request one. Let's just see.
Here we go. What's at stake? He writes this. What's at stake? As a rookie quarterback traveling to Buffalo in his first taste of the postseason, Nix isn't under any massive expectations. As long as he avoids disaster, the Broncos will go into the offseason feeling good about the future of their franchise. And if Nix somehow balls out and keeps Denver competitive against the Bills, he'll find himself in top 15 quarterback discussions this offseason. After he overachieved in his first regular season, there won't be much pressure on Nix the rest of the way. He's got a lot to gain, but very little to lose. Do you agree with that?
What's there to lose at this point?
Right. I completely agree with that. Bo's had a great first season. He has exceeded all expectations. He got better. Was there some drop-off in December? Sure. Were they also playing better opponents and teams that had a lot more film on them? Yeah. There was a little bit of that, and then he got to go out and trounce the Chiefs B team. But he had a great first season. He is a guy that you look at and you say, all right, you know what you have. You know what you're looking for in terms of other skill position players to put with him. You know, and you've locked up a very good offensive line in front of him. And clearly, he and Sean Payton have a good combination going on together right now. Really, like unless Bo goes out there and Nathan Peterman's this thing and throws 5 picks in the first half or something like that, which he won't. Which he's not going to. Yeah, then we're sitting here looking at this right now and going, hey, this is a great place for this franchise to be. And kind of to Sean's point right there, yeah, just you got a little bit of pressured playoff experience over the last few weeks of the season, particularly on a win and you're in it situation on Sunday. This is nothing but gravy right now for Bo Nix and the Broncos.
Yeah, you could get boat race Sunday. I don't think it changes anything.
Right.
You answered questions. You found some playmakers. You are not as bereft of talent as we thought on the entire roster.
Uh-huh.
Your quarterback and your coach understand each other, which has not been the case since. You know what? I'm not even sure. I think Kubiak and Manning understood each other for the playoff run. I'm not even sure they didn't understand each other like Sean and Bo do right now, beginning of the season. So everything's in a much better place. It's all about the adding from this point forward.
Yep.
It'd be nice if you didn't go and get smoked like the Baltimore game, but if you do, you do. If you do, you do. Point is, you're going to get there. You're going to taste the playoff atmosphere. You're going to feel the intensity. You're going to see how this thing changes from regular season. It's all lessons for next year, no matter what happens.
He's going to get better.
Yeah.
He's done nothing but get better. We were talking about Benito and Mimsy before. Like, young players get better. Nix, with his maturity, with his commitment, with his football IQ, with the athleticism that he has in place, like, the thing about Bo Nix is I have all the confidence in the world. He'll get to the end of this season. He will do a deep dive on the tape and everything that he can improve, and I think he's going to put the work in. I don't worry about that part of it with that guy. He's got football nerd to him, Andy. He's got nothing in his backpack that suggests he doesn't love football.
All right, I you know what? I got a little question I want to bring up a little bit later.
Okay.
I want a supposition. I want to give you what a worst case, how things could still be good even in a worst case.
All right, we
got to talk to Kazi next.
Yeah,
don't
we're
we?
going to talk to Nick Kosmiter, Kazi Smith, coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories and maybe you got a couple gift cards that you got hooked up with over the holiday season, well, head on over to Colorado Off-Road. All right, it's cold. It's going to be even more cold. So this was our coldest day last night, low of 4. Nate, that is measurable. Doesn't feel like it was 4. And we've got more cold weather coming for this week. You know what that means? You'd love to have the car nice and warm before you get out there. Time to get a remote start. They've got those over at Colorado Off-Road. I had one put on my truck, one of the best things we ever did because it allows you to keep the truck locked, get it warmed up before you get on out there. It's a great, great thing. Maybe you need a bed cover to keep all the snow out, although we didn't get as much snow as everybody else. But it is always great to not worry about, snow in the bed or junk from the rain or whatever else going on out there. Plus, you can keep stuff secure. Like maybe if you got kids and they got a million pieces of equipment or just stinky hockey or lacrosse equipment or something like that, throw it in the bed. Keep it safe. It's Colorado Off-Road. Get on over there. Let them hook you up with whatever you may need for your truck or 4x4. Find them at cooffroad.com. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. And give them a call at 303-761-1264.
Well, I think if you went through the teams that are in the postseason now, I think most, if all of them, probably have that belief they've got a guy they can win with. And that's one of the reasons they're in the postseason.
You think the Steelers feel like that? I don't think they do. I think they're trying to win despite that guy. We always win when we talk to our next guest. That's our pal Nick Kosmider. He is the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He also covers the Broncos for theathletic.com, and he joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We are doing great. We're talking about an actual playoff game. It is the first in the history of this show. It is the first in your time covering the Denver Broncos. So congratulations, Nick. We all lived to be able to see this week. Okay, let's start here. Josh Allen. Heard of that guy?
Josh Allen?
How big of a problem is his inability to lose yardage? How much is this going to make it tough on the Broncos that this guy just doesn't really beat himself?
Yeah, and it's kind of a change from the past couple years, and it's not that he was ever like a complete and total turnover machine, but certainly that was something that you could do, that you could get to him, that when he was making the second act plays that are such a big part of his arsenal, that at times he could be, reckless with those or present opportunities for you to go make a play on him. And that's just not been the case this year. I think that's the biggest difference. The monster numbers, both rushing and passing and the touchdowns, it's all pretty similar. In fact, his passing numbers might even be a little bit down from where they've been in years past, but they are just so rarely off schedule that it allows a very balanced offense, the first team in NFL history to have more than 30 rushing touchdowns and more than 30 passing touchdowns in the same season. It really allows that balance to shine because they're always in situations where you really can be versatile in what you're throwing at defenses. So, yeah, that's the Herculean part of this challenge. Now, Denver obviously is a team that has been able to put people behind the chains to create adverse situations for opposing offenses. And some of them are good enough to go out of those, right? Like Joe Burrow gets sacked 7 times and is still able to put up 412 yards because he's got not only his own talent, but the talent around him, to be explosive on 2nd and 13 or 14. Josh Allen has some of those same capabilities. So even when you do put him back, it's not tried and true. But you want to be able to take some of that balance that has been a big part of their offense away and put them in some of those adverse situations.
Okay, what can they take from last year's game that might help them this year, considering how crazy last year's win actually was?
Well, last year's game is part of why Ken Dorsey got fired. I mean, James Cook fumbles the ball on the first play of the game, and they basically stopped going into him until the second half, in which he just absolutely almost runs them back into the game, how well he was doing. So Joe Brady has been a much better play caller and just feeler of the game and that personnel for them. I think some of the things that you can replicate, though, are, obviously getting some big splash plays in the return game. They got that with Marvin Mims. He's been a weapon in that regard all year. He's going to have to give you the ability to flip the field a little bit. They won that game despite going, I think, one of their first 10 on third down, and then were able to kind of sprinkle some magic at the end of both halves with Russell Wilson and Samaje Perine and just kind of making some things work in those moments. If they can be a little bit more efficient on third down earlier in the game, I think they're going to give themselves a much better chance to, again, play level, which is where you want to be against a Buffalo team that, despite, their 13-4 record and their kind of easy cruise to the AFC East, their defense, against offenses that can punch you a little bit, has been susceptible. And so I think if the Broncos are able to stay on track, on schedule, there are some opportunities, I think, to take advantage of some of the holes that Buffalo does have in its defense.
By the way, along those lines, Buffalo and their massive turnover differential to the positive, both because Josh Allen doesn't turn the ball over and also because the Bills' defense was quite opportunistic this past season. What to make of that, Nick? Is that just noisy? Are turnovers simply noisy, or is that something that will actually impact Denver's game plan?
Well, it's interesting because that's how Denver, you guys know this, we've talked about it, like that's how they kind of flipped their season last year was they went on this just binge of turnovers, and when you have that happen, like it matched up with the Broncos were taking the ball away 3, 4, 5 times in games during that 5-game winning streak, and Russell Wilson, that was kind of the one stretch, kind of his time here where he was not putting the ball in harm's way really at all, and then once that stopped kind of being the formula, they faded down the stretch. The Bills have kind of had that going all along. But again, the Broncos are a team that largely takes care of the ball.
Yeah.
They have the second lowest sack rate too in the league. That Bo Nix has not fumbled the ball, knock on whatever wood might be around you. They have taken care of the ball. So, part of that is like, yeah, defenses can be opportunistic if you give them the chances to. So again, I've said all along, I think one of the keys to this game, Bo Nix has had 7 of these 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interception or better type games. They've won 6 of those 7. I think he's got to be able to put together one of those kind of games where he balances the taking care of the football, but has enough shots, to get over that 200, 225 passing mark. If he does that, I think they will be in the game throughout. And then it's just a matter of, can you make enough of those critical plays and critical moments to give yourself a chance to pull off the upset.
How do you think the game plan is going to look this week, Nick? And I ask it this way. Talking to some of my friends that know the Bills well, this is a smaller defense. They got smaller linebackers. They're built for speed rather than size. It would seem to me that Audric Estime could make some hay. Pick your favorite back, but Estime because he's a tough tackle, especially for smaller defenders as it is. Do you think this will be the week where maybe Sean does commit to that run?
Well, if you can get to the second level inside, like they're susceptible, but they also have some, DeQuan Jones and Ed Oliver. Like that's not necessarily like a picnic to run up the middle on. Like their front is, Greg Russo. We know Von Miller is going to play spot duty for them at this point in his career. They can do that. I do think what they have as sort of a susceptibility is in the back end, right? They've kind of been up and down at safety, and Bo Nix even talked about it today. Was like they know they're gonna have a couple shots in this game. They're gonna have a few down the field. They're gonna have the opportunity to try to make a couple big plays that flip the field. I think that's something to really watch for. Like, can they get one going? And I said this on our podcast with my brother today. It was like, I just have a feeling, and it's based on really nothing other than like law of averages, but watch Troy Franklin in this game. I think there's so much attention that's going to be paid to Cortland Sutton and even Marvin Mims, given the kind of late surge that he's had and the different ways they're trying to use them. Troy Franklin, I think, is going to have a chance to make a couple deep plays in this game. And can they finally get that deep connection, going at the perfect time after like 18 weeks of trying to make it work? I think there's going to be a chance for it.
Talking to Nick Kosmider, TheAthletic.com, covering the Broncos. We talk to him every single week. We're getting you ready for a playoff matchup now. On the other side, how do they contain Josh Allen? You're not going to kill the guy, but how do they contain him with their front seven? How do you actually do that against a pretty damn good Buffalo offensive line?
Well, I think one thing that Denver has like going for it, right? If you look at this, this team having 63 sacks, like it's such a spread out, like a by committee thing. Like you have so many guys up and down this line who have had like career years, right? And so I think the ability that the Broncos have to kind of throw waves at you could be an advantage in this game, like sending fresh bodies in and knowing that you can get production, from John Franklin Myers. I think Malcolm Roach has been underrated, not just his ability to stop the run, but he's given you some pass rush juice. So I think that like that is going to be the key for them. The biggest reason the Broncos are in the playoffs, really two. I think Bo Nix, the progress that we've seen from the first month of the season, his ability to kind of be ready for this moment in his rookie year is huge. And then this defensive front and how much better it is than it was a year ago is a wholesale change. And so those are the things that are going to have to materialize in this game in order for you to win. Like that thing that got you there now has to be able to be the thing that carries you in this game. Like you can't blitz Josh Allen all the time. I saw a stat today where the Bills only allow pressure on a third of opponents' blitzes. So, like, even when you do blitz, you're not getting to him all that often. So you're going to have to win with the front. And I think Denver's ability to, swap out guys and bring pressure from multiple angles along those front four is going to be really critical in just trying to get Josh Allen, off pace a little bit. If you can do that and you kind of keep from giving up that catastrophic type of run like Pittsburgh did in the wild card round last year, again, those are some of the ingredients that you're going to have to put together in order to make a winning recipe.
How often do we see Von Miller v. Garrett Bowles, do you think?
Well, he's not rushed a whole lot off the left tackle. He's typically going to be on the right side. I think you'll more see him matched up with Mike McGlinchey. After the game, Garrett joked like he might come over once or twice, and then it's going to be my job to make sure I'm sending him back to the other side. So I don't think that will be the certainly not the primary one-on-one matchup. Maybe the Bills, again, this is the playoffs. You might see some wrinkles here and there. Maybe they'll throw a stunt that way. But I don't think that'll be the key matchup. That is going to be on, Mike McGlinchey. But again, Rousseau is a talented guy. Ed Oliver will kind of come and rush more on the outside. They can throw a couple different things at you from a pass rush perspective, that you really have to be able to account for.
Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos, getting you ready for Denver and Buffalo. Nick, you wrote a great piece in The Athletic today about Sean Payton knowing what his salary cap restrictions were going to be and how he was still able to address many of the team's deepest flaws a year ago. When were those seeds planted for him, and what specifically was he able to do, again, sort of shopping off the bottom shelf, so to speak, to be able to make his team better?
Yeah, it's interesting because when the Broncos decided to cut Russell Wilson and knowing that they were going to have to eat 53 of the $85 million in dead money this year with 32 more still to come next year. They were kind of looking at some of the dead money leaders of the last couple of years. And, in this age right now, the salary cap, there's been teams that have been able to navigate that to a certain degree. And one of those was the Rams. They made the playoffs in 2023, despite the fact that they had $74 million in dead money. Almost $23 million of that was Allen Robinson. They just had a couple bad contracts that they had to eat, and it piled up to the point where, hey, you got like a third of your salary cap that's being used on players who aren't on your building, and so you have to figure out how to fill in those holes and how to draft guys that fit very specific needs. And look, that's not like that was a foreign idea completely to Sean Payton or George Payton. But when he had Sean McVay in for a joint practice, it was kind of like, hey, we see all these young guys that I hadn't even really heard of that are making an impact for them. And of course, Puka Nacua headlined that whole thing, being a 5th-round pick who turns into the most prolific rookie wide receiver of all time. But they just had a lot of other guys that fit that mold. And so, Denver said, hey, we have a couple of really big issues that we have to fix. We took way too many sacks. That sack differential, Sean Payton talked about it again today. It's just so detrimental to you trying to have any kind of identity and rhythm on offense. And then they couldn't stop the run. That was, a fatal flaw for Denver's defense last year. When they weren't taking the ball away, they really had no chance because teams could dictate their terms in just about every way because of how well they could run the football. And so they went and they were able to really solve these two problems in ways that they didn't have a lot of options. They knew they had to get a rookie quarterback because, look, they didn't have money to sign one in free agency. They certainly did not have the draft capital to trade for one. And they'd already gone down that failed road, obviously. So, to be able to get Bo Nix, who fit very specifically an area that they knew that they needed to change for the offense that he was trying to implement to work, they go and they get a guy like Malcolm Roach, for a pretty fair price to come in and be a really kind of cultural shift in terms of a run stopper. And then, they knew that the Jets were out leveraged because of, getting Hassan Reddick in and needing to dump salary, to where you go get a guy like John Franklin Myers has been like one of the more underrated parts of this. Like, if you got all these guys going off, he just had a career high 7 sacks to add to what he's done as a run defender. So just when you take a step back and look at how limited they were in terms of what they could spend, but the big problems they had to fix, it really is kind of remarkable And then, of course, last thing is that it goes to George Payton's drafting acumen as well, because a big part of this formula is guys who are still on rookie contracts took leaps and bounds this year. Whether it's Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper before he signed his extension, Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan. You can go down the list of guys who are on relatively cheap deals but playing at a big-time impact level. Those are all the things that have to come together for you to be able to navigate the kind of financial constraints that they had.
We only got about a minute, but summarize what a game looks like. The Broncos win and move on to KC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've got to force a couple turnovers. I know that's not something that Buffalo's done. We just got done talking about that. But again, it's the playoffs. Can you keep your heartbeat going? And then do they have some ways to tangle with the two tight ends, Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid, as well as James Cook? Like I think their ability to be able to get some matchups, be it with their safeties or even, Pat Surtain or Riley Moss at times on those tight ends or James Cook. Like, you can't let those guys roam free or you're going to have some real problems. And then again, I'll just go back to Bo Nix. If he can play clean football, I think they're going to have a good chance. So, efficiency with Bo Nix, and then an ability to corral some of those weapons. And then lastly, fourth down. I think this is going to be a game where you're going to have 3 or 4 plays on fourth down that are going to be critical to the outcome. Both of these teams are good fourth down teams. They convert a lot of them. So look for that to be a component as well.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Bills have converted every fourth down they've had in the red zone so far this year, which is absolutely wild. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Read his stuff right there. His latest is excellent. He'll be covering it all week long. Nick, good job, buddy. Thank you.
All right, fellas, take care. Thanks.
The great Nick Kosmider with us right there on a Wednesday afternoon. It is Crackman and Lindahl. We are getting you ready for the Broncos and the Bills. We are joining you live from the Backus and Shanker studio, Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured. Andy, I got an NFLPA All-Pro team. Notable for the Broncos that are on there, also notable for the Broncos that are not on there. We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, I think we got to really focus on plastering on the receivers because it's always a second act. I mean, what I watched on film is guys are covered, but with his scrambling ability and his second play ability, I think it's key for us as a secondary, as a unit, is to plaster onto our matchups and the receivers because that's where he extends plays. That's where he becomes a playmaker in that area. So we got to eliminate those key factors towards that. So.
Along those lines of a little bit of what Surtain was talking about right there, Andy, and there is the second act. There's also the thing where I'm looking at this is just from ESPN.com, and they list very briefly the teams high in passing, teams high in rushing, teams high in receiving for every single game. The Bills have not had the same leading receiver in back-to-back weeks since weeks 2 and 3 when it was Khalil Shakir. It's somebody else is putting up big numbers basically every single week on this team. I mean, that's what's absolutely wild about it when you look at their year. By the way, Amari Cooper never led the team in receiving the entire year. He was back at practice today. He'd been out for personal reasons, but he was back. So, while they do not have Stephon Diggs or Gabe Davis anymore, it's the everybody eats offense right now for Buffalo, and it has worked out quite well for those guys.
Yeah, but it feels like it should play into the Broncos' hands. I don't know. I say that because at least you're not dealing with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, right?
They don't have those guys.
So you can use Patrick Surtain, hopefully, to erase whoever their best player is. As you said, it's probably going to be Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
And it feels like Riley Moss is up to most tasks presented in front of him. T. Higgins is a tough ask for a lot of teams. Let's not kid ourselves. That said, I also say that, and then I remember the Charger game where I was like, who the heck are they even having playing receiver for them right now?
Right.
And guys like Palmer that we didn't expect going off started going off, and so you got to not let that happen.
I got your NFLPA All-Pro team.
Yeah, let's have it. There's a couple names on there we know.
As voted by the players. That's all you need to know. It's the players. No, players were tasked with voting for the best player at their same position and positions they line up against. So that's what you're looking at right here. First team offense. Andy, believe it or not, no Broncos. Stunner, I know. Lemire, your guy, Brock Bowers, first team All-Pro, says the NFLPA. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, Saquon Barkley, Kyle Juszczyk, and your offensive line left to right, Tristan Wirfs in Tampa, Joe Thuney. Penei Sewell in Detroit is at right tackle. Chris Lindstrom in Atlanta is at right guard. Creed Humphrey, can you take me higher? Playing center for the Kansas City Chiefs. That's first team.
Interesting. Does the Lamar thing, well, that was the players you said. I was going to say, does that give us any insight into how that vote may go for MVP?
Well, remember, too, when the Athletic put out their preseason survey, Josh Allen was voted the most overrated player in the NFL.
Good call. There you go. I forgot about that.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So they may not be buying it. Defense, first team All-Pro. Interior, Chris Jones and Jalen Carter. No love for Zach Allen. Edge rushers, Trey Hendrickson and Myles Garrett. No love for Nick Bonito. Dexter Lawrence at nose tackle. God, that guy's a behemoth. Inside linebackers, Roquan Smith, Fred Warner. Can't really argue with that. Xavier McKinney and Kyle Hamilton, the two safeties. Derek Stingley and Pat Surtain II are your corners on the players All-Pro team. Pat Surtain, that's like just a no-brainer. Everybody in the world knows, whether it's numbers, whether it's film, whether it's anecdotally, this guy's the best cornerback in the world. Special teams, no love for Will Lutz. Chris Boswell got it from the Steelers. No love for Riley Dixon. Logan Cook of the Jaguars. Got to be honest, I didn't pay attention to the Jags punting this season, but I suppose Logan Cook with an E was lights out. Kevontae Turpin is your all-pro kick returner. Marvin Mims Jr. is the punt returner.
Boom!
Well done. Yes, very good job. Also, Tremont Smith has had a great year playing special teams for the Broncos.
Yep.
Big part of all those downing of the ball inside the 5. However, he did not get any core teamer nods. That went to Miles Killebrew of the Steelers and Brendan Schooler of the New England Patriots.
Everybody's always like, who's number one? It's Tremont
Smith, good player.
Yeah, they signed him just for what he does.
Yeah, good.
He's one of the first free agents when Payton got here.
Yeah, really, really well. How can you not love the job that he has done this season? He's been excellent, and he's a big part of why the Broncos are so good at the field position game. All right, when you go through that, and any screaming omissions on there?
Well, Nick Bonito, I think, should be an all-pro. The guy's had 2 pick sixes. No matter how you want to categorize it, it is position.
Yeah.
And we talked about it with J.J. Watt the year that he won DPOY. J.J. Watt?
J.J. Watt?
There we go.
Yeah. He had like 2 touchdowns himself that year. I mean, again, Nick Bonito's keeping very good company.
Yeah.
If Nick Bonito, though, you and I both know how this game works. If Nick Bonito can keep this up,
right,
he will be recognized that next year. He got everyone's attention and got on the radar this year. He should get more of this stuff next year.
Yeah, I mean, Trey Hendrickson led the league in sacks, and Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett. So both those guys going to be awfully high on the list. Speaking of J.J. Watt,
J.J. Watt?
Thank you. Here is a tweet today. J.J. Watt retweeting old James Palmer. He's got great hair. James Palmer, players with 40 or more quarterback hits since 2006. 40 or more quarterback hits since 06. J.J. Watt 4 times. T.J. Watt once. Nick Bosa once. Aaron Donald once. Zach Allen this year. James Palmer adding, can we please get Broncos Zach Allen some love? J.J. Watt retweets it with welcome to the club, Zach Allen. First team All-Pro on deck.
Boom.
Yes.
Although not making the player All-Pro, I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah. I don't
know how much one affects the other.
Right now, it feels like it would be an upset. Not to say he's not deserving, but just sort of looking at the tea leaves of what the voting has been so far.
Let's be fair about it. We didn't know who Zach Allen was when he signed with the Broncos.
Right,
he was a guy that played for VJ with the Cardinals, and so he came over and VJ had an eye for talent, and we're the beneficiaries of it right now. The Broncos are the beneficiaries of it right now. So good on them. But, he might be in the Nick Bonito category. Let me get your attention, and then everybody pay attention again next year.
Pro Football Focus put out their All-Pro team today. Poof. Their defensive interior, Cam Hayward and Chris Jones. Cam Hayward and Chris Jones, their interior defensive linemen, making the All-Pro team. Second team, Leonard Williams in Seattle and Dexter Lawrence with the Giants. So no Zach Allen love coming either from Pro Football Focus. Patrick Surtain was the only first-team All-Pro, according to PFF, although Quinn Miners, Brandon Jones, and Marvin Mims were all second-team All-Pro from the nice people over there at Pro Football Focus. Chris Collinsworth and whoever else is over there. So there you go. By the way, Pro Football Focus, Lamar first team All-Pro, second team Joe Burrow.
I'm about it.
Yeah. So again, Josh Allen may win the MVP award, but he's at least so far from the All-Pro voters or the people that are putting together these All-Pro teams, no love. I believe tomorrow we get the AP All-Pro team, which is generally the one that everybody.
That's the contract bonus one.
Exactly. Well put. That's the one that everybody kind of goes off right there. By the way, did you realize that Jamar Chase won the receiving Triple Crown this year?
Yes.
Led the NFL.
Talking a lot about it.
In receptions, in receiving yardage, and in receiving touchdowns this season.
They were talking about that prior to the Saturday after Christmas game with he and Joe. The pregame to that was very Bengals focused, I felt like, what little I caught of it.
Yeah.
And they mentioned he was going for the Triple Crown.
Well, he got it done.
That wouldn't have been on my radar.
Pretty good accomplishment. Cooper Kupp did it a couple of years ago. He was able to win that. I believe we've had 6 now in the Super Bowl era of dudes that have actually pulled off that triumvirate of statistical accomplishment for you right there. So a great season for Jamar Chase. It is insane. We talk all the time about the importance of great quarterback play in the NFL. Joe Burrow was as good as any quarterback in the league. Led the league in receiving, in passing yardage, in passing touchdowns. Was as good as any QB in the league this year, and his team didn't make the playoffs. Clearly can't be everything.
No, if you have better plans.
Yeah.
But again, I'm going to reiterate to all the Cincinnati people who are just upset about things, and I guess in Hard Knocks they showed all the Cincinnati players sitting around watching the Broncos decimate their dreams against the Chiefs B team.
Don't lose to the Patriots.
Don't lose again. Don't start the year 0-3.
Right.
You guys always come out not ready to start the year all of September. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
With that quarterback, you should be in conversation for home field advantage. You should be the Bills. You never are. Look inward.
Yep.
I don't know why Zach Taylor is still your coach, quite honestly. The guy, I feel like whatever offense you want to bring in for guys like Burrow and Higgins and Chase, they'll probably execute it.
Yep.
You never seem to have your team ready for the start of the year. That's you. That's your problem.
By the way, on the text line, people are like, Tremont Smith cost us the Chargers game. A 15-yard penalty helping out a fair catch free kick, the likes of which we have not seen in the NFL for, what was it, Andy, 48 years?
Yeah.
Or whatever. I'm not ready to go so far as to say that cost them the game.
No, not running the ball more cost you that game when you were doing it just fine and you inexplicably went away from it.
Yeah. Was it a mistake by Tremont Smith?
It
Sure.
absolutely was.
Has he been excellent all year long? Damn right he is. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest from the coaching carousel. Plus, you want to hear what Bo Nix has to say about going up against Von Miller and the Bills. That's all coming up next. All right, few updates to hit you with to start the 5 o'clock hour. First off, the Avalanche will take on the Blackhawks in Chicago. They're quite bad. Trent Miner will make his rookie debut this evening, so hopefully at the end we'll be saying thank you, Mr. Miner. We have an update from Los Angeles, an NFL statement on the Vikings and Rams game, given the various different wildfires, including the Palisades fire that is burning out of control right now. The NFL saying in a statement they continue to prepare to play the Vikings-Rams game as scheduled Monday night at SoFi, adding, as with all games, there are contingency plans in the event of a change. If it's necessary, in this instance, the game would be played Monday night in Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium. We will continue to closely monitor developments in the area and will remain in contact with public officials, both clubs and the NFLPA. Andy, I think, honestly, I think their biggest concern for where SoFi is in relation to the fires is the ability to have first responders on hand to be able to handle the crowd of an NFL football game, because right now it is all hands on deck right now in Los Angeles.
Yeah, tough scenes, tough video, tough everything coming out of there. And you're right, people, it does take a lot of the first responders to put on an NFL game.
A couple of other notes. San Francisco Chronicle reporting Steve Kerr's childhood home was burned. His 90-year-old mom was evacuated to safety, so that was good to see. Also, Andy, you had mentioned this, and they had covered this extensively the last time the Nuggets were in L.A. Our buddy Chris Marlowe, the great Chris Marlowe, an alum of Palisades High School there in western Los Angeles. Palisades High School has been heavily, heavily damaged by the fires that have happened out there. It is scary, scary stuff right now, what is happening in Los Angeles. So our thoughts are certainly there. Let's do football news, Spring. Let's go.
It is the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos get set to go to Buffalo and play the Bills in their first playoff game in 8 years on Sunday morning. Hey, Bo Nix, he put out, he didn't put out, his team put out.
How do we know Bo's not sitting around editing video? Come on, Spring.
It's a lot of cuts. I don't think Bo has the patience to sit there and cut all that video.
What, is he busy this week or something?
Remember he put that Ferris Bueller video out on his Instagram earlier this year? Well, over the past 24 hours, he put on his Instagram a hype video for the Broncos, featuring the song Dream On by Aerosmith, Broncos highlights of years past from the glory days as the Broncos are back in the playoffs. Bo was asked today, why'd you put that video out?
Yeah, we got to watch a team video, and it was, with that same song, kind of Dream On, it just, it was kind of like, you've dreamed for these moments and you go through life wanting these things, but I also don't want to, leave out the fact that, not just being complacent with just making the playoffs. I think it's important for everybody, and especially those in our organization and kind of directed towards our team, is like we can go further than just the playoffs. And I don't want to be handcuffed by just making it just because we haven't done it in so long. But, if we're going to make it, we might as well go win some games.
So they might as well dream on, Andy.
Dream on.
Yes.
Aerosmith.
I see what they're doing right there.
I do like, though, I'm glad to know where the song came from. I haven't watched the video yet, but I assume it's the Aerosmith version, Dream On.
I would think so.
I'm sure there's a remake or a cover out there somewhere. But
I also have not watched it.
Yeah, I assume, though, that someone probably... Do you think Bo's listening to Aerosmith in that a little before his time? I know he's an older college quarterback, but even Aerosmith's last hit was with
he didn't
Alicia Silverstone doing the video.
He didn't have any Aerosmith greatest hits CDs in his backpack.
Here's how I know... Here's why I'd be a little surprised if Bo was listening to Aerosmith in college. Aerosmith's last hit, and I think about it, was when I was in college. I think I got him doubled up in age.
Have you listened to Aerosmith recently, Andy?
I can't say that I
haven't thrown him in. Wasn't their last hit the Armageddon soundtrack, by the way?
Yeah, but wasn't that mid-90s?
Was that more recent?
Didn't they did something? Did they do something with Britney around the Super Bowl? But even that was like Y2K and stuff. Like again, we're talking about a band. Please stop singing. Kill his mic. Oh my God.
No, I like it. Keep going.
Oh, all right. Spring once more. Hurt people. What's the next line?
That was all I had. That was it.
Classic bar song. We only know enough of the chorus to get by.
Yeah. Anyway, I bet it's a good video. Anyway, Aerosmith, they rule.
Do they?
I loved Aerosmith.
Did you?
Oh, Sweet Emotion, all-time
Oh,
great
I like
riff.
them. No,
yeah.
they've had some catchy hits. I'm
Sure.
not dying to go to the concert every time they roll through.
I don't think they're performing live anymore. Also, they're not exactly batting 1,000. There's a lot of content out there with Aerosmith.
A lot of jokes about the quality of music, sobriety versus not sobriety.
There's a lot out there. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, so the Broncos will be playing Von Miller on Sunday. One of the greatest Broncos in franchise history. He was on the Broncos last time they made the playoffs, which was the season the Broncos won the Super Bowl. It's a little bit of a lengthy cut, but it's a classic Von Miller cut. Here he is talking about playing the Broncos. This is from today.
I had 2 days to really think about it, and it's all love. I can't even start to play that delusion of it's hatred or I can't even start to play that game. That I will put myself so far in a place that's not even close to being reality. That would be it would be hurtful to the way I want to play. I love those guys. I love everything about the Denver Broncos. I pay close attention to the Denver Broncos. I haven't even talked to Bo Nix or follow him on Instagram or nothing like that, and I feel like I know Bo Nix just by staying in touch with Broncos country and staying in touch with the Broncos. I know they're building a new facility. They got new jerseys, all the new players from Mims and all the guys. Never met these guys, but I feel like I've met them because I pay so close attention to the Denver Broncos. Still close with Patrick Surtain, Cortland Sutton, Gary Bowles. We probably talk once or twice every single month. Last month, we never even had the idea that we would be in a playoff game playing into each other, like playing against each other. But me and Gary Bowles, we talk like it's when I'm on the phone with Gary Bowles, it doesn't feel like he's on the Denver Broncos, on the Buffalo Bills. It just feels like we're in a locker room on whatever team it is, and we just catching up with each other. It's all love and respect. And when I watch those Broncos games, some players that I don't know, but the infrastructure of the team and the people like from Patrick Smythe and Flip and all the guys that have been there, that's still the same. It still looks so familiar when I watch these games. So can't even start to play that. It's the Denver Broncos. I want to win. It's none but love. But those small 3 to 4 second bursts when I'm playing in the game, that 60 minutes when I'm out there, I want to win. I want to win the game.
God, that was the Aerosmith greatest hits of Von Miller clips right there.
That was In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida.
That was good, man. Oh, he named.
Yeah, that kept going though.
A lot of people.
He did. That felt like I kept hearing the tone. Yeah, but it was the greatest incomplete pass I'd ever seen.
Kayvon Webster, Dorian Stewart.
Von Miller, to the end, never changed. He has nothing but the nicest things to say about everybody. He is the ultimate hype man. He is Von Miller just through and through. I love listening to that right there because the guy hasn't changed in the slightest bit.
No, and he still loves the Broncos. At some point, he's coming back here, signing a day-long contract, going into the Ring of Fame, all the whole deal.
Also, they traded him, and then he went and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right.
And made sure he got all his money. They didn't take any money from him.
Right.
Now, he had to cut a few people out of pictures before all that was said and done.
Hey. Doesn't somebody still owe him for paying the Migos or whatever?
If you're probably,
Seems
you're
like
right.
he's over that.
Yeah. If you're someone in Bronco personnel, maybe Sean Payton himself, do you make sure Garrett Bowles doesn't talk to him this week? And I say it for this reason. I remember one time during that AFC Championship game in 2016, the 2015 season. I can't remember who it was. There was some linebacker that came over and started talking to Peyton Manning. We were in a TV timeout. They're on the goal line at 2-yard line, something like that. Peyton meanders over, starts chatting it up. I wish I could remember his name. He's the guy they ended up trading to the Cardinals. Got kind of nutty on us, but it was his rookie year. Pass rusher, Chandler Jones. He's chatting with Chandler Jones. And one of the Patriot defensive like Vets finally sees this and like storms over there and rips Chandler Jones away from Manning. Kind of was giving, I could see just like, don't talk to him. What'd you tell him? Wait, because I think, Payton just had a way, guys told me, Payton had a way to silent up to you. And the next thing you know, you've said a couple things you shouldn't have and he's figured you out. In the meanwhile, you just thought you were BSing with a Hall of Famer.
Are you telling me Garrett Bowles would be susceptible?
I'm just saying, does Vaughn get in there? Hey, buddy, how's it been? Yeah, how's that hammy? Yeah, you're slow in the hand. Oh, okay, good. All right, well, good talking to you. I'm just saying, man, we need to cut that call off. You know what I mean?
All right. Conspiracy theory. I like it, Andy. Here we go.
High five.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, the idea that the Chiefs, was it going to be hard to lose to the Broncos? They earned the right to rest their starters. You don't want to risk the injury, but the idea that they really wanted to keep the Bengals out of the playoffs and prevent Joe Burrow from going back to Burrowhead. Well, Travis Kelce went on his podcast with his brother Jason, and Travis addressed it.
Well, there's some people alleging that it was a purposeful letting get your ass kicked.
I ain't scared of nobody.
I'm not alleging this.
I wanted them in the
I'm
playoffs.
not alleging this.
I want to slay every dragon one by one, like Mortal Kombat. I don't even want this to be like we play the lowest seed. Just give me the best teams.
I'm not, Travis. I'm just telling you what
AFC,
people are
NFC.
saying.
Give
I'm
me
not
all of
saying
them,
this.
Mortal
People-
Kombat style. I'll go through
people are
every one of them, just giving them my best effort. I ain't
People
scared
were
of a single
saying
soul, man.
You didn't want to see the Bengals in Burrowhead or in Cincinnati.
I'll play them at the Walmart parking lot. I don't give a we can have our own game in the offseason where we really duke it out again. I love competing against the greatest. The Bengals were a fun team to watch there towards the end of the season.
I like that his brother called it Burrowhead to him. So well done on that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't catch that.
That was strong.
That was a little brotherly love.
That was very good. Secondly, yes, Meatball Travis Kelce, that's the way that you think. But there's other people in that building that they pay money to whose job is to protect you from your worst instincts. And we're more than happy to have the Bengals not make the playoffs so that Burrow wouldn't come to Arrowhead. So, yes, good that you think that way, Travis Kelce, but I don't think the front office and Andy Reid are thinking the same way you do.
No, I fully agree, and I don't doubt. Like, I'm with you. I'm telling you, he feels that way. We all get it. You know what is interesting? Another low-key storyline of this week about before, because again, they would have had to go through the Bills. The Bengals would have had to go through the Bills to get to the. You realize T. Higgins couldn't finish the game last week with that ankle injury. I don't know that they would have made it to Arrowhead. So
yeah,
Travis, go set that game. You know what? Why not make that the Pro Bowl? That'll be about as fun as Tug of War and Battle of the Network Stars games. You guys just go. I want to. You know what? We got connections to a Walmart parking lot. We'll hook you up.
Yeah, there's plenty of Walmarts in Denver. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
According to Tom Pelissero, he reported today that the Raiders and other teams have inquired as to whether Bill Belichick would reconsider his jump to college football. Per the report, Raiders minority owner Tom Brady recently spoke with Belichick.
Yeah, so would Belichick be willing to ditch North Carolina without ever having coached a single game there to jump back into the league to go and work for the Raiders and Mark Davis? Remember when Belichick got the gig, there was all those quotes that came out of it, Andy, that were like, Belichick, he's done with the NFL. He's sick of what all these owners are selling him. He's glad to go to a place where he's actually got control there in college football. Is that what's actually happening right here, or does Belichick just not want to work for Mark Davis?
Yeah, I think. Well, you know what, Nate? Now I'm not so sure. I felt kind of spicy about my take when you asked me the question. How about this? Have the other NFL teams who didn't want anything to do with Belichick leading up to this thing gotten a look at the actual availability of good coaches in this cycle and been like, hey, Bill, come on, Bill.
Yeah.
Come on back. Hey, we were a little rushed. Look at some of the guys getting interviewed. Rex Ryan got an interview, for God's sake. The guy's been in TV for 5 years. So you know what? Maybe it's the NFL owners going, wow, we didn't realize how sucky this pool actually is.
Right, exactly.
So I was about to say maybe it's because it's only the Raiders that would talk to him. But I bet you if Bill really did say, you know what, I am back. I think the Bears had talked to him. Who else is in it? The Bears, the Jets, the Raiders. Who else has talked to everybody under the sun?
New Orleans had talked to him, I'm sure. Jacksonville had talked to him, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, really, shouldn't every team have an interview with Bill Belichick? If you have an opportunity to interview the guy that has won more Super Bowls than any other coach in the history of football, you probably should chat with him.
Well, but then you ought to know it's going to look like it does in Carolina.
Right.
That's obviously what turned off the Falcons. They wanted more of, as they were saying, more of a partnership.
Along those lines, by the way, there was a report today in The Athletic about Gerard Mayo, who replaced Belichick there in New England, and kind of where it all went south. And a lot of the reports were the Crafts wanted to go in the opposite direction. They wanted a player's coach. They wanted a more friendly atmosphere around the facility. And then they brought in Gerard Mayo. And unfortunately, what they found out is they went way too far in the other direction. And Gerard Mayo was everybody's pal. And there was no discipline to be had whatsoever. And also, Gerard Mayo had no experience. And he had no good mentors around him inside the building. And so what they figured out after 1 year is this guy was not ready for the gig.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's still on you. He was in your building.
Yeah.
You would put it as he was a Nathaniel Hackett. At least the Broncos can say, well, we weren't around Nathaniel Hackett. You had this guy on staff for years and you didn't figure out he wasn't ready to be the head guy. Broncos made that mistake with Wade Phillips, by the way, once upon a time.
Not
when
even
they
just
didn't
that,
get Shanahan.
But they talked about when he went to hire coordinators, Gerard Mayo, he had only ever worked in New England, and he had never been a coordinator before.
No Rolodex.
He didn't know anybody.
Yep.
And so he really struggled in that regard. Number one, that's one area where you got to help the guy out a little bit. But also, number two, that's one of those things you should have known.
Wouldn't that have been the first question?
Right.
Who's your staff going to be?
Exactly.
Isn't that always a top question?
They were so hell-bent on just 180ing away from Belichick that they forgot the part where it's like, oh, we have to hire a competent football coach.
Well, and again, apparently Belichick was so bad, Tom Brady's trying to talk him into coming to the Raiders.
Yeah.
So even the guy who was the poster boy for getting away from the Patriot way is now talking to the guy that helped cultivate the Patriot way.
Kreckman and Lindahl live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Broncos and Bills coming up here this week. Sean Payton, he has the experience of having won road playoff games before. What does it take with a team that's never done it? We'll listen to Sean Payton tell us next. All right, injury report. Here we go. Nate Atkins, Tyler Bidet, both full participants today. Damari Mathis, limited back. Ben Powers, veteran. He got a veteran rest day. And Frank.
That's been going on, I feel like, for 6 weeks.
Yeah, Frank Crum is ill.
Yeah, what is going on with everybody getting sick? I don't like it.
It's not good. It's that kind of that time of year.
By the way, I've still not seen anything about Jokic. We got a lot of people. I keep checking Katie and Vix and everybody's Twitter.
Last
I see nothing
that we saw listed as questionable for tonight. So I'm assuming, again, we're just making assumptions right now. I would guess he's going to be in the building and trying to get ready to play. By the way, Avs about to take on the Blackhawks in Chicago at the United Center. Trent Miner is going to make his debut tonight for the Avalanche in goal. They'll be in Minnesota tomorrow, so Mackenzie Blackwood will be back between the pipes. The Blackhawks are terrible, and the Avalanche should be able to take care of business right there. That's, by the way, that rebuild there in Chicago, that thing's getting kind of ugly. Already fired their coach this year.
Yeah, it's...
I am seeing Jokic is out tonight.
He is out.
Oh,
yeah,
you did
Vic,
see that.
Vic tweeted it, yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
So there we go. The reserves going up against the Clips tonight. They are still 7-0 on the second night of a back-to-back, so they've got that going for themselves. Kawhi is not playing tonight for the Clippers, as we talked about earlier. Returned to L.A.
situation for him.
His family evacuating and checking amidst the wildfires there in Los Angeles. So Kawhi is not going tonight for the Clippers. I said this before, Andy. Like I can't. I don't think there's a world where Kawhi is the only Clipper that's going to be impacted by the fires there. So certainly, best thoughts going on with the Clippers and everybody right there. Also, the Nuggets have played 36 games. This is the fourth time already they will have played the Clippers this season. A lot of familiarity breeding contempt.
Yeah, and I don't think they faced Kawhi yet, have they?
No.
So this was due to be the first matchup with Kawhi. All right, real quick, because we do want to get into some of this Sean Payton audio, but real quick, are we going back to Sarge? You kind of talked about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You give a second game to Sarge and try to continue to knock the rust off. Look, man, you got to have a backup big, and you got to have some size.
No, I really do. The plan with Sarge and the fit with him as a Nugget, like, it made sense on paper. He's had a bad year, started very poorly, faded, patience was lost, got the injury, fell out, didn't play for 6 weeks, really struggled last night. But also, I want to give some grace to a guy that hadn't played in an NBA game in 6 weeks, getting thrust into the starting lineup with a day's notice, by the way, against the Celtics.
Right.
But I would do it again tonight. Absolutely. I would probably cut out the Zeke minutes. I'd go with Sarge and DJ as my two backups, but get Sarge in there with the starters. Also, DJ's gotten more familiarity playing with the second unit, especially of late, so you don't really mess up any of that. All hands on deck, try and go get a victory tonight.
Yeah, you need to get this one. They need to put a little run together. I'm not in panic mode, and again, they're still in a pretty good seeding spot. But when I went and looked at those standings yesterday, you and I had talked about how they were the 4th seed. Well, they're bunched with a lot of people.
Yeah.
One bad run, you could be back in play-in territory, and you don't want to be that.
Yeah. Go ahead and avoid it. Good effort last night. Good try.
Really was.
Good effort. The Celtics are a damn machine, and they got it going when they needed to, but those middle two quarters provided some entertainment in that game last night. Sean Payton has called his team young, hungry, and dangerous. Well, now they got to go play a road playoff game. They got to go play in chilly Buffalo in front of those psychopaths in Zuba's pants, throwing
broken tables.
God knows whatever they're throwing out onto the field. Yeah, this is a new environment for the Broncos to deal with, going up against a Buffalo team that has won a playoff game in 4 consecutive years. They know what to do at this time of year. Sean Payton talked about the keys to being able to go out and get a win on the road.
Coach, during training camp, you said young and hungry can be dangerous, and you echoed that message.
Yeah.
Is key for a young and hungry team to go on the road and win in the postseason?
Well, I think you're educating them as to what wins, ball security and the field position. And yeah, there's a confidence level that has to be built, though. It can't be just manifested on its own, and that's taken place throughout the course of the season. So, we're going to have to play. Obviously, we're playing a real good football team, and we're going to have to play a real complete game.
Yeah, you got to play clean football going up against these guys. This is a Buffalo team, Andy. The turnover margin for these guys was absolutely just top-notch this past season. They don't turn the ball over, and they take care of the ball. Plus, Josh Allen avoids negative plays.
Josh Allen?
Also the first team in NFL history to pass and rush for at least 30 touchdowns. This is a marvelously balanced team. James Cook, in addition to being good with the ball in his hands, is also one of the best pass protectors as a back in all of the NFL. Like, all of those challenges exist directly in front of you. I don't think they have to win the turnover margin by 5 or anything like that. They don't need something insane like what happened with the Cleveland game to go out there and be able to pull this thing off. But at some point, this is a Denver team that's going to need to force a turnover, going to need to have themselves a short field and be able to convert that not into 3 points, but into a touchdown. Those are the kind of things that can swing the balance in this game.
The thing that I think gets it done for them, and obviously we've got a couple more days to talk about this, but give me one big play, give me one of those Mims bombs.
Yep.
I don't care who catches it, but
Hit
give
a
me
deep
one
ball.
like that, and give me even the flip 6, however you want to call it, pick, scoop and score.
Yeah.
That kind of mistake that you've cashed into points, that's how you upset a team when you're not supposed to be close with them.
Right. Exactly that is and again, just you have to go and play clean football. Don't let the moment be too big for you or anything else like that. And really, I even think back on the Charger and the Bengals losses. I don't think the Broncos lost those games because of a inexperience or a loss of composure or anything like that. But I think, number one, I think they were playing road games against good teams, which is always a tough way to win in the NFL, no matter what. Number two, Sean made some questionable coaching decisions and in-game tactical decisions in those games that ultimately, I think, swung the games in the direction of their opponents. Hopefully that's not going to be the case coming up here in Buffalo. But it wasn't as though Bo Nix got into the bright spotlight of these last couple of games and wilted or anything else like that. He had moments in those games where he played pretty well. First half against the Chargers, second half, especially the fourth quarter against Cincinnati, he made some big-time plays in those games. I don't think the moment is too big for this dude. I think what is going to be key here is for Sean Payton to do a good job of, like you talked about, marrying up the ability to be able to hit a big play or two while also staying within your game script, running the football, and not putting Bo in a position where he can't succeed.
Shortening the game through the run game is a key.
Yes.
That's something
Run
for the Broncos.
ball.
All right, so here's the question I wanted to ask you earlier. You were talking about Bo Nix, and everybody keeps talking about how he's going to improve, how he's going to do this, how he's going to do that.
He does need to do this and that.
One of my buddies the other day threw out to me, what if this is the best though, Bo? Let's say he improves a bit, but not drastically. Let's say there's not some hyperspace jump for him because he's older and he's played more college football and all the stuff you hear about.
Like he's a lower ceiling prospect.
Sure, like there's not the tree's grown about as high as it's going to get.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that's the case. You're still good, right?
Yeah.
This is a good starting NFL quarterback.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
That my response to that person was, well, if you can get the timing down on some of the deep throws, like I feel like he showed with Mims in the Cincinnati game.
Yeah.
Then there you go. But I mean, it is fair to wonder how much more growth any of these guys could have. Now, Jaden Daniels probably needs to, dial some things in. Certainly, Caleb Williams, there's a whole lot of work to do there.
Yes.
There's Leggy was telling me the other day, he goes, there's probably 2 years worth of work to do there with all the sacks he's taken and the poor decisions that he's making. You don't have to unravel any of that with Bo Nix. So I say, even if there isn't some monster leap to come for him, you're still okay. Like he and Daniels are the safest of the class right now. I don't know what to make of Penix because we just haven't seen enough. Got the phenomenal
I thought he looked
arm.
pretty good.
He did.
I thought he looked pretty good.
But again, like when it comes to Williams, Daniels, and Nix, the whole league saw him for a whole year. They got a chance to adjust.
Right.
I have no idea what the league will adjust to Penix. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Caleb Williams, 68 sacks this year, third most ever.
Yeah, you can't have that.
02 David Carr, 86 Randall Cunningham.
And they never got David Carr back mentally on track. That's what you have to worry about with Caleb Williams.
Right. this is where being a Chicago Bear is a notable disadvantage for Caleb Williams. With Bo, and I remember you and I, we kind of went back and forth on this early on in the season. And you wanted the game plan opened up, and I said, hey, keep him in his shell, and I think it's beneficial for him to win games while developing. Now, ultimately, what that means for his long-term development, to paraphrase you, we'll see. Okay, ultimately what that's going to do for him. But kind of to your point, Bo Nix is ingrained in a really good culture here in Denver. Like, Drake May, I think, is super physically gifted, and man, he showed some stuff this year. But also, we don't know what New England's going to be. They're a mess right now. We can tell you that. Caleb Williams, absolutely in a messy situation. I think Jaden Daniels might be too good and might just overcome it all. And in Bo's situation, like, he is just in the perfect place for him to be. Now, he's not Drew Brees. One of the funny things is that comp was always made like Drew Brees, his greatest strength was his pocket presence. He was just in freaking command back there. Bo's not that player. He may never be that player. He may never have Drew Brees' pocket presence because we're literally talking about one of the top 5 greatest quarterbacks of all time. But if Bo Nix can remain a top 12 quarterback in the league, like you said, does he have the ceiling? He's never going to get Josh Allen's arm. He's never going to get Lamar Jackson's elusiveness or anything like that. But what he can do is he can lead. He knows what the hell he's doing back there. He has a command over the offense. And the more things that get thrown at him, like, a road playoff game in Buffalo, the better player he is going to be in the future.
Well, and also with what he's shown you this year, again, build around him.
Yeah.
Get another couple. There still is a need for a couple more playmakers. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay? You still need a tight end to change the spacing. Some kind of more reliable back. We're dead with the day of the bell cow back. But an Alvin, I don't know that I want Alvin Kamara because I don't think this team needs to get older. But someone that can play that role. Add those things in. Continue to build the assets that help his skill set. There's no reason why you can't be a problem in 2 years.
You know how every year, like The Athletic, for example, will put out like their quarterback tiers, and it's the offseason, and we love the content, so we will always do it. I don't believe right now Bo Nix will ever be a tier 1 NFL quarterback.
But you're only talking about 3 or 4 guys that live in that space.
Exactly. Like right now, do I think there's a world where Bo Nix will ever be that we'll talk about him like we talk about Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Burrow, in whatever order you want to put him in? I don't think so. I don't think we'll have that kind of conversation about him. But that's not to say he's not just below all that, and you can win in the NFL with that dude. You can do cool things and go far in the postseason, and if you get the right matchups one year and things break your way, who knows what can happen. But the Broncos have a quarterback. It just comes back to the low ceiling debate with him. And it's a part of why people talked about him as a second-round prospect, because people love to get into the measurables and all those kind of things. And here's the thing where I'll remind everybody, like, we like to just dismiss that. Winning is everything. No, the measurables matter. Like, you do have to have that stuff. But you can overcome not being the best in those categories. For example, Bo Nix. Does he have the best arm in the NFL? God, no. When he gets his feet underneath him?
When the footwork's right.
Exactly. When there's a good play design and a good play call and he can hit play action and plant his feet and get a solid base underneath him, he can make whatever throw you need him to make. He's absolutely got that ability. If he's trying to, throw its sidearm off of one foot while running up in the pocket, it's probably not going to get there.
Go find him at minimum a Freiermuth, who every time, the guy makes catches, he breaks tackles, he makes plays.
Hell of an addition for this team.
I mean, look, I'd love you to go find him a Kelce.
Yeah.
But right now, I'd settle for a Freiermuth.
Yeah.
Go find him a T. Higgins type. Like, T. Higgins to me is somewhere between, he's better than Cortland. He's not, like, you got Mims to pop the top. To me, T. Higgins is a problem. He's a tough tackle. as we saw in the end, he can do things after the catch.
Yeah.
I guess, and I'm talking, find me a couple more after the catch guys.
Third down security blanket.
Yes.
That kind of guy. Yeah. The Broncos are only – this is where I'll stop and remind everybody. They're ahead of schedule.
They are.
They're not supposed to be here. And it's awesome that they are. And if Bo plays a clean game on Sunday – they can absolutely go and beat the Bills in Buffalo. It's not going to – I won't be stunned. I'll be surprised if they win. I won't be stunned if they win this game, especially if they play their best game of the year and take care of the football.
The only way they would surprise me is if they won and it looked like Cleveland. Otherwise, I would expect it to be more the blueprint where the defense is great and the Broncos put a couple three. Listen, this has still been a very boomer bust offense, okay? I know everyone's caught up in what happened Sunday, and that's fine. It's been fun.
AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Andy.
And he deserved it.
Yeah.
But don't forget, and they said it when Cleveland was playing on Saturday, Cleveland and the Broncos were tied for 3 and outs.
Yeah.
Most 3 and outs in the league this year. Nick Kosmider talked to us about it. Thanks to the emergence of Marvin Mims and calling a few more of those deep passes, they became more boom or bust. Now, hopefully they've got a couple booms waiting for us on Sunday.
Update from Ball Arena, Nikola Jokic out tonight again. He is out and not able to go because of illness, so he will miss a game against the Clippers. Andy, I know it's not like the ideal rest scenario.
No, but it isn't the worst thing that if you can get this win, then it's all okay.
He is missing a back-to-back, and he does play 38 minutes a night. So silver lining.
Yeah.
Silver lining.
It would have been better for Saric if the Clippers were last night and the Celtics were tonight. Might have been better for Saric if the Celtics just weren't at this point in the season.
Needed a warm-up. That's all. That's all they
Might have been better for him if it was Clippers and Phoenix.
Yeah, no Jokic tonight, no Kawhi tonight. Nuggets and Clippers coming up at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, it's Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche are underway in Chicago against the Blackhawks. 1-0, the Avalanche have the lead. We're in the 7th minute of this game so far. Juuso Parssinen with his 3rd goal of the season, opening the scoring tonight for the Avalanche. Thus far, young Trent Miner has seen 3 shots, Andy. He has saved 3 shots to begin this game. So the Avs lead the Hawks right now 1-0 as they're in the opening period at the United Center in Chicago tonight. Nuggets will be in action tonight against the Clips. Again, no Nikola Jokic for this game this evening. And the Broncos prepare for the Buffalo Bills. It's all happening right now. Good week in Denver sports, except for the part where Jokic isn't playing.
Yeah, I wish I knew what he had. I don't know. I know there's all sorts of stuff going around.
I'm good. I don't. You know what? I don't need the diagnosis. I'm all right with it. I'm just okay with, hey, you stay home and you get better.
Let's not get everybody sick. Let's not pass this around.
Chicken soup and all that good stuff.
Well, if that's what you need,
whatever is required.
You may not want to eat anything with some of the other stuff going around.
Of you. By the way, it is, and one of the texters did point out, it is Serbian Christmas as well. So poor Nikola is under the weather during Serbian Christmas.
So, it is?
So that's a drag.
Well, that ain't fun.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, kind of a ripoff.
What are we celebrating? What are the traditions? What are the
Great question.
What do we do with Serbian Christmas? Do we have chestnuts roasting on the open fire? Do we go on a sleigh ride? Like, what are we doing?
Okay, here we go. Serbian Christmas traditions include Slava, a family feast to honor the family's patron saint, which is the second most festive day in Serbian homes after Christmas. The saint's day marks when the family converted to Christianity. Badnjak. I hope I'm saying any of this right. A central tradition where a log is brought into the house and placed on the fire on Christmas Eve. That's a tradition. It is now time to bring in the celebratory log for Christmas Eve dinner. Andy,
how big is that log?
I don't know.
You just held it
Large
above your
log.
head
Large
as
log.
if you're Rocky training in Russia.
I'm assuming Jokic probably has a big fireplace.
Yeah, probably. You're right.
This is no condo fireplace shoved in the corner.
Yeah.
I think there's square footage underneath that chimney. Let's see. Food. The meal typically includes fish soup, fried fish, beans, potatoes, and cakes without milk and eggs.
I don't know why that makes me laugh. Cakes, non-risen cakes? What are we talking about?
Non-risen cakes, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. That's what, I don't know. It kind of sounds like ours. Ooh, they have a roasted piglet.
Do you bring a big log and put it on the fire every time?
Bring the celebratory log.
Do they not have a tree? Is it more about the log at that point? We're still involving wood.
Maybe they take the tree and then they chop it down and it becomes the log, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. A whole roasted pig or goat is a common part of the meal. This is just, again, this is what the internet is telling me about Serbian Christmas. If any of you listening are Serbian and you're like, you guys are way off, I'm going off the internet. I'm doing my best over here, okay? This is not what I know about it.
No, I asked you. I was curious.
Yeah.
I once had a producer who was dating a young lady from England on my first show.
That's very far from Serbia.
Yeah, and so one time, but I wanted to know how they celebrated Christmas as we were near the holiday season. So she was in town to see him. They both went to see you, and we called her mom and got it all filled out about what it looks like. And
was one of the answers not brushing their teeth?
Wow, I didn't go that deep. I didn't go that deep. You know, but they had the fruit cakes, and there was
okay.
They've got a very funny dessert.
Bangers and mash?
No.
And whatnot?
There's a funny dessert they have then.
What is it?
Spotted
Richard?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying there.
So, and I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, how do you not know about this? I goes, well, first off, it doesn't sound appetizing. Spotted anything. I don't care if it's spotted oatmeal, spotted meatloaf. It's spotted. I don't want to eat it.
The name Spotted Dick